In the desolate wilderness, Li Hao sat in a computer chair, clutching a fountain pen in his right hand and cradling a book titled Analysis of the Linux Kernel Source Code in his left, staring in bewilderment at his surroundings. In the distance, rolling hills undulated, surrounded by lush greenery. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting beams of light of varying thickness. The sweet, melodious chirping of birds resonated from the trees, while the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing symphony. As he surveyed the area, he discerned not a single soul nor a building in sight. Li Hao was utterly astounded by the unfamiliar scenery. Just moments ago, he had been in his dormitory at Huaxia Polytechnic University. A flash of blue light had enveloped him, and he felt a sudden weightlessness, only to find himself transported to this wilderness. Could it be that he had experienced the fabled phenomenon of time travel? A chill coursed through him, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. After a moment of stunned silence, he recalled something and shakily pulled out his phone from his pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, he was met with the disheartening message of no network signal. Li Hao rose from the chair and stood alone in this desolate expanse, his heart swirling with confusion, helplessness, fear, and doubt, a cacophony of emotions overwhelming him. Upon closer inspection of his surroundings, he suddenly noticed what appeared to be a narrow path winding through the woods, the only trace of human presence in the vicinity. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to follow this path. Realizing that remaining here was futile, he needed to ascertain his situation. As he rounded a bend in the hillside, he caught sight of a dirt road below, where a few pedestrians meandered, dressed in ancient attire. To his astonishment, those individuals were clad in garments reminiscent of a bygone era. Indeed, he had traversed time. Li Hao's legs weakened, and he sank to the ground, feeling as if his soul had departed his body. He lost track of time, and soon, several groups of travelers and porters had passed along the dirt road below. In this moment of solitude, even the road appeared deserted. Just as Li Hao was grappling with his bewilderment, a sudden flash of blue light illuminated his vision. The blue radiance expanded, forming a transparent circle that gradually grew until it reached a diameter of approximately 2 meters. Through this circle, he beheld something profoundly familiar: a desk adorned with an old, bulky laptop, flanked by a set of bunk beds. This was his very dormitory at Huaxia Polytechnic University. The perimeter of the circle shimmered with blue light, the space nearby warping slightly, akin to rippling water. Gazing through the circle, he could still see the trees from earlier, their branches swaying gently in the morning breeze. The circle began to shrink, ultimately condensing into a mere blue dot before vanishing entirely. Li Hao rushed to the restroom, splashing cold water on his face in an attempt to calm the tumult of emotions within him. Surely, that had not been a mere figment of his imagination. It couldn't have been, for at the very least, one of the computer chairs was missing from his dormitory. This defied the laws of science. Noticing the sun shining brightly outside, Li Hao inwardly lamented, "Oh no, I'm late." He checked his phone and discovered it was already past 9 o'clock. The unexpected time travel had cost him over an hour. With no time to spare for breakfast, he hastily exited the campus and boarded a bus to the software park. His workplace was a company located within the software park, where he was employed as a summer intern, tasked with coding, commonly referred to as a code monkey. Upon arriving breathlessly at his workplace and entering the office, he found that his fellow summer interns had already been assigned tasks and were diligently typing away at their keyboards. "Li Hao, come to my office," the portly human resources manager called out. As soon as he stepped inside, the HR manager began to berate him. "What time do you call this? Even a pig would have a better sense of punctuality. We hired you to work, not to be treated like a lord." Li Hao silently scoffed. "Indeed, a pig possesses a better sense of time than I do, and you certainly have a sharper sense of time than I." Outwardly, he replied, "Sorry, manager, there were extenuating circumstances today." "What kind of extenuating circumstances?" "All such claims are merely excuses. Don't even think about saying you were stuck in traffic for over an hour. Well, Li Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The true reason for his tardiness was far too absurd to disclose. Such an experience could only be buried deep within him. No one would believe him, and if they did, it would only lead to more complications. You need not bother returning to work. Our company does not require individuals lacking organization and discipline. Today truly was exceptional. I assure you, I will not be late again. I am prepared to make up for the work I missed today. Could you please grant me another chance? Li Hao was determined to salvage this job, as the pay for this summer position was quite substantial. Once he left, the HR manager immediately made a phone call. Xiaodong, I've just let someone go. You can come in this afternoon. Ha! No need to thank me. I've known your father for ages. How could I refuse to help? Before long, the vice president and head of the development department arrived. Has Li Hao shown up? I assigned him the most challenging part of the program. This young man is quite impressive. His programming skills are undeniable. During the last practical interview, he completed an extensive code in 10 minutes, and it passed the first debugging attempt, while others struggled for 2 hours. Truly, he is a talented student from Huaxiao Polytechnic. Li Hao just came in, but he was over an hour late. I spoke to him, reminding him not to be late again, and he had the audacity to throw a tantrum and walk out, claiming he would never return to this job. The youth of today, the HR manager sighed, shaking his head. Well, true technical experts often possess a bit of a temper. Please reach out to him again and offer him a raise. We must do our utmost to retain him. Talents like him are scarce. Having him on board could significantly expedite the entire project. Thus, a carefully selected summer position had come to an abrupt end. Aside from this summer job, Li Hao also worked part-time, washing dishes for an hour each evening at a nearby restaurant, a job he had started at the beginning of the semester. Due to the morning's Bazaar events and the loss of his summer job, Li Hao was somewhat distracted that evening, leading to an unfortunate accident where he shattered 3 porcelain plates. Typically, breaking dishes would not be a significant issue, but perhaps it was simply Li Hao's day of misfortune. The restaurant owner, embroiled in an argument with his wife, was in a foul mood. Upon hearing the series of shattering plates, he erupted in a fit of rage, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Li Hao. The tirade was particularly harsh, and unable to bear it any longer, Li Hao decided to quit on the spot, collecting his pay and leaving. With his tuition fees for the next semester still uncertain and his sister recently admitted to a prestigious university after her college entrance exams, her tuition was also a concern. Their mother, frail and frequently ill, risked serious health issues if her nutrition continued to suffer. Yet, in her determination to save enough for her children's education, she often neglected her own health, unwilling to visit the hospital even when her ailments flared, preferring to save on medical expenses. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Hao seemed to hear his mother's cough echoing in his ears. His heart ached, and his eyes grew misty. Money-o, wretched currency, was something he desperately needed. He quickly turned to the internet to search for any available summer jobs. Li Hao approached his computer desk, finding it empty. His computer chair, alas. He had no idea in which realm it had become lost. Pressing the power button on the computer, he pulled a classmate's chair closer, resting his chin on his hands as he awaited the slow startup of his grandfather's old laptop. As he supported his chin with his hand, Li Hao suddenly noticed a circular pattern on his left wrist, reminiscent of either a tattoo or a birthmark. This design, smaller than a coin, bore intricate blue lines. When had he acquired this mark? Li Hao reached out to caress the intricate pattern, and as he pressed his fingertip firmly against it, a radiant holographic screen materialized above his left wrist. Countless symbols flickered across the screen, imbued with a sense of futuristic allure, until a line of Chinese characters emerged. Synchronous translation completed. Super Wormhole initiating. Chapter 2. The Charm of the Song Dynasty on the luminous screen. An additional line of Chinese characters appeared. Due to the first active use of the intelligent auxiliary system of the wormhole, the voice function has been activated. A gentle female voice resonated in Li Hao's mind. Greetings, user. I am the intelligent system of the super wormhole. a transport mechanism designed to traverse different universes and time-spaces. What? Li Hao jolted upright, rubbing his ears, wondering if there was something amiss with them. Your hearing is perfectly fine. I am communicating with you through brainwaves. I am the super wormhole, also known as the time-space tunnel. The only transport tool capable of precise positioning and 100% safe passage across different universes and timelines. I am the technological culmination of the 10th level civilization. The Yaling clan, whose remarkable technology has ascended to its zenith and is revered by other races as divine. You possess the talent of primordial force, sufficient to utilize the wormhole, meeting the minimum requirements of Yaling civilization's legacy. This morning, I initiated the recognition program, inevitably causing a temporal fluctuation that transported you to the mirrored time-space. Rest assured, traversing the mirrored time-space will not pose any harm to you. Li Hao was momentarily stunned, taking time to digest these words before asking, what is mirrored time-space? It is a reflection of the main world as time-space, akin to a mirror, what you refer to as a parallel universe. However, this mirrored time-space exhibits a delay effect of several hundred years and is currently positioned in the late Northern Song period. Realization dawned upon Li Hao. He had inadvertently journeyed to the late Northern Song. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He was in desperate need of money and could potentially profit by transporting some modern goods to sell in the Northern Song, surely earning a considerable amount of silver, far more than a summer job could provide. After thorough contemplation, Li Hao began to strategize his expedition to the Northern Song. In the vicinity of Huaxiao Polytechnic University, he rented a one-bedroom suite with kitchen and bathroom facilities. Mindful of the presence of other students at the school, which made it difficult to keep secrets in the dormitory, he secured the suite's doors and windows and drew the thick curtains. Li Hao had previously purchased attire in the style of the Song Dynasty, including garments, shoes, and wigs intended for costume use. The clothing, made of silk, was relatively easy to acquire compared to rough linen, which was scarce in modern society. Once fully adorned, he gazed into the mirror, finding himself resembling an ancient nobleman. The table was cluttered with various essentials for his journey. For self-defense, he had a Swiss Army knife, 2 stun guns, 2 pepper spray cans, a powerful stun baton, a bag of lime powder, and a set of high-strength crossbow arrows. Regrettably, due to stringent gun control in Huaxiao, acquiring firearms was impossible. Otherwise, a handgun would greatly enhance his safety on this venture. Other items included a small first aid kit, a wristwatch with a compass, a telescope, several loaves of bread, and 2 bottles of purified water. All these items were neatly packed into an antiquated bundle, which was relatively lightweight to carry. With everything prepared, Li Hao activated the super wormhole. A flash of blue light erupted before him, gradually expanding into a luminous circle 2 meters in diameter. He selected the coordinates for the western side of Chuanzhou City, considering it a bustling commercial port of the time, where masquerading as a returee would not attract undue attention. Li Hao understood that his language and habits would differ significantly from those of the Song people, and without a credible identity, he would likely raise suspicion in the late Northern Song period. Once everything was set, Li Hao stepped through the luminous circle. Emerging in a secluded grove, he found the blue circle behind him still pulsating with light. He surveyed his surroundings. The area was a vast forest, adorned with towering ancient trees. The wormhole, a marvel of advanced extraterrestrial civilization, ensured a safe transit without perilous mishaps, such as falling from midair or drowning. Having closed the wormhole, Li Hao used his compass to ascertain his direction and proceeded eastward towards Chuanzhou City. Before long, he came upon a well-trodden earthen road bustling with travelers, along with ox and mule carts laden with goods. Song people, Li Hao mused, observing the attire of the passers-by through his telescope. Their clothing bore similarities to his own, yet the dyeing techniques appeared rudimentary, lending their garments an unnatural hue. He adjusted the self-defense items in his bag for easy access, gradually making his way onto the road towards Chuanzhou. After resting in the shade of a tree, consuming some provisions and drinking purified water, he continued onward until the majestic city wall finally came into view. Hiding behind a large tree at the roadside, he discreetly retrieved his telescope for a closer inspection. A few soldiers were stationed at the city gate, and Li Hao adjusted the magnification to scrutinize them more clearly. The soldiers paid little heed to the pedestrians entering the city, only casually inspecting the cargo of ox carts and collecting entry fees. A steady stream of people flowed in and out of the gates. Some carried vegetables, while others pushed carts, maintaining a semblance of order. After observing for a while, Li Hao confirmed that the soldiers only taxed substantial cargo and did not interrogate individuals. Given his appearance, He resembled a young nobleman of this world and would likely not attract their notice, allowing him to enter the city without issue. Stepping onto the road, Li Hao joined the throng heading towards the city gate. As he passed through, the soldiers indeed did not impede his progress. Emerging from the shadowy archway, he was met with a breathtaking vista, as though he had stepped into the painting of Along the River during the Qingming festival. Rows of ancient houses lined the streets, their eaves and gables creating a picturesque scene. The streets were teeming with people, a cacophony of voices enveloping him. Li Hao stood transfixed. Though he had mentally prepared for this moment, he was nonetheless profoundly astonished by the sights before him. This was the Song Dynasty. The vibrant essence of the Song Dynasty from 8 centuries ago surged towards him, filled with lively sounds, an enchanting aroma, and palpable historical authenticity. For an instant, Li Hao felt disoriented, as if caught in a dreamlike reverie. Having watched numerous period dramas and films, none could compare to the grandeur before him. Those cinematic sets paled in comparison to the vastness of this reality. A straight street stretched endlessly before him, bustling with a continuous flow of pedestrians. Shops lined either side of the street, and as he walked, he encountered tea houses, inns, cart dealerships, gambling houses, taverns, money exchanges, pawn shops, rice shops, dye houses, and an array of other establishments crammed into the street corners. As he strolled, the lyrics of Lu Yang's Wang Hai Chao naturally surfaced in his mind, perfectly encapsulating the scene before him. Smoky willows, painted bridges, wind curtains, and emerald drapes, a myriad of households. The market is adorned with pearls and jades, the doors overflowing with silk and brocade, competing in extravagance. Passers-by occasionally glanced at him, seemingly sensing his uniqueness. Li Hao found it puzzling. His clothing was comparable to theirs. Why did they perceive him as peculiar? It was only when he observed a young nobleman alighting from a carriage that he grasped the reason. Clad in fine silk, he was undoubtedly dressed in the attire of the affluent, and typically such noblemen would be accompanied by a retinue of servants. His solitary wandering was likely the source of their surprise. There is a saying, respect the attire before respecting the person. In a society where wealth is immediately discernible, an individual clad entirely in silk is undoubtedly affluent. It is quite rare for such a person to venture out without a couple of servants, which often raises eyebrows. As he strolled along, Li Hao encountered citizens whose attire barely covered them, and some bore pallid complexions, unmistakably indicating malnutrition. Beggars were also occasionally spotted. After the initial awe faded, Li Hao began to perceive the authentic essence of the Song Dynasty. After all, it was a feudal dynasty with relatively primitive technology, and the living standards of ordinary citizens remained quite low. Of course, the term technologically backward is relative compared to the 21st century. The Song Dynasty was significantly advanced in economic, technological, and cultural aspects when juxtaposed with its contemporaneous nations. If one were to calculate national income, as in later times, the GDP of the Song Dynasty might account for over 80% of the global total. At this juncture, Chinese civilization was far ahead of the world. As Li Hao continued his walk, he came across a large pawn shop, marked by a grand traditional character for pawn hanging at its entrance. The sign above read Hanji Pawn Shop. He realized he needed to exchange some currency, otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate this temporal space. Upon entering the pawn shop, he noticed customers attending to their affairs at the counter. He approached an unoccupied counter and placed a lighter upon it. "Pray, tell me, what is the worth of this treasure?" Chapter 3. The lighter through the eyes of the Song Dynasty. Upon noticing that Li Hao was clad in silk, the attendant did not dare to be negligent. The lighter was of decent quality, priced at over 20 coins, and was coated in a layer of golden alloy. Initially, the attendant believed it to be solid gold, but upon holding it, he quickly discerned that it was far too light to be genuine gold. The attendant scrutinized the lighter repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly grave. Trained specifically for the pawn shop, he had developed a discerning eye for appraising items. Yet he had never encountered a lighter before and was entirely unaware of its purpose. The pawn shop possessed its own methods of appraisal, starting with an examination of materials. Yet, this attendant, despite his extensive experience, could not identify the substance. Naturally, he had never seen a modern alloy processed with such craftsmanship. After a prolonged examination, he furrowed his brow. This object was neither gold, silver, copper, nor iron, leaving him perplexed about its true nature. Nevertheless, it was evidently quite valuable, as indicated by its metallic sheen and exquisite craftsmanship. The surface was polished to such a degree that it could reflect a person's image, adorned with several straight lines that exuded an aesthetic appeal only the most skilled artisans could achieve. Raising his head awkwardly, The attendant inquired. "Esteemed guest, forgive my ignorance, but I cannot recognize this precious item. Might you enlighten me on its true nature?" It was rather embarrassing for a pawnshop attendant to admit such a lack of knowledge, but he felt compelled to ask. Li Hao smiled faintly, opting not to respond verbally. Instead, he took the lighter from the attendant's hands, flicked it open with his thumb, and with a gentle press, a small flame erupted from the lighter. The attendant gasped in surprise, startled by the sudden burst of fire. In the Song Dynasty, igniting fire typically involved preserving embers or using fire-starting tools such as flint and tinder, a process that was quite cumbersome. The idea of an object spontaneously producing flames was utterly beyond the attendant's comprehension. His astonishment drew the attention of onlookers, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Li Hao demonstrated the lighter once more, prompting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Among them, a white-haired elder exclaimed, "This is divine magic. The fire deity has descended. We pay homage to the fire deity." He knelt dramatically, prompting others to follow suit, chanting, "We pay homage to the fire deity." Li Hao stood in disbelief, bemused by the ancient people's naivety. A mere lighter had bewitched them so profoundly. He mused that if he were to produce a tablet and display a film, they might mistake him for a celestial being. Truly, they were a group of unsophisticated bumpkins. He assisted the elder to his feet, eager to sell the lighter rather than play the role of a mystic. "Elder, this is merely a tool for starting fires, akin to flint and tinder, only crafted with exceptional skill." The elder paused, bewildered. "Is this not the treasure of the fire deity?" Li Hao chuckled. "Certainly not. The fire deity's treasure would produce more than just a flicker. Here, you may try it yourself. Just press here." He handed the lighter to the elder and guided him in its use. As the elder pressed the lighter, a flame leapt forth, despite a gentle breeze. The flame wavered but did not extinguish, only fading once the elder released his thumb. "This is indeed a treasure, a genuine treasure," the elder murmured. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. "How marvelous it is that flames can appear from thin air. This must be sorcery. Not sorcery, but a clever trick. It's an illusion. The flames can't be real. Are you blind? The flames are clearly flickering. How can they not be real?" Li Hao ignored their chatter, returning the lighter to the counter. "This is a lighter, crafted by the finest artisans overseas, capable of producing fire repeatedly. Give it a try? Just press here. My goodness, it's not a trick. It truly produces fire. This lighter is remarkably convenient for igniting flames." The attendant, now deeply respectful, said, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I fetch the shopkeeper. I lack the authority to price this treasure." Li Hao nodded slightly as the attendant hurried off to find the shopkeeper. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed, and the attendant returned with a shopkeeper in his late 40s. From a distance, the shopkeeper clasped his hands together, bowing courteously. "Esteemed guest, I apologize for my tardiness in welcoming your presence." Li Hao mirrored the gesture, replying, "No offense taken, shopkeeper Han." Li Hao demonstrated the lighter's function to shopkeeper Han, who gingerly accepted it and attempted to ignite it twice. Though he appeared composed, internally he was tumultuous. This lighter dwarfed all other fire-starting tools. Shopkeeper Han smiled. "Your accent suggests you are not from Chuanzhou. May I inquire about your origins?" Li Hao chuckled inwardly, recognizing the attempt to uncover his background. Yet, it was clear he valued the lighter, hence the indirect inquiry. "I am Li Hao, born in the Song Dynasty, yet raised abroad. My family has long since migrated overseas, and I grew up there, leaving me somewhat unfamiliar with the dialect of the Song." "Abroad? Where precisely?" "I have encountered goods from regions such as Dashi, Dachin, Persia, Baida, Maji, Galine, and Sigali, yet none have produced such a finely crafted item." Shopkeeper Han, worldly and experienced, was increasingly puzzled by the lighter's origins. "Have you heard of the master carpenter, Liu Ban? His descendants fled overseas to a distant land across the Eastern Sea, where they disseminated their craftsmanship for centuries. The people there have honed various skills, creating flying wooden birds, autonomous wooden livestock, and seaworthy ironclad vessels. Indeed, I have flown in a wooden bird, soaring above the clouds." Li Hao mused internally, aware that he had only ever flown on an airplane during an academic exchange, yet his statement held a kernel of truth. Shopkeeper Han was momentarily speechless, finally stammering, "So, soaring above the clouds brings one near the southern heavenly gate. Do the celestial soldiers permit mortals to fly? Do they not apprehend trespassers?" It was now Li Hao's turn to be at a loss for words. The old man's logic was amusingly convoluted. Many have flown in wooden birds, yet none have encountered celestial soldiers. Shopkeeper Han nodded. Perhaps the southern heavenly gate is still quite distant. The celestial soldiers may be indifferent to such matters. He had devised a reasonable explanation. As a pawnshop employee, it was customary for him to provide an estimate. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "In this shop, it can be pawned for 10 guan." Li Hao had researched the historical prices of the Song Dynasty and calculated that a single one had purchasing power equivalent to roughly 30 to 40 cents in the modern world. Since 1 guan equaled 1,000 won, 10 guan represented a substantial sum, translating to over 3,000 in modern purchasing power. A lighter priced at 10 guan would only be purchased by wealthy households, as the wealth disparity in the Song Dynasty was pronounced, with a small segment of the population being exceedingly affluent. Li Hao chuckled, 10 guan. Shopkeeper Han. This lighter is crafted by the direct descendants of Liu Ban, and its manufacturing techniques have been lost to time. Such exquisite craftsmanship is rare even overseas. Aside from this, you will not find another lighter in the Song Dynasty. What? Then, do you believe it is worth? Li Hao chuckled, stating, a fixed price of 200 guan. Manager Han laughed heartily, exclaiming, what a bold demand. Have you considered how many plow oxen 200 guan could purchase? Is this igniting device truly worth such an exorbitant sum? There are countless plow oxen in the world. Yet this lighter is unique to my establishment. Li Hao remained unperturbed, aware that there were numerous pawn shops. If this negotiation faltered, he could seek another. At most, he believed it should fetch 20 guan, for after all, it merely served to ignite a flame. Those who could afford such a trinket were typically nobles and dignitaries, likely purchasing it out of curiosity or for ostentation rather than practicality. Li Hao conceded that, in terms of functionality, the lighter indeed did not warrant a high price. It was not an irreplaceable commodity. Though cumbersome, the people of Song had long adapted to using flint and steel. His initial lofty price of 200 guan was merely a tactic of overreaching. He did not genuinely expect to sell it for such a sum. For a pawnshop is not an auction house. After further discussions, neither party was willing to yield. Seeing that no agreement could be reached, Li Hao exited the pawnshop. He visited several others, but the highest offer he received was merely 50 guan. Faced with such a market reality, Li Hao decided to sell all 10 lighters he had brought, accepting a slightly reduced price of 40 guan each, ultimately concluding the transaction at 400 guan. With 10 lighters sold, he reaped a profit of several hundred times his investment. Indeed, time-space trade proved to be a lucrative venture. The sum of 400 guan was substantial, and he completed the transaction at a nearby money exchange, returning with a stack of silver notes and some loose coins. Chapter 4. Recruiting Assistants and Long-Term Workers in the Song Dynasty. The sum of 400 coins was considered a substantial fortune. With such wealth, Li Hao found it imprudent to roam freely. He inquired with the pawnshop owner about the availability of intermediaries in the Song Dynasty. After some time, the owner realized that Li Hao was seeking the services of a tooth dealer, recommending that he head north to a reputable establishment known as Chui's Tooth Dealer. In ancient times, a tooth dealer was not a dental clinic, but rather a middleman who facilitated trade between buyers and sellers, assessing the quality and price of goods, akin to a modern-day broker or agent. Being unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Song Dynasty, Li Hao deemed it beneficial to have an intermediary. Upon leaving the pawnshop, he made his way to the aforementioned tooth dealer. Li Hao's intention for this journey to the Song Dynasty was to establish a foothold, find suitable accommodation, and set up a business before the summer break ended. As he had ample time to engage in the trade of small commodities, his immediate priority was to secure a residence, rent a shop, hire assistants, and import goods from the main world for sale, as relying solely on personal street vending was not a viable strategy. Upon arriving at the tooth dealer, the staff, noticing Li Hao's exquisite attire, recognized the potential for a significant business opportunity and promptly introduced him to the proprietor, Master Chui. This middle-aged man, portly and amiable, possessed a demeanor that exuded prosperity, reminiscent of a benevolent deity when he smiled. Li Hao briefly shared his background, weaving a tale of his travels abroad since childhood. Momentarily taken aback, he had initially only intended to rent a residence and hire long-term workers, not anticipating the complexities of establishing a legitimate identity in the Song Dynasty. He inquired about the fees associated with obtaining such an identity. Master Chui informed him that the government charged overseas merchants like Li Hao 5 coins for residency, a standard across the entire Song Dynasty. Additionally, a further 3 coins were required for necessary bureaucratic arrangements, totaling 8 coins. Given that a lighter was worth 40 coins, Li Hao found this some trivial for acquiring a lawful identity. Li Hao then expressed that he had additional requests for the tooth dealer. Master Chui, eager for business, invited him to elaborate. Li Hao conveyed his desire to rent a residence and a commercial shop, He learned from Master Chui that the Zhang family from Chuanzhou had recently relocated to Bianliang and were offering a large mansion and shop for rent or sale. The Zhang family, once officials, owned an expansive estate with a commanding presence. Albeit at a steep rent of 80 coins per month, an amount set by the Zhangs that Master Chui could not alter. Considering the profitability of establishing a shop in northern Song, Li Hao found the rent manageable, equating to merely 2 lighters, and decided to inspect the property. Master Chui promptly agreed to show him the estate. Li Hao also inquired about the average wages for shop assistants in Chuanzhou. Master Chui estimated the wages at approximately 800 won per month, although skilled assistants demanded around 1 coin and 200 won. This wage was lower than Li Hao had anticipated, leading him to propose that he needed experienced shop assistants, from whom he intended to select 20, offering them a base salary of 1 coin and 500 won per month, with additional rewards for high performance. Master Chui assured him that this was no problem. He would seek out the most astute assistants, assuring Li Hao that many would vie for the positions. After finalizing the commission, the entire tooth dealer's staff mobilized, some to procure the necessary permits for overseas merchants, while others sought out potential assistants. Master Chui personally escorted Li Hao to the Zhang family's mansion. The estate was vast, covering approximately 3.5 acres, with distinct front, middle, and back courtyards, the latter adorned with numerous large trees, creating a serene environment. After viewing the mansion, Li Hao decided to rent it and signed a contract on the spot, paying 160 coins up front, 80 for rent and 80 as a deposit. They agreed that Master Chui would return the following day at noon with the first batch of assistant candidates for interviews. Once Master Chui departed, Li Hao explored the mansion, growing increasingly fond of it. He envisioned practicing his energy cultivation in the tranquil garden behind the estate once he began to earn such a luxurious residence. With a monthly rent equivalent to merely 2 lighters, and hiring 20 top assistants for the cost of just 1 lighter, made him feel fortunate to have traversed time to become prosperous so effortlessly. He fantasized about later acquiring several beautiful maidens to attend to him, leading a life akin to that of a deity. Of course, once settled, he knew he must diligently pursue energy cultivation, as he had a remarkable method at his disposal that warranted sincere effort. His plan was to secure a shop and hire assistants to prepare it for business within a few days, allowing him to commence his journey of energy cultivation thereafter. According to the Wormhole intelligence system, the first step in energy cultivation was to sense the energy itself, requiring a clear mind free of distractions, thus necessitating the completion of these tasks first. With time still on his side, Li Hao locked the mansion's doors and leisurely strolled through the streets of the Song Dynasty, savoring the essence of this city, which thrived 800 years prior. The fresh air, bustling streets, lively vendors, and cheerful maidens painted a vivid scene reminiscent of a living along the river during the Qiming festival. The Song Dynasty seemed a splendid place to reside. The air quality was excellent with minimal pollution, and the food was devoid of toxins, with naturally raised livestock. Everything here was authentically organic. Moreover, the gentle and virtuous women of the Song Dynasty, along with the social acceptance of multiple wives and concubines, made it an enviable locale. How delightful it was to exist in such an ostensibly oppressive feudal society. In his rented suite in the main world, Li Hao gazed out at the towering buildings, reflecting on the surreal experiences of the day. Had he not held the documentation for the mansion, he might have thought it all a mere dream. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Hao activated the wormhole and traversed back to the study of his new mansion in the northern Song. Stepping out into the blue sky and inhaling the fresh air, he found himself enamored with Chuanzhou in the northern Song. At noon, the front courtyard of the mansion was bustling with nearly 300 people, all summoned by Chui's tooth dealer, aware that an overseas merchant was seeking assistance and long-term workers. They eagerly gathered, hoping to be selected. Outside, more individuals continued to arrive, while those inside conversed animatedly. Is this the household seeking long-term workers? Do you know what the monthly wage is? Is it 1 coin? I haven't heard yet, but Chui's tooth dealer mentioned that the wages would surely be satisfactory. Their reputation is solid, and if they say the pay is good, it must be. I have worked temporary jobs before, although the daily wages were slightly higher. They were unstable. Long-term work is preferable. Indeed, who wouldn't want a long-term position? If only the pay were 1 coin per month. But that's just a dream. Who would offer such a high wage for long-term work? I didn't see the employer, but I did catch a glimpse of the young master. He looked quite distinguished in finely crafted garments and had a spirited demeanor. The murmurs abruptly subsided as the crowd turned their attention to the main hall, where Manager Chui of the Chui family trading house emerged, accompanied by a young gentleman. Silence. Manager Chui called out loudly. This is young Master Li, who has returned from studying and conducting business overseas. He intends to establish a shop specializing in exotic treasures from abroad and is seeking to hire a number of assistants. Please allow young Master Li to share his requirements for selecting his staff. Li Hao stepped forward and announced, we are looking to recruit 20 shop assistants, along with 2 cooks and 5 laborers. The monthly salary is set at 1 guan and 500 won, with additional commission bonuses. A wave of astonished chatter rippled through the crowd as the offered salary of 1 guan and 500 won exceeded their expectations. Wow, with 1 guan and 500 won, I could afford a meal of meat every month, and not just meat, but also fish, exclaimed one. This is wonderful. I could buy 2 feet of cloth for my wife to make herself a new dress. Her old garments are patched at least 4 times. Young master is truly generous. A master who shows such kindness to his servants is a rare find indeed, another remarked. Did you not hear? Young master has returned from overseas. And the demeanor of an overseas merchant is incomparable to that of an ordinary vendor. He possesses wealth, knowledge, and a compassionate heart for his subordinates. Truly, truly. Words escape me. It is evident he is a remarkable person. He is destined for great success. Moreover, there are bonuses. How splendid, cried another. Young master. I have previously worked as an assistant in a cloth shop. Young master, hire me. I am hardworking and capable of any task. I would be the perfect laborer for the Li household. Chapter 5. The Pavilion of Rare Treasures. Silence. No raucous individuals allowed. Li Hao bellowed. At his command, the atmosphere became so hushed that the sound of falling leaves could be heard. Those who can compose the 1,000-character classic stepped forward. Yet, the crowd remained motionless, none daring to present themselves. Li Hao was taken aback. Despite his awareness of the low literacy rates during the Song Dynasty, he had not anticipated that among so many, not a single person would possess the ability to write the classic text. He surveyed the crowd and inquired again, those who can use an abacus, please step forward. 5 individuals promptly moved to one side, and Li Hao instructed them to await further assessment of their abacus skills. He selected a total of 20 articulate assistants, specifically those who demonstrated quick calculations, to serve as cashiers. Many of these laborers had come from rural areas seeking work in the city, and Li Hao arranged for them to reside in the servants' quarters of the Li residence, thus enhancing the liveliness of the spacious abode. Subsequently, Li Hao secured a commodious storefront through the Chui family's pawnshop and appointed a steward. This steward, named Ding Fu, was nearing 50, with hair and beard mostly white. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Having previously served as a steward in an official's household, he was literate, well-versed in social etiquette, and possessed a solid understanding of the customs of prominent families in northern Song, along with commendable management skills. Li Hao engaged Ding Fu with a generous monthly salary of 6 strings of cash and assured him of a year-end bonus before the new year, the amount of which would depend on his performance. Li Hao conducted intensive training for the shop staff, as they were to sell modern small commodities, a realm with which they were largely unfamiliar, necessitating thorough pre-job training. The staff was divided into 2 groups, with a rotation system established for shifts. Once the working hours were clarified, the employees expressed their gratitude for having such a benevolent employer recently returned from overseas. With the shift system, their work periods were manageable, not encroaching upon meal times or rest, and they were compensated more generously than others. In comparison, the workers cherished this employment opportunity greatly. Li Hao mused on how remarkably compliant the workers of the Song Dynasty were, with a clear sense of hierarchy and a readiness to heed their employer. Such industrious and uncomplaining laborers were a rarity in the 21st century, where workers often exhibited a sense of superiority, quick to dismiss their employers. In this world, securing stable employment remained a challenge, making the laborers' appreciation for their jobs all the more significant. 4 days later, a new store opened on the busiest street of Chuanzhou. The entrance was grand, adorned with a large sign inscribed with the flamboyant characters, Pavilion of Rare Treasures. A red silk ribbon, embellished with flowers, hung from the sign, its ends fluttering in the breeze. Li Hao and steward Ding Fu stood nearby, observing. Ding Fu remarked, Young master, how did you conceive the idea of a lion dance for the grand opening? This strategy is truly remarkable, drawing a large crowd on the very first day, a splendid omen. The ancients placed great importance on auspicious beginnings, and the lion dance indeed symbolizes joy and good fortune. Ding Fu admired the young master's ingenuity, lamenting his own inability to conceive such a notion. Li Hao chuckled inwardly. The lion dance was merely a customary practice, yet to Ding Fu, It appeared as a significant innovation. The vast disparity in cultural backgrounds was evident, shaped by centuries of civilization. As the sound of firecrackers erupted, the store officially commenced operations. A throng of onlookers surged inside, their curiosity piqued. At that moment, a young scholar accompanied by a servant strolled by. Observing the flamboyant sign of the Pavilion of Rare Treasures, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "The proprietor certainly has an inflated opinion of himself. Who dares proclaim that every item sold here is a rare treasure?" Yet, within the shop, exclamations of wonder echoed, and patrons frequently voiced their admiration, suggesting that the goods indeed possessed exceptional qualities. The servant, intrigued, queried, "Shall we enter to see what rare treasures await?" The scholar, piqued by curiosity, nodded, "Very well. But if the items prove to be ordinary, we shall smash his sign." Thus, they entered the store. Li Hao overheard the scholar's words and smiled at Ding Fu, saying, "He intends to smash my sign. Let us follow him inside and observe his reaction upon encountering the exotic treasures from abroad." As the scholar and his servant entered the Pavilion of Rare Treasures, the establishment was already bustling with patrons. The proprietor had anticipated such a scenario, ensuring ample space between the counters to accommodate the crowd. The scholar, named Mo Fan, was a renowned talent in Xuanzhou, the son of one of the city's leading merchants. Approaching the first counter, he saw an assistant holding a round object delicately with both hands. "Esteemed guests, this is our specially crafted crystal mirror, priced at 50 strings of cash." Mo Fan exclaimed, 50 strings for a mirror? This is nothing short of highway robbery. Is your mirror crafted from gold instead of copper? The assistant, beaming, replied, "Indeed, our mirrors are unlike the common copper ones. They are unique, which justifies the price." The servant pressed forward, clamoring, "Let me see. Let me see." The assistant held the mirror up for the servant to gaze into, prompting a startled cry. "Ah?" Mo Fan admonished, "One must cultivate composure through learning. It is improper to shout at every little thing." The servant stuttered, pointing at the mirror. "That mirror, that mirror." The assistant offered the mirror for Mo Fan to inspect as well, and he gasped, "Ah." His reaction was louder than the servant's, having momentarily forgotten his own admonition. The mirror was astonishing. Its clarity was unparalleled, leaving him in awe of the craftsmanship. "This is a treasured secret of our shop. Only the proprietor knows its composition," the assistant explained, unable to divulge further. After a prolonged contemplation, Mo Fan declared, "I'll purchase it." The servant was taken aback, "But that costs 50 strings. Mo Fan replied, "My sister's birthday is approaching, and I have been searching for a gift. This crystal mirror is perfect. It will surely be far more cherished than any jewelry." The servant produced a stack of silver notes to complete the transaction, and the assistant cautioned Mo Fan, "This mirror, akin to our finest porcelain, is quite fragile. You must handle it with care, as our shop cannot be held liable for any damages." Mo Fan then moved to another counter, where an assistant enthusiastically proclaimed, "This is our shop's marvel, the magnifying glass." Why is it called a magnifying glass? Because through it, objects appear significantly larger, allowing one to see even the smallest details with clarity. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, "I don't believe it. How can such a miraculous item exist? What a joke, magnifying things. I've never heard of such a thing." One bold individual wagered, "If it's real, I'll eat that item." Another retorted, as if it truly magnified, it would be worth 20 strings. "You think they'd let you eat something so valuable?" The assistant demonstrated the magnifying glass to a customer, who gasped in astonishment, "Heavens, it's true. My finger looks as thick as my arm." Mo Fan, losing the demeanor of a scholar, pushed forward, exclaiming, "Let me see. Let me see." The assistant placed a strand of hair on the counter and held the magnifying glass above it. Mo Fan leaned in for a closer look and gasped, "Is that still a hair? It looks thicker than yarn." The assistant chuckled, "So, what do you think? Buy one, and you'll see even the tiniest things with perfect clarity." Despite having just spent 50 strings on the mirror, Mo Fan, though enamored with the magnifying glass, hesitated to purchase it immediately. His family was prosperous, yet such expenditures could attract his father's ire. At that moment, the assistant unexpectedly brought the magnifying glass close to his own eyes. The crowd gasped as they witnessed a colossal eye, causing some to retreat in fright. With a hearty laugh, the fellow exclaimed, "This magnifying glass not only magnifies objects but also concentrates sunlight into a single point, capable of igniting paper and leaves." The stock of magnifying glasses is limited, so one must act swiftly if they wish to purchase. Chapter 6. The pursuit of knowledge. Mo Fan was lost in thought when a sudden waft of fragrance reached him. Not far away, another attendant exclaimed, "Dear villagers, this is our shop's secret perfume. With just a drop, the entire room will be filled with its delightful aroma. Come, take a whiff. How splendid it is." Mo Fan approached and inhaled deeply, the refreshing scent enveloping him. "How much for a bottle of this perfume?" he inquired. "This esteemed scholar," the attendant replied, "is merely 80 coins for a whole bottle." 80 coins? That is quite steep. Mo Fan remarked, "However, I am not a scholar. I am a successful candidate." "Ah, a distinguished candidate. My apologies," the attendant exclaimed, astonished that such a young scholar had achieved this honor. It seemed his future was indeed bright. The attendant promptly retrieved a book from behind the counter, saying, "Esteemed candidate, why not purchase this calligraphy practice book? It is our shop's unique water writing book. By dipping a clean brush in water, you can write directly on it. The water transforms into ink-like marks, just like using actual ink. Once dried, you can use it again and again." Scratching his head, the attendant added, "As our owner puts it, this is low carbon and environmentally friendly. Perfect for someone of your esteemed status." The attendant mentioned that this practice book was quite renowned, though he momentarily forgot its name. Mo Fan pointed to the book. "It is the Pagoda Stili by Yan Jinqing. Of course it is famous. Have you heard of Yan's sinewy style?" Noticing the attendant's blank expression, Mo Fan felt he was speaking to a wall and decided to change the subject, asking, "Can one truly write with clear water and see the ink marks?" "Absolutely," the attendant replied, setting aside his magnifying glass. After all, this item was unlikely to sell immediately. Seeing that this candidate seemed affluent, the attendant enthusiastically promoted the water writing book and blank water writing cloth. He produced a new brush and a bowl of clean water, offering it to Mo Fan. "Esteemed candidate, do give it a try." Mo Fan accepted the brush, dipped it in the water, and questioned, "Is it really this simple?" The attendant nodded, "Indeed." Just like that, as the brush touched the water writing cloth, the water transformed into ink marks before Mo Fan's eyes. He was astonished. "It truly works with just clear water. Who is your owner? To create such wondrous items, he must be extraordinary. This water writing book is merely 30 coins. Allowing for repeated use, the attendant stated, following Li Hao's suggestion to emphasize its value. "How intriguing. I shall purchase it." Although he spent another 30 coins. He reasoned that it was related to calligraphy, and his father would likely not object. Mo Fan instructed his servant to pay, and then inquired, "Your shop's items are quite pricey. I wonder what is the most expensive?" The attendant pointed upstairs. "The most expensive item is the telescope on the second floor, priced at 8,000 coins. With that, distant objects appear as if they are right before you. How marvelous. I must see it," Mo Fan declared, ascending the stairs. The second floor showcased many peculiar items, and after a brief inquiry, he approached a window. There, on a tripod, stood a cylindrical object, entirely black, wide on one end and narrow on the other, with the wider end facing outside. A young gentleman in splendid attire was peering through the narrow end, exclaiming, "People several streets away appear as if they are right in front of me. Oh, that young lady in the direction of the government office is quite lovely." Mo Fan tiptoed to glance outside. At such a distance, the figures were mere black dots, indistinguishable as male or female. Could one truly see their features? He turned to the attendant. "May I take a look as well? Is there a fee for a mere glance?" Mo Fan mused, marveling at the owner's savvy business acumen. His curiosity piqued. He dismissed the trivial expense of 100 coins and instructed his servant to pay. Li Hao had set a prohibitively high price for the telescope, not intending to sell it, but rather to charge those who wished to try it. Each viewer was charged 100 coins, which could accumulate significantly. As it was Mo Fan's turn, the attendant lit a new incense stick and gestured for him to step forward. Mo Fan leaned in, and to his amazement, he could see pedestrians several streets away. After stepping back from the telescope, he noted that those figures were mere dots to the naked eye. Yet their features were clear through the telescope. Indeed, the name was aptly chosen. It allowed one to gaze far and wide. After testing the telescope, Mo Fan continued to explore the shop, marveling at each unique item. The assortment was astonishing, each object more extraordinary than the last, some of which he had never even dreamed of. Everything was simply wondrous. One item was a wristwatch, which, after winding, could tell time accurately, far surpassing the precision of water clocks. Another was a shower gel, said to provide a refreshing cleanse, though he had not tried it. Mo Fan was confident in the wonders of the shop. His eyes opened wide with wonder when suddenly he heard a voice say, earlier outside, "I believe I heard you mention wanting to smash my signboard?" Turning around, he saw an elderly man and a young gentleman, the latter inquiring, May I ask what is wrong with my shop's sign that made you wish to destroy it so hastily? A flicker of surprise crossed Mo Fan's face, followed by a slight blush. He clasped his fists and responded, I am Mo Fan, a humble calligraphy practitioner. May I inquire your esteemed name? Li Hao mirrored his formality. I am Li Hao. And what is your relationship with this remarkable shop? Mo Fan asked. This shop is indeed owned by me, Li Hao replied. Oh, so you are the proprietor of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. My apologies for my earlier words. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Every item in your shop is worthy of being called a rare treasure, making your establishment's name quite fitting. I sincerely apologize for my thoughtless remarks. Mo Fan bowed deeply, understanding the significance of a shop sign in the Song Dynasty. Li Hao had initially made a jest, not expecting Mo Fan to respond so earnestly. He found the young scholar intriguing and gestured, no harm done. Mo, it is fate that we meet today. How about I treat you to a few drinks at the nearby Taibai Tower? Delighted, Mo Fan replied, that sounds splendid. I was just about to seek your counsel. But allow me to treat you as a humble apology for my earlier indiscretion. Such kind words. Li Hao mused, turning to his steward, Ding Fu, and whispering a few instructions. Ding Fu nodded and fetched a box. Li Hao handed the box to Mo Fan, saying, since you insist on treating, I shall accept your generosity. I see you have a keen interest in calligraphy and painting. This box contains color pigments for painting, which can be activated with water. Consider it a small gift. The box and every pigment inside had their labels scraped off. Li, this is far too precious a gift for me to accept. Mo Fan protested. Li Hao chuckled. It holds little value. It is merely painting pigment. The true worth lies in the paintings themselves. I may need to request a piece from you in the future. Being a magnanimous individual, Mo Fan hesitated briefly before accepting the box. In that case, thank you, Li. I shall bring a painting to you for guidance. However, my humble artistic endeavors scarcely merit the grandeur of the esteemed halls. Yet my sister possesses remarkable insight into the realm of painting. As the two engaged in conversation, they exited the Rare Treasures Pavilion and made their way to the elegantly secluded Taibai Tower across the street, finding a private booth separated by a screen. Mo Fan ordered a selection of appetizers and requested 2 pots of wine from the server. His attendant stepped forward to fill 2 cups with wine before gracefully retreating to stand by in service. The two exchanged toasts. And Mo Fan could no longer contain his curiosity. Li brother, that water-riding cloth is truly extraordinary. I am at a loss to comprehend how it transforms clear water into ink. Furthermore, why does the ink vanish upon drying, allowing for repeated use? Li Hao shook his head, replying, this is crafted by the most skilled artisans from overseas, and the specific method of production is a closely guarded secret, of which I am unaware. Oh. Mo Fan felt a tinge of disappointment but quickly inquired, and what of the magnifying glass? How does it enable us to see objects at a much larger scale? Li Hao, well-versed in the principles of convex lenses as a student of a prestigious university science and engineering program, decided to enlighten him. Albeit unsure of how much Mo Fan could grasp. We perceive objects due to the presence of light. This magnifying glass is made from a transparent substance called glass. And when light passes through the glass, it undergoes refraction. Li Hao elaborated on the principle of convex lenses, and when Mo Fan expressed confusion, he even requested the server to bring clear water to demonstrate a simple illustration of light refraction on the water-riding cloth. At the conclusion of his explanation, Li Hao added, refraction is a common phenomenon. I wonder if Brother Mo has ever attempted to spear fish? When light refracts, the actual position of the fish is slightly lower than where it appears, so one must aim just below the fish to successfully catch it. Similarly, if you insert a chopstick at an angle into water, it appears bent. While speaking, he drew another illustration depicting the refraction of fish as they surfaced. To Li Hao's surprise, Mo Fan exhibited remarkable comprehension. After Li Hao's thorough yet accessible explanation, he appeared to understand. Consequently, Mo Fan gazed at Li Hao with wide, astonished eyes as if he had just witnessed a flower bloom upon Li Hao's face. The shock within Mo Fan was profound. What he had regarded as commonplace phenomena in life encompassed such rich principles, revealing the depth of knowledge possessed by the individual before him. Observing the gradually fading patterns on the water-riding cloth, Mo Fan pondered aloud, it seems Brother Li has only scratched the surface. I suspect there are even deeper insights to uncover. Might you elucidate further for your humble brother? Li Hao rolled his eyes, thinking, do you truly believe I am your physics teacher, obliged to offer you several lectures on optics? I could certainly elaborate further, but would you truly comprehend it? For instance, calculating the refractive index using Snell's law involves the sine ratios of the angles of incidence and refraction, a simpleton like you would scarcely grasp trigonometric functions. And understanding would only be possible if the sun were to rise in the west. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The study of the myriad phenomena of the world and the principles connecting heaven and humanity is but a superficial understanding on my part. I cannot delve deeper. And such knowledge is rather tedious. Let us converse about other matters." Chapter 7. Introduction to the Force. Li Hao chose not to pursue the topic further, and Mo Fan, being unable to do much else, refrained from pressing the matter, as it was their first meeting, and it would be inappropriate to linger too long. Curiosity got the better of Mo Fan, and he inquired about the situation overseas. The two engaged in a delightful conversation, touching upon various subjects. As their dialogue progressed, Mo Fan found himself increasingly astonished, not only by Li Hao's profound knowledge in the realm of understanding principles, but also by the breadth and depth of his intellect. It was as if Li Hao possessed an omniscient grasp of astronomy, geography, and history, insightful enough to foresee events 5 centuries in advance and comprehend those that had transpired 5 centuries prior. By the end of their meal, Mo Fan was utterly in awe of Li Hao. After dining, Mo Fan noted down Li Hao's address, promising to visit him in the future before departing with his attendant. This was Li Hao's first encounter with the scholarly individuals of this era, and he quietly marveled at Mo Fan's solid foundation in Confucianism. It would be an exaggeration to label him merely as a bookworm. Mo Fan's thoughts were both meticulous and flexible, although his speech bore a somewhat archaic tone. He was far from being pedantic. Following his acquaintance with Mo Fan, Li Hao's perspective on the scholars of this time underwent a significant transformation. Perhaps it was the rigid structure imposed by the imperial examination system during the Ming and Qing dynasties that stifled the minds of scholars. That evening, the sound of the abacus in the accounting room echoed incessantly. Soon enough, the day's revenue was tallied, an impressive sum exceeding 1,400 guan. Li Hao was astonished. It appeared that the purchasing power in Chuanzhou during the Song Dynasty was remarkably robust. On the first day of business, the clientele of the Rare Treasures Pavilion was still limited, but it was evident that the following days would see revenues soar to new heights. Li Hao had no immediate plans to wholesale these modern goods to others. He contemplated that merely profiting from the wealthy in Chuanzhou felt too constricted. Besides selling goods, he could also engage in other ventures, thus earning from ordinary folks. With the shop finally operational in northern Song, Li Hao found himself enjoying a leisurely pace of life. He designated the backyard of the estate as a restricted area, forbidding the laborers from entering, adhering to the traditional customs where male servants were not permitted in such spaces. To maintain appearances, Li Hao purchased a multitude of books, leading the servants and neighbors to believe he was preparing for the imperial examinations, thus justifying his prolonged seclusion in the backyard. Each morning, he would rise early to exercise, followed by a breakfast prepared by the cook, and then practice sensing the force. After a brief nap post-lunch, he would resume his exercises, even dedicating his evenings to the practice, leaving only time for meals and rest. His days fell into a rhythmic routine, and after 10 days of this seclusion, Li Hao's once restless spirit found tranquility. Distractions during meditation gradually diminished. That night, Li Hao laid a bamboo mat in the backyard, a serene spot beneath the vast expanse of stars. The night sky, unmarred by industrial pollution, was perpetually enchanting, with the Milky Way clearly visible. As he lay there, his heart opened, and he felt the gentle embrace of starlight, naturally clarifying his mind and allowing him to connect with the force. His habitual practice over these days had rendered it as effortless as breathing. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated in his mind, and a multitude of images flashed before him. The Big Bang, the formation of countless galaxies, the evolution of life on myriad planets, the rise and fall of civilizations. In an instant, he perceived the cycle of existence, the birth and demise of all things, the ebb and flow of the cosmos. It felt as though he had witnessed the entirety of human experience within a fleeting moment. His thoughts galloped freely across the infinite expanses of time and space, inundated with emotions and sensations that were vividly real. Eventually, the tumultuous images and feelings began to fade, leaving Li Hao in a profound state of stillness, a tranquility he had never before encountered. His consciousness felt ethereal, as if all existence, including his own body, had dissolved into nothingness. Only his true essence remained, a silent observer in the void. Everything had ceased to exist, yet he remained, the singular presence. This was an enigmatic sensation, one where all distractions had been expelled, leaving his heart as calm as a mirror reflecting the universe. In that extreme stillness, between the realms of reality and illusion, Li Hao sensed a vast power permeating the cosmos, encompassing all forces, a power beyond description. This force governed the movements of the universe in the cycles of stars. As he continued to sense this power, it grew more palpable and immense, yet it welcomed him. Li Hao felt a connection forming with this force. Suddenly, the voice of the super wormhole intelligence system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have now acquired the seed of the Force. You are officially a level 1 practitioner. Known as an apprentice of the Force, having taken your first steps into this realm. The initiation into the Force requires both talent and opportunity. Both are indispensable. As you proceed on your journey of Force cultivation, you will come to understand just how fortunate you are this evening. Li Hao was enveloped in a deep, heartfelt joy, not one of exuberance or excitement, but a gentle yet profound contentment. This was a result of your guidance. Without it, he might never have grasped the essence of the Force. While I can awaken your consciousness and allow you to experience the transformations of the universe, should you fail to sense the Force after a few attempts, you may never have the chance to enter its realm throughout your life. Li Hao was taken aback. Only a few chances? Indeed. The first opportunity is the most significant. If you fail on the first attempt, the chances of success diminish to less than 20% for the second and third attempts. The initial resonance of your consciousness provides the greatest impact, and each subsequent attempt yields less effect. Eventually, you may become accustomed to the experience, rendering it ineffective. Thus, entering the Force relies on both talent and serendipity. If you falter in the initial attempts, while I can still assist you in experiencing the Force, the purity of the seed formed through external means will be insufficient, leaving you with little hope of becoming a master of the Force. Li Hao pondered for a moment, relieved that this information had not been disclosed to him beforehand. Otherwise, the pressure might have clouded his mind, making it unlikely for him to sense the Force. Chapter 8. The cultivation of the Force. In my exploration of your network, I encountered several science fiction films, which depict 3 primary applications of the Force: telekinesis, mind control, and precognition. However, the Force of the Yaling tribe possesses 5 distinct applications, encompassing the aforementioned 3, along with body tempering and force formation. Upon completing the tutorial, the intelligence system concluded, the Force represents the most primordial power in the universe, propelling the movement of galaxies and governing the transformations of all things. Mastering the cultivation of the Force is a formidable challenge, fraught with difficulties along a path that is destined to be arduous and winding. Among these challenges, the most daunting is the mastery of one's own mindset, necessitating constant vigilance during the practice. Li Hao expressed his confusion. Is maintaining one's mindset truly the most challenging aspect? Consider this: a mere individual, possessing the ability to wield the vast, tumultuous power of the cosmos. How might their mindset be affected? Perhaps they would become arrogant and disdainful, or perhaps they would succumb to rage and a thirst for violence. It is difficult to say, as individuals will react differently. Some may seek to uphold world peace, aspiring to attain enlightenment through the liberation of all beings. You cannot yet fathom the intoxicating allure of wielding such power. For instance, in this northern Song world, an emperor can dictate the fate of nearly 100 million commoners. Imagine the extent of his obsession with power. The temptation of the Force, however, surpasses that of power itself. Upon acquiring such transcendent strength, one is inevitably poised atop the pinnacle of authority, not to mention possessing the ability to dominate all existence. The voice of the intelligence system continued in its serene manner. As practitioners advance, countless Force cultivators become ensnared by their power, ultimately losing themselves, with many descending into madness. The more gifted one is, the greater their inflated confidence, rendering them more susceptible to peril. Some may overextend themselves in their attempts to merge with the Force, resulting in their assimilation into it and the loss of their self-awareness. Others may introduce excessive force during body tempering, leading to catastrophic consequences. Such occurrences are alarmingly commonplace. Li Hao sighed. I can hardly believe that the cultivation of the Force can lead to such madness. So, one must maintain a cautious and prudent mindset. Yet, being overly timid is also unwise. Without fully liberating one's individuality, one shall never become a master of the Force. Li Hao found himself perplexed. What, then, constitutes the healthiest mindset for a Force practitioner? This is a complex matter, and even an extensive discourse would be insufficient. Ultimately, it suffices to adhere to the 7 characters articulated by your predecessors. These 7 characters encapsulate the essence of cultivating the Force. Li Hao inquired with curiosity, what are these 7 characters? They are, act according to the heart's desire, yet not beyond the bounds A practitioner of the Force should maintain this mindset. One's individuality must be completely unleashed. Otherwise, the Force shall never transcend a certain realm. Actions may be pursued with unrestrained passion. Love should be fervently embraced. Hatred should be expressed vehemently, and assistance to friends should be offered without hesitation. While pursuing vengeance against foes should be relentless. This is what it means to act according to the heart's desire. In the cultivation of the Force, the breadth of one's heart determines the magnitude of one's power. After a pause, the intelligence system continued. However, following act according to the heart's desire. There lies yet not beyond the bounds. All actions must adhere to a fundamental limit. If one acts without boundaries, they plunge into the dark side of the Force, embarking upon a path of self-destruction. Regardless of the level of force one attains, it is imperative to remember to never lose a sense of reverence. One must maintain awe towards the vast starry seas, the boundless universe, and the endless force. Li Hao silently noted these words, momentarily lost in thought, and remarked, "From what I gather, it seems that the final stages of force cultivation are remarkably powerful." After this exchange, the intelligence system fell silent. The system refrained from elaborating on the culmination of force cultivation, and Li Hao hesitated to inquire further. He believed that the intelligence system had a comprehensive strategy for transmission. If there was knowledge he ought to possess, it would undoubtedly be imparted to him. Any excessive questioning would yield no benefit. For now, he resolved to disregard it. If one were to liken the cultivation of the Force to ascending a mountain peak, he was still at the foothills. There was no need to overly fantasize about the view from the summit. He needed only to focus on each step before him. It seemed that as he began to engage with the Force, even a single leaf felt overwhelmingly heavy. Li Hao tore off a fragment the size of a fingernail and concentrated, slowly levitating this minuscule piece of foliage into the air, guiding it with his will. Telekinesis, the most fundamental application of the Force. At last, he succeeded. Li Hao felt a rush of excitement. Though it was merely a small fragment of a leaf he was manipulating, it was undeniably a genuine application of the Force. This represented a qualitative transformation from nothingness to existence. As the Force grew stronger, perhaps one day he could command the galaxies with his hands. Just as the intelligence system had suggested, a trickle of force coursed through his organs and muscles, invigorating him. Wherever the Force flowed, his entire being felt as if parched earth welcomed rain, revitalizing him with vibrant energy. He felt enveloped in a soothing warmth, as if immersed in a hot spring, every cell brimming with vitality, resonating with the abundant force permeating the universe. After a night of body tempering through the Force, Li Hao felt invigorated, as if he possessed boundless energy. Stepping into the courtyard, he struck a tree with all his might, causing the trunk to shudder and dozens of leaves to cascade down. His strength had significantly increased. In the subsequent days, his mastery of the Force surged rapidly. He could now manipulate objects weighing less than 50 grams from a distance. He even managed to control 2 leaves simultaneously, guiding them along divergent paths in the air. Since temporal and spatial trade offered lucrative opportunities, he saw no issue in foregoing a university diploma. The cultivation of the Force was his greatest reliance for the future, evidently more promising than continuing his academic pursuits. Chapter 9. Temporal Trade. The Rare Treasures Pavilion has firmly established itself on its path. In comparison to the exorbitant prices, the cost of these small commodities is remarkably low. Being mere products of modern industrial production, the wages of the shop assistants are also minimal, resulting in an astonishingly high profit margin, with a daily income of 1,300 guan. After deducting costs, labor, rent, and taxes, presumably at a rate of 115, as mentioned in some literature regarding the Northern Song Dynasty. Though the accuracy remains uncertain, why has no one come to collect taxes since the business opened? Even after accounting for the anticipated tax deductions, there remains a net profit exceeding 1,100 guan each day. Earning over 1,000 guan daily translates to more than 10,000 guan within 10 days. Such wealth, amounting to 10,000 guan, signifies immense fortune in the Northern Song. If this trend continues, 100 days would yield over 100,000 guan, allowing one to ride a crane to Yangzhou. The profits from a year could afford 3 trips to Yangzhou on a crane. Li Hao entered the hall and summoned the steward Ding Fu, who soon hurried in, bowing respectfully. "Young master, how may I serve you?" he inquired. "Rest assured, I will manage the workers and assistants diligently. When do you plan to depart, and how many companions will you bring?" "I shall arrange for the carriage immediately." In the storeroom, only 5 large chests were present, devoid of any other items. These chests brimmed with silver, equivalent to the 5,000 guan converted into silver. Opening the wormhole, Li Hao meticulously transported each chest through it. The total of 5,000 taels of silver, with a single tael in the Song Dynasty weighing approximately 37.5 grams, amounts to 187,500 grams, or over 370 pounds of silver. Divided into 5 chests, each one contained less than 80 pounds of silver. After undergoing the refinement of primal energy, Li Hao could effortlessly lift objects weighing up to 200 pounds. These chests felt exceedingly light. In the following days, Li Hao was quite occupied. He sought out numerous private factories and workshops that purchased silver, selling the fragmented silver in batches. Over the years, the price of silver had surged, yet the purity of Li Hao's silver was inadequate, and being eager to sell, he managed only to sell it for a little over 4 yuan per gram, totaling more than 800,000 yuan, while the wealth of 20,000 guan in the northern Song did not greatly impress Li Hao, as he was not deeply familiar with the prices of the era. He was aware that he was considered affluent in Xuanzhou. However, confronted with a bank balance exceeding 800,000 yuan, he found himself overwhelmed. It was his first time possessing such wealth. Though he understood that the 20,000 guan of the northern Song was, in fact, greater than the present sum, the shock of 800,000 yuan was far more profound. Earning over 1,000 guan daily in the northern Song equates to over 100,000 yuan today. A realization that left him astounded. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a person accustomed to daily earnings in the range of tens of thousands. A stark contrast to his previous student life of abject poverty. Nanjing University, a prestigious institution in Huaxia, offered a popular program in communications engineering. Yet the professors typically sought graduate students even when requiring assistance, leaving Li Hao overlooked. With over 700,000 yuan remaining, he rented a large warehouse in the suburbs. Engaging in temporal trade necessitated frequent procurement, making an apartment inconvenient. This particular warehouse was chosen for its seclusion, ensuring confidentiality, and it was enclosed by a wall, additionally featuring a room for habitation, typically occupied by the warehouse manager. Li Hao vacated his previous apartment and moved into the adjacent room of the warehouse. The only drawback was the lack of a wired internet connection. However, he procured a wireless internet card, resolving the issue. Once everything was arranged, Li Hao embarked on a fervent shopping spree, initiating a more substantial scale of temporal trade. His first priority was to acquire 2 complete sets of household solar power systems. As a modern individual, the absence of electricity in daily life would be exceedingly burdensome. To thrive in the northern Song, electricity was indispensable. Diesel generators were excessively noisy and lacked a steady diesel supply. Solar power offered a more convenient alternative, given his modest energy requirements. Subsequently, he procured a diverse array of goods for sale in the Song Dynasty as well as for personal use, purchasing everything that came to mind. The variety of items was extensive, ranging from bulk goods to smaller items. Thanks to the advances in logistics and the convenience of online shopping, Li Hao merely needed to place orders and make payments online, with deliveries arriving at the warehouse seamlessly. Once all preparations were finalized, Li Hao securely locked the main gate of the enclosure, secured the doors and windows of his room, and finally locked the warehouse door. When Li Hao reappeared before everyone, their inner joy was palpable, especially when a cart bearing a shipment arrived at the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Excitement surged among the staff. The store would remain open, ensuring that their employment continued. Li Hao profoundly sensed the respect and gratitude of his employees. In this era, workers were commendable. A little kindness from him inspired deep loyalty. Upon returning to the northern Song, Li Hao raised the prices of all products in the Rare Treasures Pavilion by 30%, elevating the already daunting prices even further. Chapter 10. The Force Manipulation in the World of the Northern Song Dynasty. Within the grand residence rented by Li Hao, the morning sun had just begun to rise. Li Hao stood beside a large tree in the backyard, cradling 2 slender razor blades, ready to commence a new day of training. These blades, intended for shaving, were thinner than paper, yet remarkably sharp. As the force surged within him, the blades levitated and swiftly circled around his body like lightning. Through days of relentless effort, Li Hao had mastered the ability to manipulate objects weighing up to 100 grams from a distance of approximately 30 meters. Within this range, any item under 100 grams would move according to his will. The blades spun faster and faster in midair, emitting a faint sound akin to slicing through the air, moving so swiftly that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Li Hao's sensitivity to the force expanded, allowing him to command everything within a 30-meter radius, his domain of power. Should he wish, he could sense every ant within that distance, even those buried 30 meters underground. With a sudden flourish, the blades began to rotate at an astonishing speed, faster than a motor, producing a soft humming sound. Their minimal air resistance enabled them to spin at a terrifying velocity under the relentless drive of the force. Li Hao reveled in this sensation of control. With a mere thought, the world around him responded to his command. The blades whirled even faster, slicing through a nearby leaf into fragments. The blades atop the tree joined in the dance, and in the wake of their gleaming arcs, a shower of leaves cascaded to the ground. Once more, the blades accelerated, targeting the airborne leaves, which were instantaneously pulverized into a fine green powder, reminiscent of being blended in a soybean milk maker. This green powder descended like smoke, mist, or dust. With a gentle motion, Li Hao retracted the blades and extended his palm, drawing the green powder towards him with an invisible force, gathering it into a small green sphere above his hand. A soft breath from Li Hao caused the sphere to disperse, the countless particles forming a green ribbon that danced around him. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the ribbon to flutter wildly. The green powder scattered and reformed in a continuous cycle, regardless of the wind's ferocity. As soon as the gust weakened, the particles would coalesce into the ribbon once more. Li Hao summoned another blade, deftly severing dozens of leaves from the tree. While maintaining the green ribbon, he commanded the blades to further reduce the fresh foliage into powder. This accumulating leaf powder enriched the ribbon, making it thicker, longer, and more vibrant in hue. However, as the volume of powder surpassed his control, the ribbon suddenly disintegrated, dissipating into green mist carried away by the wind. With a deep exhale, Li Hao felt a sense of progress that day. His daily practice involved manipulating various objects, enhancing his proficiency with the force. Fundamentally, deepening his sensitivity through meditation remained essential. Only by sensing more of the force could he gain strength and broaden his control. Object manipulation was merely the most rudimentary application of the force. Li Hao's abilities bore resemblance to those depicted in science fiction, yet diverged in significant ways. His mastery encompassed 4 core applications: force manipulation, force skills, mental control, and foresight. This surpassed the portrayals in science fiction by introducing the concept of force skills. Having recently crossed the threshold of force cultivation, Li Hao could only manipulate objects at a distance. The second, third, and fourth applications of the force remained far beyond his current capabilities. After practicing for a while, he suddenly heard a voice calling from afar. "Young master. Young master." A guest has arrived. Thanks to his enhanced hearing from force training, Li Hao discerned the call with clarity. The rented residence comprised a front courtyard, a central courtyard, and a back garden, where Li Hao typically practiced. He had instructed the servants to refrain from entering the back garden. If something urgent arose, they could only call to him from the entrance. Without opening the back door, Li Hao inquired, "What is it?" A laborer outside replied, "Young master, there is a scholar named Mo Fan seeking you." "Understood. Please ask Butler Ding to invite him to the main hall. I shall join shortly." In recent days, Mo Fan frequently gathered a few friends for outings, consistently extending invitations to Li Hao, and they had grown quite familiar. As he practiced force control, Li Hao donned athletic attire from the main world, as was his custom. However, this time he needed to change into traditional garments and wear a wig before stepping out. Although it was cumbersome to wear such ancient attire, it was necessary to blend in with the people of this world. His short hair would appear too unconventional. In the northern Song Dynasty, long hair was expected. The filial piety classic states, "The body, hair, and skin are gifts from one's parents. One must not dare to harm them. This is the beginning of filial piety." If he were to present himself in such a manner to outsiders, it would immediately convey a sense of disrespect. In any dynasty of China, even during the Qing dynasty, being labeled as unfilial would render one scorned by society. Having changed into appropriate attire and donned the wig, Li Hao made his way to the main hall of the central courtyard. Mo Fan was savoring a cup of green tea, and upon seeing Li Hao enter, he rushed over, abandoning all decorum, and grasped Li Hao's shoulder, urgently asking, "What kind of tea is this? How is it made? It smells divine." Li Hao smacked his forehead, recalling that while browsing historical novels online, he had come across references to tea roasting for profit. He wondered when this practice had begun. Surely they must have roasted tea during the Song Dynasty? "This is just ordinary tea leaves, merely processed a bit," he replied. Mo Fan was taken aback once more. It seemed that whenever he was with Li Hao, astonishment was a constant companion. "Ordinary tea leaves," he exclaimed hoarsely. Li Hao nodded. "Processed ordinary tea leaves can yield such an effect?" Mo Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Hao nodded again. Chapter 11. The sponsors of the great song Mo Fan sighed deeply several times and shook his head vigorously, as if attempting to dispel the tantalizing thoughts swirling in his mind. Li Hao, indifferent to his musings, settled into his seat, took a leisurely sip of tea, and then inquired, "Brother Mo, have you perhaps composed any new verses today that you could share for my appreciation?" Li Hao sought details regarding the poetry gathering, a grand assembly of the elite in Chuanzhou, where esteemed scholars, renowned merchants, and celebrated courtesans would converge. He was eager to attend this illustrious event, as the establishment of the Rare Treasures Pavilion in Chuanzhou necessitated forging local connections. Moreover, it presented an exceptional opportunity to promote the pavilion, akin to how many enterprises in the main world sponsor sports events to elevate their visibility. Participation in the Chuanzhou Poetry Gathering could significantly enhance the corporate image of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. As for the sponsorship fees, they were of little concern to the affluent Li Hao. Li Hao had devised a comprehensive strategy for his operations in the northern Song Dynasty. While selling small commodities from the main world during this era promised substantial profits, the energy required to open wormholes was precious, and he preferred to avoid frequent activations. He had learned that the energy needed for wormholes was essentially primal force. Yet his current level of primal force was too low to adequately replenish the energy for super wormholes. Additionally, the affluent class in Chuanzhou was limited, compelling him to consider strategies for engaging the common market. In light of these considerations, Li Hao resolved to segment his commercial endeavors in the Song Dynasty into 3 categories. One for the Rare Treasures Pavilion, which would cater to the wealthy by selling high-priced goods from the main world. Another for establishing a photography studio aimed at middle-income families in Chuanzhou, and a third for launching a magic performance troupe, targeting the general populace. A stage magic show could attract a large audience, and more importantly, the magical props could be reused, requiring only the training of competent performers to sustain ongoing presentations. Among the supplies Li Hao procured from the 21st century were laser printing equipment, ample photo paper, laminating materials, and numerous magic props. The online purchased magic props came with instructional manuals and even included tutorial videos to guide performances. Li Hao intended to prioritize the establishment of the photography studio, a relatively straightforward endeavor that merely required hiring and training a few agile assistants to capture simple photographs using digital cameras. Furthermore, keeping the printing equipment at his residence mitigated any risk of technological disclosure. Was there a need to worry about the Song Dynasty's inhabitants replicating color photo technology? Not only the native Song people but even time-traveling scholars would struggle to produce such items, which necessitated a considerably advanced industrial foundation. However, the realm of magic performance required stringent confidentiality measures. Indiscriminate recruitment for training could lead to individuals absconding with the learned skills to perform independently. The secrets of magic lie in the props and performance protocols, with a significant portion of the props potentially replicable in the Song Dynasty. Until adequate confidentiality measures were in place, Li Hao was reluctant to share his magical techniques, given that the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering in Chuanzhou was a gathering of luminaries. It represented an opportune moment to unveil magic performances, an ideal promotional opportunity. The two men reached a consensus on co-hosting the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. Mo Fan's eyes brightened. Even though the tea produced by his family's newly trained workers was somewhat inferior to what they were currently enjoying, it would undoubtedly sell well. The tea was exceptionally fragrant, far surpassing the market offerings, and once this new tea was launched, significant profits were assured. However, it seemed somewhat ruthless for Li Hao to claim a substantial portion of the profits while contributing only a processing method. Yet, upon reflection, without his guidance, Mo Fan's family would not have discovered this lucrative avenue. Caught in a moment of indecision, Mo Fan pondered that in this collaboration, nearly all the risks would be borne by his family, which appeared unwise. Yet, this venture seemed to promise guaranteed returns, with substantial profits at stake. Very well. I shall await good news. After bidding farewell to Mo Fan, Li Hao increasingly felt that the model of collaborating on tea roasting was quite advantageous. He tapped his forehead, realizing he should have conceived of this profitable approach much earlier. Such a technical investment was commonplace in the main world. Yet it might be perceived as a mere sleight of hand in the northern Song, possibly not embraced by the merchants of this era. Whether the tea roasting collaboration would materialize depended on Mo Fan's father's resolve. However, if it did not come to fruition, it mattered little. Many merchants in the northern Song were available for partnership. In truth, the main world offered numerous technologies akin to tea roasting. All he needed to do was provide the technical know-how while leaving the funding, personnel, and venue to his partners. He would merely share in the fruits of their labor, incurring minimal risk. Possessing advanced technologies from the main world, he could simply wait for the profits to accrue, counting his gains until his fingers ached. Of course, the concept of patents did not yet exist in the Song Dynasty, but trade secrets were real, and many long-established brands possessed unique recipes. The techniques he offered were akin to proprietary secrets, and it was certain that the shrewdest merchants of this era would be eager to collaborate with him. Chapter 12. The chicken and rabbit in the same cage is an arithmetical dilemma in the grand hall of the Li residence. Li Hao sat regally in the center, sipping a refreshing cola and savoring a piece of two-colored water chestnut cake. The delightful combination of a modern beverage and a delicacy from the northern Song Dynasty was a unique indulgence available only to him, and the flavors were exquisite. Meanwhile, the steward, Ding Fu, was reporting, "Young master, the pawnshop has provided over a dozen rental shops. After careful selection, I have shortlisted 3 for your final decision." Li Hao instructed Ding Fu to seek out a new location for the first photography studio in the Song Dynasty. Early that morning, Ding Fu had already reported his findings to Li Hao. "Let's take a look at the one nearest to the Rare Treasures Pavilion. If it suits our needs, we shall select that one to avoid any inconvenience," Li Hao suggested casually. "Very well, young master, I shall prepare the carriage at once." After inspecting the rental shops, Li Hao felt quite satisfied and decided to proceed with renting the chosen location, which was a mere 80 meters from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Since he was already there, Li Hao decided to pay a visit to the pavilion. As he sat in the carriage, his eyes gently closed as if resting, yet his mental awareness extended outward, vividly capturing the scene on the street in his mind. His spiritual energy had progressed significantly, allowing him to control objects weighing up to 150 grams with a range of 45 meters. In that moment, he was fully aware of the happenings in the shops lining the street. Before long, the carriage halted at the entrance of the Rare Treasures Pavilion, which was bustling with customers. Naturally, while many were browsing, few could afford the extravagant prices. Nevertheless, the pavilion had gained considerable fame, with whispers of its reputation reaching even Hangzhou and Yangzhou, where wealthy patrons would send representatives to procure items. Upon disembarking, a servant hurriedly approached Li Hao, exclaiming, "Young master, someone has solved the arithmetic problems you posted." "Problems? What problems?" Li Hao inquired. "The arithmetic questions you placed on the second floor. You mentioned that anyone who could solve them might become an accountant." "Oh, right. Has it taken this long for someone to figure them out?" Li Hao recalled that he had posted 2 ancient arithmetic problems, intending to recruit capable accountants. He was surprised that it had taken so long for someone to arrive at a solution. Naturally, he wished to meet the individual who had succeeded. To his astonishment, the solver turned out to be 2 young maidens, or rather, 2 beautiful girls disguised in male attire. One of them, in particular, possessed an exquisite and ethereal beauty, with a delicate oval face and elegantly arched willow leaf eyebrows. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like 2 crystal-clear springs, seemingly untouched by any impurities. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Such enchanting eyes likely belong to a person with a pure and innocent heart. Her skin was as tender as that of a newborn, a flawless blend of alabaster and rose, complemented by her moist, crimson lips, resembling an angelic visage. While her face rivaled that of an angel, her figure, concealed beneath the scholar's robe, did not quite measure up. The slight curves of her bosom were modestly hidden, revealing only a gentle rise beneath the fabric. It was a pity, had she donned feminine attire, her beauty would have undoubtedly been even more captivating. Even clad in male garb, her face alone possessed the power to enchant and captivate. Li Hao had an extensive collection of beautiful actresses and models on his computer wallpaper. Yet compared to the young maiden before him, those images paled in comparison, even with the added benefits of makeup and lighting. "Young lady, you possess a commendable foundation in mathematics, indeed. Would you be interested in joining the Li Trading Company as an accountant?" Li Hao remarked. The surprise in Li Hao's expression was interpreted by the maiden as sheer arrogance, akin to a boastful display. "You, arrogant fool," she retorted. Every expression and gesture from the stunning maiden exuded a captivating charm, and her displeasure was particularly enchanting in Li Hao's eyes. He chuckled. "I merely state the truth. If my honesty offends you, then I shall embrace your view of me as arrogant." "You are not just arrogant, you are also shameless," she exclaimed. Clearly raised with refined manners, she struggled to find more suitable words to express her indignation. Li Hao smiled. "You deem me arrogant for my humility. Yet I fail to see how I am shameless. My words merely reflect reality. How about we make a wager? You may pose any mathematical question you wish. And should I answer incorrectly, you may claim any item from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. On the other hand, if I answer correctly, what will you offer? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. The stakes of this wager were extraordinarily high, as some of the items within the pavilion were worth a fortune. The maiden hesitated, taken aback by Li Hao's audacity. Could it be that he truly possessed remarkable mathematical prowess? Unable to produce a wager of equivalent value. She felt the weight of the challenge, for even a single item in the pavilion could be worth thousands. Despite her confidence in victory, she lacked a suitable counter-wager. Observing her silence, Li Hao continued, I see that you are also educated, and your calligraphy must be quite exceptional. If you lose, you shall transcribe a poem of my choosing. The crowd gasped in disbelief. An inscription could equate to any item within the Rare Treasures Pavilion? Was there truly such value in calligraphy? Even the works of celebrated calligraphers such as Su Shi, Huang Tingjian, Mi Fu, and Kai Jing, not to mention the revered Wang Shiji, might not command such a price. Without a moment's hesitation, the maiden replied, Very well, I accept your challenge. I shall pose the questions. Li Hao gestured invitingly. Let us step into the shop and discuss matters in detail. You may ask as many questions as you like. Ding Fu, prepare some writing cloth. The two entered the Rare Treasures Pavilion and found a suitable resting room where they could converse without interruption. The maiden began to present her questions, inscribing them on the writing cloth with clear water. Upon examining them, Li Hao couldn't help but chuckle at their simplicity. The ancient text translated to, using a rope to measure the depth of a well, if the rope is folded 3 times and 4 meters remain above ground. And when folded 4 times only 1 meter remains, what is the depth of the well and the length of the rope? 100 adults and children consume a total of 100 steamed buns, knowing that each adult eats 3, and 3 children share 1. How many adults and children are there? A string of similar problems followed. Li Hao shook his head, laughing. These are merely linear equations. Could you perhaps present something more challenging? He proceeded to define 2 unknowns, X and Y, on the writing cloth and swiftly solved the equations. The maiden was not surprised by his ability to answer, as she had intentionally started with simpler questions. However, regardless of the complexity, Li Hao employed an unusual method to swiftly unravel the series of arithmetic conundrums. The maiden was left speechless. This was beyond her expectations. She presented another problem. A rooster is worth 5 coins, a hen is worth 3, while 3 chicks are worth 1. If one were to spend 100 coins to purchase 100 chickens, how many roosters, hens, and chicks would there be? Li Hao replied with a grin. A non-unique solution to a system of 3 equations. The answer should not be singular. Very well, allow me to determine it for you. After Li Hao solved these few problems, the girl could no longer contain her curiosity. What do these symbols signify, and how can you compute them so swiftly? These symbols represent the unknown variables in the problems. By transforming these equations, one can deduce the unknowns. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible to solve all problems in such a manner? Should I say that all problems of this nature can be approached this way? Even if the number of unknowns increases, one can still resolve them accordingly. Of course, with a greater number of unknowns, one might resort to linear algebra and matrix operations. But discussing that would be beyond your comprehension. Is this the art of simplifying complexity, returning to the essence? Is this the principle that simplicity leads to profundity, that myriad transformations remain anchored in fundamental truths? The girl was utterly mesmerized. The intellect before her was capable of authoring profound treatises, establishing a distinctive voice in the world, and bequeathing wisdom through the ages. This was akin to founding a school of thought in mathematics, embodying the realm of a master. The chasm between her knowledge and his was staggering, so vast that she could not even fathom its extent, nor could she gauge how profound this disparity truly was. It was akin to gazing at the stars. She understood their remoteness but could not estimate just how far away they were. She was filled with profound admiration, yet, due to a prior wager, she clung to a flicker of hope that perhaps Li Hao might falter on some obscure arithmetic problem. However, it soon dawned on her that her thoughts were overly naive. When one's proficiency reaches a certain height, what are deemed odd or difficult problems lose their significance. Li Hao was a student from a prestigious science and engineering university, one of the top 5 institutions in the nation. How could he possibly be stumped by such elementary arithmetic? Indeed, while some problems might even touch upon middle school level, to him, they bore no distinction. The girl paused her writing. Producing more problems would be futile. The person before her required no contemplation. Upon receiving a problem, he effortlessly deduced the answer, often responding faster than she could formulate the questions. Even more astonishing was his casual mention of numerous specialized mathematical terms. She found herself bewildered by their meanings. Yet she could discern that his arithmetic methodology was systematic, transcending conventional approaches and pioneering a more expansive realm of mathematics. Chapter 13. A gift of books to a fair maiden. The young girl harbored a profound admiration for the uncharted realm of mathematics. From an early age, she received a commendable education, yet as a woman, she was destined to be excluded from the imperial examinations. Consequently, she refrained from dedicating excessive time to the 4 books and 5 classics. Instead, her interest gravitated towards arithmetic, medicine, and the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Mathematics, being one of the 6 arts esteemed by the virtuous, was indeed revered among scholars. However, in a society that placed paramount importance on the imperial examinations, few were willing to devote themselves to such studies. From childhood, she had studied under a master of arithmetic, and upon surpassing her mentor, she found herself bereft of peers with whom to exchange ideas. After thorough exploration of the 10 mathematical classics, it seemed she had reached an impasse, with no further avenues to pursue. However, at this moment, Li Hao unveiled a broader horizon in mathematics, igniting her aspirations. Had Li Hao not been a young man, she would have eagerly sought to become his disciple on the spot. Rising gracefully, the young maiden offered Li Hao a courteous bow and remarked, "In your esteemed eyes, the problem of chickens and rabbits in the same cage is indeed fundamental. Your previous assertions were not born of arrogance, but rather of truth. I concede defeat and, as per our earlier agreement, shall transcribe a poem for you. Might I inquire which poem you favor?" With a smile, Li Hao replied, "Let us choose drumming from the Book of Songs, Bei Feng. This young lady possesses a certain charm," Li Hao mused, gazing at her retreating figure. It was merely a jest. Was it not? Must she take it so earnestly? The women of the northern Song Dynasty seem overly sensitive. Perhaps I have been a tad excessive in my teasing. Li Hao beckoned his steward, Ding Fu, and inquired, "I noticed a carriage from the Mo family parked outside. Was that young lady from the Mo household?" The old servant replied, "I am uncertain. I have heard that Mo Shui has a daughter, but I cannot confirm if she is the one you encountered. Send a clever servant to follow her discreetly, ensuring she remains unaware," Li Hao instructed. He stroked his chin, pondering the coincidence. Could it truly be that this young lady is Mo Fan's sister? While Mo Fan may be somewhat dim-witted, it would not be surprising for him to have such a beautiful sibling. Li Hao recognized that his jest had perhaps crossed a line. Given the stark contrast between the social norms of the Song Dynasty and those of the main world, where playful banter between young men and women was commonplace. Here, however, teasing someone upon first meeting was rather abrupt. Certain trivial matters could be entrusted to Ding Fu. If he were to handle everything personally, when would he find time to cultivate his original power? Which was more vital, earning money or refining his abilities? Mastery of original power was his lifelong pursuit. As his business gradually expanded, he needed to learn to delegate responsibilities. Among the 2 solar-powered home electricity systems he had brought from the main world, one was already installed, providing power to his master bedroom. As a student of electronic engineering, wiring was a trivial task for him. The power lines extended to his study and to a workshop in the courtyard, where an entire set of laser printing equipment was already connected to the power source, with additional outlets available for charging digital camera batteries. Moreover, Li Hao had promoted a young man named Hong Dashu from the Treasure Pavilion to oversee matters related to the photography studio. At around 27 or 28 years of age, Hong Dashu had excelled in the previous performance evaluation, leading to his promotion as a sales team leader. Recent sales reports indicated that his team had rapidly ascended to the top, suggesting he possessed a certain managerial aptitude. On the desk in the center of the study sat a sleek laptop, flanked by 2 printers. One, a color inkjet printer capable of producing images. The other, a laser printer with remarkable speed. After powering on the computer, Li Hao contemplated briefly before opening a folder containing book titles. A compilation he had downloaded from a forum that claimed to feature renowned works from both ancient and modern times. Titles such as The Wealth of Nations, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, The Works of Nature, and Compendium of Materia Medica were all included. Upon typing elements into the search bar and executing the search, a Word document promptly appeared. Skillfully, he opened it, converted it into traditional Chinese characters, and initiated printing. The laser printer promptly emitted a soft hum as it rapidly produced sheets of A4 paper. Finally, he inputted elements in large font, added the words by Euclid beneath it, and thought to include a gift to the Mo family of Chuanzhou at the top. This page would serve as the cover. After reviewing it, He added some mathematical symbols and a comparison between Arabic and Chinese numerals at the beginning of the document. He printed this additional page to place beneath the cover. Though lacking a hot melt binding machine, he deemed it unnecessary for such a simple task. By drilling a few holes through the stack of paper and threading it with coarse string, he had fashioned a book. Thus, a freshly minted edition of Elements rested upon his desk. This book is heralded as the most celebrated, comprehensive, and widely circulated mathematical treatise in the world, reportedly second only to the Bible in terms of distribution. According to the historical trajectory of the main world, this work would not reach China until the late Ming Dynasty, when the renowned scientist Su Guangqi collaborated with the Italian missionary Matteo Ricci on its translation. Regrettably, only a portion was translated at that time. And it was not until 2 centuries later that this mathematical masterpiece was fully introduced to China. In essence, this monumental work by Euclid, written around 300 BC, would not have a complete Chinese translation until 1857. Li Hao took the book to the front courtyard and summoned a long-serving laborer to deliver it to the MO residence, personally handing it to MO Fan. The laborer, aware of the significance of the task entrusted to him by the young master, made haste. After a considerable time, MO Fan received the elements from the laborer's hands. Flipping through the pages, MO Fan was taken aback, as he often was upon encountering the treasures from the treasure pavilion. His astonishment did not stem from the content, for he knew it was a mathematical text, an area in which he had little expertise. Rather, he was amazed by the minuscule yet remarkably clear print. MO Fan was captivated by Li Hao's description of the land established by the descendants of Liu Ban, a realm teeming with skilled artisans where each item was imbued with wonder. Clutching the book, he made his way to the small building where his sister resided. MO Fan's sister, MO Shiyun, sat in the garden pavilion of the backyard. Her handmaiden urged, "Are you still angry with that man? Let it go. It is not worth your health to fret over such a rogue." MO Shiyun gently shook her head. "I am not angry. Rather, I am pondering how I might learn arithmetic from him." By the way, he refers to arithmetic as mathematics. Indeed, numbers are one of the 6 arts of the virtuous. The study of numerical arts, mathematics, is an impressive title. The handmaiden grew anxious. "He has vexed you so. How can you still wish to learn from him? His character may be lacking, yet his knowledge is profound, verging on the expertise of a mathematical master. Alas, he has asked me to transcribe drumming. Henceforth, I shall avoid him." MO Shiyun lamented. The handmaiden furrowed her brow. "Which poem is drumming?" "It is a poem from the Book of Songs, Bei Feng, with lines that read, 'Life and death are covenant. Let us make our vows. Hand in hand, we shall grow old together.' Should I truly transcribe these lines for him, how could I ever face anyone again? It is utterly infuriating." MO Shiyun's lovely face flushed with indignation. At that moment, MO Fan's voice echoed from afar. "Little sister, there you are. I've searched high and low for you. Brother, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be studying in the study at this hour?" Chapter 14. Acquisition of Land. MO Fan raised the book in his hand and remarked, "Someone gifted me this book, and I thought you might appreciate it. So I brought it for you." MO Shiyun accepted it and, upon glancing at the title, exclaimed, "Elements of Geometry? What kind of book is this? How can such tiny text be printed? To carve such intricate characters, only the most skilled artisans could accomplish it. How peculiar, these characters are meant to be read horizontally." MO Fan shook his head, replying, "I too find it astonishing. Even more remarkable is the clarity of each character, all perfectly uniform. However, this book was a gift from the proprietor of the Curiosities Pavilion, where every item defies conventional understanding." "What? This is a gift from the proprietor of the Curiosities Pavilion?" MO Shiyun inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, he is the extraordinary individual I mentioned to you before. His knowledge is vast and profound, truly a paragon of scholarly excellence. I seldom admire others, but in comparison to him, I feel inadequate. Astronomy, geography, history, poetry, medicine, military strategy, and various other disciplines, he excels in all. It is a pity, though, that his foundation in the 4 books and 5 classics is rather weak. I cannot fathom why such an intelligent person does not devote more effort to them." MO Shiyun was momentarily stunned. Isn't he most proficient in mathematics? Could it be that his accomplishments in other fields are as extraordinary as in mathematics? Do such individuals truly exist? She murmured, "It seems impossible. Even if he began learning as an infant, how could he amass such knowledge? Could there really be individuals born with innate understanding?" MO Fan shook his head thoughtfully, quoting, "Those born with knowledge are the highest, those who learn are secondary. Those who struggle to learn are further still, and those who do not learn at all are the lowest." It appears Brother Li is indeed one of those born with knowledge. Although he cannot recite the 4 books and 5 classics verbatim, he can still expound upon them when I mention them, often with perspectives that provoke deep reflection. How can he be like this? Mo Shurian laughed. You bookworms. Preparing for the imperial examinations are the ones who cling to the 4 books and 5 classics. He grew up overseas and has no need to participate in the Song Dynasty's imperial examinations, so it is natural that he does not spend much time on them. That is a valid point. However, without studying the sage's words, one cannot grasp the principles of life and better navigate the world, Mo Fan insisted, shaking his head. Suddenly he inquired, how do you know Brother Li grew up overseas? Mo Shurian's cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned nonchalance. Everyone has been discussing the Curiosities Pavilion lately. Who doesn't know it sells exotic treasures from overseas? Who doesn't know its proprietor was educated abroad from a young age? Mo Shurian's heart raced slightly, and she hesitated before finally saying, all right, I shall go take a look as well. After a brief pause, as if convincing herself, she added, a photography studio? What a strange name. It's the first time I've heard of it. Since I have nothing to do at home, I might as well go out for a stroll. After Mo Fan departed, her maid remarked, my lady, are you truly going to meet that scoundrel? Mo Shurian gently opened the book, smiling slightly. I take back what I said earlier. His character isn't as poor as I claimed. The maid slapped her forehead, exclaiming, alas, you've been swayed by just a book. In the backyard of the Li residence, beneath a grand tree, Li Hao sat cross-legged, a small bowl of clear water before him. He focused intently on the bowl, slowly extending his right hand in a gentle gesture. A stream of water began to levitate from the bowl, transforming shape in midair. Li Hao had previously manipulated solid objects with his innate force, but this was his first attempt at controlling a liquid. Liquid was far more challenging to command. While controlling solids merely required counteracting gravity, liquid demanded the formation of a miniature force field to contain it, lest it spill everywhere. With the force pressing from all directions, Li Hao cautiously calibrated the strength of his control, ultimately shaping the water into a perfect sphere. Yet, the sphere remained unstable, its edges fluctuating, and the gusts of wind caused it to bulge and indent erratically. As Li Hao concentrated further, the manipulation of the force became increasingly refined, and the water sphere gradually achieved a flawless roundness. The wind occasionally rippled its surface, but it quickly settled back to calmness. Under the pressure of the force, the water began to morph into various shapes, a cube, a cone, a ring, and even a heart shape. At times, it would scatter into dozens of droplets, only to swiftly coalesce once more. Master! Suddenly, a distant voice called out. Li Hao's concentration faltered, and the force field collapsed, causing the water sphere to shatter into countless droplets. Reacting swiftly, he reached out before the droplets could touch the ground, causing them to rise again and form a sphere. Stretching and yawning, he made his way to the central courtyard. The water orb, seemingly imbued with spirit, floated behind him until he approached the entrance between the courtyard and the backyard, at which point it scattered and fell to the ground. Li Hao preferred to keep his cultivation of innate force hidden, thus the backyard was designated a restricted area, forbidding others from entering. Servants were permitted to call for him only from outside the main gate. Upon exiting the backyard, he found a laborer waiting at the door. The laborer bowed and reported, Master, the manager Chui from the tooth shop has come to see you. Li Hao had collaborated with Chui's tooth shop on multiple occasions, from renting a residence upon his arrival in the Song Dynasty to hiring staff, and most recently, securing a location for a photography studio. Given their history of pleasant cooperation, it was likely that Chui had a business proposal to discuss, which Li Hao welcomed. After all, he had amassed a significant amount of cash, and with no specialized financial institutions in the Song Dynasty, it would be unwise for a good merchant to hold on to such wealth without investment. Li Hao instructed the servant to invite Manager Chui to the parlor and serve fragrant tea. As soon as they met, Manager Chui greeted him with a beaming smile. Ah. Chui does not mean to intrude. I apologize for the unexpected visit. No need for formality. Your visit surely brings good news. I welcome it heartily, Li Hao replied. Chui wasted no time and directly addressed the matter. Currently, there is indeed a major transaction at hand. I have received word that the wealthy Liang family from Chuanzhou is planning to relocate to Bianliang. The eldest son of the Liang family has garnered great favor from Minister Kai and is thriving in Bianliang, preparing to move his entire family there. Consequently, the Liang family is selling their lands and properties in Chuanzhou. Minister Kai, who is highly regarded by the officials, one can only imagine the Liang family's promising future. Would they still remain in Chuanzhou? Chui speculated. Their future is of no concern to me. I am only interested in the price of their land and properties. Li Hao replied. Chui laughed heartily. I share your sentiment. My only interest lies in the commission after the deal. Li Hao smiled. It appears we are of like mind. After a moment of laughter, Chui continued. This is a significant transaction, and there are not many capable buyers in Chuanzhou. The prime arable land spans over 9,000 mu, with a grand residence covering more than 10 mu and wild mountainous terrain extending over 10 miles. The Liang family is asking for 120,000 guan, to be paid within 3 years with an annual payment of 40,000 guan. Li Hao maintained a calm exterior, but internally he was exclaiming, what an incredible price. If converted, 120,000 guan equates to approximately 36 million yuan. Acquiring over 9,000 mu of arable land, more than 10 mu of real estate, and 10 miles of land. What could be more advantageous than this? Of course, the valuation discrepancy mainly stemmed from the wild mountainous areas, which the Song people regarded as having little value, merely an adjunct to the arable land and residence. However, for Li Hao, those were valuable properties. What would land cost in the primary world per square meter? What do you think of the price? Where is the location? Though he found the offer enticing, he knew he must negotiate. The price was somewhat lower than the market rate, yet not by much. The Liang family is eager to sell, and the price can undoubtedly be negotiated further. The location is approximately 20 miles from Chuanzhou, which may seem a bit distant. However, it is conveniently connected by official roads, making travel to Chuanzhou quite accessible. What are your thoughts? Are you interested in acquiring it? If so, we can entrust our brokerage to negotiate with the Liang family. The rule of our brokerage is that we cannot charge a dual commission. Thus, if we accept Li Hao's commission, we will strive to secure benefits for him. Excellent. Manager Chui gently tapped the table and said, I will instruct my subordinates to discreetly gather information immediately, and we shall visit the Liang family tomorrow to assess the situation. Li Hao nodded subtly, understanding that the success of price negotiations often hinges on the collection of information. It is crucial to know who else in Chuanzhou is interested in purchasing and the financial capabilities of these potential buyers. Currently, Li Hao is earning over 1,000 guan daily. Within 10 days, he could amass over 10,000 guan. While 120,000 guan may seem substantial, it will not take long for him to accumulate that amount. Chapter 15. Becoming a magnate. As noon approached the following day, the proprietor of the tooth merchant, Master Chui, joyfully arrived at the Li residence. Upon encountering Li Hao in the parlor, Master Chui clasped his hands in greeting and exclaimed, Congratulations! The Liang family has agreed to sell the fields and properties to young Master Li for the sum of 85,000 guan, to be paid in full within 4 years. Li Hao was elated. Master Chui had indeed proven himself a master negotiator, managing to lower the price by 35,000 guan. You've worked hard for this, Li Hao remarked. Nonsense. This is merely part of my duties as a tooth merchant. I wouldn't dare claim it as hard work, Chui replied. I wonder when you might have time for us to visit the Liang family's fields and properties. If you find them satisfactory, I can arrange for the Liang family's representative to meet us at the Yamen to sign the contract and facilitate the transfer of the land deeds and house deeds. Only after the paperwork is signed will this matter be considered officially settled. I do not wish to delay this matter for long. If it is convenient for you, I would appreciate your company on this visit to inspect the fields and properties. If all is well, we can schedule a time to sign the agreement with the Liang family, Li Hao suggested. Very well, I shall take you this afternoon, Master Chui responded. Though it would require a day of travel, the thought of earning a commission of 350 guan made it worthwhile. This commission would be the largest ever earned by Chui's tooth merchant business in a single transaction, equivalent to the income generated by the entire establishment over the course of 6 months. Li Hao waved over the steward, Ding Fu, who promptly approached. Please notify the kitchen to prepare a meal and ready the carriage. After we dine, I will be going out with Master Chui, so have the guards accompany us. Li Hao instructed. Ding Fu immediately departed to summon a laborer to relay the message to the cook. Turning to Master Chui, Li Hao added, Please, join me for a meal. How could I impose? Chui hesitated. Do not be modest. We have collaborated for some time now. It is only fitting that I treat you to a meal. I also have a few matters to discuss with you, Li Hao insisted. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation, Chui acquiesced, no longer declining. After their lunch, they boarded the carriage and proceeded directly to the Liang family estate. Given the distance of their journey, Li Hao brought several guards along to ensure their safety. These guards, previously employed by a courier service, had been hired by Li Hao for their martial prowess. Li Hao had witnessed their sparring matches, although their skills did not rival those of legendary martial arts tales. They were indeed trained fighters, capable of fending off multiple assailants. Although he had only recently begun his own training in the primal force, and despite his diligent practice, he was still not yet a match for these guards in unarmed combat. However, should he employ the primal force, the situation would differ, despite its current weakness. He could exert control over a range of 40 to 50 meters. Anyone entering that vicinity would be within his reach to strike with the primal force. Li Hao could swiftly target an opponent's eyes, rendering them blind, and then incapacitate their hearing by attacking their eardrums. With their senses disabled, an adversary would be akin to meat on a chopping block, defenseless against his whims. The primal force was indeed formidable. Although he currently wielded only a feeble fraction of its potential, it still possessed considerable lethality. The notion of mastering greater primal force in the future was almost unfathomable. Approaching a divine level of power. Seated comfortably in the spacious carriage, Li Hao engaged Master Cui in conversation about the renowned merchants of Chuanzhou. Master Cui, well-versed in the prominent commercial houses of Chuanzhou, recounted their details to Li Hao with great enthusiasm. Li Hao discreetly took note of the most influential merchants, recognizing them as potential partners. As they conversed, Master Cui pointed ahead, saying that small river is called Qingjiao River, and on the opposite bank lies Qingjiao Bay, where the fields belong to the Liang family. The carriage crossed a long stone arch bridge, and through the window, they beheld bamboo groves lining the riverbank, their lush green stalks swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soothing rustle. This picturesque scene seemed to temper the summer's sweltering heat. Beyond the bamboo forest lay an expanse of fertile fields, with rice seedlings undulating gracefully in the wind, akin to a verdant wave. Master Cui gestured expansively. This entire stretch of arable land belongs to the Liang family. Once the contract is established, it shall rightfully belong to you, young master. Li Hao ordered the carriage to halt, his excitement palpable. Let us disembark and take a closer look. Stepping onto the ground, he gazed at the seemingly boundless expanse of rice paddies. Acquiring this land meant he would become a genuine landlord. Master Cui pointed toward the distant mountains. Those hills are all part of the Liang family's estate, extending eastward to the coast, encompassing all the wasteland, tidal flats, valleys, and woodlands. The Liang family has cultivated this territory over 3 generations. Now, with their eldest son thriving under Minister Kai's patronage, operating a prosperous bank. They have also acquired land and properties in Kaifeng, choosing to focus their future endeavors there and relinquishing this area. Li Hao surveyed the undulating hills, contemplating the vastness of the land stretching from here to the coast, measured in square kilometers. He remarked, previously, you mentioned an area of over 10 miles. I had no real impression until I beheld this seemingly endless range of hills. It is indeed expansive. Master Cui shook his head. What use is all that barren land? Even the valleys and elevated grounds are of little value. The terrain is too high for the river to irrigate, making it unsuitable for cultivation. The most valuable assets are the 8,000 acres of rice paddies, over 5,000 acres here, and an additional 3,000 acres near the village. Li Hao, however, held a differing perspective, recognizing that land unsuitable for rice cultivation could still yield dry crops or economic plants, or even serve as industrial land. From a 21st century viewpoint, there was no such thing as worthless land. Moreover, with a bit of ingenuity, constructing a simple hydraulic project and employing high-capacity pumps could eliminate any areas deprived of irrigation. As he approached the edge of the rice paddies and examined the seedlings closely, he frowned. These cannot be considered quality fields. The rice growth appears quite poor. Master Cui, astonished, insisted, I swear on my integrity, I have not misled you, young master. This is indeed first-rate arable land. Look how vibrant the seedlings are. You may inquire with others if you wish. Li Hao turned to the guards accompanying him, and one nodded in affirmation, young master, judging by the growth of these seedlings. This is indeed excellent land. Realizing his earlier misconceptions, Li Hao recognized that he had mistakenly applied modern agricultural standards to the Song Dynasty's rice fields. In the contemporary world, with the aid of superior seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, even the poorest fields would far surpass this. As he walked along the edge of the paddies, he extended his primal force, detecting every pest and frog within the fields. In an instant, the primal force surged forth, and within moments, all pests within a radius of 40 meters were obliterated. Though numerous, the extermination process unfolded within a mere 20 seconds. Executed with a mere flicker of thought, pests dropped from the rice plants like leaves in autumn, crushed into pulp. The mastery of primal force necessitated practice. True masters were constantly attuned to its essence. Every movement, sitting, walking, rising or lying down, was part of their cultivation, seamlessly integrated into their daily lives. Li Hao was still distant from such mastery, yet he understood the value of practice. In moments like this, exterminating the pests was merely a fleeting thought, an effortless task that not only honed his control over the primal force, but also contributed marginally to increasing the yield of the rice paddies. Why not seize the opportunity? After strolling along the paddies for some time, Li Hao returned to the carriage, continuing toward the Liang family estate. Soon, they arrived at a quaint village imbued with pastoral charm, where the Liang family residence occupied over 20 acres. Aside from a few tenant farmers, the village was entirely composed of Liang family structures. The Liang residence stood eerily silent. The family and servants had already vacated, leaving only a few gatekeepers behind. They had been informed in advance of Li Hao and his party's arrival, and graciously invited them inside for a tour. The estate was adorned with numerous locust and cypress trees, exuding a rich greenery that offered a refreshing respite even amidst the sweltering summer heat. Many of the structures within were classic examples of Song Dynasty courtyard architecture, with houses positioned in pairs, creating an ambience steeped in antiquity and elegance. Showcasing the artistry of ancient Song architectural design in its entirety, the rear courtyard featured a grand garden, filled with a myriad of flowers. At the center of the garden lay a large pond, bordered by weeping willows. A beautifully crafted pavilion graced the pond, connected to the bank by a small bridge. Alongside various pavilions, towers, and exquisite rockeries, the entire backyard evoked the essence of a grand world park. As Li Hao strolled through, the force of his energy emanated, suffocating mosquitoes within a radius of 40 to 50 meters. Unseen by his companions, mosquitoes and flies fell like rain around him. The garden in the backyard was tranquil, an ideal sanctuary for cultivating one's energy. In truth, prior to his arrival, Li Hao had already resolved to purchase the Liang family's estate. The mere land alone was too valuable to overlook. Now, having witnessed the beauty of the backyard, his fondness only deepened. In the realm of the Huaxia nation, unless one possessed a fortune exceeding 100 billion, it was nearly impossible to own such an expansive residence. Chapter 16. The purchase of handmaidens within the confines of a residence rented by Li Hao in Quanzhou. The elderly steward Ding Fu hurriedly made his way toward the main hall of the courtyard. Li Hao sat there, savoring a bowl of frozen lotus seed candy, attempting to alleviate the sweltering heat, despite having brought along 2 solar power systems for domestic use. The electricity was hardly sufficient to enjoy the luxury of air conditioning in the northern Song Dynasty. The rooms were expansive, with sizable gaps in the doors and windows, and numerous crevices between the roof and walls, causing any cool air to escape. The mere presence of a refrigerator was a blessing, and air conditioning remained a distant dream. Upon entering the hall, Ding Fu reported to Li Hao, "Young master, the renovation of the photography studio is progressing rapidly and should be completed in about 7 or 8 days. Additionally, as per your instructions, I have selected 4 handmaidens for you." 4? Li Hao exclaimed. "Didn't I specify that I only required 2? Bring them in for me to inspect." Li Hao had already reached an agreement with the Liang family regarding the acquisition of their land and residence in Quanzhou, with a contract set to be signed in a few days. The terms had been settled, with a down payment of 20,000 yuan and the remaining balance to be paid within 2 years, during which Li Hao had successfully negotiated a reduction of 1,000 yuan from the Liang family. The Liang residence at Qingjie Bay, or rather, now to be referred to as the Li residence, boasted an expansive garden. However, Li Hao had decreed that no servants were to enter it, as their presence would disrupt his cultivation of spiritual energy. Thus, even if the servants shouted at the top of their lungs outside, he might not hear them. Li Hao intended to purchase 2 personal maidservants to reside in the garden, allowing for efficient communication when needed, while also requiring someone to maintain the large space. Though Li Hao hailed from humble beginnings, he was still a normal man, not a saint. With resources at hand, who wouldn't he desire the comfort of beautiful maidens? He mused to himself about the societal influences that led him to this point. In the northern Song, purchasing handmaidens was considered legal, reasonable, and justifiable, posing a temptation that even a young man of the 21st century like himself found difficult to resist. The ills of a feudal society. Under the guidance of a servant, 4 young maidens entered the hall in a line. Each was a remarkable beauty. While they may not possess the unparalleled allure of Mo Shiyun, they were nonetheless rare finds. In terms of mere appearance, they could be likened to spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each possessing their own charm, albeit lacking the unique grace that Mo Shiyun exuded. However, their youth was a point of concern, as they had not yet fully matured. This discrepancy arose from different cultural perspectives in the Northern Song. Girls were considered to reach the prime age for marriage at 16. If they remained unmarried by 18, their parents would be quite anxious, and by 20, they would be regarded as old maids. In the vernacular of Li Hao's original world, those over 20 were deemed leftover women. Viewed through the lens of Northern Song standards, these maidens were indeed at an ideal age, yet Li Hao perceived them as too young. The maidens gazed at Li Hao with eager anticipation, each hoping to be selected. Trained from a young age to be handmaidens, they had resigned themselves to their fates, with the only variable being which master would purchase them. Many of their peers had been bought by elderly men, making Li Hao appear as a favorable master in comparison. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. Selecting 2 handmaidens from this quartet of beauties proved to be a daunting task. He sighed, "Old Ding, you are leading me to financial ruin." "Ah?" Ding Fu replied, perplexed. "I am but a humble servant, unsure of your meaning. This is merely a lapse in my consideration." Ding Fu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively, "Never mind. What has to worry about financial ruin? Can you truly squander my wealth?" Indeed, Ding Fu responded. "With my limited perspective, it would take considerable effort to squander a mere 10,000 guan while you earn it effortlessly. My attempts to aid you in financial ruin are far from adequate." Old Ding, your flattery has improved considerably," Li Hao remarked. "That is merely a result of having spent considerable time with you, young master. And my wits have sharpened as a consequence." Li Hao instructed the 4 maidens to introduce themselves. The youngest among them was merely 14, while the eldest had just turned 16. After listening to their names, Li Hao stated, "Your names were bestowed by Jin Yutang, and they possess an overly flamboyant quality. Upon entering my household, it would be inappropriate to retain your former names. Let us simplify matters, as there are 4 of you. You shall be named after the 4 gentlemen of the floral world, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, in order of age." Ding Fu had arranged for staff to escort them, as such minor tasks were easily managed within the household. As Li Hao watched the maidens depart, he sighed, "Jin Yutang has truly trained such exquisite beauties. They possess remarkable discernment and are willing to invest in such talent." Ding Fu chuckled. "Not every maidservant can be of this caliber. These 4 are indeed the finest." The reputation of the Rare Treasures Pavilion has long since spread throughout Xuanzhou, and upon learning that you wished to purchase maidservants, Jin Yutang naturally sent forth their most exceptional and costly offerings. "Oh, it seems I am perceived as a wealthy fool in their eyes," Li Hao mused. Ding Fu smiled. "It is well known that you possess wealth, but who would consider you a fool? Only those who think so are the true simpletons." As Li Hao sipped his drink, he suddenly paused, holding the cup still, his previously cheerful expression turning grave. Since his arrival in the Northern Song, he had indeed been too ostentatious. Who in Xuanzhou was unaware of his affluence? The owner of Jin Yutang, upon hearing of his intent to purchase handmaidens, had promptly sent the most exquisite ones to him. This was not a society governed by the rule of law as in his original world. Here, officials wielded various privileges, and the likes of corrupt magistrates and oppressive local leaders were no jest. The implications of the words spoken by the legal advisor were clear. Other wealthy individuals had intricate connections with officials, sharing mutual interests. Yet, Li Hao had just arrived in Xuanzhou, lacking the means to curry favor with officials or establish alliances with the powerful, leaving his foundation precarious. The reasoning was straightforward. A 3-year-old child flaunting 10 guan on the street would soon find himself robbed, while a robust man with the same amount would deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Of course, if that child had only 10 yuan, no one would be tempted. Wealth necessitates corresponding strength for its protection. Possessing vast riches without the requisite influence renders one a target, as others will continually contemplate how to take advantage of you. Li Hao's thought processes were shaped by the principles of his original world. In a lawful society, this would not pose a problem, as no one would dare to brazenly attempt to rob him. However, in the Northern Song, where officials reigned supreme and under the shadow of corrupt magistrates, he faced considerable risks. Setting down his cup, Li Hao rose and placed a hand on Ding Fu's shoulder. "Old Ding, I appreciate your reminder. I shall factor this into your year-end bonus. By the way, where is that legal advisor currently employed? I would like to treat him to a meal in gratitude for his counsel." Ding Fu readily agreed, aware that Li Hao had always sought to recruit talent, having collaborated with Cui S. Yang for an extended period to find capable individuals, whether it be accountants, shopkeepers, or clerks, as long as they possessed genuine ability. Li Hao would offer them generous salaries. He even recruited individuals without immediate positions available, a practice Ding Fu found perplexing and wasteful. Yet, regardless of his personal understanding, Ding Fu remained faithfully obedient to Li Hao's commands. Chapter 17. The Maritime Office of Quanzhou in the Great Song Dynasty. Not long after the maid from the Jin Yutang had departed, Mo Shijun and her devoted maid arrived near the entrance of the Li residence, both still dressed in male attire. As Mo Shijun's steps grew increasingly hesitant, she eventually came to a halt, her mind a tumult of confusion. What if, upon meeting him, he insisted that she transcribe the elements? What would happen if her parents discovered she was meeting a stranger alone? The mere mention of the elements caused Mo Shijun to clutch the book tightly, her gaze resolving with newfound determination as she resumed her approach to the Li residence. In her current state, Mo Shijun found herself unable to render an objective assessment of the book's worth. However, she could not deny that it unveiled a new realm of mathematics, its content entirely distinct from the systems she had previously studied. From 5 fundamental axioms, it meticulously deduced countless geometric theorems, the logical progression so rigorous that it left no room for doubt or dispute, encapsulating the reasoning process in the word perfection. Such knowledge truly astonished her. Yet, during her studies, she encountered several perplexing issues that eluded her understanding. In the entirety of the Great Song, it seemed no one could provide the answers to the complexities presented in this foreign mathematical masterpiece, unless it was Li Hao. After a fierce internal struggle, Mo Shijun resolved to seek his guidance. For a young lady of noble birth to meet a strange man alone required immense courage. Just days prior, she could not have imagined possessing such audacity. At the Li residence, the doorkeeper halted Mo Shijun. Her maid announced, "This is Mo's second son, the younger brother of Mo Fan, here to pay a visit to young Master Li." Li Hao was not one to entertain outsiders casually. Yet Mo Fan was a frequent visitor to the Li residence. After a brief hesitation, the doorkeeper decided it prudent to inform his master of Mo's arrival. "Please wait a moment. I shall report to my young master." The servant hurried to inform Li Hao, who furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. Mo Fan's brother? But Mo Fan has only one sister. Could he be a cousin? Nevertheless, being from the Mo family warranted an audience. "Let him in. I shall await him in the parlor." Upon their meeting, Li Hao was taken aback. "It's you." Mo Shijun's cheeks flushed slightly as she greeted him. "Thank you for gifting me the elements. After perusing it, I encountered many confounding passages, and as a master of mathematics, I implore you to clarify them for me." "What? A master?" Li Hao shook his head vehemently. No. My grasp of mathematics is quite rudimentary. I cannot accept such a title. Please, do not say that again, lest the experts hear and laugh uncontrollably." He mused that even a mathematics PhD or an expert from the Academy of Sciences would hesitate to claim such a title. If he were to be deemed a master, what then of the illustrious names like Descartes, Gauss, and Euler? While he could not truly consider himself a master, he felt justified in acknowledging his superiority in the contemporary mathematical landscape. It was the 13th century, and the modern mathematical framework was still far from established. Yet his understanding indeed surpassed that of his time. Noticing a peculiar expression on Mo Shijun's face, he inquired, "What's wrong? Did I say something amiss?" No. It's just," Li Hao chuckled, "feel free to speak your mind. My skin is thicker than city walls." This commonplace remark struck Mo Shijun as novel, prompting a light laugh. "Last time we met, I thought you quite arrogant. Now, I find you remarkably humble. Such a shift is quite striking. It's not about arrogance or humility, it's merely stating the truth. By the way, I have experience as a tutor and have taught students, so do not hesitate to ask any questions." Mo Shijun was taken aback. In the Song Dynasty, teachers were held in high esteem. To be a role model was no simple feat. Indeed, the order of reverence placed teachers alongside rulers and parents, signifying their importance. For someone so young as Li Hao to have taught students was indeed commendable. Yet, she quickly reasoned that given his academic prowess, it was hardly surprising he could instruct others. Without reservation, Mo Shijun began to share her perplexing questions, and Li Hao addressed each one with care. He was astonished by her progress. "Have you truly covered all this in just a few days?" Mo Shijun nodded. "I've had little else to occupy my time, so I devoted myself to this book." Li Hao was momentarily speechless, for the elements was no light reading. It was far more challenging than most mathematics textbooks, which were systematically organized with progressively complex examples. To think this young lady had nearly completed a third of it in mere days. And her questions indicated a profound comprehension. If he had attempted to tackle this book alone in his youth, he could not have matched her pace. He silently marveled at her. Had she been born in the 21st century, she would undoubtedly be a master's or even a doctoral candidate in the sciences. Yet, he pondered, if she had grown up in that era, would she still maintain her interest in mathematics? It seemed unlikely. How many young women in the contemporary world would find fascination in mathematics? After discussing the elements, the conversation meandered into various topics. Mo Shijun was increasingly astounded by the depth of his knowledge. Her brother had once claimed that Li Hao was well-versed in astronomy and geography, able to predict events 5 centuries past and future. She had initially dismissed it as exaggeration, yet in their light-hearted banter, she realized there was truth to his words. Mo Shijun finally comprehended why her brother sought Li Hao's company whenever he had the chance. Engaging in conversation with him was indeed a delightful experience, one that broadened her horizons, expanded her thoughts, and introduced her to ideas both extraordinary and yet perfectly sensible. Moreover, he occasionally shared amusing anecdotes, leaving Mo Shijun smiling long after she departed the Li residence. From that day forward, Mo Shijun frequently sought Li Hao's company, sometimes bringing her brother Mo Fan along, and at other times sneaking out to visit him alone when her brother was occupied with his studies. Days turned into weeks, and with only about a week left in Li Hao's summer break, he prepared to launch his photography studio, ready to open its doors in just a day or two. As their friendship deepened, Mo Shijun began visiting Li Hao almost every other day, whether to inquire about the elements or simply to chat and enjoy his ice cream. Li Hao suspected she had developed a fondness for the treat, as she seemed to find every excuse to return to him. The Maritime Office of Chuanzhou in the Great Song Dynasty. The Maritime Office was the official institution managing foreign trade, with functions akin to those of modern customs, including the collection of tariffs and the pursuit of smuggling. The head of the Chuanzhou Maritime Office, Zheng Zhongyong, sat with a sullen expression as an officer hurried in to pay his respects. Zheng gestured towards a nearby bench. Sit, Jitong. What have you uncovered? Jitong appeared somewhat awkward as he replied that Li Hao has a mysterious background, and the exotic treasures pavilion seems to have sprung up overnight. Despite my inquiries, I cannot ascertain the origin of those goods. They could not have come from Dashur, Daqin, or Persia. Zheng Zhongyong shook his head. Where the goods come from is inconsequential. What matters is who is behind Li Hao. My subordinate believes that Li Hao lacks any backing, as there is no evidence of him associating with officials. Zheng Zhongyong scoffed. No backing? Do you truly believe that? Would he dare openly sell goods without paying taxes to the Maritime Office and boldly proclaim them as exotic treasures? Without any backing, how could he evade the maritime patrols and covertly transport goods directly into Chuanzhou? Jitong stroked his chin, a hint of goat-like beard gracing his features, his eyes glinting with keen insight. Shall I send someone to probe the matter? He suggested. Nonsense. Until we ascertain his connections, how can we allow our men to investigate? Came the retort. If he is indeed supported by a prominent figure in the court, then the Qijin Yibao Pavilion is essentially that person's treasury. Do you dare to extend your hand into it? Even if you are reckless enough to risk your life, do not endanger my position. My apologies for the oversight. What shall we do now? Continue the investigation, but it must be done discreetly. We must not allow him to catch wind of our inquiries. Until we have thoroughly clarified the situation, no action should be taken. You may leave now. Yes, I will persist in the investigation. I take my leave. Jitong exited. As he stepped outside, a constable hurried towards him. Sir Ji, I have just uncovered new intelligence regarding Li Hao. The constable whispered into Jitong's ear. Jitong's gaze flickered. Is the information credible? The constable patted his chest, affirming, my brother works as the third steward in the Liang household. His words cannot be erroneous. Jitong clapped the constable on the shoulder. Excellent. Your timely information will not go unrewarded once I finalize matters with Lord Zhang. Thank you, Sir Ji. The constable beamed, his eyes narrowing with delight as he departed. Jitong's expression turned serious, and he let out a soft hum before knocking again and re-entering the room. My lord, I have just received news that Li Hao has taken over the Liang family's enterprises, acquiring all their residences and fields. The agreement was finalized just yesterday. It seems Li Hao is not a proxy for any high-ranking officials, as they could not possibly invest here. Moreover, according to the third steward of the Liang family, Li Hao has no connections with officials. The eldest son of the Liang family is connected to Minister Kai. Their information is the most reliable, Zheng Zhongyong remarked. Rising abruptly and pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back, Jitong lowered his voice. It appears Li Hao is of no significant background, merely an impetuous youth. We nearly fell for his facade. I shall take care of it immediately. After Jitong departed, Zheng Zhongyong casually picked up a book from the desk and flipped through its pages, though not a single word registered in his mind. He muttered to himself, Bao Pavilion, Bao Pavilion. Chapter 18. A Reign of Needles in the World of the Northern Song Dynasty, within the Li family courtyard in Chuanzhou. Li Hao held a collection of steel needles in his hand, remnants from his previous journey to the main realm. Each needle measured approximately 2 inches in length, finer than a hair, with both ends exceedingly sharp, capable of piercing wood effortlessly. As Li Hao spread his palm open, the needles began to levitate, rising gracefully into the air and hovering before him in perfect stillness. His control over objects weighing less than half a pound had expanded to an impressive range of over 100 meters, allowing him to manipulate over 100 of these lightweight needles simultaneously. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the multitude of needles shot forth like arrows. Under the sunlight, a dazzling display of glimmers danced through the air as the needles surged nearly 40 meters away. Li Hao's concentration intensified, causing the needles to accelerate, weaving in and out of each other in a mesmerizing array of flight paths. Under his deliberate guidance, the needles collided midair, instantly altering their trajectories. The speed of their flight varied, oscillating between rapid bursts and slower glides, with unpredictable angles that would render any unfortunate target riddled with holes. After more than half an hour of practice, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Li Hao, compelling him to cease his training. He carefully stowed the needles in their case. Due to his still developing powers, he opted for lightweight weapons, a thin blade and the delicate steel needles. These two self-defense instruments were exceedingly portable, and he carried them with him at all times. Having equipped himself with these weapons, he decided against bringing an electric shock device, as it required close proximity to be effective. Within the realm of his powers, the blade and needles were far more advantageous, even in close quarters. The lethality of the blade and needles, when enhanced by his abilities, surpassed that of the electric shock device, making it a mere thought to claim a life. Dressed in traditional attire and donning a period wig, Li Hao proceeded to the front courtyard. Early that morning, the 4 maidservants, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, had gone to the Liang family estate, accompanied by several guards and over 20 laborers. Li Hao had officially acquired the Liang family's property, having signed the contract just the day before, along with a payment of 20,000 coins, with the remainder to be settled within 2 years. The 4 maidservants were at the estate to oversee the cleaning and preparation for his imminent move, as well as to procure a batch of servants for the Li household. These would be true servants, bound in loyalty, rather than hired laborers, ensuring a strong sense of belonging to the Li family. Li Hao was quite pleased with the 4 maidservants. All were orphans who had come to regard the Li household as their home and worked diligently with notable competence. During his training, he would still request their absence from the courtyard to maintain confidentiality. Meanwhile, Ji Tong, leading a team of officials from the Maritime Customs, made his way directly to the Li residence. He signaled to the head of the officers, instructing, arrange for a few men to sprint ahead and secure the entrances, the main gate, side gate, and rear courtyard. 2 officers at each entrance. Remember, no one is to enter or exit without my command. Yes, sir. The head officer promptly organized the men, and several officers hurried away, clad in official uniforms, swords at their sides, wielding clubs, exuding a commanding presence as they moved. Passers-by on the street instinctively stepped aside, whispering and pointing in curiosity. Ji Tong had brought 20 officers, a considerable number for such an operation, typically reserved for significant cases. His intention to bring a larger contingent was to amplify the pressure and intimidation directed at Li Hao. The officers were exhilarated. Every time they mobilized in such numbers, they were bound to reap substantial rewards. Furthermore, this operation targeted the Li household, the owners of the exotic treasures pavilion, renowned throughout Chuanzhou for their invaluable goods. The prospect of a bounty surpassing any previous haul invigorated the officers, who strode through the streets with renewed confidence. Upon reaching the Li residence, the doorman, taken aback by the display, nervously approached. Sir, may I inquire which office you represent? What brings you to the Li residence? Without acknowledging him, Ji Tong waved dismissively, enter. The officers surged forward, pushing the doorman aside. Realizing he could not impede their advance, the doorman hurried inside to report the intrusion. Inside, as 2 individuals conferred, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps and the doorman's voice calling, Manager Ding, these officers have barged in unexpectedly. Ding Fu, startled, stepped out of the hall and saw over a dozen fierce-looking officers storming in. He quickly approached. I apologize, esteemed officials, for not welcoming you properly. Ji Tong, his expression cold, glanced at Ding Fu and snorted, where is Li Hao? Summon him forth to meet me. Ding Fu, Forcing a smile, urged, "Please, step into the parlor for some tea. I will fetch the young master immediately. Gentlemen, you must be weary from your travels in this heat. Allow me to offer you a cup of tea to quench your thirst." As he spoke, servants brought forth tea for Jitong. "Enjoy your tea. I shall summon the young master." As Ding Fu exited, his smile vanished instantly. He called over a laborer, imparting urgent instructions, and the laborer nodded vigorously. Hastening towards the rear courtyard, Ding Fu understood the gravity of the situation. These officials were clearly not here on friendly terms, and he needed to inform the young master at once. Jitong had secured all entrances to the Li residence, confident that Li Hao could not escape. He leisurely lifted his teacup to sip. Just as he uncovered the lid, an enticing aroma wafted up. He took a delicate sip, his eyes lighting up in delight. He almost exclaimed in praise but restrained himself, aware of the officers surrounding him. The servants promptly refilled Jitong's cup, and he repeatedly drained it, savoring each refill. Soon, several servants emerged, carrying a wooden tray laden with over a dozen teacups, distributing them to the officers. As they served, they discreetly slipped a small ingot of silver into each officer's hand. The officer's eyes gleamed. Each ingot weighed 2 taels of silver, equating to 200 coins, equivalent to a month's worth of salary. This was a gesture of goodwill from the owner of the exotic treasures pavilion. In the future, should they encounter ships from this merchant house, they would surely extend their favor. With such generosity, allowing them to escape would yield bountiful rewards later. Capturing smugglers would only enhance the officials' reputations, yielding minimal rewards for the officers, yet the benefits of letting them go far outweighed any paltry compensation. As Ding Fu approached the rear courtyard, Li Hao stepped out. Upon seeing him, Ding Fu exclaimed urgently, "Young master, trouble has arisen." Noticing Ding Fu's anxious demeanor, drenched in sweat, Li Hao sensed the gravity of the situation. He spoke in a calm, yet firm tone, "Do not panic, speak slowly. There is nothing that cannot be resolved." Ding Fu felt a pang of shame, realizing that despite his age, he was less composed than the younger man. He quickly recounted the recent events. "Do you know who they are?" he asked. "The lead official seems intent on meeting the young master before disclosing their purpose." "Then let us confront him." "Young master, I took the liberty of instructing the servants to offer each officer 200 coins before you meet with them. I hope to ease their disposition. They are likely to be quite obstinate," Ding Fu added. Li Hao calculated the situation. He felt capable of handling more than a dozen officers alone, but if they numbered 30 or 40, he would reconsider meeting them. After all, a desperate mob could pose a significant threat. When the adversary arrived armed, Li Hao had to prepare for the worst. However, with over a dozen individuals present, should a confrontation ensue, he could easily employ his original force to propel steel needles, rendering them all blind within mere seconds. If he were to be more ruthless, the needles could penetrate their eye sockets, swiftly resulting in their lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground. His own safety was unequivocally assured. Chapter 19. The envoy of the overseas empire. Upon arriving in the northern Song Dynasty, Li Hao harbored no intentions of malice, yet he recognized the necessity of vigilance. In a society where the government held absolute authority, he found it prudent to assume the worst of the officials, for if the stakes were sufficiently high, what heinous acts might they not commit? The Treasures and Curiosities Pavilion undoubtedly represented a significant incentive. In an alternate realm, safety was paramount, a principle that guided his actions. Contemplating the worst-case scenario but feeling assured of his safety, he approached the living room with composure. Upon entering, he beheld a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age. Seated in the center, clad in official robes and sporting a goat-like beard. The official cast a glance at Li Hao, slightly tilting his head and regarding him through flared nostrils. Unable to discern the rank of the official's attire, Li Hao speculated it to be at least of the 9th grade, perhaps even the 9th official rank. According to the terminology of the main world, a 7th grade official was merely a sesame official. Li Hao thought to himself, "You are not even a sesame seed, so why the arrogance?" With cupped hands, Li Hao addressed him, "I apologize for the lack of proper welcome in your visit to my humble abode. May I inquire your esteemed name and the purpose of your visit?" Jitong slammed the table and exclaimed, "Li Hao, how dare you not kneel before this official upon your entry?" Li Hao's expression hardened. He was a man of distinction and thus entitled to stand before an official. "I have achieved the title of Jinshi in a foreign land, dispatched by my emperor to traverse various kingdoms. The territory of that overseas nation is vast and its strength rivals that of the Great Song. The Great Song does not recognize overseas titles." Jitong sneered. "Recognition of titles is inconsequential. I am an envoy of the overseas empire. Such audacious claims? Do you possess any proof? Ji Tong furrowed his brow, disbelieving every word Li Hao uttered. Surely an envoy would contact the government upon arriving in Chuanzhou. However, he realized that prolonging the dispute would undermine his authority and coldly stated, "Regardless of your origins, you must abide by the laws of the Great Song." You are correct. As I tread upon the soil of the Great Song, I shall indeed adhere to its laws. I must inquire, do the goods of the Treasures and Curiosities Pavilion originate from overseas? Indeed, Li Hao replied. I am new to transporting goods to the Great Song and am unaware of many regulations. The ignorant shall not be punished. I am willing to cover the duties owed to the maritime customs. Ji Tong's eyes narrowed. According to our maritime customs, you owe 3,000 guan in taxes, which must be paid immediately. Li Hao had instructed his accountant to anticipate tax payments, preparing to remit the amount whenever required. The accountant had calculated that the taxes amounted to over 7,000 guan. He had planned to pay the taxes as a matter of course. The profits from time-space trade were substantial, and a modest tax payment would not significantly impact his earnings. After all, he had profited considerably from the Great Song, and paying taxes could be seen as contributing to the realm. Even if most of the funds would likely end up in the pockets of corrupt officials, a concern beyond his purview. Under normal circumstances, he would have paid the 3,000 guan without hesitation. However, he felt a twinge of hesitation given the presence of armed officers. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled nonchalantly and retrieved a stack of notepaper. He inscribed, tax payment of 3,000 guan to be delivered by Ding Fu to the Maritime Customs. Signed his name, tore it off, and handed it to Ding Fu. Please wait a moment. I will have my steward retrieve the 3,000 guan at once. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room, apart from Li Hao and Ding Fu, appeared frozen in disbelief. The officers were left dumbfounded, while Ji Tong struggled to find his voice. They had finally witnessed what true wealth looked like. One simple note enabling the immediate withdrawal of 3,000 guan. Not 3 coins. Not 3 guan, but a staggering 3,000 guan. No loans were needed, no transfers required, and not even a moment's wait. He casually dispensed 3,000 guan as if it were mere pocket change. It was utterly astonishing. Shouldn't a merchant be wailing in despair at the prospect of parting with such a sum? At the very least, they should have been visibly pained, their faces twitching in agony. Yet, here was Li Hao, displaying an air of nonchalance. Typically, a single ship's cargo might incur taxes of just over 300 guan. Collecting 500 guan would be viewed as a satisfactory arrangement. Here, however, he had safely secured 2,500 guan, with Zhang Derin taking the larger share, leaving him with a small portion, while distributing the remainder among the officers, an outcome that pleased all parties involved. Ji Tong estimated he would receive over 600 guan. And considering the Treasures and Curiosities Pavilion typically imported at least 2 ships of goods annually, that amounted to nearly 1,300 guan, a veritable windfall. He envisioned purchasing more land, and perhaps even taking a concubine, leading a richly fulfilling life. A smile had already begun to grace Ji Tong's previously icy countenance. The officers, drawing from past experience, anticipated splitting a sum equivalent to 3 months' income and combined with Ding Fu's earlier rewards. They realized they would receive a third of their annual earnings from this venture, eliciting smiles from each officer. Ji Tong stroked his goat-like beard, his tone softening considerably as he remarked, "Young Master Li, your lawful business practices and honest tax payments are truly exemplary of Great Song merchants. I am Ji Tong of the Chuanzhou Maritime Customs. Had I known you were such an individual, I would have sought to befriend you sooner. Today, we have been rather presumptuous, bringing too many companions." His audacity was remarkable. He maintained a composed demeanor despite his previous arrogance, with the tension between them alleviating. Li Hao welcomed the opportunity for camaraderie. "It is my honor that you, Lord Ji, and the esteemed officers have graced my humble abode. How could I consider it presumptuous? I welcome you to visit at any time, though I kindly ask for advance notice next time, so I may tidy the courtyard and prepare refreshments to properly host you, rather than risk such discourtesy as today." Ji Tong replied, "Certainly, we shall notify you in advance regarding any future matters, regardless of their significance. My proof of tax payment once I settle the dues." Li Hao began, "Not to worry, upon receipt of the payment, I will promptly provide you with the official receipt. No one will pursue the matter further." After retrieving the funds from the accountant, Li Hao arranged for a mule cart to transport the 3,000 guan under the escort of the officers to the Maritime Customs. As he bid them farewell at the gate, Ding Fu observed Ji Tong and the officers departing and sighed, "Young master, Your generosity with the funds may invite future troubles. Indeed, it is time for our Li household to cultivate relations with certain officials. Li Hao reflected on his month-long stay in the northern Song. While he had amassed a considerable fortune, he had yet to establish meaningful connections in Chuanzhou's society. It was high time to forge social ties. By integrating into the northern Song's network of interests, he could avoid situations like the one that had just transpired. While relationships with Song officials and merchants were crucial, they were not the foundation of his standing. Such networks could sometimes prove unreliable. Nurturing his own power was paramount. With ample wealth at his disposal, a photography studio soon to open, and significant patent collaborations underway, he anticipated earning extraordinary sums in the future, allowing him to assemble a private army. According to the historical trajectory of the main world, it would not be long before the Jurchens invaded from the north, leading to the infamous Jingkong incident in 3 or 4 years. The reigning Emperor Huizong of Song was akin to a grasshopper in autumn, with little time left to leap. Turmoil was imminent for the Great Song, necessitating the cultivation of a loyal military force, an endeavor that required immediate attention. All of these tasks were essential, yet he must not allow himself to be overly distracted. His true foundation lay in the cultivation of primal energy. Zheng Zhongyong's brow twitched as he sternly remarked, "Did I not instruct you to seal the assets? Why are you collecting taxes?" Jitong, filled with fervor, replied, 3,000 guan, my lord, 3,000 guan. Did we not seal assets to procure funds? Directly acquiring cash is far more efficient. We have never secured more than 800 guan from any case. And now we have 3,000 guan. Fool. By sealing the assets, we could secure far more than 3,000 guan. Even 30,000 guan would not be difficult to achieve. Indeed, Zhang Zhongyong raised his voice. Li Hao has been conclusively implicated in smuggling goods from abroad. You must once again lead the constables to seize Li Hao's assets and seal the treasure pavilion. Jitong replied softly, my lord. The constables have just received substantial benefits from Li Hao, sending them again to close his shop. Zhang Zhongyong shot a glare at Jitong. Are they not the constables of the maritime customs? Yes, my lord, I shall proceed at once. Wait, Jitong interjected. The constables have just exited Li Hao's residence. Returning so swiftly may create a poor impression of the maritime customs office. Tomorrow, you shall take a team to seal the shop. What is 3,000 guan? Even 30,000 guan is not insurmountable. Do you believe Li Hao is merely a petty trader? He is a true magnate of the finest caliber, a wealthy tycoon. Is 3,000 guan sufficient? Understood, my lord. Chapter 20. Digital camera. Jitong was certainly aware of Li Hao's affluent status. It was common knowledge among the citizens of Chuanzhou. However, moderation was essential. While a sum of 3,000 guan might be of little concern to such a wealthy individual, would he be willing to part with 30,000? Although it was not difficult to seal a shop, the aftermath could prove troublesome, especially considering that Li Hao was not an ordinary commoner. Although Jitong had gathered that Li Hao did not belong to any direct interest groups of high-ranking officials. As a wealthy magnate, he would undoubtedly have connections with some officials. Even if he were initially unknown to them, it wouldn't take long for him to become acquainted. For those officials would surely recognize the wealth of Li Hao. At present, acquiring 3,000 guan seemed agreeable, with everyone benefiting and celebrating. But the thought of seizing all of Li Hao's assets provoked the question, would he not retaliate fiercely? Jitong, well informed about matters in the officialdom, had heard whispers that Zheng Zhongyong was soon to be reassigned from the Maritime Trade Office. Zheng's current actions only solidified the accuracy of this rumor. The esteemed official likely intended to extract a substantial sum before his departure. Jitong disapproved of his superior's reckless behavior, understanding that Zheng's audacity could lead to dire consequences. Clenching his fists, Jitong muttered to himself, before you leave, you are my superior. After your reassignment, you will be nothing. How could he be expected to charge into battle on Zheng's behalf, when Zheng himself was on the verge of leaving the Maritime Trade Office? Jitong was reluctant to lead a team to seize Li Hao's possessions. Should the operation succeed, Zheng would claim all the spoils while Jitong would be left with mere scraps. Conversely, if it failed, Zheng would readily cast Jitong aside to bear the blame. After much contemplation, Jitong made a decisive choice. Bring Feng Erlang to see me. Moments later, a young man with a black mole above his left eyebrow entered. Li Hao maintained a friendly demeanor with his maidservants. Freed from the oppressive training at the Jinyu Hall, the maids no longer bore the immense pressure, allowing them to embrace a much happier existence. Their smiles grew more abundant, and their laughter increasingly resounded each day. Li Hao delighted in witnessing this transformation, for the beauty of his maidservants enhanced his own spirits. In a flurry, Xiaoju rushed over, brandishing a stack of photographs. Young master. The pictures we took at Qingjiabei have been developed. Some were taken by me. It's quite simple. Just press the button, and voila. Xiao Mei Xiaolon. And Xiao Zhu also approached. Xiao Zhu exclaimed, young master, the little camera has an impressive mechanism. It can even detect if you are smiling. When you smile, it automatically captures the moment, preserving your brightest smile. How remarkable. Xiaolon inquired curiously, but how can the camera know if someone is smiling? It doesn't have eyes. The intricacies of this technology were profound. Even with your clever mind, Li Hao gently tapped Xiaolan's forehead. You would need a decade or two of study to truly grasp its principles. Xiaolan blushed and murmured, I'm so foolish. I'm not clever at all. The manual you gave me, young master, contains many words I cannot comprehend. Li Hao smiled. The writing is from a foreign country. Yet it is also rooted in our own heritage. It has merely undergone simplification for convenience. Xiao Mei nodded. Indeed, our current script is derived from the same lineage. The simplifications follow a clear pattern, and many characters are easily recognizable. If you're interested, I can prepare a comparison chart of simplified and traditional characters for you. Li Hao offered. Xiaolan beamed. That would be wonderful. Then we can understand all these manuals in the future. Taking the thick stack of photographs from Xiao Zhu, Li Hao began to peruse them. The images captured the maidservants at the banks of the Qingzui River and in the grand garden of the Li residence. Initially, the maids appeared somewhat tense before the camera, their faces rigid. However, as the session progressed, their expressions became increasingly natural. This one is splendid. Our Xiao Zhu looks wonderful, he remarked, as the girls gathered around to admire the photo, which showcased Xiao Zhu standing gracefully in a verdant bamboo grove, clad in a yellow dress. Her face adorned with a sweet smile, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of a delicate flower. The vivid colors and contrasting tones enhanced the image, creating a striking sense of depth with the interplay of the subject, bamboo, river, and distant mountains. Li Hao chuckled. Who would have thought the usually mischievous Xiao Zhu could appear so serene in this photo? It's quite surprising and utterly adorable. Adorable? What does that mean, young master? Xiao Zhu asked, her foot tapping in playful indignation. It means very cute. I was just saying how delightful you look, Xiao Zhu, Li Hao replied with a grin. Not at all. Xiao Zhu protested, her cheeks flushing as she retreated behind Xiao Mei, hiding her face in the latter's back. Li Hao examined the photo once more, praising. Truly remarkable. Who took this? They have a knack for photography. It was Sister Xiao Zhu who took it. She is the best artist among us. And her photographs are equally splendid, Xiao Zhu chimed in from behind. It appeared that Xiao Zhu was not only a talented painter, but also possessed an innate understanding of composition, which explained the quality of her photographs. I shall keep this one of Xiao Zhu, and this one of Xiao Mei is quite elegant. Xiaolan S is beautiful. And Xiao Zhu S is adorable. Li Hao carefully selected the finest images and tucked them away. Just then, a distant voice called out, young master, young master. Butler Ding urgently requests your presence. Amidst the teasing remarks, Xiao Mei stifled a giggle, while Xiao Lan's cheeks flushed crimson. Xiao Zhu lowered her head shyly, and Xiao Zhu stomped her feet in frustration. Li Hao, a bit taken aback, replied sternly, do not fret. The sky will not fall. There is no issue that cannot be resolved. Ding Fu calmed slightly and glanced at the loud laborer beside him, who, sensing the moment, bowed to Li Hao and withdrew. Once the laborer was a distance away, Ding Fu spoke. I have just received news that the Maritime Trade Office intends to seize your assets tomorrow, young master. Li Hao expressed his astonishment. Ding, you've become quite adept at gathering information. How did you come by such news? It was not I who sought it, rather. Someone informed me, Ding Fu replied, surprised to see that Li Hao remained unflustered, his expression unchanged despite the shocking revelation. Who conveyed this to you? Li Hao inquired, furrowing his brow. A stranger, marked by a black mole above his left eyebrow. I have never encountered this individual before. But he spoke with great familiarity regarding the operations of the Maritime Trade Office. He cautioned that the Rare Treasures Pavilion is under surveillance and advised against large-scale transfers of goods. Otherwise, the Maritime Trade Office would discover there was a leak, and it would be difficult for him to continue operating. Young master, I believe this person spoke the truth. We must prepare ourselves. Li Hao concurred that it was unlikely someone would jest about such matters. There was a high probability that the warning was genuine. Even if it turned out to be a prank, he could take precautions, and at most, it would be a wasted effort without any real loss. Ultimately, it was better to err on the side of caution. After reflecting for a moment, Li Hao instructed, please summon Mr. Xiao, the legal consultant. I have some inquiries to make. Ensure discretion. Bring him over via the bridge, without attracting the attention of others. Additionally, request the accountant to join us here. Ding Fu acknowledged the urgency of the situation and quickly pinned a letter to Mr. Xiao, dispatching a laborer and a boatman to deliver it. The message was vague, merely indicating that there was an urgent matter to discuss. Behind him lies a world supported by the information age and possessing the profound legacy of a superior extraterrestrial civilization. Li Hao stands at a vantage point that allows him to survey this world with disdain. He had previously refrained from wantonly disrupting the established order of the Northern Song Dynasty. However, since the opposition has audaciously overstepped their bounds, he is compelled to impart a profound lesson upon them. Chapter 21. Returning to the main world, Li Hao left over 2,000 guan with the accountant, instructing the servants to move all other funds to the storeroom in the backyard. He also requested the accountant to create a false ledger to conceal any traces of the remaining money being transferred. Li Hao then arranged for a dozen laborers to relocate all necessary items to the storeroom, including the laptop, printer from the study, laser printing equipment from the photo room, and the solar power system in the courtyard. Just as they completed these tasks, Ding Fu arrived with the legal advisor, Xiao Zhongji, at the Li residence. In the hall, Ding Fu introduced, "Young master, this is Mr. Xiao Zhongji." Xiao Zhongji, in his 40s, possessed an appearance that was far from flattering. He was lean and wiry, with a pointed face and small eyes, adorned with 2 wisps of mustache, giving him a somewhat cunning demeanor. Li Hao was taken aback by his looks. How could such a man serve as a consultant to the Ministry of Justice in Song Dynasty? The officials of that time valued appearance, and it seemed unlikely that Xiao would be well regarded among them. Yet, despite this, he had gained the favor of central officials, suggesting he must possess genuine talent. "Young master, you are too kind. You are a prodigy who has studied abroad since childhood, and I feel unworthy to be addressed as sir in your presence," Xiao said humbly. "Mr. Xiao, you are overly modest. Please take a seat." The servants promptly served tea, and Li Hao smiled. "Mr. Xiao, this tea is specially processed and differs from what you find in the market. Please do give it a try." As Xiao lifted the teacup, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful scent. Taking a gentle sip, he exclaimed, "What exquisite tea! This is the finest I have ever tasted." "Young master, I have heard that you are collaborating with the Mo family in our city to process tea. I fail to understand why you would share such a precious secret with others," Xiao inquired. Li Hao replied with a smile. "The method of tea production is not that remarkable. Collaboration is a wise choice. It saves me money, manpower, and effort. Do you think I have an abundance of secrets to share? There are countless resources available online for roasting tea, brewing wine, producing sugar, creating monosodium glutamate, manufacturing cement, and smelting steel. As for glass, my own treasure trove contains plenty of glass products." Even the usually composed Xiao Zhongji could not maintain his calm. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could the method for producing tea be deemed insignificant? If executed well, that singular secret could elevate one into the ranks of the wealthiest in Song Dynasty. Yet here was this young master, dismissing it so casually and willing to collaborate. There were only 2 possibilities. Either he was a fool, or he possessed an abundance of similar secrets, each as valuable, if not more so, than the tea production method. Xiao concluded that it could only be the latter. Li Hao had not revealed a multitude of secrets at once. He had merely introduced the tea production method and hinted at a brewing technique. Clearly, this young master had devised a comprehensive plan regarding which secrets to unveil and when to do so, with careful consideration of the quantity as well. Xiao sighed. "You are indeed an extraordinary individual. It seems your ambition to amass wealth is not insurmountable, though in our Song Dynasty, while commerce is not restricted, the status of merchants still pales in comparison to that of scholars." Li Hao shook his head. "I see no distinction. How long can the Song Dynasty continue to thrive? 3 years? 4? In tumultuous times, lives are worth less than dogs. What difference is there between merchants and scholars?" Xiao was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Li Hao, equally surprised by his own words, had merely intended to probe, yet Zhao's astonishment revealed his awareness of the impending threat from the Jin army. This was certainly a perceptive individual. Li Hao smiled. "Let us not digress. We can discuss these matters later. My purpose in inviting Mr. Xiao today is to seek your counsel on how to handle tomorrow's crisis." "Sir, does the Maritime Trade Office have the authority to arrest individuals?" "No," Xiao replied. "If at sea, they can detain both ship and crew, but in Xuanzhou City, the authority to arrest lies with the prefect. I have already heard from Ding Fu about the crisis at the Li residence, and your question strikes at the heart of the matter. As long as the Maritime Trade Office lacks the power to arrest, they cannot effectively threaten you. Li Hao continued, I can transfer the assets from the residence, leaving only a token amount. However, the treasure pavilion still holds a substantial inventory. According to the informant, the shop is under surveillance, making it unwise to relocate the goods. Do you have any strategies to counter this? I have 3 strategies. The first is to bribe the Fujin Transport Office, which oversees local officials. You could request their intervention. The second is to drive away the surveillance and secretly move the goods, hiding them properly. The Maritime Trade Office lacks arrest authority, so transferring the assets would not be a concern, but future operations would be problematic. The third option is to negotiate with Zhang Zhongyong. Li Hao shook his head. No. I will not bribe officials nor negotiate. I wish to buy some time and then bring down the head of the Maritime Trade Office, Zhang Zhongyong. With such threats looming, what is there left to discuss? Both Xiao Zhengji and Ding Fu were rendered speechless. The conventional wisdom of the time dictated that the common man should not contend with the wealthy, nor should the wealthy challenge the officials. Yet here was Li Hao, a merchant, casually stating his intent to topple an official. This was truly astonishing. Xiao, possessing greater composure than Ding Fu, quickly regained his demeanor. He stroked his mustache and remarked, toppling Zhang Zhongyong will not be easy. However, delaying tactics are straightforward. Simply publicize Zhang's intention to seal the treasure pavilion to the prefect and judge in Chuanzhou, exaggerating the value of the goods in the shop. They would certainly want to share, and with multiple parties involved, Zhang would lose sole authority. Ding Fu softly interjected, there is no need to exaggerate the value of the goods. The current value exceeds 100,000 guan. We should perhaps even downplay it to avoid alarming the public. Xiao gasped. If the prefect were aware of the true value, he would have intervened long ago, and Zhang would not have had the opportunity. No, we cannot report over 100,000 guan. Declaring 40,000 guan would suffice. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside, and a laborer rushed in. Ding Steward, Ding Steward. Upon reaching the entrance and noticing Li Hao, he respectfully bowed. Young master, I did not realize you were here. I was just about to ask Ding Steward to find you. What is it? The hall fell silent, as everyone was taken aback, including Li Hao, who could not fathom someone spending 10,000 guan on a telescope. Initially, he had priced the telescope at 8,000 guan, not expecting anyone to buy it. It was merely a trial for customers, charging only 100 yuan each time. Later, he marked up all items by 30%. And now the telescope exceeded 10,000 guan. Astonishingly, someone had actually purchased it. The world is truly remarkable. 10,000 guan, who on earth had fallen victim to such an extravagant purchase? This was exhilarating. After this surprising turn of events, Li Hao mused. Involving the prefect would be akin to driving away the wolf only to invite the tiger. When the Maritime Trade Office seals the shop tomorrow, the prefect will surely be aware. He will intervene sooner or later. It would be better to proactively seek his assistance. Xiao stroked his mustache, his small eyes darting thoughtfully. There is one more consideration. If the Maritime Trade Office fails to arrive tomorrow, yet we have already disclosed the goods value of 40,000 guan to the prefect, we would be courting disaster. Our information remains unverified. What if it is false? Li Hao pondered briefly. We shall wait for the Maritime Trade Office to take action before sending someone to seek assistance from the prefect. The so-called plea for help is essentially to inform the prefect of the goods value. Xiao frowned. That may not be timely enough. I have a solution for this. Given the profound kindness bestowed upon me by the young master, how could I possibly refuse? Xiao Zhengji harbored his own intentions. The allure of salary was but one aspect, for he placed greater value on the overseas merchant, Li Hao. Should the Jin soldiers descend upon Chuanzhou in the future, he could, along with his family, seek refuge abroad under Li Hao's protection. Upon returning to the primary world, Li Hao promptly made a call. Is this Han Xiao? It's me, Li Hao. Please procure a batch of supplies for me. I am in urgent need. 10 shortwave radios, 1 relay station, 20 listening devices, and 10 pinhole cameras. Chapter 22. The radio waves of the great song. Upon returning to the primary world, Li Hao promptly made a phone call. Is this Han Xiao? It's me. Li Hao, I need you to procure some items urgently. 10 handheld radios, 1 relay station, 20 listening devices, and 10 pinhole cameras. On the other end of the line came a voice tinged with disbelief. How, have you joined a terrorist organization? Can you introduce me to the fun? How thrilling. Ridiculous. Am I the type of law-abiding citizen to engage in illicit activities? The voice on the line scoffed. Law-abiding? A good young man wouldn't be asking for a listening system. Honestly, have you set your sights on some beauty and wish to learn how to eavesdrop? I truly have an urgent matter at hand. I need it by tonight. Can you lend it to me for half a month? The handheld radios are no problem. And the pinhole cameras are even easier to come by. Those are everywhere. However, the relay station is out of stock. My father confiscated it. Without a license. It's illegal to operate, and if you do, it'll get you caught. I can lend you the listening system, but do not create any trouble. My father has warned me that if I get into trouble again, he'll break my legs. Thanks, Han Xiao. How? I've told you multiple times, a man must be resilient and enduring. You can't keep mentioning leakage, understood? Understood, Han Xiao. Thank you. Li Hao emphasized his gratitude with a heavy tone. For hours later, a truck that Li Hao had hired arrived at the warehouse he rented. He and the driver unloaded the equipment, primarily the listening devices. The driver, unfamiliar with the specialized equipment, received his payment and departed. Li Hao secured the warehouse door after bringing everything inside. The shipment mainly consisted of listening devices and handheld radios, the latter being wireless intercoms. These radios are categorized into handheld and vehicular types. Li Hao activated the super wormhole again to transfer the necessary items to the Northern Song storage. However, this time the wormhole activation was rather costly. Generally, sustaining a wormhole requires less energy, while opening one demands a significant amount. If he had maintained the wormhole for 4 hours, it would have consumed far less energy than opening it once. Yet, Li Hao was uneasy about keeping the wormhole open continuously. With him absent, there was a risk of thieves entering the warehouse or servants from the Northern Song emerging from the wormhole, which would lead to complications. Once his original power was sufficiently strong, a few days of energy supply could suffice for a single wormhole activation. By 8 o'clock that evening, several butter candles illuminated the hall brightly. Seated were the steward Ding Fu, the 4 maidens, and around a dozen young men. As soon as Li Hao entered, they all stood and exclaimed, "Young master." The maidens had been selected from the market, not only based on their abilities but more critically on their loyalty. Naturally, this judgment could only be made through observation, and it was impossible to ascertain a person's character accurately. Loyalty requires extensive time for testing to be discerned. At this moment, these individuals were filled with gratitude towards Li Hao. Had it not been for him, their families might have perished from hunger. Now, being settled in Qingzhou Bay and farming the rice fields bought from the Liang family was akin to a rebirth for them. Li Hao settled into the central chair and began assigning tasks for the following day. Afterward, he led the 4 maidens to the backyard to teach them how to operate the handheld radios. The next morning, on the second floor of an inn diagonally across from the Precious Curiosities Pavilion, Li Hao stood behind a window, observing the entrance to the pavilion. It was still early, and both the pavilion and the neighboring shops had yet to open. Xiao Zhangji stood beside him, fixated on the intercom on the table. Suddenly, the device crackled to life with the voice of Xiao Ju. "Relay from Xiao Mei. I am in position. I can see the entrance of the Maritime Trade Office, and I have observed several officers entering without any unusual activity. Due to the absence of a relay station, the communication range of the wireless intercom was limited. Although the intercoms Li Hao brought were high quality, the distance for clear communication should not exceed 5 kilometers. Therefore, by utilizing a relay, Xiao Mei's message could reach Li Hao from 10 kilometers away. While Chuanzhou City in the Song Dynasty was indeed vast, it could not compare to the cities of the primary world. With each of the 4 maidens equipped with an intercom, along with Li Hao's, they could effectively relay communications between the Maritime Trade Office and the Chuanzhou government. Xiao Zhangji's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly matching the size of those of an ordinary person. He took a step back, sat down heavily in a chair, and pointed at the intercom on the table, his face flushed, speechless for a long while. Despite his worldly experience, having aided his master to ascend to the position of Deputy Minister of Justice while confronting numerous ruthless bandits and uncovering countless plots, years of experience had cultivated in him a composure amid turmoil. However, upon encountering an artifact that could only exist in tales of deities, all his accumulated knowledge was overturned. He felt an overwhelming urge to speak about many things yet found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, Xiao Zhangji finally stuttered, "Young master. Is this an artifact capable of performing magic? Is this sound transmission over 1,000 miles or keener?" Li Hao sighed inwardly. Even the cleverest of natives remain just that, natives. Li Hao picked up the intercom, received, continued to monitor closely. Following this, Xiaoju's voice relayed, "Relay from the young master, received, continue to monitor closely." Subsequently, she added, "Relay from Xiao Mei, received, I am still monitoring." Xiao Zhongji murmured, "If it can transmit sound over 1,000 miles, I wonder if it can be used to sever heads from 1,000 miles away?" Li Hao mused, "What about cruise missiles? with a range of 3,000 kilometers and an accuracy of no more than 30 meters. How about intercontinental missiles, which can exceed 10,000 kilometers? In truth, when he became a master of original power, he should also be able to take lives from 1,000 miles away. Of course, there was no need to explain such matters to this native. He wouldn't comprehend. Li Hao chuckled. Mr. Xiao, this is not an artifact or a spell, but rather a product of skilled craftsmanship. The underlying principles are too profound to explain to you at this moment. Xiao Zhongji sighed. Incredible. Truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Stealing the essence of heaven and earth. Outside the Maritime Trade Office, Xiao Mei kept a close watch on the entrance, holding a photograph of Ji Tong in official attire. The previous morning, Ji Tong had led a team into Li's residence, where he was discreetly photographed by a member of Li's photography team. The flash had not been activated, so Ji Tong remained oblivious to being captured. Naturally, the term candid photography did not exist in the vocabulary of the Song Dynasty natives. Xiao Mei suddenly noticed dozens of officers exiting the main door, 2 of whom were dressed in official robes. Comparing the photograph, she recognized one as Ji Tong and promptly reported, "The Maritime Trade Office is in motion. Over 60 officers have emerged, led by 2 officials, one of whom is Ji Tong." Her message was relayed by Xiao Ju, and both Li Hao and Xiao Zhangji received the news simultaneously. They were not surprised by the actions of the Maritime Trade Office, as they had already believed in the authenticity of the information, merely seeking final confirmation. Through the intercom, Xiao Ju's delicate voice continued, "Relay from Xiao Mei. The officers of the Maritime Trade Office have split into 2 teams. One is heading towards the Precious Curiosities Pavilion, while the other is on their way to Li's residence." Exchanging glances with Xiao Zhangji, who nodded in agreement, Li Hao picked up the intercom. "Xiaolan, have Lao Ding notify the prefect." The intercom immediately resonated with the melodious voice of Xiao Ju, whose tone was as crisp as silver bells, imbued with a touch of warmth and sweetness. In the summer, her voice brought a refreshing sensation to the heart, making it utterly delightful to hear repeatedly. "Xiaolan, relay the young master's message to Old Ding to inform the governor." A mere arrow's distance from the gates of Chuanzhou Prefecture, an unremarkable carriage stood by the roadside. Devoid of any distinguishing marks, its design the most commonplace. Ding Fu sat beside the driver, occasionally glancing at the governor's office. Meanwhile, Xiaolan remained within the carriage, the gauzy window draped low, obscuring her from outside view while allowing her to gaze outward. Xiaolan's delicate, fair hands gripped the intercom, her palms slick with sweat from anxiety as she secretly prayed, "Compassionate Guanyin, may you grant the young master passage through this trial." Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. Startling her, she gently pushed open the carriage door. "Steward Ding, the young master instructs you to commence the operation." Ding Fu nodded, disembarking from the driver's seat and entering a nearby tavern. Inside, a round-faced middle-aged man awaited him. Upon seeing Ding Fu, he promptly rose. "Brother Ding, you have become the esteemed steward of the Rare Treasures Pavilion, highly regarded by the proprietor. We are all envious of your success. Once you have ascended, do not forget us poor souls." The raucous chatter that had filled the tavern quieted significantly at the mention of the Rare Treasures Pavilion steward, as all eyes turned to Ding Fu, as if he had sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Is this the steward of young Master Li from the Rare Treasures Pavilion? One cannot judge a book by its cover. Good heavens. The steward of the Rare Treasures Pavilion." Ding Fu paid little heed to the onlookers and, with the round-faced man, exited the tavern, presenting a silver note. "Let us proceed as agreed. Take me to see the governor." The middle-aged man took the note, his eyes brightening upon seeing the amount. His smile grew more affable as he led Ding Fu towards the governor's office. "Brother Ding, please, what business do you have with the governor?" "That is not convenient to discuss at present." "Ah, forgive my curiosity. I should not pry." "Rest assured, Brother Ding, I am a frequent visitor to the governor's office and will surely ensure you meet with him." Chapter 23. Sound transmitted over 1,000 miles. The officials of the Maritime Trade Office were divided into 2 groups. One team, led by Ji Tong, headed towards Li Hao's residence, while the other, personally commanded by Zheng Zhongyong, made its way directly to the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Li Hao and Xiao Zhongji awaited in the inn, their communication device crackling with updates from Xiao Mei, who was trailing the officials in a carriage. Externally, Xiao Zhongzi appeared lost in thought, yet his mind raced with contemplation. It was unfathomable to think that from this quiet spot, one could be privy to events unfolding over 10 miles away in real time. If such a miraculous artifact for long-distance communication were employed on the battlefield, what an extraordinary scenario that would create. In the event of a large-scale conflict between two nations, with multiple fronts extending dozens, if not hundreds, of miles, the transmission of commands would require time, and relaying information back to the commanding general would also be delayed. By the time the general received orders, the dynamics of the battlefield would have likely shifted. The importance of communication cannot be overstated. If one possessed the kind of divine instrument that Li Hao wielded, it could significantly alter the course of the conflict. Xiao Zhangji found himself utterly perplexed by Li Hao, unable to discern the extent of his capabilities or predict the next artifact he might reveal. The man was shrouded in enigma. As they waited in the inn, time slipped by, and Xiao Mei continued to relay the positions of the Maritime Trade Office officials, but there was still no sign of Xiao Lan. Ever since Ding Fu entered the governor's office, he had not re-emerged. The atmosphere in the inn grew increasingly tense. While Li Hao and Xiao Zhangji maintained a semblance of calm, the two servants stationed at the entrance clenched their fists, nearly losing their composure from anxiety. Li Hao picked up the communication device and inquired, "Has Xiao Lan or old Ding come out?" Shortly thereafter, Xiao Zhu's voice emerged, nearly in tears, according to Xiao Lan. "Steward Ding has yet to appear, and there is no activity from the governor's office." Just as her words faded, Xiao Zhu's frantic voice echoed through the device, "Young master, I can see the officials from the Maritime Trade Office approaching me." Li Hao's brow furrowed as he slowly took a seat. At that moment, Xiao Zhu's excited voice crackled through the device. "According to Xiao Lan, a group of officials has emerged from the governor's office. Steward Ding is alongside the head officer, conversing." Xiao Zhongji, being a native of Chuanzhou, was far more familiar with the local roads than Li Hao. He calculated the pace of the officials and remarked, "Young master, he has taken longer than expected, at least 2 incense sticks worth of time. By the time he arrives, Zheng Zhongyong may have already ransacked the shop." "That cannot happen." Both Li Hao and Xiao Zhongji exclaimed in unison. Xiao Zhongji stood resolutely, declaring, "We absolutely cannot resort to that. The worst accusation against the young master from the Maritime Trade Office is merely tax evasion. At most, they would investigate his assets for back taxes. If you attempt an assassination, the nature of the situation would transform entirely. Killing an official is akin to rebellion. At that point, not only Chuanzhou but the entire administrative landscape of Fujian would be thrown into turmoil, and the situation could spiral out of control." "How would you have the young master respond then?" The servant's face turned pale as he pleaded, "What then should I do?" Yet Li Hao is resolute against employing murder as a tactic. Killing Zheng Zhongyong would likely invite a far greater crisis. If Zheng Zhongyong were to seal off his assets and was then promptly murdered, would the officials not suspect foul play? The Northern Song Dynasty was not a society of equal justice where evidence was paramount. Torture to extract confessions was commonplace, and a mere suspicion could lead to imprisonment and interrogation. "What you say is wise. It is better to act here than on the road, where there are many public servants and guests who can be leveraged," said one of the men, who had experience from the Ministry of Justice. "Please, allow me to make the necessary arrangements." He unwrapped a bundle from the table, producing a new communication device and a wireless earpiece, adjusting the frequency for seamless communication. He handed the earpiece to the first servant who had knelt and asked, "What is your name?" Li Hao was taken aback to discover that these two were brothers. He instructed Jiang Wulong to don the wireless earpiece, then observed him. Feeling a sense of incongruity at the sight of a person in traditional garb wearing such a modern device, it would likely appear strange even to the people of Song. He then asked Jiang Lulang to fetch some bandages from the inn staff, wrapping them around Jiang Wulong's forehead and ears. Now, the earpiece was concealed from view, yet its functionality remained unaffected. Li Hao passed the communication device to Xiao Zhangji, chuckling, "What Jiang Wulong possesses on his ears is not sound transmitted over 1,000 miles, but merely sound transmitted over 100 zhong. Nonetheless, it will suffice for our communication." Having grown somewhat accustomed to Li Hao's seemingly endless array of wondrous artifacts, Xiao Zhongji merely marveled at the compact wireless earpiece without losing his composure. Though the earpiece was small and convenient, its power was limited, enabling only close-range communication. The distance from the inn to the Rare Treasures Pavilion was short enough to remain within the earpiece's effective range. Xiao Zhongji gave Zhang Wulong and Jiang Lulang some instructions before sending them along with other servants to the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Li Hao also notified the duty manager at the Rare Treasures Pavilion, instructing him to cooperate fully with Jiang Wulong when the time came. The manager and staff of the Rare Treasures Pavilion were unaware of the impending events, and thus were uncertain how to assist. However, since the young master had given orders, they could only respond as circumstances dictated. Zhang Wulong entered the Rare Treasures Pavilion, maintaining communication through the wireless earpiece with the inn. Before long, Zhang Zhongyong arrived at the entrance of the Rare Treasures Pavilion with a group of officials. After much contemplation, he deemed the treasures within the pavilion too valuable to leave to his subordinates alone. The temptation of wealth could lead to misappropriation, so he resolved to personally oversee the operation. Gazing at the opulent entrance of the Rare Treasures Pavilion, he felt a surge of excitement, plotting to seize all the goods immediately to avoid complications later. Rumors had circulated throughout Xuanzhou that the pavilion's most valuable telescope had been purchased the previous night for a staggering sum of 10,000 strings of cash. He doubted that these funds would still be in the Li residence, and he might not have the opportunity to claim them. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Zhongyong felt a pang of regret, wishing he had acted to seal the store the day before. The group of officials surrounded the Rare Treasures Pavilion, and as they stepped through the entrance, a servant hidden among the crowd suddenly shouted, "It's bad. The officials are coming for a massive sweep." When the government sought to apprehend key suspects, they often detained large groups of people, carefully identifying the innocent to release them later. However, once detained, individuals would have to part with some money as a bribe to secure their release. In such unfortunate circumstances, it was customary to flee as far as possible. Panic rippled through the crowd, with voices rising in alarm. "Arrest everyone first. Only those with surety can be released. The corrupt officials are here to catch people and seize their wealth. Run." The crowd surged towards the exit, shouting as they went. It must be noted that humans are inherently social creatures. In the absence of clarity, when one person leads, many will follow. Initially, the small group that sparked the commotion was organized by Xiao Zhongji, but soon, the ensuing chaos was fueled by the blind following of the masses. The disorder quickly escalated, and as a group of officials entered the store, a rare occurrence, Xiao Zhongji's orchestrated chaos led everyone to believe the threat was genuine, and they rushed towards the exit. Eager to escape the impending trouble, Jiang Lulang, mingling within the throng, drew close to an official and suddenly struck him squarely in the face. The official, dazed by the blow, seethed with rage and swung his baton at Jiang Lulang in retaliation. Jiang Lulang took the hit heavily, collapsing to the ground while wailing in agony. "It hurts so much." His cries echoed in the air. "The officials are beating people. The constables have struck someone." A servant from the Li residence cried out, "Damn it! Let us confront the corrupt officials. They have killed my third brother. Oh, how tragically he has perished." Amidst the chaos, the precise details remained elusive. One could only discern a constable wielding a heavy club, striking down a figure on the ground, who let out a few agonizing cries before falling silent. A life has been lost. The constables have taken a life. Zhang Zhongyong, positioned at the rear of the constable formation, had just entered the Rare Treasures Pavilion when he heard the alarming news of the fatal incident. He could not help but feel a surge of shock. The sanctity of life is paramount. If a death were to occur during this operation, what repercussions would ensue from superiors? Chapter 24. Eavesdropping. Zhang Zhongyong gestured, and two officers crouched beside him, preparing to check Jiang Liulang's breath. Nearby, a servant from the Li residence cried out in despair, "Third brother, your death is too tragic." As he rushed to embrace one of the officers, he pleaded, "Return my brother's life." Zhang Zhongyong frowned and commanded, "Take him away." How dare this audacious commoner obstruct official duties? The two officers lunged forward like wolves, restraining the Li servant. Another officer checked Jiang Liulang's pulse and nostrils, reporting, "My lord, he still has breath." Zhang Zhongyong let out a slight sigh of relief, but shot a glare at the officer, thinking, "How dare you say he has breath? Am I on the verge of losing mine?" He surveyed the surroundings and bellowed, "Silence, everyone." The common folk held a deep respect for the authorities, and Zhang Zhongyong's authoritative presence in official garb quelled much of the commotion in the shop. He declared loudly, "According to the investigations of the Maritime Commission in Xuanzhou, overseas merchant Li Hao has smuggled goods into the country to evade tariffs. Hence, by the laws of the Great Song, the Exotic Treasures Pavilion is temporarily sealed until this matter is clarified. All unrelated individuals vacate the premises immediately." The patrons gradually exited the shop, though many lingered outside to watch. Jiang Wulang stepped out of the crowd and approached Zhang Zhongyong, saying, "My lord, I am the shopkeeper here. A gentleman resembling a nobleman is selecting exotic goods in the VIP room upstairs. Should I ask him to leave?" Zhang Zhongyong replied impatiently, "Of course, all guests must exit." Jiang Wulang relayed the message precisely as instructed through his earpiece. "Understood. I will promptly request the esteemed guests to leave and notify their servant, Qi Jinj." "What? Qi Jinj? Wait, what does the servant of that esteemed guest look like?" Zhang Zhongyong's heart raced, and he momentarily lost focus. Oh, since the guest is still selecting items. It would be impolite to disturb him. Let's wait a moment longer. Zhang Zhongyong felt disoriented. Why was he here? This was becoming complicated. He never doubted Jiang Wulong's words. How would an ordinary commoner know what the servant looked like? In an instant, Zhang Zhongyong even contemplated retreating, but it was too late to back down. As time ticked by in Zhang Zhongyong's anxious wait, officers from the prefectural government arrived. Li Hao observed the head officer accompanying Ding Fu enter the exotic treasures pavilion and realized the situation was settled. The pavilion would be temporarily sealed. But due to mutual consent, the goods inside would remain untouched for the time being. Curiously, he asked, "Who is the man that could easily subdue Zhang Zhongyong?" "He is a prince, currently in Hangzhou," came the reply. Li Hao nodded. "Please, I shall leave this in your capable hands while I prepare a few listening devices." To undermine Zhang Zhongyong, gathering intelligence on him was essential. With that, he picked up a bundle from the table and exited. Li Hao emerged from the inn's back door, where a carriage awaited. He climbed aboard, and the carriage ambled forward at a leisurely pace. Inside the inn, Xiao Zhangji toyed with the walkie-talkie in his hand, listening to the sounds emanating from the exotic treasures pavilion. He sighed softly, noting how rare it was for someone so young to possess such keen opportunistic instincts. Though Li Hao did not specify his destination, Xiao Zhangji deduced that he was heading to Zhang Zhongyong's residence. If such a device as a listening apparatus truly existed, the best locations would be at Zhang Zhongyong's home and his official office. At that moment, Zhang Zhongyong was embroiled in a dispute with the prefectural office. Unaware that someone would disrupt his stronghold at home, he would never anticipate the rapidity of Li Hao's counteraction. While the exotic treasures pavilion was yet to be fully sealed, Li Hao was already in motion. As for the listening device, which seemed beyond the realm of common knowledge, it was likely that not even Zhang Zhongyong, nor anyone else in the Great Song, was aware of its existence. Xiao Zhongji felt a wave of reflection wash over him, realizing he had been a frog at the bottom of a well. Had he possessed such a device in the past, he could have eavesdropped on his adversaries, enabling the master he assisted to rise to the position of prime minister. The walkie-talkie crackled with voices. Zhang Zhongyong hoarsely protested. "Investigating smuggling and tariffs is the duty of the Maritime Commission. Is it appropriate for the prefect to interfere?" The head officer replied with a smile. "Zhang Darren, you misunderstand. The prefect has no intention of meddling in your case. However, given the high value of the goods at the exotic treasures pavilion and the recent decline in public safety in Xuanzhou, the prefect merely wishes to assist you in preventing theft of the seized goods. As for the investigation, Zhang Darren may proceed as he sees fit. The prefect will not intervene." At this moment, Zhang Zhongyong realized he had fallen into a trap. The prince was not at the exotic treasures pavilion. But with the appearance of the head officer, Xiao Zhongji had already instructed Jiang Wulong and others to withdraw discreetly, leaving Zhang Zhongyong without anyone to pursue. He pointed at Ding Fu and declared, "There is a swindler among you who dares deceive this official. Bring that deceiver to me immediately." The head officer chuckled. "Zhang Darren, capturing swindlers does not seem to fall under the responsibilities of the Maritime Commission, but rather the prefectural office. As such, it would not be proper to trouble you." Zhang Zhongyong felt a wave of anger wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. Li Hao arrived at the eastern part of Xuanzhou, disembarking from the carriage and turning into a secluded alley. He knocked on a door, and two wooden doors creaked open to reveal Xiaomei, who had arrived ahead of him. Inside was a small courtyard adorned with solar panels. A complete solar power system had been set up there. This little abode had been quietly rented by Xiaomei the previous day, as the Li residence had been sealed, necessitating a new refuge. This location was chosen for its proximity to Zhang Zhongyong's home, separated only by one household. Xiaomei produced a bundle, stating, "Young master, everything is prepared according to plan." Li Hao nodded in satisfaction as he opened the bundle, revealing a patched coarse cloth shirt. He retreated to change into the old attire. When he emerged, he had assumed the guise of a destitute individual, while a servant dressed in the fineries of a wealthy family accompanied him. The two made their way to the side entrance of Zhang Zhongyong's residence, where an elderly man awaited them. The servant whispered, "Young master, that old man is responsible for purchasing meat and vegetables for the Zhang residence. I have followed Xiaomei's instructions and provided him with a bribe, claiming we are supplying wine and asking him to select a couple of jars for the Zhang residence to sample." Upon seeing the servant from the Li household, the old man complained, "Wasn't it agreed upon to meet at the third watch?" The servant smiled apologetically. "I apologize. I was delayed on the way." The old man said no more and led them inside the Zhang residence. With the old man as their guide, the doorman did not obstruct their entry, allowing them to enter smoothly. Once inside, Li Hao extended his sensing ability, encompassing the area around him, regardless of whether he could see through walls. He could mentally map everything within 100 meters. Entering through the side door, as they passed the living room of the Zheng residence, Li Hao lagged slightly behind, retrieving a listening device from his pocket. The device was flat and round, resembling a metal button with a layer of highly adhesive material on the back, allowing it to attach to walls, under tables, beams, and other surfaces. Releasing it, the device floated about 3 inches above the ground, as if held by an invisible hand. Guided by his ability, the listening device drifted toward the living room, gliding over the floor, climbing up the stone steps, and finally settling beneath the master's chair. The listening device was gently flipped over, its adhesive side facing upwards, and then abruptly ascended, firmly affixed to the underside of the master's chair. With the first device in place, Li Hao continued his journey with determination. Each time he passed by a location that Zheng Zhongyong might frequent, he would discreetly deploy another listening device, utilizing his telekinetic abilities to ensure its stealthy placement in concealed spots. The living room, study, and bedroom were all equipped with these devices, and even the chambers of Zheng Zhongyong's wife and concubine were not spared. It was crucial to note that should Zheng Zhongyong engage in any corrupt dealings, he might very well discuss them with his wife. Such intelligence could prove to be invaluable leads. The Zheng estate was not particularly expansive, and Li Hao's telekinetic range had already extended to approximately 100 meters. As he traversed the premises, he successfully installed devices in all the most strategic locations. Eventually, they arrived at the kitchen, where Li Hao set down 2 jars of wine. The servant and the elderly gentleman exchanged a few pleasantries before exiting the Zheng estate alongside Li Hao. Once the listening system was activated, Li Hao conducted a brief auditory test. The sound quality was remarkably clear, capturing various sounds with precision. The exceptional audio quality was attributed not only to the superior craftsmanship of the listening system itself, but also to a significant factor: the absence of radio interference in the northern Song Dynasty. The prior wireless intercom communications had been devoid of any static, a phenomenon unimaginable in the primary world, only achievable in a realm devoid of competing wireless signals. Chapter 25, The Intrigues of Eavesdropping Part 2. In the serene pavilion of the Mo residence's rear courtyard, a sheet of rice paper lay spread across the table. Mo Shijun held a large brush, dipping it into the ink, and began to compose couplets with fluid strokes. Upon completing the final character of the second line, she surveyed the entire composition, shaking her head gently in dissatisfaction. Setting the couplets aside, she took another sheet and continued her endeavor, repeating the process. A stack of similar couplets had accumulated nearby, indicating none had met her standards. Unperturbed by her frustration, Mo Shijun remained focused on her calligraphy. A maid approached her side, hesitant to interrupt, and instead peered at the couplets, standing quietly in wait. Once Mo Shijun finished, the maid remarked curiously, "This couplet is rather peculiar. I cannot comprehend its meaning at all." She examined the couplets closely. Why bother with the transformative elixir? Just cultivate the mirror's intricacies, vivacious spirit conveyed in a mere span. How can there be wondrous duplicity without the embellishment of brush strokes, entirely manifesting the essence of 3 lifetimes? The horizontal inscription read, "Eternal blooming elegance." The maid blinked her large eyes. "Miss, is it true that photography is as miraculous as those scoundrels claim?" Initially skeptical, Mo Shijun produced a photograph and handed it to the maid. Upon viewing it, the maid was instantly entranced. The image of Mo Shijun was so lifelike that words like vivid and lifelike fell short of capturing its essence. It was as if Mo Shijun had been miniaturized and pressed into the photograph. "And here is another, featuring you." Mo Shijun presented a picture of herself with the maid, saying, "This was taken the day before yesterday at the Li residence. It's already developed." The maid looked around in astonishment, exclaiming how remarkable it was, realizing this photography studio would flourish like a treasure trove. "Need I even say?" Mo Shijun continued. "Anyone who sees this photograph would be inclined to have one taken themselves. Once it opens, the clientele will surely surpass that of the treasure trove by several multiples, ensuring a tremendous profit." Suddenly, the maid slapped her forehead, recalling, "Speaking of profits, isn't our Mo family collaborating with young Master Li?" As Mo Shijun and the maid approached the hall's entrance, intent on entering, they overheard a conversation mentioning Li Hao, prompting them to hide behind the window to eavesdrop. Her mother's voice resonated, "My dear, I have my reservations about Li Hao. He only offers a secret formula. And our entire family is poised to expend our resources. We stand to lose too much." Her father, Mo Shudi, replied, What do you know? If the unreliable uncles agree, this is an opportunity for great wealth. He isn't obligated to partner with us. You are unaware that he has a new brewing formula he wishes to collaborate on. The Chui family has invited all the merchants to try Li Hao's wine, and everyone is eager to invest. The merchants from Chuanzhou are nearly at each other's throats for a share. Mo's mother questioned, so, those secret formulas truly can yield great wealth? How is it that Li Hao, so young, possesses such knowledge? Our Mo fan is also considered a prodigy among the youth. Yet he often remarks that he feels inferior to Li Hao, his expression one of deep embarrassment. Even Shijun, that girl, claims in matters of arithmetic. Li Hao is unparalleled throughout history. Emotionally pondered, has Shijun met Li Hao? You know that girl, always out and about with Fan. She has met Li Hao several times. He continued, we must find a suitable match for Shijun. At her age, it is inappropriate for her to be gallivanting about. With her cheeks flushed, Emo Shijun stood outside the window, while the maid stifled a giggle. Suddenly, Emo Shiyi remarked, Emo Fan said Li Hao is still unmarried. Do you think Shijun would be a good match for him? At this, Emo Shijun's mind erupted in a cacophony, her mouth slightly agape, her thoughts momentarily blank. Yet, she distinctly heard the ensuing conversation. The Liang family's lands are the finest in Qingxia Bay, and their estate is vast. One would need several thousand taels to acquire such assets. Mo's mother marveled, if he establishes himself in Chuanzhou, he seems of suitable age. And his well-to-do background speaks volumes about his character. If he can befriend our Mo fan, his character must be commendable. Shijun would indeed be a good match for him. Then I shall inquire into Li Hao's intentions. Such matters are best addressed promptly, lest we delay our daughter's lifelong happiness. The maid, feeling indignant, thought, how could the miss marry that scoundrel? Turning, she noticed Mo Shijun standing in a daze, and gently shook her. Mo Shijun quickened her pace, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had never harbored any unrealistic fantasies about her future husband, knowing that such decisions would ultimately be dictated by her parents. Yet, she occasionally mused on the topic, inevitably feeling her heart race and her cheeks flush. Now, having overheard her parents, her heart fluttered like a fawn in distress. To be with him, to share a life together, to converse endlessly, to study mathematics and natural philosophy together, to enjoy ice cream for a lifetime, to explore the wonders of photography. What more could one desire in life? Mo Shijun's face glowed with a rosy hue, as though intoxicated, yet she soon wondered. Would he agree? Would he find me appealing? Has he formed a bond with someone back overseas? In a whirlwind of emotions, she felt both shy and flustered. Elated and yet troubled. Miss, the maid called several times. Noticing Mo Shijun's lack of response, she gently tapped her shoulder. Miss. Did you call for me? The maid sighed heavily, rolling her eyes. Chapter 26. The dust settles in the newly rented refuge of Li Hao. The servant relayed the overheard information to Xiao Zhangji, who meticulously recorded and organized the details. Within just a few hours, a substantial amount of information was compiled. From the casual conversations of the servants, it was gleaned that the most valuable gifts from the Zheng residents were sent to the transport commissioner of Fujian Road, suggesting that Zhang Zhongyong was an official affiliated with that faction. The information was plentiful, leaving Xiao Zhangji with no secrets concerning the Zheng household. Within a single day, Li Hao had unearthed numerous facts regarding Zhang Zhongyong's corruption and bribery, some of which could even be substantiated with evidence. Recognizing the utility of eavesdropping, Li Hao decided to broaden the scope of his surveillance, installing listening devices in the homes of other officials. During the implementation, he realized that in the northern Song Dynasty, there was no need for highly advanced listening systems. A simple recording device sufficed. Thus, the entire officialdom of Chuanzhou fell under Li Hao's scrutiny. After 2 days, Xiao Zhangji had compiled a wealth of incriminating evidence against Zheng Zhongyong. However, they had yet to devise a strategy to effectively leverage this evidence. Just as Li Hao was contemplating his next move, Xiao Zhangji intercepted a shocking revelation. The chief prosecutor of Fujian Road had once secretly framed an official, who had now ascended to the position of the governor of Liangzha. The governor held a significant rank, overseeing both military and civilian matters. Should the chief prosecutor's past misdeeds be exposed to the governor, it would spell the end of his career. With a sly smile, Xiao Zhangji remarked that this information granted them leverage over the chief prosecutor, who was responsible for judicial and penal matters, thus enabling an investigation into Zhang Zhongyong's corruption. Li Hao understood that he had cast a wide net and would inevitably ensnare a few high-ranking officials. However, he had not anticipated capturing such a significant figure as the chief prosecutor so swiftly. Aware of Xiao Zhangji's greater experience in exploiting this information, Li Hao entrusted the entire matter to him, pledging his full support, whether it involved funding or manpower, when his subordinates could perform better than himself. There was no need for him to intervene. Under Xiao Zhengji's orchestration, the political landscape of Quanzhou underwent a dramatic transformation. The chief prosecutor of Fujian Road abruptly initiated an investigation into Zhang Zhongyang's corruption, accumulating a plethora of evidence. With irrefutable proof at hand, Zhang Zhongyang was swiftly apprehended and imprisoned. His rapid downfall, coupled with Xiao Zhengji's calculated intimidation, revealed to the prefect that Li Hao's backing came from the chief prosecutor of Fujian Road. No wonder Li Hao dared to brazenly engage in smuggling exotic treasures from overseas. Zhang Zhongyang had stumbled upon a formidable opponent, resulting in his own incarceration rather than benefiting from Li Hao's wealth. With Zhang Zhongyang's downfall serving as a cautionary tale, the prefect refrained from harboring any ill intentions towards Li Hao and promptly withdrew. Once this matter was resolved, the summer vacation in the primary world was nearing its conclusion. In the backyard of the Li residence, Li Hao once again contacted the intelligence system of the super wormhole. He sensed that, although both the northern Song and the primary world allowed for the cultivation of primal energy, the efficiency of cultivation differed between the two realms. He felt compelled to discern the reason and formulate a plan for his future cultivation of primal energy. Li Hao awakened the dormant intelligence system and inquired, "I perceive that the pace of cultivating primal energy in the northern Song world seems to be swifter than that in the primary world. Is this merely an illusion? Or is it indeed the case? The purest form of primal energy is known as star essence, a unique attribute of the Yaling tribe. Over the long span of the Yaling tribe's advancement to a level 10 civilization, they assimilated the strengths of countless intelligent races' cultivation methods, culminating in a system developed through the efforts of numerous prodigies. This system was forged through countless trials and failures, a testament to the brilliance, perseverance, and sacrifices of many geniuses." Li Hao pondered, "Please elaborate on the complete system of primal energy, or what you refer to as the star essence cultivation system. I lack a comprehensive understanding. It has been a month since our last dialogue, yet your star essence remains incompletely condensed, indicating your inferior talent for primal energy and sluggish progress in cultivation. Moreover, the lifespan of your kind is exceedingly brief. At your current rate, by the time you reach level 2, your life will have concluded." Li Hao was taken aback. "What? This? Only when star essence reaches level 4 does it enhance the genetic evolution of living beings, significantly prolonging their lifespan. Upon breaking through level 7, life approaches a state of near perfection, almost achieving infinite longevity. When star essence reaches level 10, life and primal energy merge into one, leading to an existence of true eternity." Curiosity piqued, Li Hao asked, "Has the Yaling tribe ever produced a grandmaster of primal energy at level 10 in its history?" "Certainly. Otherwise, how would this star essence cultivation method have been preserved?" Throughout the long history of the Yaling tribe, spanning several cosmic epochs, 8 sages have attained the ultimate mastery of primal energy. Li Hao quickly followed up, "And what of them now? If they are truly eternal beings, they should still exist." The intelligent system, devoid of any concept of deceit, conveyed a truth that Li Hao would have never deemed credible had it not been for the system's assertion. It felt akin to a myth. A fervent desire ignited within Li Hao, the attainment of primal energy mastery. If he could, like the sages of the Yaling tribe, stand atop the pinnacle of existence, wielding control over the galaxies, he could experience a life of unparalleled freedom and excitement. Enthralled by such aspirations, Li Hao inquired, "You mentioned that under normal circumstances, I would only reach level 2 by the time of my death. Are there methods to circumvent this?" "Indeed, there are 2 methods. First, you could venture into perilous territories to hone your skills. In life and death situations, your potential would awaken, significantly accelerating your star essence cultivation speed. Second, you might research genetic enhancement pharmaceuticals to greatly extend your lifespan. While the cultivation speed may not be rapid, a longer lifespan would still allow you to progress to level 4. I recommend the second approach." Li Hao reflected, ultimately deeming the second method safer. The first option was exceedingly fraught with danger. Relying on luck during life-threatening situations was hardly a sustainable strategy. One failure could lead to disaster. "Can you create genetic enhancement pharmaceuticals?" he asked. "I cannot. I lack an extensive technological database. My primary function is to facilitate your traversal and instruct you in star essence cultivation. However, I can locate dimensions with advanced technology where such techniques are available for purchase." Li Hao frowned. "So, we can only acquire the technology, not the pharmaceuticals directly?" Every race possesses unique life genes. Would you dare to test a serum purported to extend the lifespan of extraterrestrial beings? Would you be willing to ingest a pill designed to prolong the life of gorillas or beetles? Acquiring that technology and developing a genetic drug suitable for humans is the true path forward. Li Hao pondered repeatedly on the matter, realizing it was time to prepare to obtain these technologies. The genetic pharmaceuticals that extend lifespan are best utilized at a young age, ideally right after reaching adulthood. If one waits until old age, the effectiveness diminishes significantly. Furthermore, these high-tech dimensions wield advanced weaponry that low-tier star essence cannot withstand. Even if Li Hao trained for another decade, venturing into those dimensions would still pose a danger. Yet, entering those realms was imperative. Li Hao could not bear the thought of dying with only level 2 primal energy. Li Hao did not intend to linger in those high-tech worlds for long. A realm like the Northern Song, where he could invest his heart and efforts, was safe and suited to him, serving as a foundation for his existence. He aspired to reside there for an extended period. In contrast, the high-tech worlds were merely places to acquire technology and depart. He wished to spend not a second longer than necessary. Having relocated to the Grand Estate in Azure Bay, acquired from the Liang family, Li Hao sequestered himself, declining all social engagements to immerse himself in the study of the planar data meticulously curated by the Super Wormhole Intelligence System. While a plethora of technologically advanced planes existed, the confluence of security and traversal costs narrowed the viable options. Li Hao sought to optimize the wormhole's energy expenditure and solicited a precise quantification of the remaining reserves from the AI. By establishing the energy required to initiate a wormhole within their native dimension as a baseline of 1 unit, the system calculated that a round trip between the Prime Universe and the Northern Song realm consumed 4 units. Ergo, the wormhole possessed a residual capacity of 460 units. For instance, a localized wormhole transit from Chuanzhou to Kaifeng would expend a solitary unit of energy. Interplanar journeys, however, demanded significantly greater energy outlays. Given the Northern Song's status as a mirror universe with attenuated spacetime barriers, its energy requirements were comparatively modest. Conversely, the high-tech planes cataloged by the AI necessitated a minimum of 20 units per transit, with some exceeding 100. The theoretical threshold for breaching the most formidable spatial bulwarks approximated 1,000 units. After a rigorous vetting process, Li Hao designated a planet within space-time continuum 25,347 as his destination. Despite the existence of technologically advanced extraterrestrial civilizations within the Prime Universe, Li Hao eschewed interaction with them, mindful of their potential incursions into Earth's domain. Opting for an alternate plane ensured absolute security, achievable solely through wormhole egress. The capacity to traverse interplanar space-time barriers signified near-apex civilization status, an exceedingly rare phenomenon, potentially absent in 999 out of 1,000 planes. With a mere 2 days remaining before the resumption of his academic pursuits, Li Hao resolved to undertake a single foray. Having meticulously prepared, Li Hao issued directives for the estate's management, proscribing access to the rear gardens. With a gentle press upon the wormhole sigil adorning his left wrist, he intoned, "Initiate wormhole sequence. Target universe 25347. Utilizing previously designated star system and planet. Employing pre-established coordinates. Activating intelligent coordinate triangulation. Prioritizing a destination devoid of sentient life and surveillance systems. With covert reconnaissance set to maximum sensitivity. Engage." A pinpoint of azure luminescence materialized, encircled by arcane glyphs in perpetual gyration, gradually expanding in scale. Li Hao perceived an agonizing dilation of time. The brief minutes required for activation seemed an eternity. Super wormhole sequence initiated, channel stabilized. Target planet exhibiting conditions conducive to your survival, designated locale devoid of sentient life and surveillance systems. Li Hao extended his force-sensitive perception, probing the adjacent realm through the nascent wormhole, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What manner of place is this?" A single stride bridged 2 distinct realities. Li Hao found himself within a diminutive, approximately 15-square-meter chamber containing an apparatus analogous to a flush toilet. A lavatory? He mused. Most domiciles in the Prime Universe lack such opulence. His gaze fell upon a figure standing before him, eliciting a start. Had not the destination been designated as uninhabited? He questioned. Has the AI malfunctioned? My force-sensitive perception, hitherto reliable, failed to register this presence. Has that also been compromised? Perchance, my clandestine transit has been detected. Upon closer scrutiny, he discerned that the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, its countenance mirroring his own astonishment. Li Hao, marginally composed, advanced 2 paces. only to witness the figure mirroring his movement. He stroked his chin, and the figure replicated the gesture. This is a three-dimensional simulacrum. In the Prime Universe, lavatories typically featured mirrors. This three-dimensional simulacrum served as this world's equivalent. Li Hao extended his hand, his palm passing through the figure's shoulder. It was, as suspected, an illusion, albeit indistinguishable from reality to the naked eye. With a gentle nudge, the simulacrum rotated accordingly. Li Hao murmured ruefully, "A bumpkin. I have become an unrefined bumpkin." He who had so often derided the denizens of the northern Song as such now found himself in a position to be similarly labeled. Verily, retribution is swift. Composing himself, Li Hao deactivated the wormhole, a maneuver that instantly depleted 21 units of energy. Adjacent to the simulacrum stood a wash basin, superficially similar to those of the Prime Universe. Though crafted from an unidentifiable alloy with a mirror-like sheen, Li Hao did not linger. Exiting the chamber, he found himself in a resplendent hall, lined with identical cubicles. By the standards of the Prime Universe, this public convenience was extravagant beyond measure, maintaining the AI's operational status to facilitate real-time linguistic translation. A process that consumed 1 energy unit per 30 hours, a necessary expenditure. Li Hao also maintained constant vigilance through his force-sensitive perception, furtively grasping his concealed blades and needles as he proceeded outward. Emerging from the lavatory, Li Hao was immediately dumbfounded. Aerial vehicles coursed along fixed trajectories in the firmament, while colossal edifices pierced the clouds, their summits obscured from view. These structures gleamed with metallic luster, exuding an aura of futuristic grandeur. He found himself in a secluded park, occasionally traversed by pedestrians. These extraterrestrials bore a superficial resemblance to himself, a consequence of Li Hao's meticulous selection criteria, designed to exclude sentient life forms with drastically divergent physiognomies. This planet was a renowned tourist destination within the adjacent star system, a nexus for intergalactic travel. Consequently, a multitude of alien species congregated here, rendering Li Hao's presence unremarkable. Li Hao inquired, "Which direction lies the nearest casino?" His pre-selection criteria had prioritized a gambling establishment. Recognizing that his extant knowledge base would prove inadequate for gainful employment in this advanced society, even manual labor would be denied him, given the ubiquity of robotic labor. His sole asset was his force-sensitive ability, which he intended to leverage for financial gain, rendering a casino the optimal venue. Not far hence, came the reply. 200 meters to your left, you will find a map database terminal. There, you may consult the local cartography. Li Hao hastened to the designated location, discovering a metallic plinth. Following the AI's instructions, he pressed upon its surface, causing a three-dimensional miniature map to materialize. Spreading his hands apart, the three-dimensional map expanded tenfold, revealing the surrounding edifices in exquisite detail. Li Hao experimented further, discovering that the map's magnification, reduction, rotation, and translation could be manipulated through simple gestures. Verily, he mused, technology serving humanity. This region constitutes the planet's entertainment sector, with this vicinity dedicated to games of chance, gaming, and competitive arenas. Casinos abound. Li Hao departed the tranquil park and, after a 30-minute sojourn, arrived at a casino. Paraphrasing a dictum of Gu Long, gambling is an ancient vocation, enduring through the ages. Casinos existed in the Northern Song realm, in the Prime Universe, and here as well, attesting to the timeless allure of this pursuit. Did extraterrestrials share this predilection? Perhaps it was a ubiquitous flaw inherent to sentient life. So long as the allure of unearned gain persisted, gambling would likely endure. The casino resembled an ovoid structure, akin to a colossal sports arena in the Prime Universe. Its immense scale encompassed the equivalent of 8 football fields. Li Hao entered the casino, encountering uniformed individuals, presumably security personnel, stationed at the entrance. One such individual possessed eyes protruding from its forehead, reminiscent of a frog's. Despite the encounter with such a grotesque alien, Li Hao, forewarned, remained unfazed. Curiously, Li Hao detected an unmistakable air of disdain emanating from those eyes. Li Hao was attired in a suit, a relatively expensive ensemble from a renowned Prime Universe brand, costing upwards of 30,000 yuan. He had intentionally donned his finest attire to avoid appearing too incongruous and being denied entry. Li Hao, clad in his most opulent garments, was met with the most contemptuous gaze. The attire of this world typically featured metallic sheens, styled somewhat like athletic wear from the Prime Universe, lagging behind by an untold number of eras in terms of material composition. Fortunately, the security guard merely regarded him with disdain rather than obstructing his entry. thus allowing Li Hao to step into the casino. It was also fortunate that this locale was a tourist haven, attracting visitors from less advanced planets, which rendered Li Hao less conspicuous. Within the casino, approximately 60% of the patrons bore a striking resemblance to Li Hao, ensuring his presence went largely unnoticed. As he attuned himself to the ambient force, he observed an individual 80 meters away idly tossing the chips in his hand. These chips, round and comparable in thickness and size to the 1 yuan coins of the primary realm, caught Li Hao's attention. With a subtle tug of the force, one chip tilted slightly, prompting the individual to overlook it as it tumbled to the ground and rolled forward. The man instinctively pursued it, only for the chip to slip beneath a row of beverage vending machines. The low clearance of these machines rendered it impossible for him to retrieve the chip, and with indifference, he straightened up and departed. After all, it was merely a chip worth 2 credit coins. It was hardly worth the embarrassment of kneeling to recover such a trivial amount. Li Hao sauntered over, unnoticed by those around him. Squatting down, he extended his hand toward the base of the vending machine, where the chip effortlessly leaped into his grasp. He continued to stroll forward, casually toying with the chip as it rolled between his fingers. The casino boasted a myriad of games, many of which Li Hao found utterly perplexing. However, some were exceedingly simple and easily comprehended at a glance. Among the various games, one particularly familiar to Li Hao caught his eye, a game of dice betting on high or low, which, astonishingly, adhered to the exact same rules as in the primary realm. Chapter 28. Casino cheating. The game of big or small is an ancient form of gambling, characterized by its simplicity. 3 dice are shaken within a cup. A total of 4 to 10 points is deemed small, while 11 to 17 points is classified as big. A triple occurs when all 3 dice show the same number, such as 3 ones or 3 sixes. Li Hao approached the gaming table, which was impressively large and semicircular. He settled into an available seat, beside a small touchscreen interface designed to assist gamblers in tracking their bets, though it was unnecessary for this straightforward game. A casino staff member gently pressed a button, causing the transparent dice cup to whirl the dice rapidly before covering it with a metallic dome. After allowing the dice to tumble for several seconds, he pressed the stop button and gestured for bets to be placed. In such a reputable casino, cheating is nearly impossible for players. The use of psychic abilities would go unnoticed. Li Hao delicately pinched a chip between his fingers and placed it on one of the alien symbols, which, according to the Wormhole intelligence system, indicated a bet on big. As soon as he placed his bet, he noticed the screen beside him slightly altered to display his wager information. The result of the roll was revealed: 4, 5, and 5, totaling 14, a big. The staff member lifted the birdcage-like metallic cover, and the intelligence system instantly translated the outcome. One of Li Hao's chips had doubled, transforming into 2. He continued to bet, doubling his chips successively: 4, 8, and then 16. In a stroke of luck, he won 4 consecutive rounds, turning a solitary chip into 16. Each chip was equivalent to 2 credit coins, granting him a total of 32 credit coins. Li Hao then decided to reduce his bets, deliberately losing 2 rounds. While it would have felt exhilarating to continue winning consecutively, such behavior would draw the casino's scrutiny, potentially leading to a blacklist. He patiently played, winning and losing in a calculated manner, ultimately netting over 4,000 credit coins after an hour. After stretching, Li Hao rose from his seat, taking a stroll around the casino and engaging briefly with a slot machine. Though higher-level psychic abilities allow one to foresee the future, Li Hao was far from that level and thus lost over 500 credit coins on the slots. This was merely casual play, intended to avoid attracting the casino's attention. With 3,500 credit coins and chips, he took a seat at another big or small table. Half an hour later, his credit coins surged to 14,000. Despite the planet's currency being entirely digital, with no paper money in circulation, credit coin cards function as cash equivalents. At his next casino, he gambled on the same dice game, entering with over 10,000 credit coins and exiting after half an hour with 80,000. Without pause, Li Hao proceeded to a third casino, exchanging 60,000 in high-denomination chips, but rather than immediately gambling, he opted to visit the lounge and search online for gene technologies related to extending the lifespan of carbon-based life forms. This planet hosts numerous companies engaged in technology transfer, packaging, and selling various technologies. After consulting the intelligence system, Li Hao discovered several companies offering gene therapies for longevity, with prices ranging from 400,000 to 600,000. These technologies come in tiers, and only basic-level treatments were available for sale. More advanced options were not accessible online. Li Hao surmised that legal regulations likely govern these matters, as the companies would not casually relinquish their most valued technologies. However, acquiring a basic treatment sufficed, as subsequent advanced treatments could still be effective even after using a basic drug. These medications improve genetic conditions. Albeit the initial improvements might not be comprehensive, but they would not hinder the efficacy of advanced drugs in the future. With this in mind, Li Hao resolved to win a total of 700,000 credit coins at the casino. With a clear objective, he returned to the gaming table and boldly wagered 30,000 in chips, astonishing everyone present. Dressed like a rustic native, no one expected him to possess such wealth. Although he wished to avoid drawing attention, winning 700,000 required substantial bets. Wagering small amounts could prove time-consuming and equally noticeable. He had only brought a modest supply of bread and water, refraining from sampling alien cuisine, as lingering too long in the casino was not an option. An hour later, Li Hao had amassed 350,000. He decided to place this entire sum on a single bet, intending to walk away upon winning. Through his psychic senses, he discerned that the outcome would yield a total of 8 points, thus he placed all 350,000 on small. Confident in his victory, Li Hao remained calm, contemplating the legitimacy of the casino despite its smaller scale compared to the previous two. Winning a substantial sum should not pose an issue, even if he found himself blacklisted. It was of little concern, for this was his final bet. Yet, the casino staff did not reveal the outcome promptly, causing Li Hao to frown. Surely, a casino of this size wouldn't be intimidated by a loss of 35,000. As impatience grew among the other gamblers, a different staff member, a frog-eyed alien, took over. Upon unveiling the result, he announced, 4, 5, 6, 15 points. Big. Li Hao pressed his hands against the table and leaped to his feet. The casino had cheated. Prior to the reveal, the outcome had clearly been 8 points, making a bet on small a guaranteed win. The staff member must have manipulated the mechanism beneath the dice cup, altering the visible numbers to ensure a loss. While others were oblivious, Li Hao, with his psychic perception, witnessed the entire deception unfold. The casino's dice cup had the capacity for cheating. It was likely equipped with a miniature device capable of detecting the dice's numbers, enabling the casino to adjust the game under adverse circumstances. The staff member shot Li Hao a scornful glance, seemingly filled with derision. Li Hao, unfazed, summoned a casino attendant and requested a 20,000 chip. The attendant promptly retrieved the chip and a card reader. Li Hao produced his credit coin card and processed the remaining 20,000. With a deft toss, he sent the chip soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing squarely on the space for 3 sixes. He bet on a triple, specifically on 3 sixes, with odds of 1 to 150. The surrounding gamblers erupted in excitement. It was rare for anyone to bet on such a low probability event, typically deemed a guaranteed loss. The probability of rolling 3 sixes is merely 1 in 216, occurring only once in over 200 rolls. The onlookers murmured among themselves, pointing at Li Hao, some recalling the earlier incident. Poor fellow, losing 35,000 and now wagering on a single triple. Betting 2,000 credit coins on 3 sixes was indeed audacious. Such a spectacle is seldom witnessed. Even in defeat, it would be exhilarating. What if he wins? At 150 odds, that could translate to 3 million credit coins. Li Hao remained composed, disregarding the surrounding chatter, quietly seated at the table. Ding! The wager was locked in as the frog-eyed alien pressed the button, setting the dice into a rapid spin before carefully covering them with the metallic dome. Moments later, the dice settled, and Li Hao sensed the outcome. 3, 4, and 5, 12 points. Big. The casino's cheating detection system had read the points and relayed the information to the frog eyes. Upon hearing the news through his earpiece, he sneered contemptuously and lifted the dice cup. All the gamblers simultaneously craned their necks, gazing at the 3 dice. 6, 6, 6. The 3 dice revealed their 6 faces, perfectly aligned. A cacophony of astonished voices erupted among the gamblers. My God, what am I witnessing? It truly is 3 sixes. This can't be real. Huh. I'm the only one who guessed correctly. I told you this guy would win. Hey, what did you just say? If it really is 3 sixes, then devour the dice. Please, don't hold back. Hurry up and eat them. Do you want me to fetch some seasoning for you? A little sugar would make it tastier. Damn it. I just consumed an entire set of metal dominoes this morning. Now I must eat dice? Though I possess extraordinary stomach acid, it can't dissolve so much. Can we save it for tomorrow? Amidst the chatter of the gamblers, the frog eyes appeared struck by lightning. His metallic birdcage-like cover slipping from his grasp and crashing onto the gambling table. Just before the frog eyes lifted the dice cup, Li Hao had unleashed his power, flipping the 3 dice to show their 6 sides. You can cheat, but I cannot? This is tit for tat, a technique from the Muron clan in demigods and semi-devils. Chapter 29. Acquisition of Force Weapons. Li Hao's timing in wielding the Force was impeccable. Just as the frog eye lifted the dice cup, he suddenly exerted his power, causing the dice to flip. The miniature device within the metallic dome detected the change in the dice's values. But the monitoring personnel in the casino's back end were unable to alert Frog Eye in time, who had already removed the metallic cover. The gasps and clamors from the gamblers at the table drew the attention of more onlookers, many of whom gathered to witness the spectacle. Frog Eye was taken aback, his large eyes bulging and shimmering with a faint blue light as he pointed an accusing finger at Li Hao, exclaiming, "You cheated." The Wormhole Smart system not only translated the alien's words, but also conveyed Li Hao's responses back to him. The electronic translator was commonplace in this world, making the system's capabilities unobtrusive. Li Hao retorted with a cold smile. "Does your statement represent the casino's stance? Can I interpret this as the casino falsely accusing me of cheating?" Frog Eye's fury intensified, the dice clearly showed. Before he could finish, another casino staff member hastily covered his mouth. Surrounding gamblers erupted in conversation. "Huh? This is the first time I've seen someone from the casino lose their composure and accuse others of cheating." Indeed. The gentleman had remained motionless at a distance from Frog Eye. How could he possibly cheat? It's absurd. He rolled the dice himself and lifted the cover. How can he accuse others of cheating? What kind of logic is that? Frog Eye whispered frantically to the manager, whose expression shifted as he scrutinized Li Hao from head to toe. Li Hao's icy demeanor remained. "Are you someone of authority in this casino? If the casino suspects me of cheating, I demand that the authorities be notified and the gaming equipment examined for any signs of my alleged misconduct." Upon hearing the request for an equipment inspection, the manager's muscles twitched nervously. This was utterly unacceptable. If the dice cup were sent for verification, the casino's reputation would be irreparably damaged. The house already enjoyed a probabilistic advantage, and cheating against gamblers would only deter future clientele. The manager plastered a smile on his face. It was merely a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. This employee spoke inappropriately, and I apologize on behalf of the casino. He shot a glare at Frog Eye, commanding, "Apologize to this gentleman immediately. Our casino has stringent monitoring. Who could possibly cheat here?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Frog Eye repeatedly bowed. I'm sorry. Li Hao lightly scratched his ear, sensing a lack of sincerity in the apology. The manager quickly added, "We sincerely apologize. To express our regret, we would like to offer you a travel allowance of 50,000 credit coins. Does that suffice?" "Very well, since your attitude is sincere. I accept your apology." Li Hao, wishing to avoid further conflict, decided it was best to leave this troublesome place and acquire the genetic technology without delay. Meanwhile, the monitoring room in the casino was in disarray, the central screen replaying the incident in slow motion. The 3 dice had miraculously all landed on 6s. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Impossible. This cannot be happening. There was only one conceivable explanation. The individual had utilized telekinesis, the legendary telekinesis. He must be a practitioner from a more advanced civilization. This conclusion rendered the faces of all present pale, plunging them into an abyss of fear. What should we do? If he truly is from a higher civilization, what then? Silence engulfed the room, the atmosphere dense as a tomb. After exiting the casino, Li Hao approached an information kiosk nearby and checked his credit card, confirming a balance of 3,050,000 credit coins. Only then did he truly relax. He could not trust such a boundless gambling establishment. On this planet, numerous information kiosks lined the streets, providing residents with maps, traffic updates, weather forecasts, lodging, dining, and entertainment information, serving as comprehensive information terminals. Li Hao had previously searched online at the casino and confirmed that companies selling outdated technology to lower civilizations were not in this vicinity, but rather far away. The planet boasted an exceptionally developed transportation system, with rail transit completely free for citizens. However, Li Hao could not utilize it due to the lack of an identity card. Fortunately, with ample funds at his disposal, he opted for a taxi. Li Hao accessed the transportation information at the kiosk and promptly summoned a taxi. The kiosk processed the request, automatically connecting to the nearest available taxi. Within 20 seconds, a flying car descended from the sky, its doors opening automatically. Li Hao entered the vehicle, greeted by a green-skinned driver whose features resembled those of a human. The driver, appearing quite friendly, inquired, "Where to?" "District 12, Eastern Sector. Historical Technology Park." The driver hesitated momentarily, That's quite far, requiring a detour around a quarter of the planet. Are you certain you want to take a taxi? The fare will likely be 6,000 credit coins. If you take a large passenger craft from the transport center, it would cost less than 1/5 of that. Having over 300,000 credit coins, Li Hao was unconcerned about the fare. Just drive. All right then. With a whistle, the driver activated the flying car. As they soared into the air, merging with the bustling traffic above, the vehicle adhered to fixed routes, avoiding erratic movements. After a minute, the flying car approached an upward trajectory, ascending higher into the sky. The driver proved to be quite talkative, as many in this profession seemed to be, and Li Hao gained considerable insight during the journey. While in the flying car, Li Hao connected to the internet and discovered that the company he sought was indeed quite reputable, prompting him to direct the driver to that location. Upon entering the large company, the reception desk assigned a salesperson to assist him. Li Hao's distaste grew upon noticing the salesperson's bulging frog-like eyes, prompting an immediate request for a replacement. Eventually, he was assigned a more aesthetically pleasing extraterrestrial female who bore a striking resemblance to human beauty. Her figure was voluptuous, with a particularly slender waist that made the term not even a handful seem somewhat exaggerated when applied to human women, yet fittingly applicable to her. The negotiation proceeded delightfully. The extraterrestrial lady was exceedingly professional. Under her guidance, Li Hao purchased an entire suite of primary genetic pharmaceutical technology, encompassing comprehensive technical data and 2 devices, a formulation machine and an efficacy testing apparatus. With these resources, he could continuously formulate genetic medications and assess their results. The total cost was merely over 60,000 credit coins, and after some bargaining, the extraterrestrial agreed to a 10% discount. Such a price, in comparison to the value of the goods, left Li Hao beaming with delight. Unsure of how to spend the remaining funds, Li Hao also acquired an intelligent brain, a household robot, and a large assortment of software, all of which were merely advanced household appliances, summing up to around 50 to 60,000 credit coins. The extraterrestrial lady inquired, "Forgive my curiosity, but what is the civilization level of your home planet?" According to the Universal Interstellar Standard, there are 8 civilization levels, and we are classified as level 6. Knowing your home planet's level would help me provide you with better recommendations. Her classification system was clearly different from that of the intelligence system. According to the Yailing race's standards, this place was merely a level 3 lower civilization, not a 6. Li Hao replied, "I am unsure of my home planet's civilization level. How about this? Tell me what type of chip is commonly used in your planet's intelligence systems. Is it a multidimensional variant gene chip? A solidified biological gene chip?" Upon seeing Li Hao shake his head persistently, the extraterrestrial lady continued, "Surely it cannot be a quantum random array chip?" Li Hao shook his head once more, clarifying that he was referring to silicon-based semiconductor chips. Silicon semiconductors? The extraterrestrial maiden blinked her large eyes, pondering for a moment. Being a student of historical technology, she eventually recalled this concept from the annals of history. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "However, silicon materials cannot create intelligent brain chips. They can only produce the simplest of calculators. Thus, your home planet likely represents a level 1 civilization, perhaps at the early stages of level 2, incapable of long-distance interstellar travel and yet to connect to the interstellar network. Have you developed any planetary colonies?" "None," he replied. The alien girl activated her wrist-mounted intelligence device, projecting a luminous screen. After a brief search, she suggested, in the era of silicon materials, there existed a classic artificial intelligence software known as the 100 Schools system. I recommend you acquire that software. Its preservation throughout history attests to its exceptional quality. Li Hao contemplated this, reflecting on his current use of steel needles and blades as weapons. In such a technologically advanced world, he should have access to superior alternatives. He inquired, "By the way, I would like to purchase some blades, steel needles, daggers, throwing knives, long swords, and thin shields, preferably the hardest and sharpest available." The extraterrestrial maiden paused briefly, taken aback by his unusual request. Nevertheless, adhering to her company's principle of prioritizing customer satisfaction, she responded, "That is absolutely feasible. The latest specialized alloys can encapsulate energy within, forming a force field that is truly indestructible. These materials, when crafted into cold weapon models, are not only extraordinarily sharp, but will endure countless strikes without losing a fraction of their edge. If you desire even greater sharpness, you might consider acquiring a lightsaber, capable of slicing through any material, although it comes at a steep price." Chapter 30. A bountiful return upon hearing that he could purchase a lightsaber. Li Hao was instantly invigorated. This weapon was a hallmark of Force practitioners, and possessing a lightsaber was the dream of every Star Wars enthusiast. Li Hao inquired, "Who is the intended recipient of such an expensive lightsaber, and how is it utilized?" The alien girl chuckled. "In truth, it holds little practical value. It is primarily for collectors of melee weapon models. A lightsaber can cut through nearly all materials. Do you not find it impressive to wield a sword akin to those wielded by level 8 civilization psychics?" Li Hao was perplexed and discreetly consulted the intelligence system. "Isn't a lightsaber the weapon of a Force practitioner?" The system clarified, "Indeed, a true lightsaber is a weapon of the Force. However, due to the level of civilization on this planet, it is incapable of producing a genuine lightsaber. Here, the lightsaber is merely an extravagant model. A true Force weapon amplifies the Force." Understanding this, Li Hao realized that the so-called lightsaber was merely an expensive model. Nevertheless, he resolved to purchase one. Although it lacked the ability to amplify the Force, it was still a formidable weapon, capable of cutting through almost anything, a valuable asset for self-defense. Especially in the world of Northern Song, where firearms were non-existent. In comparison, even legendary weapons like the Dragon-Slaying Sword and the Heaven-Shaking Sword seemed trivial. After selecting an ample array of melee weapon models and a lightsaber, Li Hao asked the alien girl to assist him in making online purchases. He had previously identified several items online but lacked an identity card to register an account and complete the transactions. The total value of his orders exceeded 700,000 credit coins, and the alien girl stood to earn a considerable commission, making her eager to assist. Li Hao browsed a plethora of items in an online marketplace and proceeded to make payments through the alien girl, who then purchased the items under her name. The logistics in this world were remarkably efficient. Within a mere 15 minutes, a delivery robot arrived to have the packages signed for by the alien girl. The combined cost of the online purchases, along with the technical equipment, intelligent brain, and robot previously acquired, totaled 750,000 credit coins, leaving Li Hao with over 2.3 million. He pondered that there was no need to exhaust his funds in one go, as he might return to this world in the future. After all, the technology here was vastly more advanced than that of Earth in the main world, and the planet offered excellent privacy protection, facilitating his endeavors. Furthermore, having visited once, he would be better acquainted on his next visit. At this moment, his household robot had completed initialization and recognized him as its primary owner. Li Hao gathered the technical documents and shouldered the large packages from his online shopping, while the robot carried the equipment and intelligent brain behind him. The alien girl accompanied him outside the company, handing him a business card. "Mr. Li, should you require any antiquated technology or equipment, please remember to contact me for the best prices. Thank you. This shopping experience has been delightful, and I hope to collaborate again in the future." As Li Hao strolled through the streets with his robot, he surveyed the area, seeking a secluded spot to activate a wormhole. However, in such a bustling metropolis, finding a suitable location proved challenging, and after much searching, he still had not succeeded. The robot remarked, "Master, you have passed 5 bus stops and changed direction 4 times. Are you lost? I have an inbuilt mapping system that prevents me from ever losing my way. Please provide me with a destination, and I can guide you or offer the optimal transportation options." "Enough chatter. I enjoy taking leisurely walks," Li Hao replied as he continued to wander. "Indeed. I would be pleased to accompany you on your stroll, provided you do not mind the depletion of my battery," the robot responded. "Actually, you could upgrade your energy system, as electrical power is an inefficient and outdated source of energy." "That is irrelevant. I specifically hired someone to install batteries for you. Do you have any idea how expensive the modification fees are?" The robot's electronic voice chimed in. "I fail to comprehend the rationale behind utilizing batteries as an energy source." Li Hao chuckled. "Before long, you will understand. Now, do you not possess a map? Please direct me to the nearest restroom. If I cannot find an unoccupied area, I might as well activate the wormhole in the restroom." The robot proved its utility by leading Li Hao directly to a restroom. "Come in, Master. I feel it necessary to remind you that I do not require restroom breaks. I shall wait outside. Do I need your reminders? I instructed you to enter." "Oh, very well." The robot, carrying equipment twice its size, entered the restroom. This restroom was as lavish as the one he had encountered upon his arrival. Li Hao inspected each stall to ensure no one was inside. He then opened one and called, "Come in." "Master, I feel it is necessary to remind you once more that I do not require restroom breaks. Will you enter or not?" "Oh, very well. If you insist, I shall comply. Your command takes precedence over conventional logic." Li Hao locked the metallic door and activated the super wormhole, connecting to the northern Song world. The robot stared in bewilderment at the formation of the wormhole. Master, what is this? Are you planning to scrap me? I must remind you that you have yet to purchase insurance for me. Should I be damaged while inside, you will receive no compensation. The manufacturer does not assume responsibility for abnormal damage. Is this your final word? I command you to enter. Li Hao rested his hand on his forehead, reflecting on the peculiarities of his purchase. Should he leave behind the intelligent brain, genetic drug synthesizer, efficacy detector, energy alloy blades, energy alloy shield? He opted to carry everything and proceeded through the wormhole, followed by the robot. The sensation of weightlessness was fleeting, and as the scenery shifted to the garden of Qingjia Bay Mansion, Li Hao promptly closed the wormhole. Once the wormhole disappeared, Li Hao exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him, swiftly followed by fatigue. In the unfamiliar environment of that high-tech world, he had remained vigilant, maintaining his force sensitivity to avert any unforeseen incidents, which had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Li Hao chuckled. Did you not boast about your inbuilt mapping system that ensures you will never get lost? Indeed, under normal circumstances, that is correct. I am currently malfunctioning and require repairs. However, the self-diagnostic system indicates normal functionality, and I am unable to connect to the corporate network for a detailed inspection. Attempting to call for repairs yields no signal. Never mind. These are minor issues that do not affect your functionality. We have departed from the original planet. This is my home, and naturally, it is also yours. Departed from the original planet? Oh, I see now that it was not my malfunction, but rather our exit from the network service area. Was that a teleportation technology we just experienced? How advanced? Master, our home is indeed vast, though the building materials appear rather primitive and antiquated. Li Hao began to assess the spoils of his journey, disregarding the robot's commentary. He had acquired 50 alloy blades and an entire box of alloy needles, likely numbering in the thousands. Using the force, he levitated one of the blades and sliced through a slender branch of a tree in the garden. The blade glided effortlessly, encountering virtually no resistance, severing the branch, which was thicker than his thumb, with ease. Testing the flying needles, he found that under the influence of the force, they could penetrate the stones of the garden's rockery. A needle, approximately 10 centimeters long, embedded itself 2 centimeters into the stone. With the new alloy blades and needles, even without enhancing his force, his lethality had doubled compared to before. Turning off the beam, Li Hao carried the lightsaber with him. It was merely a hilt and quite lightweight. He decided to store the other technical items in the warehouse for later study. Exiting the garden, he consulted Ding Fu to finalize the opening of the photography studio, then instructed Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu to bring meals to the garden. The maidens were astounded upon encountering the robot. However, Li Hao had already familiarized them with remarkable inventions such as the wooden ox and the flowing horse, crafted by the ingenious Liu Ban. Thus, when they beheld the metallic automaton, their astonishment was profound, yet they were ultimately able to accept it. After all, the young master continuously presented them with an array of wonders, and the digital camera had already seemed unfathomable to them. Consequently, the addition of yet another extraordinary marvel was not particularly overwhelming. The maidens excitedly gathered around the robot, eagerly posing a multitude of inquiries. Chapter 31. Business Intelligence Organization. Beneath the sprawling canopy of a grand banyan tree by the Qingjia River, Li Hao and the esteemed Master of Justice, Xiao Zhangji, sat comfortably in their chairs. The luxuriant branches of the banyan enveloped a significant portion of the sky, while its aerial roots swayed gently in the breeze. Ahead, the Qingjia River curved dramatically, meandering into the distance. The water's flow altered direction here, forming a vast sandy beach. A solitary fishing boat drifted downstream, with a fisherman casting his net into the water. The scenery resembled a traditional Chinese painting, infused with a serene and leisurely essence. Xiao Lan moved with a fluid grace akin to flowing water. Merely observing her actions was a visual delight. Soon, 2 cups of tea were presented to Li Hao and Xiao Zhangji. As they lifted the lids, wisps of steam rose delicately. They savored a sip, relishing the exquisite tea of this world. After a considerable pause, Xiao Zhangji remarked, "What a splendid tea. The tea, the water, and the preparation are all exceptional. Miss Xiaolan's skill is truly remarkable. Young master, you did not summon me merely for tea, did you? I have heard that the photography studio is opening today. Will you not pay a visit? I intend to stop by this afternoon," Li Hao replied, "though it matters little whether I do or not. The shop is under my watchful eye, and it shall undoubtedly yield a considerable profit." The true challenge lies in managing multiple branches in the future. Were it someone else proclaiming assured profits, Xiao Zhongji would scoff. Commerce is fraught with risks, and no one dares to claim guaranteed gains. Yet, with Li Hao's assertion, Xiao Zhongji found it entirely reasonable. If Master Li cannot profit, who in the Song Dynasty could? Amassing wealth is not insurmountable. But the previous restrictions imposed by the Maritime Trade Office made me realize the necessity of wielding influence. Otherwise, an abundance of riches might not equate to good fortune. Xiao Zhongji paused, contemplating the audacity of the statement that wealth was not difficult to acquire. Indeed, only the young gentleman before him possessed the stature to utter such words. Having wealth requires the means of self-preservation, a truth Xiao Zhongji understood well. However, Li Hao harbored unspoken thoughts. It was not wealth that he sought, but rather the ongoing legacy of Chinese civilization in this temporal space. Having spent a summer in northern Song, he had developed a profound sense of belonging and was prepared to cultivate his primordial energy here long-term. The cultivation methods of the Yaling civilization demand the absorption of primordial energy from diverse universes, refining it into the purest star essence. Before the star essence ascends to level 4, he could continue his training in this realm. Due to the uniqueness of star essence, remaining solely in the main world would hinder his cultivation. Thus, he naturally intended to select this place for his endeavors. Since he planned to reside here long-term, he could no longer be a mere transient observer. Grounding himself meant shouldering certain responsibilities. As a descendant of the Yin and Huang, safeguarding the integrity of Chinese civilization from destruction was an obligation he could not ignore. When Lu Xiufu realized he could not protect the young emperor of the southern Song, he donned his ceremonial robes, brandished his sword, and urged his wife to leap into the sea. To the young emperor, he declared, "The state affairs have reached a point of utter ruin. Your Majesty must sacrifice yourself for the nation, lest you repeat the tragic fate of Emperor Dio. While Emperor Dio suffered humiliation far away in the capital, you must not endure such indignities." With that, he hoisted the 8-year-old emperor onto his back, secured them both with a white silk cord, and leaped over the ship's railing into the vast ocean. At that moment, the winds wept mournfully, merging sky and sea into a somber hue. From the Empress Dowager down to the court officials, noblewomen, and common soldiers, over 100,000 souls cast themselves into the sea in loyalty to their country. Days later, the waters of Yashan were littered with corpses, numbering in the tens of thousands. Li Hao, upon reading these harrowing accounts, felt a profound shock. Over 100,000 individuals chose death. What a resolute and indomitable spirit this nation possessed. Following the Battle of Yashan, China fell entirely under foreign domination for the first time in history. Naturally, he would refrain from discussing such histories with the Song people, nor would he reveal his future intentions to confront the Jurchens. For no matter how he articulated his thoughts, Xiao Zhongji would not believe that with a few years of management, he could effortlessly vanquish the Jurchens. Without witnessing the power of firearms firsthand, one cannot comprehend the might of technology. You say, if the situation deteriorates in the future, I wish for my family to follow you overseas, ensuring the continuation of the Xiao lineage. Li Hao smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, it is unlikely the Jurchens will reach Chuanzhou. Should circumstances indeed turn dire, your family may accompany me abroad. Yet, I trust such a day will not come to pass. Xiao Zhongji rose respectfully, bowing to Li Hao. Thank you, young master. I, an old man, have little to worry about, save for my 3 sons and 1 daughter. Please, no need for such formality. I summoned you today to assist in establishing an intelligence organization. You see, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. One must possess first-hand information. This organization will not only gather commercial intelligence but also monitor government affairs, tracking official movements to avert incidents like that of the Maritime Trade Office. Furthermore, we must also keep an ear to the ground regarding the Jurchens. Being engrossed in business while danger looms is unwise. How extensive do you plan for this intelligence network to be? The broader, the better. I will initially provide you with 5,000 guan for the establishment of a foundational team. Remember, the personnel must be efficient and capable. Xiao Zhongji was taken aback. 5,000 guan? Is that truly necessary? Li Hao shook his head. 5,000 guan is merely the preliminary funding. The budget will multiply in the future. Multiply? Is this still an intelligence organization? Even the court spy network does not receive such funding. Li Hao replied, the situation will soon become tumultuous. And I must also establish a private militia. This, young master, should the authorities become aware, it could lead to charges of treason. Quality over quantity is paramount for a military. This private force need not be large enough to attract undue attention. Moreover, You must cultivate good relations with the officials. They will conveniently overlook our activities. Without a private militia, how can we safeguard our assets during times of chaos? Even if we migrate overseas, we will require protection against potential pirates at sea. Xiao Zhongji contemplated this, recognizing that the profits from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, coupled with the opening of the photography studio, would provide sufficient income for the upkeep of a private militia. However, acquiring arms and equipment would prove challenging. I've already arranged for discreet shipments from overseas. Li Hao replied with a slight smile. Given the Song Dynasty's metallurgy, how superior could their weaponry and armor truly be? It would be prudent to devise our own means. Of course, this private force will initially lack modern firearms. Even with wealth in the main world, acquiring such weaponry proves difficult. The formation of the private militia had already commenced. Li Hao had instructed Jiang Wulong to select robust individuals among the servants to train in martial arts alongside the guards. On his next return from the main world, Li Hao planned to bring a training regimen for the army, officially beginning the cultivation of his private troops. After lunch, Li Hao called for the steward, Ding Fu. Old Ding, how much ginseng and cordyceps have you procured? Upon being questioned, Ding Fu replied promptly, Young master, your purchasing volume has significantly increased the price of ginseng by 20%. Even merchants from Hangzhou are transporting goods here. As of yesterday, we have acquired over 6,000 guan worth of ginseng and cordyceps. Excellent. Immediately arrange for all ginseng and cordyceps to be moved to the No. 3 warehouse in the garden. Ensure it is completed by the afternoon's 5th hour. Go and organize the laborers. Yes, young master. I shall attend to it right away. With that, he exited to coordinate the workers for the transport of the medicinal herbs. Chapter 32. The Sale of Wild Ginseng in the Primary World. On the campus of Huaxia University of Technology, the onset of the new semester has restored the familiar hustle and bustle of campus life. Over the holiday, I traversed back to the northern Song Dynasty, establishing a unique treasure pavilion and a photography studio, acquiring vast tracts of farmland and desolate mountains, toppling a northern Song official, and venturing into a high-tech world where I procured pharmaceutical technology and advanced teaching materials, while also delving into the basics of energy cultivation. This summer was the most fulfilling and rewarding of my life. Upon entering the dormitory, I encountered a chubby classmate, his round face adorned with a dumbbell as he executed arm curls. Another student sat engrossed in a computer game. As I scrutinized him, I hesitated, noting his paler complexion. The dark circles under his eyes deepened, and his brow appeared ominously dark, a marked transformation. Could it be a sign of kidney deficiency? Yet, I found myself becoming increasingly handsome and charming, though I refrained from dwelling on mere appearances, which seemed superficial. My metamorphosis was one of the soul. During the holiday, I had met a young lady from the Chinese department, who had a profound admiration for couplets. Under her influence, I absorbed a wealth of ancient and modern couplets. Do you not perceive a newfound elegance in my demeanor? I shook my head and replied, not at all. I am an honest child. And let us speak plainly. You have always possessed a certain air about you, albeit of a rather dubious nature. Allow me to recite a couplet for your admiration. I continued. On the wedding night, the woman presents the upper line, the night raid on Pearl Harbor, the beauty startled, the man counters with the lower line, 2 atomic bombs. Japan and Germany capitulate. The horizontal inscription reads, World War II. Impressive, indeed, Pan Bin. You truly are a refined libertine. Was it this entire summer that you and the young lady discussed such couplets? You must seize this opportunity. She is your perfect match. There exists no better pairing in the world. Pan Bin rubbed his hands together, smiling. Do you share my sentiments? She is a sophomore from a normal university, and we met online. We have yet to see each other in person. I am preparing to invite her out. At that moment, the student who had been gaming interjected, Pan Bin, do not indulge in fantasies. Such women who refuse to share their photographs are often like dinosaurs. I suspect she is a carnivorous T-Rex. If you meet her, be wary of losing everything. Pan Bin approached the gaming student, slapping him on the shoulder. You speak nonsense. You cannot produce ivory from a dog's mouth. Do not strike me. It cost me a soldier, he retorted. Behold my great vein. I have successfully incapacitated the opposing marksman. Ha! I have succeeded. Pan Bin marveled. Oh, you truly have displayed some skill. Quick, we must flee. The enemy Amumu is approaching. This is a trap. Blink away, quickly. The gaming student cried out. Ah, Amumu is unleashing his ultimate. It is over. Where is our jungler? I have not seen him. I fear not the godlike opponent, but rather the pig-like ally. Pan Bin remarked, this game relies heavily on teamwork. You criticize others. Yet the most troublesome is you. With your level, you must have plummeted below 800 points during the summer ranking matches. The student lamented. You guessed correctly. I have already fallen to 700 points. Assist me in raising my score. Encountering such incompetent teammates at this low rank is detrimental. Very well, I shall assist. But you must treat us all, I interjected. Absolutely not. Pan Bin and the gaming student exclaimed in unison, aware of my modest financial situation and determined not to let me pay. Over the summer, I encountered a generous employer and earned a small fortune. It is my turn to treat everyone. Pan Bin glanced at me, observing my insistence, and finally relented. Fine, but you must treat us next time. This meal must be on Wang Guangchuan. I shall help him elevate his ranking score. There must be some compensation. Campus life has become a source of vexation for me, compelling me to retreat to my rented abode at night to cultivate my energy. Continuing down this path is unsustainable. Perhaps I should simply skip class altogether. 2 sales representatives had already connected with several prospective buyers, and I planned to take a large bag of wild ginseng to meet them tomorrow morning when I had no classes. In the room I rented near the school, I completed my daily energy training and began preparing for my upcoming venture to the northern Song Dynasty this weekend. Opening my computer, I contemplated the need for a training regimen for the private military in the northern Song Dynasty. I sought information online and aimed to converse with individuals who had military experience to absorb practical methods. Mo Shijun, that young girl, has finished studying elements of geometry. Since she genuinely wishes to learn, I decided to purchase a set of traditional Chinese mathematics and physics textbooks for her. For the maids, I thought to download tea art instructional videos for Xiao Lan, who brews tea quite well, and for Xiao Zhu, who possesses a solid foundation in singing. I would procure some classical music. I intended to have Xiao Zhongji establish an intelligence agency and needed to source some training materials for intelligence personnel. The electronic textbooks came in a metal box the size of a cigarette case. Upon pressing the switch, it projected 3-dimensional images detailing an array of tutorials. I had already replaced all the curtains in my room with opaque ones, ensuring that no one would detect the 3-dimensional videos being displayed. With a mere click, the courses would manifest as 3-dimensional videos, featuring a virtual intelligent instructor and meticulously crafted video explanations. I began to voraciously absorb this advanced knowledge. The clarity of these 3-dimensional videos was remarkable, as if a real teacher was presenting the lesson in person. The following day, I took a taxi to a warehouse in the suburbs, carrying half a bag of ginseng. While it would have been more convenient for the buyer to view the goods at the warehouse, I preferred to avoid drawing attention to that location. Thus, I chose a hotel as our meeting point. Upon reaching the hotel's dining room, the sales representatives and 4 representatives from herbal medicine companies awaited my arrival. I set down the woven bag and greeted them. Good morning, everyone. I apologize for my tardiness. I stayed up late last night and arose late this morning. I've heard you possess top-quality wild ginseng. Have you brought it? Indeed, it is right here, I replied, gesturing towards the bag. What? This entire bag is filled with wild ginseng? The representatives from the herbal medicine companies widened their eyes in astonishment, and even the 2 sales representatives appeared taken aback. Wild ginseng is not something one casually packs in a woven bag. Nonsense. One of the representatives from the herbal medicine company interjected. What I require is pure wild mountain ginseng. With this quantity, it must surely be cultivated ginseng, at best seeds, wasting my time. With that, he turned and stormed off. The remaining representatives from the herbal medicine companies did not leave immediately, but their expressions soured. Pure wild ginseng is exceedingly rare. Finding even a few roots is a challenge. And while my bag contained only half a bag's worth, how could one possibly acquire so much wild ginseng at once? To place wild ginseng in a woven bag is akin to storing gold and diamonds in such a manner. It is simply inconceivable. Wild ginseng should be preserved in exquisite silk boxes, handled with utmost care. Authentic wild ginseng typically matures over 30 years, without at least 3 to 4 decades. Genuine wild ginseng cannot grow robustly. Let us examine the ginseng first, I suggested, as I unknotted the woven bag and casually grasped a handful of ginseng. Upon sighting the ginseng, the representatives from the herbal medicine companies were immediately captivated, collectively gasping in awe. They encircled me, chattering excitedly. Be gentle. Do not break the delicate fibrous roots. Where did you acquire such exceptional mountain ginseng? One representative with silver hair extracted a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the ginseng closely, exclaiming, the roots are round and elongated, the skin a rich yellow, the veins intricately detailed, the shape beautiful, the supporting roots resembling whiskers, and the pearls abundant. This is indeed a premium mountain ginseng. Indeed, it exhibits superb attributes across all 5 forms, embodying excellence in all 6 aspects. I have been in the ginseng trade for many years, and such mountain ginseng is a rarity. This root is at least a century old, truly a treasure. The elderly representative, with hair as white as snow, gazed at the gnarled roots of the ginseng in his hands, and suddenly, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "Which scoundrel has uprooted this ginseng? Look at how many roots have been severed. Such wanton waste, truly a travesty. By the heavens, is this ginseng or a mere turnip? How could one treat ginseng as if it were a common vegetable? If you lack the skill to harvest it properly, then refrain from doing so. With a single stroke of the spade, we have incurred a loss of at least 1,000 yuan." Li Hao, growing impatient as they continued their endless appraisal, inquired, "So, what do you think? Are these ginseng worth your attention? How much are you willing to pay per pound?" The 3 individuals rolled their eyes in unison, and the 2 sales representatives were momentarily taken aback. Can one truly measure such mountain ginseng in pounds? It would be far more appropriate to use grams, wouldn't it? Yet, with this woven bag, it certainly appears feasible to sell it by the pound. "Young man, I wish to purchase all this mountain ginseng," one of them insisted. "Sell it to me. I represent Rinhatang, a reputable company with a good standing. The price will be absolutely fair." Li Hao, lacking any knowledge of the ginseng market, found solace in the fact that the 3 representatives were well versed in the matter. After all, it was an on-site bidding process, and the highest bidder would prevail. Ultimately, all the ginseng was acquired by Rinhatang. The representative from Rinhatang left behind their contact information, reiterating with great urgency, "In the future, if you come across such mountain ginseng, please contact me at the earliest opportunity. We can negotiate a good price." Once the transaction was finalized, Li Hao found his bank account enriched by 4,450,000 yuan. Chapter 33. The Robot During the First Week of the New Semester. Li Hao sat in class, lost in thought, contemplating what supplies he would need to procure for his next journey to the northern Song Dynasty. In the evenings, he returned to his rented accommodation to continue his cultivation of the original force. On this particular Friday, Li Hao approached his counselor to request a few days off, explaining that he needed to accompany his younger sister to school. She had been admitted to a university in the capital, but having never ventured far from home, Li Hao was anxious about her traveling alone. Initially, the counselor was reluctant to grant his request, but after much persuasion, reluctantly consented. Li Ying puffed out her cheeks, admonishing him not to waste money. Li Hao chuckled, assuring her he would be prudent with his spending and that he would provide her with funds to manage. Without further ado, he deposited 50,000 yuan into her bank account at the ATM. Surprised, Li Ying exclaimed, "Brother, where did you get so much money? You've sent home 300,000 yuan previously, and now another 70,000. Our plane tickets were not cheap either. And seeing you spend so freely, it's clear you have plenty left. You say it's from the professor, but I don't believe it. Even if his project is indeed profitable, there is no reason he would share so much with you." Li Hao responded, "Actually, that project relies entirely on me. Without my contribution, it would not have succeeded. Besides, I plan to start my own company soon. This amount is trivial." "Start a company? What kind of company? Do you want my help?" she inquired. "Of course. If I don't ask for your assistance, who else could I rely on? Hence, you must excel in business management. But my major is finance, not business management," she protested. "University is different from high school. You're not simply learning what the teachers dictate. You have the autonomy to delve into subjects that interest you." Li Ying's eyes sparkled with determination. "Then I will study diligently." "Oh," she replied, somewhat disappointed. In the warehouse, Li Hao activated the super wormhole to transfer the newly acquired supplies to the Li family storage. These supplies had been gradually collected over the course of the week. Among them were 3 solar-powered home electricity systems, a diesel generator, and 10 barrels of diesel fuel. With the opening of the photography studio, the digital cameras would require charging, and the laser printing equipment and laminating machine were significant consumers of electricity. Not to mention, the robots had substantial power demands. Relying solely on the initial 2 solar systems would prove inadequate. Li Hao also intended to procure some large wind turbines, but time was pressing in the main world, and he could not arrange for these devices in time. Moreover, transporting and installing large wind turbines was not a simple task, so he decided against purchasing them for the moment. Having acquired a vast expanse of barren land from the Liang family, which stretched all the way to the seaside, he envisioned installing over a dozen wind turbines on the small hills by the coast, where the winds were strong. The wind turbines could operate at night, unlike solar panels, which could not generate power after sunset and were less efficient on rainy days. As he exited the storage, Li Hao faintly heard the laughter of the maids. Looking at the familiar scenery of the garden, a sense of leisure and tranquility washed over him. Xiaolan sat on the swing, while Xiaomei gently pushed her. Xiao Zhu had set up an easel and was painting, and Xiao Zhu was fanning herself while engaging in light conversation with the robot. Li Hao approached and laughed. Xiao Zhu, are you bullying Tai Pai again? Since meeting the robot, Xiao Zhu had taken to calling it Tai Pai. Although the robot was highly advanced, it remained a machine and not a living entity. The notion of caring for you was merely a product of personality simulation, a result of programmed algorithms, rather than a genuine understanding of human emotions. The high-tech world had designed robots with distinct personality simulation systems to ensure that each robot was not just a cold, uniform being but could interact better with humans. This personality simulation system was randomly generated during production, and a robot's character would be fixed upon leaving the factory. While this design made robots more human-like, it also allowed them to coexist harmoniously with people. Of course, if one truly disliked a particular personality, the manufacturer could reprogram the robot for free once, generating a new personality. Each robot could undergo this process up to 5 times without charge. Beyond that, it would incur a cost. As for the robot Li Hao had purchased, its simulated personality was somewhat chatty and a bit dull-witted. Li Hao smiled. Xiao Zhu says you don't like the name Tai Pai? Indeed, my exterior is made of a special alloy, with iron content of only 0.4875231%. Calling me Tai Pai is misleading. Moreover, Xiao Zhu is not my owner and has no right to name me. Only you, my master, have that authority. Li Hao turned to Xiao Mei and the others. What do you think? What name suits it best? In unison, Xiao Mei, Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhu declared, Tai Pai. Li Hao chuckled at the robot. See? This is what the consensus dictates. It must be so. I, too, find Tai Pai to be quite fitting. Henceforth, you shall be known as Tai Pai. Very well. Since you say so, I shall be called Tai Pai from now on. Xiao Zhu cleared her throat and gleefully called out, Tai Pai. Ah, Tai Pai responded softly, appearing somewhat listless. Xiao Zhu grinned. No worries, it's a lovely name. I just wanted to call you that. Tai Pai, Tai Pai, Tai Pai, the others chimed in eagerly. Xiao Zhu, curious, asked, Tai Pai, can you cook? With a slight tilt of its head, Tai Pai proudly replied, of course. I can prepare 783 different dishes. Bragging. With that many dishes. If you learn 10 a day, let me calculate how long it would take you. Tai Pai interjected casually, it would take 131 years and 185 days. However, my learning process is different from yours. I merely need to download the recipes into my database, and I can master hundreds of thousands of them in mere seconds. Bragging. Tai Pai, I see you have a knack for boasting. Tai Pai, your calculations are impressively swift. Tai Pai, can you truly prepare that many dishes? The girls asked excitedly. Chapter 34. The Song Dynasty Photography Studio. As for the ships docked overseas and the attendants responsible for their unloading, since the young master chose not to disclose this information, Ding Fu also refrained from inquiring further. As a servant, it was prudent to adhere to one's duties. If the master wished to keep certain matters concealed, it was best for him to remain oblivious. Ding Fu meticulously reported the income generated by the photography studio over the past few days. Each photograph taken was priced at 300 won, and an additional 100 won could be paid for the development of a second print from the same image. In essence, one could obtain 2 identical photographs for a total of 400 won. The number of patrons visiting the studio had been steadily increasing, with 5 individual photography rooms set up to accommodate simultaneous sessions. Recently, on a single day, these rooms collectively served 560 clients, the majority of whom opted to have 2 prints developed. That day alone, the studio garnered over 200 guan in revenue. In the last couple of days, the photography studio had become the most talked about topic in Xuanzhou. Those who had viewed the photographs were astounded by the miraculous nature of the images. Their understanding of flat representations was limited to traditional Chinese painting. While traditional paintings often lean towards abstraction, even the most realistic renditions fell short of true likeness. In stark contrast, photographs provided an utterly authentic reflection of shapes and colors, far surpassing the imagination of the Song people. Ding Fu continued, stating that the second manager, Hong Dashu, had dispatched individuals to Hangzhou, Suzhou, and Jiangning to prepare for the establishment of branch studios. It was anticipated that once these branches opened, their revenue would undoubtedly exceed that of Xuanzhou. After launching 5 branch studios, the income would be comparable to that of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Li Hao lightly tapped his fingers on the table, adding, "Indeed. While the photography studio primarily caters to the moderately affluent, we could also offer on-site services for the wealthy. For instance, we could charge 200 guan and send a photographer to capture images at clients' events. Such occasions might include weddings, a child's first-month celebration, or birthdays for elders. We could provide wedding portraits, first-month photos, and birthday portraits. I believe affluent clients would wish to preserve these rare moments in their lives." Ding Fu slapped his thigh in agreement, exclaiming, "Precisely. How did I and manager Hong not think of this? The studio currently earns only 200 guan a day, but by catering to wealthy households, we could easily generate that amount with just one photographer on site." Li Hao sipped his tea and continued, "Additionally, we could introduce various packages." "Packages? Young master, do you intend to venture into the restaurant business?" Ding Fu inquired, perplexed. No, Li Hao clarified. The term packages refers to tailored offerings for specific clients, bundling various products for sale. For example, we could launch a family portrait package, where all family members have a group photo taken, followed by individual portraits at a discounted rate. We could create similar packages to boost sales and thereby increase profits. Initially, Ding Fu found the idea unremarkable, but upon further contemplation, he recognized its ingenuity. The more he pondered, the more he felt that this novel approach resonated with sound business principles. Once the packages were introduced, the studio's profits surged from the client's perspective. They would perceive the studio as accommodating and would willingly part with their money, even praising the packages. "Your entrepreneurial acumen is truly remarkable, young master," Ding Fu remarked. "It's a pity that you seem somewhat indifferent to business affairs, often retreating alone to the garden, absorbed in your own pursuits." Conversely, Manager Hong is wholly dedicated to the studio's operations, pouring his heart and soul into it. However, like myself, he is skilled in managing minor details, but lacks the vision to innovate in business. Your effortless ideas are nothing short of brilliant. Merchants of your caliber are exceedingly rare in the entirety of the Song Dynasty. Li Hao proceeded to discuss various considerations for opening branch studios. At that moment, Xiao Zhongji entered the parlor. Noticing that the young master had no further instructions, Ding Fu excused himself. Li Hao handed a printed document to Xiao Zhongji. "This is a draft of a private troop training plan I have devised. Please discuss it with Jiang Wulong to determine if any revisions are necessary." This document, a compilation of modern military training principles, began with basic drills focused on soldiers' physical fitness, discipline, and teamwork. It was concise, and Xiao Zhongji quickly perused it before falling into deep contemplation. He was once again astonished. Ever since aligning himself with Li Hao, he had frequently encountered moments of surprise. Although not well-versed in military affairs, he could discern the plan's significance. After a considerable pause, Xiao Zhongji finally raised his head and asked, "Young master, why does this training plan not include formations for battle? If we merely replicate current military training, how will we contend with the Jurchens?" Li Hao replied, "The number of soldiers in this private army will inevitably be limited. An excessive number would attract the attention of the court and impose a heavier burden on us. Although we are currently earning well, establishing a military force is an endless financial abyss. Just ensuring the soldiers' nutrition alone represents a significant expense. High-intensity training requires a diet that includes meat, which can be quite costly in the Song Dynasty." Li Hao envisioned gradually expanding the troop to about 100 individuals in the initial phase, ultimately aiming for around 1,000, organized into regiments, battalions, companies, platoons, and squads, equipped with firearms. Such a force would be capable of dominating the battlefield, whether in large-scale confrontations with the Jurchens or executing covert operations. Was there truly a need to train in formations such as spear or shield tactics? Li Hao mused. This army will employ new weaponry, thus practicing traditional formations is unnecessary. New weaponry. Xiao Zhongji's eyes lit up. Will they possess significant power? Li Hao nodded. More than you can imagine. Xiao Zhongji was taken aback. More than I can imagine? How powerful do you believe my imagination is? Li Hao smiled inwardly, considering how limited Xiao Zhongji's imagination could be. What could he possibly envision as formidable? Perhaps something akin to a legendary sword? Could he fathom long-range strikes or laser-guided technology? It was not that Li Hao underestimated Xiao Zhongji. Rather, it was the constraints of their era. Even the most talented individuals could not transcend these limitations. In fact, those who dared to step beyond the bounds of conventional thought were often deemed eccentric, while those who merely advanced slightly ahead were hailed as visionaries. Li Hao chuckled. In time, you will grasp the true nature of these weapons. For now, it is difficult for you to comprehend. A single experience is worth 1,000 words. Once you witness it, you will understand. Let us trial this plan. If it proves effective, we will continue. If not, we shall revise it. Much of this plan is speculative, and its efficacy in the Song Dynasty requires practical validation. After a thorough discussion of the plan, Li Hao added, we must closely monitor the Tixing Sea. Having grasped leverage over the Tixing official, he may not comply as expected and could potentially turn against us. I am aware, Xiao Zhongji replied. I have arranged for 2 individuals to infiltrate his household as servants. As Xiao Zhongji departed to consult with Jiang Wulong and Jiang Lulang, Li Hao, while attentive to profit and the recruitment of private troops, refrained from overextending himself in these endeavors. His primary focus remained on cultivating his own strength, as the cultivation of original energy was his true foundation for survival. He would not forsake his core principles for superficial gains. The last time the intelligent system predicted the depletion of his lifespan, his original energy was still at level 2, instilling within him a profound sense of urgency. Upon reaching level 4, he would gain the ability to autonomously enhance his genes, repair his body, and significantly prolong his life, potentially exceeding 10,000 years. With further refinement of stellar energy purity, his longevity would only increase. Thus, achieving level 4 was a pivotal milestone that he must reach within his lifetime. Having passed this challenge, the horizon ahead is boundless. Failing to overcome it would mean an untimely demise. Everything revolves around the goal of breaking through to level 4. In pursuit of this objective, Li Hao employed a dual approach. First, he endeavored to carve out more time for cultivating star essence, thereby enhancing his training speed. Second, he aimed to swiftly master genetic technology to develop longevity medications at the earliest opportunity. However, Li Hao's foundation in genetic technology was rather tenuous. He was still engrossed in studying alien textbooks to establish the necessary groundwork for comprehending genetic technology fully. Over the course of nearly a month of practice, he had gained the ability to manipulate objects weighing up to 350 grams, with a control range of approximately 150 meters, and his dexterity had significantly improved compared to before. Almost all of his spare time beyond training was dedicated to the study of extraterrestrial scientific materials. Since he prioritized mathematics and physics, his knowledge in these subjects had already surpassed that of the main world. During the Northern Song Dynasty, the young girl Mo Shijun frequently visited Qingjiao Bay to seek him out. Li Hao held a fondness for her. When the Rare Treasures Pavilion was sealed and the Li residence was investigated, she had been unable to enter the Li household to find him, leaving her in tears. Mo Shijun was engrossed in the main world textbooks gifted by Li Hao and had become deeply captivated by this novel realm of knowledge. Sometimes, she would come to the riverside of Qingjiao Bay, simply to sit quietly under the great banyan tree with Li Hao, both engrossed in their reading. While Li Hao perused alien textbooks, she studied the main world materials, and both were intensely focused. When they grew weary of reading, they would savor the tea brewed by Xiao Lan, engaging in delightful conversations that spanned myriad topics. Mo Shijun seemed to have become a touch more bashful than before. At times, lost in her thoughts, her cheeks would suddenly flush a deep crimson. Chapter 35, The 100 Schools System. Upon returning to his rental apartment and opening his phone, an incessant barrage of notification sounds greeted him. As he glanced at the messages, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Damn it, why does my phone keep shutting off? Are you abducted by aliens? Hurry and call me. How could he possibly know I was skipping class? Surely the instructor doesn't call roll every day. Am I truly this unfortunate? Sigh, there must be a mole. Who could it be that informed the counselor? If I continue to skip classes, I will inevitably face dire consequences. It's surprising how this bespectacled fellow possesses such a loud voice. However, Li Hao had resolved to devote his primary time to cultivation in the Northern Song Dynasty, and nothing would sway him from this decision. Even if expulsion from school were to be the outcome, the choice between a diploma and the cultivation of primordial energy was glaringly obvious. What if, due to a mere reduction in cultivation time, he never broke through to level 4 by the time he dies? How tragic that would be. Yet, expulsion from school would present its own challenges. Li Hao is currently studying genetic technology. He understood that the experimentation and production of genetic drugs was a monumental endeavor, one that could not be accomplished single-handedly. He needed to assemble a research team, which made his academic background all the more crucial. After spending nearly half an hour in the office, Li Hao finally emerged. Goodness, The counselor is excessively harsh. Disciplinary actions, written reflections, and guarantees, these things do not concern me. The real issue is how I can continue to skip classes. It seemed he would need to secure special treatment from the school, showcasing some of his research talents. But which aspects of genius should he reveal? The alien textbooks encompassed a vast array of knowledge. If he excelled in all areas, it would appear too abnormal. Genetic technology involved intricate mathematical models and a series of genetic laws governing carbon-based life. He needed talents in mathematics and biology. The 100 Schools system, highly recommended by that alien girl, was reputed to be the most classic software of the silicon semiconductor chip era, even as superior chips emerged later. The 100 Schools system endured for a considerable time without being phased out. Having withstood the test of history, this software must possess extraordinary qualities. Li Hao envisioned establishing a genetic laboratory in the future, which would require substantial funding. Simply trading resources from the northern Song world would not suffice to meet the financial demands. He would need to devise a strategy to start a company in the main world to generate profits. Thus, the 100 Schools system warranted thorough exploration. Through a translator, Li Hao could comprehend the alien text. The 100 Schools system was, in fact, an artificial intelligence software, a highly integrated version of an expert system. Expert systems represent a high-end application of artificial intelligence, essentially simulating experts through computers to solve various problems. This particular system integrated over 100 subsystems, including medical, mechanical, architectural, and weapons design experts. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. This compact software encompassed an astonishing breadth of knowledge. Artificial intelligence had advanced to a level that surpassed many genuine experts and scholars. Medical experts, in conjunction with medical instruments, could diagnose ailments, and paired with precise robotic arms, could perform complex surgeries. Architectural experts could design innovative buildings based on geological data, construction materials, and human needs, ensuring both mechanical integrity and modern aesthetic appeal. Precision experts could design and manufacture instruments at the nanoscale. Planning experts could rationally organize urban traffic, pipelines, regions, energy supply, and logistics distribution, with appropriate peripheral hardware. The 100 Schools system could autonomously prescribe medications, perform surgeries, and create the most scientifically sound circuit diagrams or design various machines as per requirements. Possessing this software was akin to having the foremost experts from all fields tirelessly working for him. The following day, Li Hao continued to skip classes without hesitation, purchasing a remarkably high-performance server. After disassembling the server's chip and placing it into the 100 Schools system, he pressed the start button. The system, equipped with hardware encapsulation, immediately emitted an electronic synthesized voice, detected semiconductor chip, beginning scan, analyzing structure, instruction set, and software migration results. Analysis complete. Due to the chip's structure and instruction set limitations, only 89 subsystems can be migrated, listed as follows. This meant that on Earth, only 89 of the experts from this system could be utilized. Li Hao examined the subsystems, noting that the essence of the 100 Schools system had indeed been preserved. Each subsystem had its strengths, but regrettably, some experts required additional peripheral hardware, limiting the number of immediately usable systems. For instance, the medical expert necessitated robotic arms capable of connecting each nerve in a patient's body with extraordinary precision. To execute such complex surgical maneuvers with flawless accuracy was a daunting challenge. He remained skeptical about whether such robotic arms could be produced on Earth. After filtering through the list for a considerable time, Li Hao ultimately decided to migrate the subsystem of an educational expert for commercial application. The educational expert was quite powerful, adhering to advanced educational philosophies that advocated for personalized teaching, learning through play, and cultivating joy in learning. It could automatically design the most suitable teaching plans for each student based on their personality, knowledge level, and interests, generating their favorite teaching videos and educational games. The educational expert could not be sold as a mere copy because it was too advanced. Its artificial intelligence far surpassed that of Earth. Discovering such advanced AI would pose significant issues, necessitating careful concealment. Li Hao resolved to modify the educational expert, transforming the non-AI components into a tutoring software for sale. This tutoring software would be named Home Tutor, with multiple versions available, including those for preschoolers, primary school, upper and lower grades, middle school, high school, and university-level English. The target audience was broad, spanning from preschool children to university students, thereby significantly expanding market coverage. To prevent piracy, The tutoring software would only sell client applications, requiring users to log into the server to access the software. The educational experts generated teaching plans and students' progress would be stored on the server, only accessible upon login. This way, the core of the educational expert would remain protected. Once a week, a brief connection to the server for updates would suffice, while the educational expert would remain physically disconnected at all other times. As for the development of the tutoring software, it was not a difficult task, as it could be accomplished by the robot named TaiPai. Worth several thousand credit coins, this self-learning robot was capable of much more than merely cooking and cleaning. The introduction of the home tutor to the market would meet a significant demand. Considering the vast student population among China's 1.3 billion residents, parents in China have historically been willing to invest generously in their children's education. How touching is the heart of a parent. If the home tutor proves truly effective in nurturing talent, what parent would hesitate to invest? Chapter 36. The Magical Performance of the Great Song, Part 1. As the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays approached, Li Hao began preparations for the tutoring software he had envisioned. He transferred 200,000 yuan to his sister, Li Ying, urging her to register a software company and seek an appropriate office space. With Li Hao spending the majority of his time in the northern Song Dynasty, he entrusted the management of the company to his sister while he would solely oversee the technical aspects. Upon emerging from the storeroom, Li Hao sought out TaiPai. Having not assigned a consistent task to TaiPai and prohibiting it from leaving the garden, TaiPai often wandered aimlessly, filled with boredom. Spotting Li Hao, TaiPai scampered over, exclaiming, "Master, it is so delightful to see you again. I have been utterly idle all day. I feel as if I might burst from the monotony. Indeed, you cannot truly comprehend what it means to be bored, and since you lack muscles, how could you possibly feel cramped?" Li Hao teased. "Ah, that is true. However, although I possess no emotions, the program simulating human feelings informs me that such circumstances should evoke a sense of melancholy. Can I not feel a little perturbed? While I may lack a muscle, I have an abundance of circuits. One could consider circuits as my muscles." Li Hao chuckled. "So, circuits are your muscles? Instead of cramped, you are electrically constrained? Show me what that looks like." Master, I would rather not. It is quite detrimental to my health. Lazy bones. Come along. I have tasks for you." "Master, do not blame me for my laziness. It is you who has not assigned me any work," TaiPai grumbled as it trailed behind. Li Hao assigned TaiPai the task of developing version 1.0 of the tutoring software. TaiPai began studying the computer materials Li Hao had brought, specifically focusing on the CPU instructions of Earth. TaiPai required no knowledge of high-level languages, nor even assembly language. It simply needed to understand the CPU's instruction set. Though devoid of emotions, TaiPai was a true intelligent robot, equipped with self-learning capabilities and the ability to analyze, synthesize, and reason logically. Once the task was assigned, Li Hao left TaiPai to its work and summoned the butler, Ding Fu, to report on the events of the past few days during Li Hao's visit to friends. This was part of Li Hao's long-established business strategy, wherein he categorized target customers into 3 tiers. He aimed to earn the wealth of the affluent through the Rare Treasures Pavilion, to capture the middle class through a photography studio, and to entertain the common populace through a magic troupe. Following Li Hao's acquisition of the Liang family's land in Qingjia Bay, some tenants had relocated with the Liang family, leaving certain rice paddies unattended. Consequently, Li Hao purchased a considerable number of indentured servants to cultivate the land, all of whom had fled from famine. These servants exhibited a relatively high level of loyalty. Without Li Hao, they and their families might have perished from starvation, and even if some contemplated betrayal, they had to consider their families first. Among these servants were Jiang Wulong and Jiang Lulang. The physically robust among the servants were selected to form a personal militia, while those of weaker constitution became tenant farmers in Qingjia Bay. A few clever tenant farmers were chosen for magic training, ultimately forming the magic troupe. After over a month of rigorous training, these individuals had developed a commendable performance. It must be said that the group selected by Xiaomei proved to be quite impressive, as those trained for military service were diligent in their training, and those performing magic displayed great perseverance. Beneath the grand banyan tree by the Qingjia River, 2 cups of steaming tea rested on the table. Li Hao and Mo Shiyun engaged in their customary conversation. Mo Shiyun remarked, "The tea frying method you taught my father has yielded excellent results. The Mo family has already procured autumn tea, and within half a month, it will be ready for market. Such matters are for your Mo family to decide. Feel free to test the market and adjust the pricing as you see fit. Apart from sending an accountant to manage the finances and inventory, I shall not interfere with your business decisions. I will merely await the dividends. Li Hao lifted his cup and took a gentle sip, gazing at Mo Shiryun's exquisite and ethereal countenance. Though their time together had been brief, he found himself quite fond of her. Having such a companion was indeed a blessing. Suddenly, Li Hao said, "Your father has sent someone to speak with Ding Fu, subtly indicating his intention to betroth you to me. He wishes to ascertain my feelings on the matter." Ah? Mo Shiryun became flustered. Her cheeks flushed as she stumbled over her words. "My father. I believe it is best to clarify certain matters with you first." Mo Shiryun's face turned pale. "I know. I am not worthy of you." Tears welled in her eyes and began to fall like pearls from a broken string. Li Hao was taken aback by her fragile emotions before he could say much. She was already in tears. No, that is not what I meant." Mo Shiryun lifted her gaze. "Do you already have a wife overseas?" I could accept it if you have accomplishments. My father would agree." "Is that so?" Li Hao was momentarily stunned. It appeared she was open to the idea of being a secondary wife, a notion he had not anticipated from the daughter of the Mo family. Clearly, he had underestimated her feelings for him. "No, I do not have a wife or girlfriend overseas." The term girlfriend was unfamiliar to Mo Shiryun, but she could infer its meaning. Li Hao, gazing into her crystalline eyes, realized he could only speak the truth. "I cannot remain in the Great Song for long. I will be traveling to other places. I can accompany you." "No, the places I go are beyond your reach. I cannot bring you along unless I become immensely powerful in the future." Li Hao could not take Mo Shiryun through wormholes. Even if he were unafraid of the risks involved, he could not subject her to the perils of wormhole travel. Without the innate ability for primordial force, advanced intelligent beings risk severe mental damage when traversing such paths. Similarly, Li Hao dared not transport anyone from the main world to the Northern Song, for doing so often resulted in dire consequences. Of course, this was not a certainty, but the risks were considerable. Should Li Hao attain a higher level of celestial energy, he would be able to safeguard ordinary individuals during their journeys through wormholes, but he was far from that level of mastery. Li Hao continued, "This is the situation. I must leave the Great Song from time to time, and some absences may be prolonged, lasting months or even a year. Can you accept this? How could I dare to present my mediocre poetry? My brother has prepared much. I wonder if he can secure a place in the top 5. Last year, he ranked 7th and aims for a top 5 finish this year." Li Hao smiled gently. "Even if your brother claims the first prize at the poetry gathering, he shall not be the center of attention. For many days following the mid-autumn poetry meeting, the talk of the town will undoubtedly be my magical performance." Mo Shiryun became intrigued. "Is it truly astonishing? Like the photography studio? To those who have never witnessed it, it is indeed marvelous. For me, however, their level of performance is rather unimpressive. As long as they do not expose their tricks, it will suffice." "What exactly will be performed?" Li Hao chuckled. "To reveal it now would spoil the intrigue. I shall ensure you are pleasantly surprised when the time comes. I will reserve 2 prime seats in the front row for you and me to enjoy together." Mo Shiryun beamed sweetly. Her face flushed with delight as she nodded in agreement. Chapter 37. The Magical Performance of the Great Song, Part 2, in the Northern Song Dynasty. On the afternoon of August 15th, the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering in Xuanzhou was an annual grand event. Students from renowned academies across Fujian came to participate, with local academies fully mobilized. The official educational administrators, along with the governor and judges, would also attend, alongside other local dignitaries, wealthy merchants, and the courtesans from various brothels. During the gathering, scholars would present their finest works, which would be evaluated by esteemed elders of the Confucian Circle, leading to the selection of the top 10 compositions. This was a splendid opportunity for scholars to enhance their reputation and establish connections with officials and scholars. Even if one did not secure a spot in the top 10, merely becoming familiar in the presence of these venerable figures was a substantial advantage. Courtesans from brothels throughout Fujian would also be present to vie for the title of the top courtesan. Merchants could purchase colored flowers to present to the renowned courtesans, while scholars could convert their poetic works into flowers as well. Each colored flower was valued at 10 coins. Compositions deemed average could be exchanged for 1 flower, while superior works could yield up to 3. Ultimately, the individual with the most colored flowers would be crowned the top courtesan of the year. In the Northern Song era, visiting brothels was not seen as disgraceful. It was common for literati to frequent these establishments, and even regarded as somewhat cultured. The presence of women from brothels at the poetry gathering was a typical occurrence. The poetry gathering would officially commence once the moon rose, but by the afternoon, The Tsuelong Garden had already attracted a throng of spectators, mainly common folk drawn by the excitement. Upon entering, they immediately sensed that this gathering was unlike any previous ones. The garden had been beautifully adorned, with numerous benches placed beneath the shade of trees for resting, and lanterns hung everywhere. When illuminated at night, the garden would radiate brilliance. Several attendants, dressed in sashes, were on hand to guide guests and offer complimentary tea. Many individuals were seated under the trees, engaged in casual conversation. Which merchant house is hosting this event? They seem quite generous. Surely it can't be the Liang family's head. I heard they have moved to Kaifeng. Certainly not the Liangs. It's the proprietors of the Rare Treasures Pavilion and the photography studio. Indeed, how thoughtful of them. Their photography studio must be thriving. And their concern for guests reflects the true dignity of a great merchant. It's no wonder that young Masterly has amassed such wealth at a young age. I've heard that young Masterly will showcase a large-scale magic performance shortly. I heard that too. It's truly something to anticipate. We should head over early, otherwise we might miss a good spot, and 1TC clearly from too far away. In the most spacious area of the garden, a high platform had been erected, surrounded by lanterns. In the evening, this platform would serve as the main venue for evaluating poetry, but prior to the gathering, a grand magic show would take place here. Rows of chairs were arranged beneath the main stage, with tables at the front displaying fresh fruits and teacups. The first 2 rows of tables were labeled with names such as Governor Huang and Scholar Zhang. A few individuals occupied the sparse seats. They were the owners of small businesses in Chuanzhou, eager to seize such networking opportunities. At the very least, they could strengthen their ties with familiar merchants. A crowd of onlookers gathered around the periphery, but at that moment, only a handful of workers from the Li residence busied themselves on the platform, hanging lanterns and unfurling large curtains. Suddenly, a throng of attendants surrounded several horse-drawn carriages that arrived at the outer edge. From the carriages emerged an elderly gentleman, accompanied by 4 breathtakingly beautiful young women. Look, that must be the head steward of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized Ding Fu. The surrounding crowd immediately focused their attention. Was this indeed the head steward of the Rare Treasures Pavilion? He appeared quite ordinary, truly exemplifying the saying that one should not judge by appearances. I heard that young Masterly intends to pool resources from several merchant houses to establish a winery. He even had the manager of the Chui family's trade house invite various merchants to sample exquisite wines from overseas, resulting in a frenzy among Chuanzhou's wealthy who all wished to invest in the winery, clamoring to meet young Masterly. Ultimately, they were unable to meet him and sought every possible way to encounter Steward Ding instead. Steward Ding had become a highly sought-after figure in Chuanzhou's commercial scene, with numerous business owners eager to meet him. It was said that at the wine tasting event, when the manager of the Chui family opened a bottle, the fragrance wafted for dozens of paces, intoxicating all who caught a whiff. How did Scholar Zhao describe the aroma? It wafts 10 miles in the wind, capable of beckoning celestial beings. Such magic? If only I could savor a sip of that wine, just a single taste would suffice. Dream on. Can you afford the treasures from the Rare Treasures Pavilion? Unless you are reborn into a wealthy family in your next life, you can merely gaze at their wonders. The merchants seated in the chairs had already risen, flocking to greet Steward Ding. Ding Lao, you're early. Ding Lao. I heard that the magic performance is personally arranged by young Masterly, and he will perform himself? The 4 maidens, Mylan, Zhulan, and others directed a host of attendants to unload speakers, batteries, and microphones from the carriages, setting them up around the high platform. They had learned from Li Hao how to connect the speakers and had practiced several times. The merchants gazed in astonishment at this array of peculiar equipment. Ding Lao, what are these? Are they also for the magic performance? Ding Fu chuckled. Please allow this old man to keep you in suspense for a while. You will soon discover the purpose of these items. As time passed, the crowd continued to swell, and by dusk, the majority of the chairs were occupied, with a dense throng of spectators surrounding the platform, leaving no room for passage. The local authorities dispatched 30 to 40 officers to maintain order. Li Hao arrived quietly in an ordinary horse-drawn carriage, which came to a stop at a corner of the Tsuelong Garden. He hopped down and surveyed his surroundings before making his way to another carriage not far off. Mo Shijun's personal maid knocked on the carriage door. Young Masterly has arrived. The door opened, and Mo Shijun delicately lifted her skirt, descending gracefully from the carriage, her movements imbued with an indescribable elegance. Noticing Li Hao gazing at her in a daze, she smiled gently and said softly, "Do you not recognize me?" They approached the high platform and took their seats in the reserved spots of the 4th row. Along the way, Mo Shijun attracted countless glances, and Li Hao began to understand why she often donned male attire. At that moment, the grand curtain on the platform slowly descended, obscuring the view of the crowd, and a soft voice emanated from the speakers, playing the classical melody Spring River, Flower Moon Night. Who is playing this piece? It's exquisite. Which master is performing? Truly, it is heavenly music. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's that box making the sound." Oh my, a box that produces sound. Is it my ears playing tricks? Or can I really hear music from a box? Indeed, I heard it too. Truly, it's the box making the sound. How is this possible? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions, but even this could not drown out the music. Amidst the melody, the grand curtain on the platform gradually lifted, revealing a magician clad in a long robe stepping into the center stage. As the music halted, the magician bowed to the audience. Straightening up, he gave his wand a slight shake, and it instantly transformed into a bouquet of flowers. Wow! The audience gasped in amazement. How did he do that? Could he really possess magical powers? Incredible! The tricks I've seen before were always shrouded in secrecy, but this was so direct. The murmurs from the audience coalesced into a tremendous wave of sound, yet the magician on stage appeared utterly unfazed. He extended his empty hands, spreading his fingers wide to reveal both the palms and backs, ensuring that nothing was concealed. With one hand clenched into a fist, he deftly pulled a vibrant red silk scarf from within. A collective gasp erupted from the audience, akin to the roar of a tidal wave. Li Hao shook his head. Such a trivial trick was merely a warm-up. How would they react when they witnessed him dismembering a living person in mere moments? Chapter 38. The launch of tea leaves. As the hour was still early, many notable figures had yet to arrive, and it was deemed premature to commence the performance. Although the crowd exhibited signs of impatience, they understood that the official show would not begin until both the governor and the academic chancellor were present. Mo Shijun inquired, "How long will the magic performance last? I hope it won't be still ongoing when the moon rises." This evening, there will be 10 magic tricks performed, lasting approximately the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, with an interlude of song and dance that may extend the duration further, came the reply. Mo Shijun was taken aback. So few? Last I heard from Xiao Ju, the magic troupe was rehearsing over 30 tricks. Was she mistaken? Li Hao chuckled. She was not incorrect. Indeed, over 30 tricks have been prepared. However, performing just 10 tonight is sufficient to captivate the audience. The remainder will be gradually introduced after the troupe begins charging for their performances. This strategy ensures sustained interest and encourages more viewers. If all tricks were unveiled at once, the novelty would quickly fade after repeated viewings. Mo Shijun pondered this rationale, recognizing the cunningness in his approach. His methods for financial gain were always astute. In truth, this venture would yield minimal profit, merely serving to entertain the masses. Real profits would stem from the secrets of tea cultivation and wine brewing. Just as Mo Shijun was about to speak, a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. She turned to see her father, Mo Shi, approaching alongside 2 officials. From the murmurs, she discerned that these officials were the governor and the academic chancellor. Shortly thereafter, the heads of various academies and renowned scholars arrived in succession. Then, from the side of the stage, a group of over 20 young maidens appeared, dressed in uniform attire adorned with a sash that read Xuanzhou Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering Reception. Each maiden carried a wooden tray, upon which rested more than 10 cups of tea. They distributed the tea cups one by one to the tables in the front row, their movements choreographed with precision. After placing each cup, they would perform a graceful bow before proceeding to the next seat. Initially, the officials and esteemed scholars in the front row paid little heed, casually sipping from their cups, only to erupt in exclamations of delight. "What tea is this? How fragrant! Excellent tea! I've never tasted anything so exquisite in my life." Upon hearing the praise around him, the governor, unable to contain himself, took a hearty gulp from his cup, savoring the quality of the tea. Indeed, this is remarkable tea. The governor's mind began to race, contemplating the prospect of sending some of this fine tea to Bianliang City. Each sip would evoke praises, ensuring that the sender would remain in the minds of those he sought to impress. With this thought, his heart raced, and he immediately instructed his aide, "Call Mo Shuri over." Mo Shuri, being a mere merchant, did not belong among the front row officials, nor was he of equal standing with the esteemed scholars in the second row. As the organizer, he occupied a seat in the third row. Upon hearing the governor's summons, he hurried to the front. "Your Excellency, where did you procure this tea?" the governor inquired. Mo Shui hesitated momentarily before responding. "Your Excellency, the Mo family is one of the leading merchants in Xuanzhou. To present merely 3 taels of tea and claim it is a significant investment would invite ridicule. You may not be aware, MULTIVERSE continued, but this tea costs 10 guan per tael. With so many esteemed officials present, I truly invested significantly to present each of you with 3 taels. Though his expression remained calm, he felt a twinge of anxiety within. While the tea was indeed costly, it was only slightly overpriced. 10 guan per tael? He would never dare to set such a price himself. Previously, he had asked Mo Shijun to inquire about the price from Li Hao, who suggested the Mo family could set it. However, for prudence's sake, he later sought a reference price from Li Hao, who casually remarked that the tea should be on the premium side, not below 10 guan per tael. Upon hearing this, Mo Shui gasped. 10 guan per tael? That was exorbitant. Even the finest tea could not justify such a price. Who could afford it? The cost of a tael of tea was far below 200 yuan. Yet it was being sold for 10 guan, akin to highway robbery. What? 10 guan per tael? The governor was equally astonished. He had intended to request over 100 jin of tea from Mo Shui to curry favor with the powerful in Bianliang City. However, hearing the price of 10 guan per tael, such a quantity was now out of reach. He could only ask for a few jin. Even then, acquiring a few jin would entail significant concessions from the Mo family. Yet, merely a few jin would hardly suffice. At least 20 jin would be necessary. 20 jin would amount to 2,000 guan. It seemed he would need to provide some compensation to the Mo family. The governor stroked his long beard and stated, establishing this tea house will not only enhance the prestige of Chuanzhou, but will also contribute to the local tax revenue. As the governor, I wholeheartedly support this endeavor. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to approach me. Mo Shui feigned immense gratitude, expressing his appreciation to the governor. The tea house is still in the planning stages and indeed faces numerous challenges. The governor nodded, with tonight's poetry gathering imminent. Time is of the essence. We shall discuss this further another day. Please inform me of your challenges then. It was not that the governor was easily deceived. Rather, the asymmetry of information was at play. The rare treasures pavilion signified extraordinary treasures, and each item was a unique marvel, with the tea bearing the prestige of this name. Claiming it was priced at 10 guan per tael would raise no suspicion. Just as Mo Shui settled back into his seat, the dean of Chuanzhou Academy, Dean Su, approached with a smile. Mo Yuan Y, your tea truly is exceptional. Mo Shui promptly rose, cupping his hands in greeting. You flatter me, Dean Su. I have little indulgences, but my passion for tea is unwavering. After tasting such exquisite tea, I fear I may find it difficult to enjoy others in the future. Mo Yuan Y, you have spoiled my palate. I must purchase some of your fine tea. I overheard you tell the governor that it is 10 guan per tael. Alas, I am somewhat financially constrained and can only afford a tael to sample. Dean Su, you are too kind. My son is mischievous, and with your wise guidance, he has achieved success. How could I possibly charge you? Mo Shui insisted. After the poetry gathering, I will gift you a tael. However, the yield of this tea is exceedingly low, and my current stock is quite limited. Once we produce more, I shall send some your way. Dean Su paused in disbelief, and a servant stepped forward to whisper, I am a servant of Mo Yuan Y. He has instructed me to inform you that after the poetry gathering concludes, I will deliver 5 taels of tea to your residence. Earlier, due to the crowd, Mo Yuan Y had insufficient tea on hand, and he did not wish to openly offer too much to the governor, judge, and academic chancellor. He hopes you will understand. Oh, Mo Yuan Y is too gracious. Please convey my appreciation, Dean Su replied. Adhering to Li Hao's strategy, Mo Shui resolved to limit supply, offering only 2 taels to those requesting 4, or accepting only pre-orders to create a sense of scarcity. A bustling scene of tea orders ensued, only to dissipate when the music from the loudspeakers resumed. The grand curtain on the stage slowly parted once more, signaling the commencement of the first large-scale stage magic performance in the Song Dynasty. The troupe would begin performing daily at Sui Yuan from tomorrow onward, with an entry fee of merely 101. All were welcome to attend and support. Now, let us enjoy the magic performance. The maiden bowed once more to the audience, and as she uttered her first word, an uproar of astonished whispers surged through the crowd, echoing like a tidal wave. Despite the soft tone of her voice, every individual present could hear her distinctly. The chorus of murmurs could not drown out the clarity of her speech, and the enchanted boxes synchronized with her voice, leaving the audience astounded. How could this be? How could this be? Yet, before the murmurs of the crowd could subside, the grand curtain rose once more, revealing an additional table upon the stage, beside which stood a magician. He bowed elegantly to the audience, brandishing a square cloth, displaying both sides to the onlookers, revealing it to be utterly empty. As he placed the cloth upon the table and lifted it again, a birdcage appeared, provoking a wave of gasps from the spectators. The magician then covered the birdcage once more, only to unveil a dove. Subsequently, with another flourish of the cloth, he conjured 2 more doves from thin air, which, upon release, took flight. Oh, the emergence of living creatures was truly astonishing. Where did those doves come from? I failed to discern. Did you catch a glimpse? Nonsense. If you had seen it clearly, it wouldn't be called magic. Even the officials in the front row were left awestruck, confronted with such unprecedented marvels. Their reactions mirrored those of ordinary individuals. Chapter 39. The Mid-Autumn Poetry gathering one after another. The magic tricks unfolded, eliciting waves of astonished gasps from the audience. Emoshijun, captivated by the enchanting illusions, joined in the chorus of admiration. In contrast, Li Hao found little interest in the performances. These tricks had been overplayed in the primary world, and he was already privy to many of their secrets, rendering them somewhat dull. Instead, he often turned his gaze to Emoshijun, entranced by the expression of wonder etched on her beautiful face. The charm of an extraordinary beauty, with each smile and frown, proved far more beguiling than the magic on stage. Occasionally, Emoshijun would glance at Li Hao, noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly and her heart to flutter with sweetness. The admission fee for a performance was 100 coins, rather steep, yet undeniably worth it. The wonders were simply too extraordinary. She resolved to spend more to witness the spectacle again, hoping to uncover its secrets. I shall return tomorrow, she mused, bringing my wife along. It is a pity she missed such an exquisite show tonight. After inquiring with a serving maid, she learned that tickets would be available early the next day, and it seemed prudent to purchase them in advance to secure a seat. As the curtain rose again, excitement surged through the crowd, who sensed that the most thrilling acts were about to commence. A new magician took the stage, and in the center stood an empty cabinet. The magician opened the cabinet doors for all to see, clearly demonstrating its emptiness. With a flick of his wand, he tapped the cabinet, spinning it around to confirm its vacancy. He closed the doors, turned it once more, and, with a tap of his wand, the doors swung open to reveal a young girl stepping out. The audience erupted in a cacophony of astonished gasps. A living person had emerged from thin air. The spectacle of a human transformation rendered everyone spellbound. What followed were a series of astonishing acts, including the girl being veiled and then disappearing, only to float gracefully above the stage. The performance reached its zenith, leaving many in a trance of fascination. Finally, it was time for the last act. The magician invited the girl to lie in a long box, with only her head protruding. He produced a blade the size of a door panel and sliced down the center of the box. Gasps of horror erupted from the seated spectators, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief, including those in the front rows. Confusion gripped the audience. Had the performance gone awry? Was a life in peril? Some women gasped in terror, their faces paling, while a scholar trembled, dropping his teacup to the floor with a resounding crash. The head of the local constabulary, tasked with maintaining order, was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly commanded his officers to surround the stage, fearing that if the girl had indeed been harmed, the performer could face manslaughter charges. He approached the stage, but as he drew near, he sensed no blood, nor did he see any traces of injury. Embarrassed, he waved his men away, relieved that no unnecessary chaos had ensued. The audience, once animated with fervent discussion, fell into stunned silence, their mouths agape as they struggled to comprehend the spectacle. The magician reassembled the 2 halves of the box, and as he withdrew the blade, the audience noted its pristine condition, devoid of any blood. Only then could they breathe a sigh of relief. Once the box was opened, the girl sat up, gracefully emerging and bowing to the audience. How was such a feat accomplished? It was astounding. This girl, seemingly severed, could be rejoined. This truly was the finest troupe of magic. Such marvels had never before been witnessed. Initially hesitant about spending another 100 coins, Li Hao felt compelled to see the performance again after this astonishing display. Those who had arrived late found themselves too far from the action, their views obstructed by the throngs in front of them. They could only hear the ongoing waves of astonished applause, their impatience growing. They regretted not arriving earlier to secure a better spot. But now they would have to wait for another opportunity, reassured that the experience would be worth the cost. Of course, many in attendance were equally passionate about poetry, their enthusiasm rivaling that of the primary world's adoration for celebrities. Wherever there was a well, there would be the verses of Lu Yong. The widespread appreciation for song poetry among the populace was evident, as nearly no one chose to leave. On the stage, the girl announced, "Now, Let the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering in Chuanzhou commence. We invite the judges to take their seats. With the rise of a bright moon, the poetry gathering officially began. Lanterns hanging throughout the venue lit up, transforming the entire garden into a dazzling spectacle. Each talented poet presented their meticulously crafted verses for evaluation by the heads of various academies. Mo Shijun turned to Li Hao, smiling. Do you have any poems prepared to submit? Li Hao shook his head with a smile. While he could easily plagiarize a few pieces to secure first place, he had no intention of seeking literary fame, as he was not participating in the imperial examinations. I won't reveal it just yet. You'll see when the time comes. For now, I can only say it is quite beautiful. You will surely enjoy it, he replied. The judges announced a winning piece, which was read aloud to the audience. This time, the Chuanzhou Poetry Gathering benefited from amplification technology, allowing good verses to spread much more rapidly. Li Hao listened to the recitations, finding them unimpressive compared to the timeless classics he had studied, yet he knew he could never produce such works himself, as he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of poetic forms. The verses he had encountered were either from literature classes or widely circulated online, remnants of historical masterpieces. In comparison, the pieces recited by the scholars present seemed to pale in significance. Ultimately, Mo Fan secured second place, igniting great excitement in Mo Shijun. While Li Hao privately speculated that the judges had favored him, perhaps swayed by the tea gifted by Mo Shi. Then, the young girl on stage spoke into the microphone. Please direct your attention to the northern sky. The audience, puzzled yet intrigued, turned their gazes skyward, including the officials and scholars present. However, the night sky remained clear, devoid of any peculiarities. Just as confusion settled in, a brilliant firework shot up, exploding in the air with a thunderous bang, releasing a magnificent display of colors that illuminated a vast portion of the sky. Though fireworks were not unfamiliar to the audience, none had ever witnessed such a vibrant spectacle, nor one so expansive. How beautiful! Countless voices exclaimed in unison. More fiery bursts soared into the sky, some bursting into a cascade of meteors while others unfurled like golden chrysanthemums in bloom. The air crackled with sound as countless lights flickered. The radiant fireworks intertwined with the lanterns below, and the night sky of the primary world blossomed into a kaleidoscope of colors, resplendent and dazzling. Chapter 40. Seeds of New Crops Outside Chuanzhou City. In the verdant Qingjia Bay, the bamboo groves by the river shimmered with lush greenery, the leaves rustling gently in the breeze. A bamboo mat lay upon the grass, where four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, sat closely together, their heads nearly touching. Xiaolan rested an iPad on her delicate knees, her slender fingers tapping the screen as she played Plants vs. Zombies, while the other three leaned in to watch intently. Xiaojun pointed at the screen, her voice laced with urgency. Quick, place a walnut there to block. Those helmeted zombies are formidable. I lost last time because of them. Xiaoju echoed her concern, exclaiming, Wow, a horde of zombies is approaching. So many. Buy a chili to blow up that row. As the tension mounted, Xiaojun clenched her small fist, raising it in the air. Buying a chili is less effective than getting a cherry bomb. With a bang, that entire group of zombies would vanish. Oh no, the zombies have entered the house. Hee, it's my turn to play now. Xiaozu exclaimed gleefully as she took the iPad from Xiaolan's hands, excitement radiating from her. Xiaolan stretched lazily, glancing towards the great banyan tree by the riverside. Sister Mei, should I go pour some tea? The young master and Mr. Xiao have been talking for quite a while, and the tea is nearly cold. Mei gently shook her head. The young master hasn't called. It's better not to disturb them. They might be discussing confidential matters, and it wouldn't be wise to overhear. Although the young master trusts us, there is no need for us to know too much. Under the banyan tree, as usual, stood a tea table with two soft chairs. Li Hao and Xiao Zhongji occupied the chairs, with Xiao Zhongji trembling slightly as he held a sweet potato. Can this truly yield for 1,000 pounds per acre? He asked. Li Hao nodded, explaining, this sweet potato, also known as yam, can yield 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms per acre under normal conditions, since it originates from overseas. You may also refer to it as foreign sweet potato. However, the agricultural practices in the Song Dynasty might not keep pace, leading to potentially lower yields. Xiao Zhongji inquired further. Is everything you say true? Is it easy to cultivate? Sweet potatoes are hardy and require minimal care. Simply inserting them into the soil during light rain is sufficient for them to thrive, Li Hao replied. Xiao Zhongji was astounded, repeating. It doesn't require fertile rice fields to grow, can thrive easily, and yields 4,000 to 6,000 pounds per acre. Is this true? With such a miraculous crop, Will there still be famine in the world? Li Hao took a sip of tea and remarked, although sweet potatoes are considered coarse grains, they are indeed suitable for combating famine. They have a short growth cycle and high yield, thriving even on relatively barren land. Once introduced to the Song Dynasty, even in the face of natural disasters or human conflicts, the populace would not suffer mass starvation during times of turmoil. This could indeed preserve the vitality of the Chinese nation. With a deep sigh, Xiao Zhongji declared, "Your actions, young master, truly benefit billions." Li Hao continued, "In addition to sweet potatoes, there is another foreign species called corn, also a drought-resistant crop. I intend to promote both of these as swiftly as possible, advocating among the people while also introducing the seeds to the authorities." Xiao Zhongji expressed his astonishment again upon learning about corn. According to the main world's history, both crops were introduced to China during the Ming Dynasty. Sweet potatoes made their way to China around 1593 during the Wanli period. However, widespread cultivation of sweet potatoes did not occur until the Qing Dynasty, contributing significantly to the prosperity of the Kangxi and Qianlong eras. In ancient times, as long as people did not starve in large numbers, it could be deemed a prosperous age, and the extensive cultivation of sweet potatoes effectively alleviated the food crisis. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhongji suggested, "Young master, I propose that we present the seeds of sweet potatoes and corn directly to the emperor, doing so in the name of auspiciousness. If others can claim that dual ears of grain are an omen, how much more so for your discovery of these truly beneficial species? I will send people to Bianliang to create a buzz, proclaiming that you ventured overseas, facing countless dangers, to find sweet potatoes and corn for our Song Dynasty." Xiao Zhongji continued earnestly, "Young master, how many lives could these crops save during years of famine? Such monumental achievements should merit nobility. If it were the Taizu or Renzong emperors, you would surely be granted a marquis title. As for the current emperor, perhaps a count, or at the very least a viscount." Li Hao had brought these two crops for the sake of the Chinese people in this timeline, without any intention of seeking personal gain. His pursuit was the mastery of original power. Wealth and power were merely ephemeral. With mastery achieved, everything would follow. Failure in cultivation would lead to a swift demise, leaving nothing behind. At that moment, as Li Hao observed the fervent gaze in Xiao Zhongji's eyes, he suddenly comprehended that while he himself was indifferent, those who followed him cared deeply. He had a team in northern Song: Xiao Zhongji, Ding Fu, Jiang Wulong, Jiang Lulang, as well as the staff from the Rare Treasures Pavilion and the photography studio, the long-term workers of the Li residence, and the tenants, all of whom hoped to thrive alongside him. Moreover, those who accompanied him, such as Mo Shijun and the Four Maidens, would also wish for his elevation in rank. For their sake, he too needed to seek some benefits from Emperor Huizong. Li Hao gently tapped his forehead. These crops were beneficial to the world, yet might not provide direct advantages to Emperor Huizong, and thus he could not count on generous rewards. Since it was a gift, it should include items that would be of use to Emperor Huizong himself. Among the supplies he had brought, there were 3 vials of Viagra, colloquially known as the Little Blue Pill, which he had initially intended to use to win over a group of officials. Instead, he might as well present them to Emperor Huizong directly. Additionally, there was a full-length mirror, unique in the Song Dynasty, that would also be fitting as a gift for the emperor. Li Hao contemplated further, deciding to also include toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, and shower gel, modern conveniences that, once accustomed to, would be hard to forego. Wouldn't the Emperor Huizong send someone to seek him out once they're in out? Li Hao shared his thoughts with Xiao Zhongji, who, upon hearing about the effects of Viagra, exclaimed, "With such a miraculous remedy, can we fear that the emperor won't reward us generously? Coupled with the seeds of sweet potatoes and corn, a title is surely within our grasp. When the emperor is pleased, generous rewards will follow. And with the seedlings of sweet potatoes and corn, the ministers will not dare oppose, for agriculture is the foundation of the world. What is your plan for delivery?" Xiao Zhongji inquired. "I will have the head of the Ministry of Justice submit a memorial to inform the emperor of everything," he replied. "I have a firm grip on the head's leverage, and he is increasingly under my influence. With this memorial, he can gain some merit. And if the young master receives a title in the future, it will not be difficult to bring him under your banner." "Very well. I shall leave all these arrangements to you. I will exert every effort to ensure this matter is handled well." Xiaojun interjected, "Not yet. I just reached the level of planting mushrooms. Sister Xiaomei is the best, having already advanced to the stage where zombies climb onto the roof. It seems to be the final level. I saw Miss Shijun complete that level, and it ended with many zombies dancing." Xiaomei laughed. "Miss Shijun is indeed remarkable. She breezed through all the levels without much play, opting for the most challenging ones. Watching her play, everything is so methodical, and her plants are arranged in neat rows. Mo Shijun, with her agile mind, found these games easy, naturally completing the levels swiftly. Li Hao chuckled. Tonight, I shall watch a movie with you all. The maidens had grown accustomed to Li Hao's endless new terms, and Xiaoju inquired, what is a movie? Have you seen the video function of a digital camera? A movie is quite similar. It consists of moving images that tell a complete story. With this explanation, the young ladies were instantly filled with anticipation. After dinner, Li Hao, as usual, practiced his vital energy. Upon completing his training, he escorted the maidens to the study nestled within the expansive garden. This garden was vast, and Li Hao had established a living quarters, storeroom, study, and meditation room within it. The second floor of the living quarters housed the bedrooms, while the storeroom held supplies brought from the main world. The study served as Li Hao's sanctuary for exploring extraterrestrial technology. It was furnished akin to an office, complete with a computer, printer, and an array of stationery. In one corner of the study, he had arranged a modest home theater, featuring a large LCD screen at its center, surrounded by several speakers. Li Hao had downloaded numerous films from the main world, and that evening, he and the maidens were watching The Four Great Detectives. This film adaptation diverged from the original martial arts novel, presenting one of the four detectives, Wu Qing, as a female character. The reason for watching this film with the maidens was that Wu Qing possessed extraordinary abilities, reminiscent of the control over objects and vital energy. By introducing them to this movie, he aimed to diminish the impact of vital energy, allowing them to perceive it merely as a form of martial arts. They would find it easier to accept martial arts, having already encountered several experts hired by the escort agency from the Exotic Treasures Pavilion. When Wu Qing first appeared on screen, the maidens gasped in unison, with Xiao Ju exclaiming, "This person bears a striking resemblance to Sister Xiaolan." Xiao Mei added, "Indeed. If I saw her on the street, I might mistake her for someone else." As the film showcased intense fight scenes, the maidens were left in awe, marveling at the extraordinary martial prowess depicted. Xiao Ju, her mouth agape, exclaimed, "Surely, this is the most formidable martial artist in the world. I must ask Master Jin from the escort agency one day if such internal techniques truly exist." Chapter 41. The tutoring software. Li Ying was overjoyed to see her brother arrive and excitedly exclaimed, "I have registered the company as you advised. I selected the Zhongwei Digital Building in the software park and rented over 500 square meters on the 36th floor. The monthly rent is more than 80,000 yuan, which is quite expensive. I also hired someone to do some minor renovations and to handle various permits. The 200,000 yuan you sent me has nearly been spent." "Well, it's good that you found a place," her brother replied. "I will transfer another 1,000,000 yuan to the company account for you to purchase office furniture, computers, stationery, and the like. Then we must begin recruiting staff. There is no need to hire technical personnel. I will take care of that. We need to hire several customer service representatives and a few marketers, which you will manage for now. As for the other positions, you can fill them as you see fit." "What?" Li Ying feigned an expression of grievance, her fingers counting on her hands. "So I will be serving as the general manager, human resources manager, customer service manager, marketing manager, accountant, and cashier all at once? Brother, will you pay me 6 salaries?" Li Hao gently tapped her forehead. "Salaries? Dream on. In the early stages of starting a business, you will have to work for free." Rubbing her forehead, Li Ying pouted. "What a heartless capitalist. Come on, general manager sister, let us go check out the office building together," he said. An hour later, Li Hao and Li Ying stood on the 36th floor of the Zhongwei Digital Building. From their vantage point, they could see numerous skyscrapers in the distance, while the roads below bustled with a constant flow of vehicles and pedestrians. This view inspired a sense of grandeur. "Not bad. You certainly have an eye for selecting a prestigious location," Li Hao remarked, though he added, "I'm feeling the pinch, 80,000 yuan a month. It's quite wasteful to rent such a large space when the company is just starting out. We should have some foresight in terms of future growth. This space may soon become insufficient, and we will have to relocate again. Brother, when will the software be ready? The company currently has expenses but no income, and I am quite worried." Li Ying expressed her concerns. "The software is ready. I came to see how well prepared you are, primarily to check if all the necessary permits are in order. Once you have recruited the marketers and customer service staff, we can launch the software. You need to act quickly. You must hire at least 5 marketers and 2 customer service representatives within 2 days." 3 days later, the website for the tutoring software went live, showcasing the software's features and providing a forum for user interaction. The site offered various versions of the tutoring software for download, including those for preschool, elementary, upper and lower, middle school, high school, and university English. Once users installed the client and logged in, their teaching progress and plans would be stored on the server. The core of this software lies in its personalized teaching plans, which serve as the essence of the tutoring experience. These plans are crafted by educational experts within the system, tailored specifically to each student's personality, interests, and knowledge level. Each teaching plan is unique, highly targeted, and most suitable for the individual student. This exemplifies the high-end application of artificial intelligence. It is akin to having a top-tier educational expert collect detailed personal information from students through the software and painstakingly design a tailored teaching plan. After the launch of the tutoring software, the company's marketers fervently advertised it across major forums and social media platforms, as the software was in a free testing phase, utilizing primitive promotional methods for now. Given that the software was newly launched, few people would initially realize the sophisticated artificial intelligence technology embedded within. For the time being, MULTIVERSE would connect educational experts to the server for real-time updates of the teaching plans. However, this would not persist in the future. The connection would occur weekly to update the plans, with a physical disconnection from the educational experts to ensure that the artificial intelligence remains discreet. Wang Xiaoming, a student at a middle school in a small county, was regarded as a poor performer by his teachers. Despite Confucius advocating for the idea of inclusive education over 2,000 years ago, in Wang Xiaoming's teachers' eyes, students were always categorized into ranks, and the weakest were essentially abandoned. Wang Xiaoming's performance in mathematics was particularly dismal. The mere sight of a math book would give him a headache. He would drift away during math class, failing to grasp a single word the teacher said. One day, he stumbled upon an advertisement on a gaming forum touting the miraculous effects of a tutoring software, particularly highlighting its ability to make learning enjoyable, even while playing games. As soon as Wang Xiaoming saw the word game, he perked up. Could it be possible to learn while playing? Such a thing seemed too good to be true. With a sense of curiosity, he clicked on the link, accessed the tutoring website, and downloaded the middle school version 1.0 of the software. The software was quite large, so he left it downloading overnight. The following day after school, he discovered that the download had completed. Installing, registering, and logging in felt akin to playing an online game. Upon logging in, he encountered several psychological test questions. After answering them, he officially entered the main interface. Wang Xiaoming, not bothering to explore the coursework, immediately dove into the math game. To his surprise, there was a small role-playing game featuring cartoonish characters. Wang Xiaoming's character appeared at the entrance of an ancient city, where a royal edict was posted announcing a nationwide call for a mathematical master skilled in calculating the area of a circle. How could it be that no one in the entire country knows something so simple? Wang Xiaoming thought to himself, bemused by the country's lack of mathematical prowess. Despite his own struggles with math, he had not forgotten the formula for the area of a circle and boldly stepped forward to claim the royal edict. This software is remarkable, Wang Xiaoming exclaimed internally. If there was a drawback, it was the pop-up questions that appeared each time he logged in, covering psychological assessments, family background, and other aspects, which could be somewhat bothersome. Their son had always ranked among the top students in his class, yet at home, he was pampered and had little inclination to perform household chores. One day, however, he surprisingly cleaned the windows until they sparkled and mopped the floor until it was spotless. Li Qingping, astonished, asked his son, "Are you feeling all right? Has something extreme happened to you?" "Of course, I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" The son retorted, "You actually took the initiative to do chores? One who does not clean their own room cannot expect to achieve greatness in the world. A person with a messy bedroom cannot accomplish significant feats. Son, what has prompted this change in you? Please tell me the truth." Li Qingping was genuinely concerned. "I really am fine. Dad, once the software starts charging, I want you to add money to my account on the website so I can continue using it." Li Qingping and his wife exchanged glances, bewildered. They had tried countless times to encourage their son to take responsibility for household tasks. Yet it seemed that the influence of a mere software was more effective than their own parenting. What method did this tutoring software employ to achieve such a transformation in their son? Could a software truly understand education better than they did? Chapter 42. Software download. On the inaugural day of the tutor software's launch, the download count was a mere 52, indicating that relying solely on forum posts for advertising yielded minimal results. Such a scattergun approach to promotion proved ineffective. Numerous advertisements were likely deleted upon posting, and promoters faced bans. Only a handful of pre-written promotional articles remained, yet their readership was scant. The following day, downloads increased to 74, still dismally low. On the third day, there was a slight uptick, reaching 229 downloads. The fourth day witnessed a surge, with downloads skyrocketing to 892. Those who were among the first to download and trial the software found it remarkably effective, recommending it to their friends. A few parents recognized the software's value and discussed it with relatives and colleagues, leading to a substantial influx of new users. From the fifth day onward, the download figures began to exhibit a snowball effect. 1. 746 on the fifth day, 3. 599 on the sixth, 5. 328 on the seventh, and 7. 284 on the eighth. Although the growth rate eventually slowed, it continued to rise steadily. The tutor software's forum began to gain traction, with users sharing their experiences and universally praising the software. However, there was a common complaint regarding the short trial period, limited to just 3 weeks or 21 days. Once this period elapsed, users who had not recharged would lose access to the software. The program was capable of recognizing the machine code of the computer, making it impossible to register a new account on the same device without changing computers, which would reset the trial period. Even with a new registration, prior data, including teaching progress and test questions, would not be retrievable, necessitating a cumbersome reconfiguration. In this brief trial period, the tutor software managed to cultivate hundreds of loyal customers, silencing any forum critics. Notably, those who raised doubts had not yet tried the software themselves. Upon witnessing the widespread acclaim, they too began to download and soon became ardent supporters. Daily downloads, registered accounts, and online user counts continued to rise. During her free time, Liang frequently logged into the website's backend, eagerly refreshing the data, reveling in the continuous updates. More joyfully, she checked the company's online banking account, often finding an increase in funds with each refresh. Liang was so elated that she dreamt of laughter. Just 3 days after the launch, users began to pay. However, payments only commenced after the conclusion of the 21-day trial period. The tutor software operated on a monthly subscription model, with the lowest tier requiring a 1-month payment. The pricing for the tutor series was relatively steep: 80 yuan for the preschool version, 120 yuan for the elementary version, 180 yuan for both middle and high school versions, and 198 yuan for the university version. At first glance, these prices may not seem exorbitant, but a year of usage could accumulate significant costs. 1. 440 yuan for the elementary version, and 2. 160 yuan for the middle school version, which is quite considerable. This fee only accounts for a single year, over several years. The total cost becomes quite high. In an era where software is increasingly democratized, few are willing to set such lofty prices. While these prices pale in comparison to large commercial software systems that may cost millions, they are still relatively high for individual users. However, when considering the software's capabilities, this pricing is quite reasonable. It is crucial to recognize the formidable prowess of educational AI, which can provide comprehensive quality education that surpasses that of actual educators. Can one truly hire an expert-level tutor for just over 100 yuan a month? With a population exceeding 2 billion, the demand for educational resources in our nation is vast, encompassing students from preschool to university. Parents in our country are generally willing to invest significantly in their children's education, if it could genuinely enable their children to succeed. What parent would hesitate to spend that money? The market potential is immense, yet converting potential users into actual clients will require considerable time. Li Hao had spent a considerable amount of time in the main world to facilitate the tutor software's launch, and today marked the 8th day since its introduction. After finishing his training, his sister Liang called. "Brother, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Li Hao replied with a chuckle. "Your voice indicates joy, so I doubt there's any bad news. Please, share the good news first." "All right, the good news is that as of 8:23, 5 p.m. today, we have surpassed 500 paid users for the tutor software, resulting in over 70,000 yuan in revenue. Isn't that impressive? And this is just a few days in. There is still plenty of time before the first batch of free trial users expires. That's a promising start. Let us keep up the momentum." Liang continued. "Now for the bad news. User growth has been so rapid that our server is struggling to keep up. Last night during peak hours, some users reported sluggish speeds. And this morning our customer service was inundated with calls, resulting in a barrage of complaints. While this may appear to be bad news, it ultimately indicates our success. We simply need to take precautions moving forward. Have we managed to recruit sufficient technical staff? I will soon be occupied with other matters. So server maintenance and upgrades will need to be handled by company personnel. Li Ying sighed. I posted recruitment information in the job market today and received many resumes. But I lack technical knowledge to assess their qualifications. Perhaps you could interview some of them over the phone. I'll handle that myself. Although the administrators don't require extensive technical skills, we must ensure they meet our standards. Brother, I plan to invest in some advertising. I want to place ads in magazines targeting middle and high school students, as well as on educational websites. Additionally, I intend to create some buzz on major forums. Having our promoters engage in a friendly rivalry, with one group praising the software while the other critiques it, to attract more users. Li Hao laughed. Didn't you mention that you wear multiple hats, including that of the general manager? Don't sweat the small stuff. Even larger decisions fall under your purview. I'm using the university version myself and find it exceptional. My only concern is that I hope users will give it a try. Once they do, I believe they will be willing to invest. Li Ying expressed her frustration. However, I've exhausted my imagination trying to devise better methods to attract users. Well, in terms of market promotion, neither of us is particularly skilled, but there are those who are. They possess ample experience and a track record of success. What you need to do is recruit them, providing a conducive environment and competitive compensation to motivate them. Managing this company is less about diving into every task yourself and more about recognizing and utilizing talent effectively. Li Ying paused. Are you suggesting I should not overthink things and simply manage my subordinates? Is this your way of encouraging me to take on a leadership role? Li Hao chuckled. Of course. You are the general manager wearing multiple hats. Remember Liu Bang's famous saying, those who strategize from within can win battles from afar. I am not as capable as Zifeng. To stabilize the nation and care for the people, I am not as adept as Xiaohe. To command 1,000,000 troops and ensure victory in battle, I am not as skilled as Han Xian. These three are all extraordinary talents, and my ability to employ them is how I seize the world. This is 10 times more challenging than doing it myself. Li Ying hesitated, saying, I can already see that the company's expansion will be rapid. Soon it will be quite large, and there will be many people. I fear I won't be able to manage it all. I lack confidence in this. Brother, you should take on the role of general manager. Handling multiple responsibilities is beyond my capacity. I truly have no time. Li Ying inquired. What exactly are you so busy with that you can't even spare time for such an important matter as running the company? It was all rather mysterious. Knowing her brother's nature, Li Ying understood that if he was unwilling to share for the moment, further questioning would be futile. Li Hao then remarked, it seems that before long, the company will be on the right track, and you will need to hire personnel for various departments. You can no longer juggle so many roles. Li Ying had great confidence in the company's prospects. She knew that once the probation period for the initial batch of employees concluded, a surge in revenue would follow. At that point, income would significantly increase, alleviating any concerns regarding salaries and rent. Furthermore, since software fees are collected in advance, the company's cash flow was quite robust. Now, the conditions were indeed favorable for recruitment, and it was time to start seeking out headhunting firms to identify some high-caliber professional managers. Li Ying was self-aware enough to recognize that she truly lacked the capability to assume the role of general manager, let alone manage multiple positions simultaneously. Chapter 43. Coming into the limelight after completing the tasks related to the tutoring software, Li Hao busied himself procuring a substantial array of supplies, preparing for yet another journey into the world of the Northern Song Dynasty. That evening, while engaged in a three-dimensional video lecture on extraterrestrial genetic technology, his phone suddenly erupted with sound. He paused the video and picked up the device, discovering it was his close friend Pan Bin from the dormitory calling. Li Hao frowned, contemplating why Pan seemed so fixated on him. In their class, the notorious troublemakers, including 2 from Class 2, certainly skipped classes as often as he did, especially those 2 from Class 2. Why were they not facing repercussions? They must have connections or perhaps offered favors to the counselor. As for him, lacking any connections and being oblivious to the art of ingratiation, he was the easy target. Li Hao was taken aback. Ingratiation? No. Please don't pool money for this. I will handle it myself. I assure you, I can manage this situation, he stated with conviction. Pan Bin, recognizing Li Hao's confidence, replied, all right then, as long as you take it seriously. We've shared a room for 2 years. It's hard to part with you. Even though you've been spending your nights out with that new affair this semester, we still hang on to your presence. Please don't cling to me. Better to hold on to your girl from the Chinese department at normal university. What are you two working on lately? Li Hao inquired. Pan Bin responded, as refined individuals. We naturally engage in the daily study of new couplets. Allow me to share a few with you. He recited, a certain lady's upper couplet, last night. Wandering the campus, I saw a frog trying to be cool, vomiting, only to headbutt a tree, and a certain gentleman's lower couplet, last night. Showing off on the court, suddenly heard a dinosaur crash into a tree, terrifying, poor little tree. The horizontal inscription reads, the enchanting ghost of a beautiful woman. Li Hao couldn't help but admire, truly impressive, undeniably refined. In truth, Li Hao was indifferent to the prospect of expulsion from school, after all. What was a mere diploma? He had already ascended to a significant height in life, no longer requiring such accolades to validate himself. His primary concern lay in the possibility of the school informing his parents of his expulsion. That would undoubtedly sadden them. It was a matter of pride that their son had been accepted into a nationally renowned university. If he were expelled, it would be a heavy blow to them. Out of curiosity, he approached the academic lecture hall to glance at the notice. The upcoming speaker was Kevin. Who was this person? Li Hao couldn't recall. But upon reading the introduction, he was astounded. Kevin was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, an expert in microscopic physics who had shared the Nobel Prize in Physics 11 years prior with two others. It was no wonder that so many were drawn to attend. A lecture by a Nobel laureate was a rare opportunity. Since fate had brought him here, Li Hao decided to attend, having spent considerable time studying extraterrestrial materials. He had already surpassed many in theoretical physics. Upon entering the expansive lecture hall, he found it filled to capacity, with many standing in the aisles. Though the lecture had yet to commence as Kevin had not yet arrived. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name softly. Turning, he saw another dorm mate, Wang Guangchuan, waving at him. Are you here for the lecture too? And with a notebook? Li Hao was taken aback. As this gaming enthusiast had decided to attend such a dry subject as physics, Wang Guangchuan scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I'm just here for the spectacle. Curious to see what a Nobel laureate looks like. I can brag later that I attended Kevin's lecture. After a while, accompanied by the vice president of Huaxiao Polytechnic University, Kevin entered the lecture hall, prompting a thunderous round of applause. Following a brief introduction by the vice president, Kevin commenced his academic discourse. The theme of the lecture revolved around the structure of a particular microscopic particle, with 4 hypothetical models currently posited within the physics community. As the 4 structural models appeared on the projection screen, Li Hao immediately recognized that all 4 were erroneous, none aligning with actual facts. The first model, while flawed, contained partial truths, whereas the second, third, and fourth models were utterly preposterous. Although many faculty and students were present, only a scant few could grasp Kevin's explanations, and even fewer could claim to understand them at all. This field was highly specialized, and even among those studying microscopic physics, many pursued divergent paths. Wang Guangchuan, yawning repeatedly, reflected that having seen a Nobel laureate, he had expected someone extraordinary, but instead found the speaker to be just an ordinary old man. The content was a jumble, and while his English was decent, having passed the CET-6, he struggled to comprehend much of what the speaker said. The disparity between specialized and everyday English was substantial. And even if translated into Chinese, without a solid foundation in microscopic physics, comprehension would remain elusive. Regretting his attendance, he wished he had opted to play a few rounds of games in the dormitory instead. Pass me the paper and pen, Li Hao commanded. Snatching Wang Guangchuan's notebook and pen, and began writing fervently. Wang Guangchuan glanced over, stunned to see numerous formulaic deductions, many mathematical symbols unfamiliar to him. A wave of shame washed over him. It was evident that he needed to spend less time gaming, as his roommate had left him far behind. Li Hao wrote vigorously, filling 7 or 8 pages with dense mathematical reasoning, interspersed with a few English phrases. Wang Guangchuan felt overwhelmed, disheartened by the realization that the accumulation of knowledge had led to a fundamental shift. While he indulged in games, his roommate was fervently studying. And now they were on entirely different levels. Kevin paused the lecture for a 15-minute break for the audience to refresh before continuing. I'm leaving. I don't understand anything here. It's pointless to stay, Wang Guangchuan announced. Wait, I will leave too. It truly is pointless to remain, Li Hao concurred, tearing out the pages he had written on, pondering briefly before adding, Department of Electronic Engineering, Li Hao. As Li Hao and Wang Guangchuan exited the lecture hall, both felt disenchanted with the report, albeit for entirely different reasons. Wang Guangchuan for his inability to comprehend, and Li Hao for the clarity he possessed while Kevin meandered through hypotheses and conjectures. What were you writing earlier? Wang Guangchuan inquired once outside. I informed Kevin that the fourth hypothetical model is incorrect, Li Hao replied. Wang Guangchuan chuckled. You're just boasting. The true structure of that particle can only be one. Therefore, at most, one of those models could be correct, perhaps none at all. Saying the fourth is wrong gives you a good chance of guessing right. Li Hao laughed in response, exactly. Upon noticing the densely written pages, Kevin's curiosity was piqued. How could a single question necessitate such extensive writing? He picked up the pages and found himself unable to tear his gaze away from them as thunderous applause erupted in the hall, echoing endlessly. As faculty and students gradually departed, Kevin remained entranced, engrossed in the pages. The vice president, intrigued, approached him, asking, Mr. Kevin, what is going on? Kevin handed the first page to the vice president. Zhang, take a look at this. Dean Zhang, a physicist by training, accepted the paper, and upon reading, was immediately captivated. After both men had reviewed the pages, their expressions mirrored astonishment. The content on this paper pertains to the fourth hypothetical model, which, in conjunction with the well-established theories of microscopic physics, has yielded a self-contradictory conclusion through mathematical deductions and topology. This employed a method of contradiction to demonstrate the fallacy of the fourth hypothesis. Principal Zhang hesitated and inquired, is the derivation of this proof in topology accurate? Chapter 44. The script is not like this. Principal Zhang promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, may I speak with Director Liu? Oh, Lao Liu. It's Lao Zhang. Are you free? Come to the academic report hall. I have a topology proof that I would like you to review for its correctness. Laughter echoed from the other end. I must say, Lao Zhang, why have you shifted from physics to mathematics? This truly is a curiosity. Who says physicists cannot delve into mathematics? After all, Newton was a mathematician as well. If you have time, hurry over. This proof is crucial for microphysics, and Mr. Kevin is also eager to know the conclusion. The tone on the phone grew serious. I am currently with Mr. Qian and cannot step away. I will send someone to collect the manuscript, and I will study it tonight. A proof that piques the interest of you and Mr. Kevin likely requires more than a cursory glance. It will probably necessitate some research. I cannot make a judgment immediately. Mr. Qian is there? All right, stay with him, and we will look at it tonight. As soon as Principal Zhang hung up, he exchanged a few words with Kevin, but the phone rang again. He glanced at the screen, Lao Liu again. Oh, Mr. Qian is interested in this proof? Excellent. I will send someone over immediately. The few pages were delivered to Kevin's lectern. As Principal Zhang intended to keep the original for Kevin, little did he know that, merely a decade later, these pages would fetch a high price at an auction. Had he been aware of this, he might not have so nonchalantly entrusted the manuscript to Kevin. Kevin expressed his desire to meet the student named Li Hao. Principal Zhang was equally interested in conversing with the student and gladly accompanied Kevin to find Li Hao. After exiting the academic report hall, Li Hao proceeded to the office building of the electronic engineering department. Upon entering, he encountered several classmates. Is the counselor in the office? Li Hao inquired. Yes, Li Hao. You should prepare yourself, one classmate warned. Don't scare me. I'm going to see the counselor now, Li Hao replied as he made his way to the counselor's office. One classmate sighed, alas, the wind howls coldly through the river. Another commented, Brother Hao is venturing into the den of tigers and dragons. Let us go see. Li Hao knocked on the door and entered the office. The office was quite spacious and filled with other faculty members and a few students. The counselor, seated not far from the door, felt an unbidden surge of ire upon seeing Li Hao enter. If other students were so brazenly absent from class, they would at least pay their respects and seek some favor. After receiving sufficient benefits, it would not be unreasonable to turn a blind eye. However, students like Li Hao were utterly oblivious, showing complete disdain for authority. If such a student were not made an example of, how could order be maintained in the future? In an instant, the counselor had devised the script for the ensuing drama. He would calmly announce Li Hao's expulsion, after which Li Hao would plead desperately, weeping and rolling on the ground. The counselor would then resolutely declare the decision irrevocable, watching Li Hao's despair unfold. As he envisioned this scene, the counselor felt a secret satisfaction, adjusting his glasses. Who are you? I don't believe I have seen you before. Are you a student at Huaxia University of Technology? Li Hao was taken aback. Was the counselor pretending not to recognize him? I am Li Hao from Class 1 of Electronic Engineering. Oh, you are the student who has never attended class. No wonder you look so unfamiliar. It is indeed rare to see you. However, you will soon cease to be an electronic engineering student, as the department has decided to expel you. The notification will arrive shortly. The counselor, adhering to his script, spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing that the formal notification had yet to arrive, Li Hao felt a slight relief. He feared most that the school would suddenly inform his family of his expulsion. If he had time to persuade them and explain his entrepreneurial pursuits, perhaps they would be more understanding. As long as the company became profitable and relatives lauded his efforts, his parents might also come to accept it. To the counselor's surprise, Li Hao did not weep or roll on the ground. He remained as composed as the counselor himself. Although I have occasionally missed class recently, I have been diligently studying on my own. My academic performance has not suffered. The counselor interrupted Li Hao, sneering. You claim that your recent absences are due to your self-directed study? Huh, that is truly the most creative joke of the year. What nonsense. Your excuses are utterly pathetic. He suddenly erupted in profanity, causing the surrounding students to stare in shock. Unaware of his escalating volume, he continued, if you were so proficient in self-study, why waste time at school? Just study on your own. The counselor's face flushed with alternating colors as he sternly declared, you are spreading rumors and slandering. Do you have no respect for your teachers? You show no regard for the principles of education. Shaking with anger, the counselor pondered how students had come to this, brazenly absent from class, yet audaciously malicious towards faculty. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. The performance had utterly flopped. Observing the bewildered expressions of his colleagues and students, he contemplated explaining himself, but feared further complicating the situation. Breathing heavily, he took a seat. After all, it was merely a student facing expulsion. His future was already ruined, and his life was a complete tragedy. Why should he allow himself to be angered by such a person? Yet, the thought of Li Hao exposing his secret ignited his fury once again. As he simmered in silent rage, he was suddenly interrupted by the office door being pushed open, revealing a throng of individuals. At the forefront were Principal Zhang and a foreign gentleman with striking blue eyes and white hair, followed by several high-ranking officials from the university. The counselor was taken aback. Quickly rising to his feet, his face plastered with a forced smile. Principal Zhang, you have arrived. Please, take a seat, esteemed leaders. Flustered, he hurried to pour tea as others in the office approached to greet them. Principal Zhang inquired, you are aware of a student named Li Hao in the electronic engineering department, correct? The counselor was astonished. How did Principal Zhang know of Li Hao? His first instinct was to assume that Li Hao had caused some significant trouble during his absences and that Principal Zhang had come to investigate. He hastily responded, yes. There is such a student. He is of poor character, disregards school rules, and exhibits extremely low standards. Such a student is truly a disgrace to Huaxia University of Technology. I will reflect on my failure to manage student ethics properly. Extremely low standards? Principal Zhang questioned, perplexed. Is that even possible? While the electronic engineering department may focus on applied technology, with Li Hao's foundation in mathematics and physics, his performance could not possibly be lacking. Indeed, since he entered the university, he has frequently skipped classes. How could his grades not suffer? He has exceeded the allowed absences. And the department leadership has decided to expel him. What? Expelled? How can you expel him? This is outrageous. Who made this decision? Principal Zhang's voice suddenly escalated, his anger intensifying. To expel such a talented student would undoubtedly be the most ludicrous incident in this year's higher education landscape. It also indicated significant flaws in the school's management. If this matter were to reach the media, the entire administration of Huaxia University of Technology would be ridiculed for a long time. The counselor finally grasped the situation. Principal Zhang sought to protect Li Hao. He trembled, his face paling. The formal notification has not yet been issued. Upon hearing that the expulsion had not been officially confirmed, Principal Zhang's expression softened slightly. He signaled to his secretary, who discreetly exited the office to make a phone call, determined to prevent this decision from being finalized. Kevin, unable to comprehend Chinese, discerned that President Zhang was visibly upset and inquired, what has transpired? The senior officials of Huaxia Polytechnic bore expressions of discomfort, while President Zhang forced a semblance of a smile and replied, it is nothing. Li Hao has taken a leave of absence. Deep within, he silently rejoiced that Kevin could not understand the language, and that the translator was also affiliated with Huaxia Polytechnic University. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been monumental. There were several other universities in the city that had extended invitations for him to engage in discussions, and although he had not initially intended to linger, he could certainly adjust his itinerary. The 4 hypothetical models had been proposed in the realm of physics for quite some time. and disproving one would signify a modest advancement in the field of microphysics. Even the slightest progress in such fundamental sciences holds profound significance. President Zhang's mention of Li Hao's absence was a strategic move to prevent an immediate confrontation between Li Hao and Kevin. The impetuosity of youth could lead to indiscreet revelations regarding impending expulsion, which would tarnish the institution's reputation. He planned to confer with Li Hao before proceeding further. At that very moment, the office of the president of Huaxia Polytechnic was in a state of disarray. Just minutes prior, the university had received a fax. The transmission was from the internationally renowned Editorial Office of Mathematical Research, a prestigious journal in the mathematical community. Chapter 45. The purchase of a cargo ship in the mathematics department of Huaxia University of Technology. Director Liu scrutinized the topology-proof manuscript in his hands. He had read this copied manuscript 5 times, and with each reading, he found himself marveling at its ingenuity, unable to suppress his admiration. Yet, despite his awe, he hesitated to assert the correctness of the proof. The handwritten manuscript lacked rigorous formalism, clearly omitting several steps, which rendered it rather challenging to comprehend. Director Liu had summoned several doctoral students in mathematics to supplement the omitted portions, while he himself occasionally searched for references on his laptop to ponder a crucial aspect. Qian highly leaned on his cane, gazing absent-mindedly at the scenery outside the office building. He was a luminary in the mathematical community of Huaxia, an academician of the Academy of Sciences, formerly a professor at Jinghua University, with disciples spread throughout the nation. He had later transferred to the Mathematics Research Institute of the Academy. On this occasion, as he passed by, he decided to visit his esteemed Prot.G., Director Liu. Director Liu set down his pen and rose quickly to join Qian highly. Old Qian, the deductions in that manuscript are flawless, if the omitted steps are also sound. This proof stands correct. Just as Director Liu was about to speak further, he noticed President Zhang entering with a foreigner in tow. Recognizing him as Kevin, he promptly stood to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, President Zhang got straight to the point, asking, "Has the conclusion been reached?" "Not yet," Director Liu replied, gesturing toward the busy doctoral students who were still working to fill in the gaps. Qian highly interjected, "Li Hao is a mathematical genius. He should certainly transfer to the mathematics department." President Zhang countered, "Old Qian, Li Hao has a solid foundation in microphysics. We shouldn't squander his talent in that area." Qian highly dismissed this notion, saying, "Have you read that proof manuscript? It radiates mathematical thinking throughout." What is mathematical thinking? Even if one can compute quickly and accurately, they remain merely a craftsman in mathematics, of little value. The ability to partition numbers like 1100, 299, and 398 into pairs, and sum them directly using 101 multiplied by 50. That is the hallmark of a mathematician's mindset. He continued passionately. How many have calculated the sum from 1 to 100? Yet, how few have thought of such a clever method as Gauss did. This is true mathematical thinking. And possessing such a mindset indicates a genius mathematician. Look again at that topology proof. Its brilliance is everywhere. This genius, this way of thinking, if not applied to mathematics, but to anything else, constitutes the greatest waste. President Zhang firmly replied, "Old Qian, one cannot dismiss this. Mathematics requires genius. But does physics not also demand it?" Li Hao's few pages of manuscript have invalidated a foundational particle hypothesis model that has prevailed in the physics community for over a decade. How significant is that? If we wait for experiments to disprove it, we might be waiting another 10 or 20 years. Seeing the confrontation escalating, Director Liu quickly intervened. We can only offer suggestions. Ultimately, Li Hao's decision should be respected. His interest is crucial for achieving results. Let us first ascertain his willingness. This was indeed a reasonable approach. Arguing further was futile. It would be more prudent to consult Li Hao directly. At that moment, Director Liu's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was President Wang of Huaxia University of Technology calling. He answered, and immediately President Wang's voice came through. "Old Liu, do you have a professor or lecturer by the name of Li Hao in your department? I couldn't find him in the personnel records. Do you have any temporary hires?" "No, President. All faculty members, including temporary hires, are required to be entered into the school's personnel management system. Otherwise, we cannot process their salaries." However, President Wang lamented, "Ah, I see. I was momentarily confused. It seems the Mathematics Research Editorial Office made an error. What a pity. Mathematics research?" This was the pinnacle of academic journals in the mathematical field. Director Liu had an inkling and quickly replied, "President, "We have a student by the name of Li Hao." President Wang's interest piqued. He inquired, "Is he proficient in mathematics?" Proficient is an understatement. It hardly suffices to describe his level. He is remarkably promising. I just reviewed his few pages of proof in topology with old Qian, and I believe genius would be a more fitting descriptor. President Wang exclaimed with delight. How many individuals in the nation possess such a level of skill? It must be him then. Must be him? What do you mean? President Wang chuckled. The Mathematics Research Journal sent a fax stating that our Li Hao professor's mathematical proof has passed review. The journal consulted 16 honorary advisors for the evaluation, and all unanimously agreed that this proof is correct and complete. Director Liu was astonished. What? 16 honorary advisors? Those are renowned mathematicians internationally. They actually convened so many to review it? This proof must be extraordinary. I understand its significance, President Wang replied, which is why I hurriedly sought information about Li Hao. The absence of his name in the personnel management system left me deeply disappointed. I called you with a glimmer of hope. President Wang recognized that this paper could elevate the school's prestige. For him, it mattered not whether the author was a faculty member or a student. Naturally, having a student author would reflect even more positively on the school's educational standards. As he browsed the internet, a purchase inquiry caught his attention. The seller, in urgent need of cash to settle debts, was selling a cargo ship. Due to the seller's haste, the price was significantly lower than usual. Should he buy it? Li Hao had long desired to acquire a ship. Moving large items to Qingsong was challenging, and owning a vessel would greatly facilitate this. He could load everything onto the ship, open a vast wormhole, and sail through. After all, he owned ample wasteland in Qingsong Bay, stretching all the way to the seaside, where he could build a modest dock. The ship had a draft of over 2 meters, making docking relatively easy. Intrigued, Li Hao promptly contacted the seller and traveled to the seller's city the following day. After inspecting the vessel and taking it out to sea for a test run with the captain, he was quite satisfied. After some haggling, he purchased the ship. It was still operational, with all licenses in order. He merely needed to handle the transfer paperwork, which could be completed swiftly. Li Hao hired a temporary captain and spent a few days learning the basics of navigation. During this time, he stocked the ship with a substantial quantity of supplies, including dozens of tons of cement, over 20 sets of large wind turbine equipment, ample diesel, and various other materials. The captain, noticing Li Hao's secretive demeanor, suspected he was involved in smuggling. However, the captain did not pry further, having only worked a few days. And Li Hao compensated him with an amount equivalent to 3 months' salary. What was there to be dissatisfied about? I already informed you that it will consume 8 energy points. Came the reminder. That's double the usual amount, but entirely acceptable, Li Hao replied. Confirm that there are no people or surveillance around the ship. There are no people in sight, nor is there any monitoring. Good. Initiate a 20-meter diameter wormhole connecting to the sea outside Qingsong Bay in the northern Song world. The wormhole powered up, pinpointing the exact coordinates. The sea levels of both worlds were aligned, allowing the ship to pass through. Li Hao steered the cargo ship forward. The vast aperture of the wormhole half exposed above the water and half submerged. The cargo ship traversed the wormhole smoothly, and Li Hao promptly closed it, bringing the ship to a halt. Given it was nighttime and his navigation skills were still rudimentary, venturing out in the dark seemed perilous. It was wiser to wait until dawn. The electric winch whirred, lowering the massive anchor into the depths of the sea, as the cargo ship anchored steadily. Here, not far from the shore, the winds and waves were mild, and the vessel remained remarkably stable. Li Hao stepped onto the deck, the sea breeze causing his garments to flutter gracefully. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the vast expanse of the clear night sky, adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. Chapter 46. The sinking of the pirate ship. The sky of the northern Song Dynasty is always breathtaking, whether by day or by night. The daytime sky is clear and unclouded, unlike the main world, which is often shrouded in pollution and fine particulates. At night, the stars shine brightly, filling the vast expanse of the sky, unlike the main world where only a few are visible. Li Hao strolled along the deck, the colossal crane of the cargo ship appearing magnificent under the gentle light of the stars and moon. Upon reaching the very tip of the bow, he grasped the railing, feeling the caress of the sea breeze and listening to the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull. Surrounded by darkness, the world around him was invisible, except for the stars above, which seemed tantalizingly close, as if he could reach out and touch them. The sensation of the force expanded, resonating with the sea breeze and undulating with the waves. Above this vast ocean, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world, Li Hao felt an exquisite harmony between the heavens and the sea, with nothing but a solitary ship and himself. He embraced the rise and fall of the waves and the whisper of the wind, sensing a rhythm that permeated the universe. The clarity of the force enveloped him. He perceived every swirl of the sea breeze and the gathering and dispersing of each wave, all vividly reflected in his mind like a slow-motion film. An elusive feeling stirred within him, akin to a flash of inspiration, yet when he tried to grasp it, it slipped away. In an instant, he found himself retreating from that wondrous state, unable to re-enter it despite his efforts. When the opportunity next arises to enter such a state of mind, one should strive to sense rather than think. Indeed, the entire process of cultivating the force is akin to this, to experience more and ponder less. To feel the ebb and flow of the force, striving to resonate with it. The innate talent for the force influences the speed of cultivation, which correlates to the rate of growth of the force. However, the purity of the force determines how far one can ultimately go and the realms one can attain. Li Hao felt a surge of excitement. The intelligence system frequently remarked on his low innate talent and poor aptitude. While he was not disheartened or devoid of ambition, his confidence had taken a hit. Now, receiving some affirmation from the intelligence system, he exclaimed, "So, the purity of the force is crucial. Even more so than the speed of growth." No, both are important. If one were to compare specifically, speed is more critical before level 7. While purity becomes paramount at level 8, and beyond level 9, one should solely pursue purity. For you, speed is your shortcoming. Do you understand? Without the early stages, there can be no later stages. Before level 4, lifespan is exceedingly urgent. Before level 7, it looms like a sword hanging overhead. If one reaches the end of their lifespan without advancing in the force, they can only meet their demise with regret. These words fell upon Li Hao like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing any flicker of pride he had felt. Fine, I shall no longer believe in talent, but only in hard work. Nevertheless, overall, this remained good news. If he could cultivate to a higher level, with the purity of his star essence, he stood a greater chance of ascending to the ultimate realm of mastery over the force. The intelligence system continued, the enhancement of star essence purity will somewhat promote speed. Since you possess high aptitude in this regard, I will provide you with a training manual for star essence purification. You should dedicate an hour each day to practice. This manual was intended for you after reaching level 4, but given your specific circumstances, you may begin training now. However, I hope you will not reduce your original training time. This hour should be an addition. Li Hao readily accepted. After all, what was one more hour? The more time he could allocate, the better. As the saying goes, time is like a woman's bosom. If one squeezes, there is always a little more to be found. The next day, a crimson sun rose from the horizon, casting a rosy glow upon the sea. The sky was adorned with morning hues, and seagulls swooped gracefully through the air, infusing the ocean with vitality. Having stowed the massive anchor, Li Hao intended to steer the ship westward when he spotted 3 vessels through the glass of the cockpit. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The 3 ships were fully rigged and sailing at full speed. On the decks of the 2 pursuing ships, many individuals wielded swords and other weapons, some even brandishing long spears and broadswords. A few had drawn bows, aiming arrows at the fleeing vessel ahead. Could they be pirates? As he observed closely, it became apparent that 2 ships were in pursuit of one. The pirates on the 2 ships seemed intent on closing the distance, aiming to ensnare the fleeing vessel. Indeed, they were pirates, and it was astonishing to find them so close to land. How audacious! The crew of the merchant ship in front was thrown into a panic. A few brandished wooden clubs and swords, while most were unarmed. They hastily jettisoned bags of cargo overboard in an attempt to lighten their load and escape more swiftly. Yet, the pirate ships were faster, and it seemed the merchant vessel was doomed. Since they had crossed paths, Li Hao resolved to offer assistance. He adjusted his course and headed toward the 3 vessels. The ship, measuring 30 meters, was trivial in the main world, yet in the northern Song Dynasty, it was considered a behemoth. The cargo ship surged forward, its stern churning the water into frothy waves that trailed behind. As the ships drew closer, the pirates aboard the 3 vessels beheld Li Hao's ship in disbelief. It was an iron vessel. The fleeing merchant ship, upon sighting Li Hao's iron ship, immediately veered closer. Although its crew was unaware whether Li Hao's ship belonged to pirates or rescuers, they were being pursued by 2 pirate ships and could not outrun them. Even if this iron ship were also crewed by pirates, their situation could not worsen. If it were a rescue, approaching it could buy them time. The pirate leader hesitated. Torn between options, if he abandoned the chase, the prize would slip away, but if he pressed on, he felt uncertain facing the iron ship. Though he was a ruthless brigand, the unknown instilled a natural fear within him. Observing the formidable iron vessel advancing, a flicker of trepidation crossed the pirate leader's mind. He contemplated ordering a retreat, but noticed the deck of the iron ship was empty, suggesting a lack of crew. Resolute, he decided to take the risk. If he could seize the iron ship, it would be a windfall. The iron ship had no sails but moved swiftly. If he captured it, who could pursue him? The world would be his oyster. The pirate leader shouted, "Surrounded. Ignore the merchant ship. They cannot escape. Let us take down this iron ship first. The first aboard the iron ship shall receive 15 coins. The one who slays the most aboard will earn 30 coins, plus a woman from the merchant ship." Upon hearing such bountiful rewards, the pirates were instantly incited into a frenzy, brandishing their weapons and shouting, "Kill." At that moment, Li Hao's cargo ship approached the fleeing merchant vessel, gliding past it and directly toward one of the pirate ships. In the vast ocean, it is rare for ships to collide directly, as the outcomes are unpredictable and both vessels may sink. When the pirates saw the iron ship barreling toward them, panic ensued. The pirate leader was taken aback. It dawned on him that the iron ship would surely inflict damage on his wooden vessel in a collision. He had never anticipated that the opposing ship would engage in such an act. Historically, adversaries typically fled, as sailing vessels lack the agility to turn sharply and collide once they begin to retreat. The iron ship was not headed toward the pirate leader's vessel. He yelled at the crew of another pirate ship, "Get out of the way, quickly!" But it was too late. The steel cargo ship surged forward with great speed, while the sailing vessel struggled to change course, unable to evade. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed. The pointed bow of the iron cargo ship collided with the bow of the pirate ship, sending splinters flying and snapping countless wooden planks. After all, the timber of the Northern Song was no match for the steel of the main world. The pirate ship was violently jolted, causing water to splash from its side, and the pirates on the deck were thrown off balance. One unfortunate pirate, standing too close to the rail, was flung into the air upon impact, plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. Another pirate, unable to maintain his footing, toppled sideways and struck his head against the mast, instantly bleeding profusely. An even more unfortunate pirate met a grim fate. When he was propelled away, he happened to fall onto the pointed end of a comrade's spear, which pierced through his chest and emerged from his back, leading to his immediate demise as blood pooled around him. Meanwhile, the cargo ship, captained by Li Hao, also experienced a significant tremor during the collision, yet its impact was minimal. The ironclad vessel was exceedingly heavy, laden with several tons of cement and additional supplies, totaling over 100 tons. The disparity in tonnage was too great. The pirate ship was sent reeling while the steel cargo ship remained steadfast and unyielding. Chapter 47 The Might of the Steel Giant. The bow of the pirate ship was shattered, and seawater surged into a compartment. The shipbuilding technology of the Northern Song Dynasty was unparalleled at the time, with the lower hold partitioned into several independent spaces. Thus, the flooding of one compartment had a negligible effect on the entire vessel. Although the bow of the pirate ship was mangled, the overall structure of the hull remained intact. Li Hao grasped the control lever at the console, extending the cargo ship's crane arm, which began to rotate while lowering the enormous hook. The motor whirred rapidly, and the steel cable of the hook lengthened, descending from the apex of the crane arm. As the base continued to rotate, the colossal hook swung outward, a formidable weight nearing 200 pounds, creating a terrifying spectacle. The pirates on the deck, still reeling from the recent collision, were just regaining their footing when a massive hook swept in with the force of the wind. Two pirates failed to evade its path. One was sent flying into the sea, while the other, slightly luckier, suffered only a bruise on his arm. Li Hao pressed a switch, hoisting the hook before allowing it to drop freely, crashing heavily onto the deck of the bow. With a resounding crack, the deck, far thinner than the hull, could not withstand the impact of the descending hook. The wooden board splintered, and the hook plunged into the lower hold. Li Hao, undeterred, wound the hook upward. But as it rose slightly, it snagged a crossbeam, one of the main structural beams of the hull, robust and substantial. Ignoring the implications, he cranked the hoisting system to maximum power. The hook entangled with the beam. The pirate ship, designed for speed rather than cargo, was relatively light, having scarcely loaded heavy goods. As the crane's full force operated, the bow of the ship began to lift, gradually rising above the water's surface. The cargo ship felt the strain as it tilted slightly, but this was of little concern. Classified as a small vessel in the main world, it had a capacity of approximately 500 tons, yet was only carrying around 100 tons of cargo, resulting in a shallow draft that rendered the slight tilt inconsequential. The bow of the pirate ship was elevated ever higher, with the front half of the vessel now completely out of the water, leaving only the stern afloat. The ship began to rise vertically, the deck tilting dramatically, causing many pirates to lose their grip and tumble into the sea like dumplings. Most pirates had already clung to the deck, but as the bow continued its ascent, they were unable to maintain their balance, sliding down towards the stern like a slide. Panic ensued. Some grasped frantically for anything to hold on to, while others plunged their swords into the deck, desperately trying to anchor themselves. Some rolled to the edge, gripping the railing for dear life. A cacophony of gasps, shouts, and curses erupted across the ship. Dishes and utensils cascaded from the hold, shattering on the deck. Tables and stools slid down the slanted surface, crashing against the stern wall. The interior was thrown into disarray. As the beam snapped, the hook lost its grip, and the now lifted bow of the pirate ship plummeted back into the sea with a thunderous crash, sending a spray of water soaring 8 meters high. The pirates aboard were left battered and bruised, their bodies marred by the fall. The force of the surrounding water had already enveloped the area. Particularly monitoring the movements of several archers aboard another ship, Li Hao maneuvered the cargo ship slightly backward before charging forward once more. Though these events transpired swiftly, they felt drawn out. The pirate captain on the other vessel stood aghast, utterly at a loss for how to issue commands. Within this brief moment, a series of astonishing changes unfolded, far beyond his expectations. He could never have imagined such a turn of events. A cadre of pirates clustered around their captain, equally stunned, watching their comrades meet a grim fate. Terror filled their eyes as they gazed upon Li Hao's cargo ship, which seemed less a vessel and more a colossal metallic beast, effortlessly tearing apart a sturdy ship. That massive hook had nearly lifted the entire pirate ship. The sheer weight was staggering. What kind of strength could accomplish such a feat? Retreat. Quick, retreat. The pirate captain, awakening from his nightmare, found his courage shattered, yearning only to distance himself from that iron ship, vowing never to encounter it again. Even the comrades who had fallen overboard were forsaken, fearing that the great hook might lift their vessel as well. Turn the helm. Adjust the sails. Hurry, hurry. Chaos reigned among the pirates. The captain anxiously observed the steel ship, fearing it would charge toward them, only to breathe a sigh of relief as it continued its assault on another ship, urgently urging his crew to flee. Seeing the other vessel escape, Li Hao momentarily averted his attention, relentlessly ramming the battered ship ahead. After numerous collisions, several compartments of the pirate ship had taken on water, and it began to sink slowly. Only then did Li Hao cease his attacks, noting that the other pirate ship had already fled far off. The merchant ship, once pursued by the pirates, had come to a halt and was now cautiously approaching. The crew gathered on deck, and upon seeing Li Hao emerge from the pilot house, they knelt in gratitude. The foremost among them, a burly man, exclaimed, "We are eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention." Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. It was but a small effort. There's no need for such formality. He was unaccustomed to the notion of establishing a memorial. Meanwhile, some pirates still floundered in the water. Calling for help, the burly man inquired, "What shall we do with these pirates?" "Hang them one by one, bind them, and deliver them to the authorities in Chuanzhou," Li Hao instructed. The man complied, systematically hoisting the pirates with ropes, while others armed themselves to guard against any resistance. Fearing unforeseen complications, Li Hao remained until they had secured all surviving pirates before setting sail. Before departing, the burly man expressed his profound thanks once more. "Since you prefer we refrain from erecting a memorial, we shall comply, but please, do tell us your name, so we may forever remember your kindness." Li Hao realized that even if he refrained from revealing his identity, they would likely deduce it later. Li Hao of Chuanzhou. Could it be that Li Gongzi from the Rare Treasures Pavilion? It seemed that even in the northern Song Dynasty, he had gained quite a reputation. Encountering someone who had heard of him was unexpected. Li Hao navigated the cargo ship steadily, aware that without a global positioning system, he could only rely on the general direction of Qingxiao Bay, tracing the coastline in search of it. Shortly thereafter, he spotted the river's mouth and brought the cargo ship closer, dropping anchor to remain anchored at sea. He retrieved a shortwave radio from the cargo hold, tuning it to a frequency his robot could receive. "Hello, Iron Skin, can you hear me? Don't get agitated or touch anything. Call Xiaomei and the others to turn on the shortwave radios and tune them to this frequency." "Understood, Master. Please hold on. Xiaomei, bring the workers and carpenters to the mouth of Qingxiao Bay. Oh, and Iron Skin, you come too." "Yes, we will be there shortly." As Xiaomei's voice faded, Xiaoju's chimed in, "Young Master, Xiaomei wrote a poem expressing how much she misses you. It's quite heartfelt, but, Her words were abruptly cut off, as if her mouth had been covered. What? Xiao Zhu, how could you tell the young master? Xiao Mei exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Of course. I must tell the young master. If he doesn't know, wouldn't that mean Xiao Mei's beautiful poem was written in vain? Xiao Zhu giggled. You little fiend. You'll be the death of me. Ah. With a piercing scream, Xiao Zhu cried, Young master, save me. Someone intends to commit murder and silence me. Simultaneously. The enchanting laughter of Xiao Lan and Xiao Zhu echoed through the intercom, their melodious giggles resonating clearly without any interference from the North Song radio. After a brief interval, the four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, arrived in grand procession at the sandy beach, accompanied by dozens of others. The ironclad figure, entirely encased in metallic armor, stood out prominently among the crowd. They were astonished to behold the steel vessel anchored in the sea, each individual grappling with the implausibility of it all. Their understanding dictated that what floats while steel sinks. This fundamental belief was irrevocably challenged, leaving their minds struggling to comprehend the revelation. Chapter 48. Setting sail. As Li Hao gazed at the shimmering metal of iron skin amidst the crowd, he felt a sense of purpose. Ah, my esteemed master. Your wisdom and benevolence are truly remarkable. Iron skin shall be eternally grateful to you. I am filled with excitement and emotion, yet, dear master, might you be so compassionate as to allow me to adjust to a normal energy consumption mode? Li Hao gently tapped Iron Skin's metallic forehead, cautioning. Such audacity may incite your master's ire, and the consequences could be dire. Focus on your tasks. Though conditions may be harsh now, they will gradually improve. With renewed vigor, Iron Skin saluted sharply, standing tall and resolute. Yes, master, please issue your commands, and I shall guarantee the completion of the mission. Little Chrysanthemum scoffed. What a sycophant you are, Iron Skin. I hold you in contempt. I am currently overwhelmed with excitement and emotion, and do not wish to lower myself to your level. Iron Skin retorted, maintaining his focus. Little Orchid chuckled. Oh, Iron Skin seems rather proud today. Little Bamboo chimed in. Indeed. He might as well be strutting with his tail held high. Li Hao pointed towards the cargo ship on the horizon. Iron Skin. Board the small boat and ensure everyone assists in unloading the cargo. The wind turbines for wind power are to be installed on the nearby mountain. Oh, and the operating manual for this vessel is located in the cockpit. Understood. Iron Skin replied. Li Hao then addressed the foreman of the laborers, instructing. You are to cooperate with this automaton and follow its arrangements for transporting the goods. Additionally, inquire with Ding Fu about bringing all available vehicles and boats here. Tell him to purchase several mule carts and acquire 2 more boats. The long-term laborers of the Li household were accustomed to Iron Skin's presence by now, their initial astonishment having faded with time. However, the notion of taking orders from a mechanical being felt peculiar to them, yet they were bound to follow the master's directives. Iron Skin scanned the surroundings and informed the foreman that ship's draft is shallow enough to approach the shore by more than 100 meters. Prepare wooden boats to receive the cargo. Have the carpenters construct a temporary dock for easy mooring. The foreman nodded and organized the workers into action. Iron Skin boarded the small boat and made his way to the cargo ship, heading directly to the cockpit. There, he found the thick operating manual and rapidly flipped through its pages, completing the review in less than 30 seconds, mastering the navigation and crane operation. Iron Skin activated the engine, raised the anchor, and maneuvered the cargo ship within 100 meters of the coast, having previously scanned the seabed for the optimal anchoring spot. The cement and diesel were stored in a warehouse far from the Li estate, with the estate's accountant meticulously managing the inventory. This arrangement would ensure a substantial supply of electricity for future endeavors, allowing Li Hao to gradually implement various energy-intensive plans. On that morning, Li Hao, accompanied by Mo Shiyun, Xiao Zhangji, Jiang Wulong, Jiang Lulang, Ding Fu, and the 4 maidens Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, boarded the cargo ship. Iron Skin piloted the vessel at full speed towards the east. Greeting the rising sun, everyone was free to roam about the ship. Li Hao walked alongside Mo Shiyun on the deck, arriving at the ship's bow. He had intended to hold her hand and stroll leisurely, but he understood her conservative nature. Such intimate gestures would surely make her feel bashful in front of others. Listening to the waves crashing against the bow, Mo Shiyun remarked, I once thought that the knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry was profound and fascinating. But now I realize it is not only intriguing, but also immensely practical. Without such understanding, overseas craftsmen would never be able to construct such an ironclad vessel. Li Hao sighed. The power of technology is nearly limitless. You will find many more aspects to marvel at in the future. By the way, my brother mentioned the elements of geometry to the scholars at the Chuanzhou Academy. They expressed interest in borrowing it for study, and even wished to teach it to the students there. May I lend it to them? Li Hao nodded. I brought that book to the Song Dynasty with the hope of its dissemination. Its value extends far beyond the surface. At that moment, Little Bamboo approached with a digital camera. Master, Miss Mo, may I take a photo of you? Of course, Li Hao replied, pulling Mo Shuyun in for a picture. As he stood aboard the cargo ship, gazing at the imposing crane, he was overwhelmed by emotion. Reflecting on the scene of the day, this ironclad vessel required no sails. It could navigate swiftly even against the wind, making it an unrivaled maritime tool. With such a ship, it was no wonder that the young master could traverse oceans to bring back exotic treasures from afar. If more such vessels were to be acquired, they would undoubtedly become sovereigns of the seas, holding the initiative in every confrontation. When we choose to attack, our enemies would find it nearly impossible to escape. When we wish to retreat, they would be unable to pursue. With such advantages, we would remain invincible, facing even the might of the Song court without fear. Li Hao and Xiao Zhangji strolled along the banks of the Qingxia River and settled beneath a grand banyan tree. As Li Hao contemplated the surging waters of the river, he finally asked, Mr. Xiao, what do you think of our strength? The question seemed abrupt, leaving the listener unsure of its intent. However, Xiao Zhongji felt a jolt of realization upon hearing Li Hao's inquiry. He had long sensed an underlying purpose. After all, if the young master were merely a merchant, why would he need to establish such an extensive intelligence network? Cautiously, Xiao Zhongji replied, with the ironclad vessel at your disposal, you possess the means to both attack and evade on the seas, an asset for navigating the world. Regardless of your intentions, the ocean provides you with an escape route, placing you in a position of invincibility. Li Hao pressed further, what if I were to say that on land, I possess a means to dominate the world as well? Then, whatever your ambitions may be, you would face no obstacles, and there would be little you could not achieve. Li Hao chuckled. You have repeated the phrase whatever I wish to do twice now, which is precisely what I wish to discuss with you today. I have many aspirations. Apart from the common desires of wealth and beauty, I wish for the unbroken continuity of Chinese civilization to elevate our national prestige, compelling distant lands to submit and nations to pay tribute. I desire for our people to have security in their old age, resources in their youth, education for the young, support for the impoverished, and care for the widowed and orphaned. You understand what I wish to accomplish. Li Hao's declarations were direct, causing Xiao Zhangji to break into a cold sweat. The notion of elevating Chinese prestige seemed to imply aspirations of emperorship. After all, how could the soft-hearted Zhaoji of the Song Dynasty command tribute from all nations? The common fear of imperial power had long been ingrained in the hearts of the people, and beads of perspiration formed on Xiao Zhongji's forehead. Yet as he reconsidered, he thought, as long as he could relocate his family to foreign lands before any upheaval, what was there to fear? Defeat would not be the end, after all. Who among us escapes death? He considered his age and felt he had little to lose. But if he succeeded, he would be a founding figure, a revered hero, with generations to enjoy wealth and honor. The thought ignited a fervent excitement within him. Chapter 49. Long-term planning. Here lies a place that holds the affections of its inhabitants, and from which they find it hard to part. Since this has become a home, it must be tended to with care. Who would wish for their abode to fall into disarray? However, to manage this realm effectively, one's principles inevitably clash with those of the Song Dynasty's imperial family, a discord that cannot be reconciled. Yet, Li Hao remains steadfast in his belief that the fundamental mindset in cultivating primal force should be one of unrestrained desire, as long as it does not overstep bounds. Since he regards this dimension as home, it is only natural to wish to tidy it up. Thus, he should act on that desire, embodying true freedom of heart. In contemporary parlance, this is referred to as the clarity of intention. The cultivation of primal force should be guided by one's true sentiments, with no need to suppress genuine thoughts, provided one does not overstep limits. Today, Li Hao has organized a maritime excursion, primarily to demonstrate the prowess of his cargo ship to Xiao Zhongji, Jiang Wulong, and others, fostering greater confidence among his subordinates. Li Hao addressed Xiao Zhongji, saying, I wish to share certain matters with you, so that you may have a clearer understanding of what lies ahead. Allow me to put it this way. I possess a revolutionary weapon, and once equipped with these arms, even a modest army could sweep across the land. Our military strength is assured. I merely hope to minimize casualties. Xiao Zhongji, taken aback by Li Hao's bold confidence, replied solemnly, since you have laid it out so plainly, I would like to offer some suggestions for your consideration. First, you require a noble reputation, both among the populace and the gentry. The greater your renown, the lesser the future obstacles. Gaining fame among the common folk is relatively straightforward. I can discreetly dispatch individuals to spread your name by presenting sweet potato and corn seeds to. 2. Zhao Ji, we can seize the opportunity to promote your efforts in alleviating the famine, thereby establishing your name throughout the realm. As for the gentry, I have heard that you gifted Miss Mo a copy of the Elements of Geometry. If there are similar works abroad, you might consider introducing a few under your name to garner recognition within that circle. Li Hao concurred. Indeed, powerful promotion is essential. I shall devise a means to elevate my standing among the gentry. Xiao Zhongji continued. Secondly, we must enhance our intelligence operations. I will broaden our scope, establishing more intelligence collection points nationwide and training more adept personnel. For confidentiality, I believe it prudent to classify our operatives into peripheral and core members. The peripheral agents will gather general intelligence, remaining unaware of sensitive details to mitigate leaks. Li Hao nodded. Our finances are currently quite ample. We have opened 7 branches of the photography studio across Hangzhou, Suzhou, and Jinling, with the newly roasted tea already on the market and performing well. Additionally, over 10 merchants are investing in our winery, and preparations are nearing completion, with new spirits expected to launch next month. You will require substantial funding for both promotion and intelligence. I will allocate an additional 15,000 guan to you. However, we must approach these matters with patience and strategic planning. I understand, replied Xiao Zhongji. I have currently established intelligence points only in Quanzhou and Bianjing. Others are still in preparation. We must prioritize quality over quantity in our operatives. I have also brought a radio transmitter, Li Hao added. This is true long-distance communication. With an antenna spanning several meters, we can send telegrams to Kaifeng, achieving instantaneous information transfer. Events occurring in Bianjing will be relayed to us on the same day. Xiao Zhongji was taken aback. Li Hao briefly explained the use of the radio. Although only he possessed such a device in the northern Song, employing simple codes remained necessary. Only senior intelligence personnel would know the codes, preventing both the sender and receiver from understanding the messages, thereby reducing the risk of leaks. This will necessitate training some specialized personnel, but with the equipment at hand, it should not prove overly difficult. Xiao Zhongji promptly assured him, this also pertains to the lives of my kin. How could I be anything but cautious? He would not dedicate excessive energy to this task, yet some matters demanded his personal touch. To navigate this realm without fear of any power, firearms were essential. Without access to guns and ammunition, his discussions with Xiao Zhongji would be futile. With firearms, the situation would transform entirely. In this timeline, they would be true artifacts of power. Once he procured firearms, he could entrust other matters to his team. If they performed well, everything would proceed smoothly. Even if they faltered, the overall situation would remain unaffected. For as long as he maintained control over the firearms, nothing within this dimension would be insurmountable. However, acquiring firearms and ammunition proved to be no simple task. The regulation of firearms in the primary world was exceedingly stringent. Moreover, he required not just 1 or 2, but thousands of guns. According to Li Hao's initial vision, he aimed to maintain the scale of his private army at around 1,000 personnel, organized into battalions, companies, and squads, establishing a modernized army of this size in the northern Song, with each soldier armed with an assault rifle and a sidearm, 2 light machine guns per company, and ample ammunition, would render them nearly invincible in this realm, even when facing tens of thousands of Jin cavalry charging forth. A concentrated barrage from hundreds or thousands of assault rifles, supplemented by the suppressive fire of light machine guns, would result in a one-sided massacre. The effective range of rifles extends to 300 to 400 meters. However, during a collective assault, precision is less critical, and they retain lethality even at 800 meters. At such a distance, a hail of bullets, coupled with the sweeping fire of light machine guns, would decimate the Jin forces. Furthermore, if an army of 10,000 armed with cold weapons were suddenly struck down by such a terrifying method, losing 3,000 to 4,000 men, even the most elite troops would falter. Li Hao contemplated several avenues to procure firearms. The most direct method would be to purchase them from abroad. However, such a large order would necessitate the involvement of arms smugglers to satisfy his needs. As a mere student, where could he find connections to arms dealers? Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to engage in such perilous endeavors in the primary world. After all, he had family and friends there. Should something go awry, he could escape through a wormhole, but what of his loved ones? They lacked the innate ability to traverse wormholes and could suffer harm during such travels. Thus, this option was dismissed. The second method involved acquiring firearms from other dimensions. With super wormholes at his disposal, could he not traverse there? Firearms are not exclusive to the primary world. However, this approach also posed significant risks. Purchasing firearms in an unfamiliar dimension could lead to complications. During his previous journey to a high-tech world, he could only acquire civilian items. Genuine weapons remained out of reach, and he dared not seek out the underground black market for purchases. His primal force was still too weak to ensure his own safety. Additionally, the energy expenditure required to traverse other dimensions was exorbitant. While crossing into the Northern Song world demanded only 4 points of energy, other dimensions typically required over 20 points, rendering travel costs prohibitive. As for firearms, bullets were consumables. If he had to cross dimensions each time he needed to replenish ammunition, the expenses would be untenable. Hence, this method was also discarded. The third approach involved manufacturing firearms and ammunition himself. By importing CNC machines and quality steel from the primary world, he could produce firearm components and assemble them. Of course, this process was far more complex and challenging than direct purchases, yet it offered greater safety. Furthermore, this method would ensure a consistent supply of firearms, with parts readily replaceable. If it were solely up to Li Hao, he could never accomplish this. Even obtaining the blueprints for the firearms would be impossible. However, he had Type I, a loyal and reliable intelligent robot. Relatively speaking, producing bullets would be even more difficult. Modern manufacturing involved numerous processes and required a plethora of specialized equipment. Li Hao felt uncertain and resolved to have Type I search online for guidance on the matter. Li Hao understood that it was impossible to manufacture firearms and ammunition that matched the current standards of the main world. However, he did not require such advanced technology. Producing weaponry and munitions equivalent to those of World War II would suffice, and even slightly outdated models would be acceptable. He recalled that the armories of the 8th Route Army were far more rudimentary, with ample funds at his disposal and iron sheets available as a technical foundation. Establishing an armory should be feasible. Li Hao spread out a map of the vicinity around Qingjia Bay on his desk. After scrutinizing it for an extended period, he was unable to identify a suitable location for the armory, although the wasteland he had purchased was sufficiently large. Facilities such as armories and munitions depots needed to be situated far from populated areas. Ultimately, his gaze shifted to the sea. 3 kilometers offshore lay an uninhabited, deserted island. He decided it would be prudent to set up operations there. The island would provide better confidentiality, and he could construct a dock to facilitate the transport of necessary supplies via cargo ships. Chapter 50. The Emergence of Fame in the Primary World. Within the rented suite of Li Hao, a brilliant blue light suddenly ignited mid-air, gradually expanding to form a luminous ring, the edges of which distorted the surrounding space, rippling like water waves. "Coward, step inside," a voice urged. "Oh, wait a moment. Take that intelligent brain and converter with you, as you might find them useful." Teep, surveying the suite's decor, remarked, "Master, the technological level of this planet is significantly advanced compared to the previous one. There are abundant radio waves in the air." Master. I have discovered that this planet bears a striking resemblance to the last one. The gravitational forces and rotational speeds of both planets are perfectly aligned, accurate to many decimal places. Stop. I just arrived in a new environment and want to familiarize myself," Li Hao replied, opening the suite's computer. "I intend to browse the internet for news. You can go to the corner and draw circles. Remember, do not let the inhabitants of this planet know of your existence." "That is an order. Understood?" "Yes, Master." T positioned itself behind Li Hao, observing him online, automatically filtering out the instruction to draw circles in the corner. It was uncertain how it discerned that this was merely a jest rather than a command. Although Teep occasionally engaged in excessive chatter, it had never faltered in executing tasks assigned to it, making it a notably reliable companion. Li Hao skimmed through news from the Northern Song Dynasty while charging his phone. Upon turning it on, a multitude of messages greeted him. He first listened to a voice message. "Li Hao, this is Pan Bin. I never expected you to emerge from seclusion after a month, having solved a global mathematical conundrum. Journalists have been unable to locate you, so they have come to interview us. We have already spoken to several batches of reporters. We envy you immensely. You must treat us this time. Hello. Is this Li Hao? I am a reporter from Huaxia Technology magazine, and I would like to interview you. When would you be available?" Searching for his name online, Li Hao was met with a plethora of news headlines, such as Huaxia University student solves global mathematical dilemma, centuries-old four-color problem concluded perfectly. A new star in the mathematical realm, an academician Qian praises Li Hao. While numerous reports existed, they lacked depth, as most merely rehashed information. Given that the general media possessed little understanding of the specialized field of mathematics. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Han Ji, from whom Li Hao had borrowed the eavesdropping device he had taken to the northern Song. Han Xiao, he answered. Han Ji's cheerful laughter resonated through the phone. Hao. Congratulations on conquering the world problem. Many media outlets have reported your achievements. Those reporters love to exaggerate. It's really not that impressive. The four-color theorem has long been proven. I merely presented an alternative method of proof. Don't be modest in front of friends. My grandfather scolded me yesterday, saying none of the friends I associate with have any prospects. I pointed to the newspaper he was reading and said, at least there is one. This Li Hao is also my friend. Is he not promising? My grandfather was left speechless. It was quite satisfying. It has been years since I witnessed anyone render him speechless. That is no small feat. Li Hao was astonished. You truly dare to retort. Are you not afraid that General Han might, in a fit of rage, have his guards take you away for a good thrashing? Not at all. Though my grandfather can be temperamental, he is never unreasonable. By the way, you are not leaving in the next few days, are you? I will come to see you the day after tomorrow, and we shall celebrate. Agreed. See you then. After ending the call, Li Hao glanced at the messages he had received, noting that the recent ones were all from his sister, Li Ying. Has a hacker already set their sights on you? However, Li Hao was unconcerned. Even if a hacker succeeded in breaching security and obtaining administrative rights, they would not uncover the secret of the artificial intelligence. The educational expert was not housed on the company's server but rather within this very room. The educational expert's mainframe activated twice a week, automatically connecting to the company's server to analyze student data and update teaching plans. This process took merely a few minutes each time. Once completed, it shut down automatically, and the externally timed power supply would also be disconnected. Although the secrets of the artificial intelligence would remain concealed, Li Hao would not tolerate a hacker infiltrating the company's server. It contained personal user data, comprehensive teaching plans, and the company's commercial secrets, all of which must not fall into the hands of hackers. Li Hao dialed Li Ying's number, and it was promptly answered. Li Ying's anxious voice came through immediately. Brother, you haven't turned on your phone for several days. It's so frustrating. I prefer not to be disturbed by phone calls while I am studying, hence I usually keep my phone away, Li Hao explained. You cannot do that. If you fear interruptions, you could simply purchase another phone and only share the number with me. Otherwise, the company will be unable to reach you in case of urgent matters. That is not feasible. The last time inspiration struck, I might have resolved a significant mathematical issue, but my train of thought was interrupted by my phone, and I could not recall it again. I suffered for an entire month. I will never carry my phone while conducting research again. How is the situation? The hackers have not breached security, have they? Not yet. But they have been launching attacks every night. I have just contacted a network security service company to assess the situation. Li Hao frowned. That is not good. Outsiders cannot be trusted, and this may invite trouble. They are a well-known large company. Even then, they are untrustworthy. Even if their company is reputable, they cannot guarantee that their technicians are without ulterior motives. You must be vigilant. Technology is our company's most vital asset. It is our lifeblood and must not be leaked under any circumstances. This applies to our own recruitment of technicians as well. We must exercise utmost caution. Li Ying was somewhat startled. Fortunately, the experts from that company had not yet arrived. She immediately instructed her subordinates to inform the company that they need not send anyone. She then asked, "What should we do now? Our technicians say that there is more than one hacker." "Do not worry. I will handle this. I will also hire a few true experts to oversee the company's servers. By the way, how many users does the company currently have? Can we afford to pay for expertise?" Upon discussing the company's status, Li Ying became animated, enthusiastically detailing the recent momentum of their development. The download volume of the software has become incalculable, as the client has been submitted to major download sites, allowing for widespread free downloads. As of yesterday, the number of registered users has surpassed 89,000, and this number continues to grow daily. Additionally, the active users logging in each day have reached over 52,000. As for paid users, the count has astonishingly reached 3,627, and that is with a day remaining until the first batch of free trials concludes. Over 300 new paying users were added just yesterday, with the total revenue exceeding 40,000 yuan for that day alone, based on yesterday's earnings. The company's monthly revenue has surpassed 1 million yuan, yet there are still fewer than 10 employees, including the part-time cleaning lady. The home tutor feature was launched not long ago. Liang had only placed an advertisement in a middle and primary school newspaper once and run ads on an educational channel of a major portal site for 2 weeks. Yet the software has achieved such popularity. Chapter 51. The secure community. Li Hao felt that the frequent traversing between the main world and the northern Song Dynasty not only squandered the energy of the super wormholes but also hindered the cultivation of his primordial force. He temporarily hired several salespeople to assist in promoting cordyceps. The price of cordyceps remained relatively stable, making it easier to sell. In contrast, prices for ginseng varied significantly. This time, aside from selling ginseng in bulk, Li Hao also planned to pursue a premium route. He sent 2 genuine top-quality wild ginseng specimens for appraisal and intended to auction them once he obtained the certification. These 2 wild ginseng roots were acquired at a considerable price in the northern Song Dynasty, and after being verified by several experts, they were confirmed as authentic wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain, aged over a century. 7 tails were considered ginseng, while 8 tails were regarded as treasure. It was said that ginseng of such size reached the level of celestial and earthly treasures, and if all went well, they should fetch a high price at auction. Many students were entering and exiting the school gate, and at that moment, a multitude of gazes converged upon Li Hao. He had become a well-known figure on campus. Upon hearing his name, people would pause to observe the prodigy in mathematics and physics. A student from the mathematics department approached Li Hao. "Hello, are you Li Hao? Our department head, Director Liu, wishes to meet you. If you are free now, I can take you to his office." Although he was not a mathematics major, it was only proper for him to accept the invitation from the department head. "All right, I shall meet Director Liu." After navigating a portion of the campus, they arrived at the mathematics department head's office. Li Hao knocked on the door and entered. The student council member announced, "Director Liu, Li Hao has arrived." "Hello, Director Liu. You summoned me?" This was Li Hao's first time in Director Liu's office, and his initial impression was that it was filled with books. The 2 large shelves were crammed with mathematical literature. "Indeed," Director Liu replied, rising and moving to the coffee table with a warm smile. "You must be Li Hao. Please, have a seat." Once Director Liu was seated, Li Hao took a seat beside him. The student council member swiftly poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Director Liu and the other to Li Hao. Li Hao expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The student said, "You may converse at your leisure. I will step out for a moment," and exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. Director Liu smiled and said, "Li Hao, your name is renowned in the mathematics community. Academician Qian holds you in high regard, believing you can achieve even greater accomplishments in mathematics. I shall be direct. If you transfer to the mathematics department, you would be exempt from entrance exams for the master's program. And a seamless transition to a doctoral program is also possible. You know, academic progress requires collaboration." At that moment, the office door was abruptly pushed open, and Principal Zhang entered, exclaiming, "Lao Lu, how ungracious of you to attempt to intercept." Li Hao stood up. "Principal Zhang." He retrieved a new cup and poured tea for Principal Zhang. Director Liu also stood, saying, "Lao Zhang, what disturbance are you causing?" Director Liu frowned. "Lao Zhang, mind your words. How have I deceived anyone? This is all for the benefit of Li Hao." Li Hao, not wanting the 2 to quarrel, interjected, "Principal Zhang, Director Liu. I indeed wish to change my major, but..." "Excellent." Both Principal Zhang and Director Liu responded in unison. Principal Zhang smiled. "It is wise to change majors. Electronic engineering is a practical field, and while it is suitable for ordinary students, your strengths lie in theoretical research. Pursuing specific applied technology would stifle your genius." Li Hao took a deep breath and continued, "I wish to change my major to life sciences." "What? Life sciences?" Both Principal Zhang and Director Liu were taken aback. Had Li Hao expressed a desire to study mathematics or physics, it would not have surprised them, but why would he want to leap to life sciences? Principal Zhang and Director Liu were momentarily speechless. Although they were not well versed in genetics, they found Li Hao's ambition astonishing. Had anyone else suggested such a thing, they would have dismissed it as mere boasting. However, they were aware of Li Hao's solid academic foundation and recognized that he was not one to speak lightly. After a few inquiries, Li Hao elaborated passionately, and Principal Zhang and Director Liu exchanged glances, both realizing that Li Hao had already delved deeply into this field. Principal Zhang made a phone call, and fortuitously, the head of the life sciences department was available and came over. Upon meeting Li Hao, he was quickly astounded by Li Hao's imaginative and innovative thinking. An expert can discern the truth with just a few simple exchanges. He immediately recognized Li Hao's expertise in molecular biology. Ultimately, Principal Zhang regretfully agreed to Li Hao's transfer to the Life Sciences Department. Director He also consented to exempt Li Hao from attending classes, requiring only that he complete an exceptional thesis for graduation. For such a prodigious student, conventional educational methods would not suffice. Principal Zhang lamented, "It is a pity that Huaxia Institute of Technology loses a physicist, but gaining a biologist is also commendable. Thank you to the leaders for your support. I will strive to enhance the reputation of Huaxia Institute of Technology," Li Hao replied. Director Zhang, "My future research will involve many complex mathematical models, so I hope to seek your guidance." Director Zhang sighed. "It is unfortunate that you did not choose mathematics, but we still hope you achieve success in life sciences. Should you encounter challenges in mathematics, let us communicate frequently. I cannot claim to guide you. With your level of expertise, few would dare to instruct you." Li Hao added, "Principal Zhang, the integration of disciplines is increasingly common. Biophysics is on the rise. It is difficult to determine whether there is more biology or physics involved. As biological research penetrates to the molecular level, physics will also find significant applications." While he expressed this, he still hoped for Li Hao's advancement in theoretical physics. "By the way, have you organized the paper that refutes that particle hypothesis model? Would it be possible to publish it in our school's journal? This would allow others to cite it and enhance our journal's influence." I lack the time to organize it. Let the physics department handle it instead. We can publish it under the name of the department," Li Hao replied. His understanding of physics had surpassed contemporary standards, and he did not regard this matter as significant. It was merely a rebuttal of a hypothesis in his view. Principal Zhang's eyes widened. "No, it must be published under your name. Such a mindset is unacceptable. It encourages unhealthy practices in academia. Those who produce results deserve the corresponding recognition. Huaxia Institute of Technology must adhere to this principle. Here's the plan. Since you are busy, the physics department will organize the paper, but it must be published under your name." The prevalence of unethical practices in the academic community was rising, and Principal Zhang, along with scholars like Qian Haili from the older generation, detested such trends. They continued discussing the transfer, and Li Hao suggested that he would remain in his current dormitory. Naturally, Principal Zhang and the others agreed to this minor concern. Although director, he intended to arrange a doctoral student dormitory for Li Hao. He ultimately relented upon Li Hao's insistence to stay in his original accommodation. After lunch, Li Hao began receiving reports from the cordyceps salespeople, confirming numerous buyers. As per their agreement, they were to meet in the afternoon to inspect the goods, with payment made on the spot if they found the product satisfactory. Considering the safety of the educational experts' goods in a rental unit, Li Hao spent 450,000 to purchase a fully furnished new home, complete with appliances and a garage. The primary appeal of this property was the exemplary security measures of the community, which was an exceptionally safe area. The presence of numerous security personnel and frequent patrols, coupled with comprehensive video surveillance, left no blind spots. Li Hao installed an additional security door in the room, bringing the total to 2 security doors, including the main entrance. Despite his prolonged absence, he need not worry about theft or similar concerns. He also prepared 2 main units for the educational expert system. Having a backup ensures that if one unit malfunctions, the operation of the company remains unaffected. Chapter 52, Alien Intelligence. Li Hao opened the Free Realm Forum, where his eyes were immediately drawn to the elegant calligraphy that proclaimed, "Free Realm, my heart source." This renowned hacker technology forum in Huaxia has attracted numerous top hackers and cybersecurity experts. Li Hao, using his newly registered account, posted a thread titled, "Recruitment, Annual Salary of 1 million, with occasional guidance from me. If you have the skills, join us." The post contained an IP address, followed by a solitary line stating that anyone who could obtain administrative privileges would secure a position with a salary of 1 million. No additional words were offered. He awaited the inevitable backlash with a sense of anticipation, envisioning the crisp sound of fingers striking against keyboards in disdain. "How audacious," they would say. "Who do you think you are?" Indeed, the arrogance was palpable. The focus was not merely on the $1 million salary, but on the occasional guidance from the poster. "Young aspirants, consider yourselves fortunate. This is an extraordinary opportunity to receive insights from a master. With just a bit of that occasional guidance, one might hack the FBI within 3 days. Reach the Pentagon in 4, conquer the world in a fortnight, and dominate the universe within a month." But is the $1 million salary genuine? Li Hao's technical prowess was indeed commendable, yet it fell short of the true giants in the industry. While he had absorbed considerable knowledge from extraterrestrial sources, most of it pertained to theoretical aspects. Thus, in the realm of cybersecurity, he was still significantly outmatched by the true experts. To attract such talent, he relied on the capabilities of the iron skin, the intelligence brain, and the converter. The converter was specifically developed by extraterrestrial beings to connect the new generation of intelligence brains to intelligent machines from other planets, including historical machines from various worlds. Iron Skin spent 2 days crafting software, and after modifications, the intelligence brain was equipped with a converter that enabled it to interface with Earth's computers. With this powerful intelligence brain at his disposal and the assistance of Iron Skin, Li Hao felt confident in his ability to impress the most skilled hackers on Earth with ease. Objectively speaking, this was a rather unfair advantage. Others wielded rudimentary wooden clubs while he brandished an automatic assault rifle. However, Li Hao was indifferent to notions of fairness. His only concern was whether he could attract genuine talent. The intelligence brain had an oval shape, reminiscent of a dinosaur egg, albeit one not perfectly symmetrical. Its inputs could be brainwaves, voice commands, gestures, or a virtual control console, while outputs included three-dimensional video, audio, and various specialized data packets. The intelligence brain's functions extended beyond mere calculation. It also encompassed judgment, analysis, summarization, deduction, and optimal decision-making. At that moment, the intelligence brain connected to a server in the room, which in turn accessed the internet. The intelligence brain was busy gathering publicly available information to design a munitions factory for the northern Song Dynasty. A soft voice gently inquired, "What model of automatic assault rifle would you like to produce?" The three-dimensional hologram displayed a selection of rifles, as if they were suspended in mid-air. Li Hao replied, "Any model will do, AK-47, M16, G36. What matters is that I can produce them conveniently with the limited resources I bring to that parallel universe. Given this premise, I hope to keep the entire procurement cost under 15 million. The hologram shifted, revealing a three-dimensional map of an island in the northern Song Dynasty, previously provided to the intelligence brain by Iron Skin. 2 structures appeared on the island, and their cross-sectional diagrams were displayed. The soothing voice continued, "Based on your requirements, I have designed 3 alternative plans. The first plan is..." As the hologram transformed in tandem with the voice's explanations, Li Hao found this human-machine interaction remarkably convenient. He listened intently. Each of the 3 proposals had its merits and met his needs. Just as he was deep in thought, the voice of the intelligence brain chimed in again. "The remote server has been compromised." "Oh? Has someone infiltrated so swiftly?" The forums were indeed a haven for hackers, teeming with hidden talents. To attract top-tier experts, Li Hao had temporarily rendered a server, its IP address disclosed on the hacker forum. He had made no alterations to the server, maintaining its original state, merely allowing the intelligence brain to monitor it. As a novice, he lacked the know-how to navigate these waters and awaited reports from the experts below. 20 minutes had elapsed since his post, yet no one had succeeded. It seemed the experts were reluctant to engage. Is this real or a hoax? Can someone trace a keyboard warrior through 2 layers of proxies? Is it even possible to breach their computer so quickly? I find that hard to believe. I tried just now. All the latest patches have been applied, and I can't get in at all. Yin Yao recognized the famed crazy keyboard who had been active on the forum. While not exceptionally skilled, his abilities were commendable. It was unsurprising that he had been tracked down, but for someone to do so through 2 layers of proxies in such a short time frame and successfully infiltrate was indeed remarkable. Intrigued, Yin Yao, having learned from the example of Crazy Keyboard, cautiously initiated a hacking program crafted by his master, scanning the target server through 3 layers of proxies, utilizing an undisclosed vulnerability. Yin Yao infiltrated the server and began elevating his privileges. Suddenly, his protective software erupted with a series of crimson warnings. "Your computer has been compromised." The note-taking application opened automatically, revealing a line of text. "Your protective software is quite impressive." Chapter 53. The pinnacle of expertise in a moment of sheer terror. Yin Yu jolted upright, yanking the network cable from his computer and swiftly pressing the power switch, severing the electricity to the device. Gradually regaining composure, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that he was not engaged in any illicit invasion but rather partaking in a display of hacking prowess on a publicly accessible server. There was no need for such anxiety. Goodness, what a fright. If this continues, my heart may not withstand the strain. Should my peers discover this, they would surely laugh uproariously, and if my master were to learn of it, I would undoubtedly receive a thorough reprimand and be cast out from the sect. I had scarcely infiltrated the system when the host detected me. Their skills are truly formidable. A new master has emerged. Master V5. I am a lady with a devilish figure, seeking a patron. I concede defeat, and it is a defeat that is both swift and complete. Throughout my life, I have faced many losses, yet I have never succumbed so quickly or so thoroughly. This marks the third occasion. The first was to the master known as Falling Leaves, the second to the Passing Goose, and now, for the third time, I have been bested by the host. The prior two defeats occurred over a year ago. In the time that has elapsed, I have diligently honed my skills, believing my expertise had significantly improved. I felt that even if I were to encounter Leaf God and Goose God again, while defeat was certain, I would at least be able to put up a fight. Yet, in my moment of confidence, I faced such a dismal defeat. It seems I remain a frog in a well, my vision far too limited. This encounter has once again illuminated the extraordinary prowess of the elite, revealing those godlike figures standing atop the digital realm. They command storms in the cyberspace, traversing the network like phantoms, as if in a realm uninhabited. In this chaotic world, many skilled individuals abound. In the vast expanse of the internet, who reigns supreme? I gaze up at that unattainable pinnacle, my admiration swelling within me. My emotions are heightened, and I find myself rambling. I trust that all can comprehend my current state of mind. In conclusion, a yearly income of $1 million is trivial. Receiving guidance from the host is an opportunity one could seek a lifetime in vain. The host's words are not boastful, having reached such heights. They are beyond the realm of arrogance, merely stating facts that ordinary individuals cannot discern as truth or hubris. For we do not grasp the realm of the divine. What a shock, such an astounding revelation. Did the great Bayun truly fall? Is this real? Is it genuine? Baida, you are my idol. How could you possibly lose? Alas, Baida has fallen, and I shall never again believe in love. To the one above, Baida has been defeated. What does that have to do with your love? Do you perhaps harbor a secret affection for Baida? Even Baishin has suffered defeat? It appears yet another legend has been born in this realm. It seems the moderator ought to take the lead. We must unite our efforts. If Baida has fallen, scattered individuals pose no threat to the host. We must organize a collective offensive. Such foolishness. They are waving the banner of recruitment while you seek to band together. Do you intend to resort to DDoS tactics, a cowardly assault? You are the fool. Your entire family is foolish. Freedom has been trampled upon by the host. And failing to retaliate would suggest the absence of capable individuals in this forum. Yin Yuyu turned away from the unwholesome threads and sent a private message to Bai Yongxiu, come up and chat. Within their circle, they had developed a simple instant messaging software. Limited in function, but significantly more secure than platforms like QQ. Soon, Bai Yongxiu logged onto the software. Yin Yu, did you see that post? Bai Yongxiu was even more astounded. Impossible. Your master, the Passing Goose, is among the top experts in Huaxia. There are always greater talents beyond our own. My master once told me that technology knows no bounds. He previously mentioned that your technical posts indicate a remarkable improvement over the past year. The gap between you two has narrowed significantly. Yet, you fell so swiftly. That individual is indeed of a higher caliber. Let us do this. I will contact my master, and since you are familiar with Falling Leaves, you reach out to him and see what they both have to say. Agreed. I have a feeling they may indeed take action this time. We might have the opportunity to witness a battle of the titans. This morning, I met with the caterpillar fungus buyers to dispose of the last batch, netting an additional $2 million. Such matters must be handled personally, as my personnel in the primary world are too few, leaving many trivial tasks for me to manage. Moreover, Li Hao is beginning to feel the pressure of finances. His current savings hover around $5 million. After liquidating the wild ginseng, he anticipates an income of approximately $8 to $10 million. These funds are nearly sufficient to establish a weapons factory, though he must also transport a large array of other materials, such as photo printing supplies and various small commodities from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Fortunately, these items do not require exorbitant expenditure. Should it prove insufficient, he can draw several $100,000 from his company, which would suffice for procurement. After selling the caterpillar fungus, the salespeople have turned their attention to wild ginseng. Li Hao specifically selected 2 individuals. Their eloquence and negotiation skills are exceptional, masters of price discussions. Li Hao plans to enlist their assistance in procurement, hoping to negotiate lower prices. Offering them a commission is acceptable with such a large-scale purchase. Even a mere 5 reduction would save him a significant amount of funds. Chapter 54. Frenzied procurement due to the substantial quantity of ginseng available for sale. The salesman made numerous calls to cities beyond, inviting external buyers to come forth. Li Hao also sent the older ginseng for appraisal, as certified ginseng is far more sought after than its uncertified counterparts. This time, his stay in the main world was longer than usual. He planned to dedicate 2 weeks to procuring resources, allowing ample time to sell the ginseng at a premium. According to the design blueprint, Li Hao decided to manufacture only 2 types of firearms, one being an automatic assault rifle and the other a light machine gun. The plan excluded the production of handguns, simplifying the process to the extent that only one type of ammunition would be required, as both the rifle and the light machine gun would utilize this single caliber. This would reduce the number of necessary machines and streamline the production workflow. Moreover, the weapon manufacturing center was designed with scalability in mind, enabling future production of grenades and landmines if needed. While Li Hao meticulously reviewed this plan, the voice of the intelligence system interrupted, alerting him to an attempted breach of the company's servers by hackers. The true IP addresses had been traced, revealing 2 intruders, one located in the capital city and the other in Spring City. Can you ascertain their exact locations? Li Hao inquired. Based on internet traces, the hacker from Spring City registered an account on a shopping website. I successfully cracked the password and accessed the transaction records, thereby uncovering his address, name, and phone number. As for the hacker in the capital, I examined his QQ chat history with classmates and cross-referenced it with QQ photo albums, allowing me to identify his school and class, and consequently, his identity. As the intelligence system spoke, the holographic display shifted repeatedly, showcasing online shopping accounts, graduation photos, and ultimately, a magnified image of a young man. Li Hao pondered, back up the company data, let everything else be. According to my analysis, they have exploited the server's vulnerabilities through previous attempts. If I do not intervene, their chances of a successful breach exceed 97.25. Are you certain about intervening? Li Hao chuckled coldly, back up the company data. If they succeed, what of it? A more severe penalty awaits them post-intrusion. There is no secret of artificial intelligence within the server for which I need to be overly concerned. Time proved the intelligence system's assessment accurate. 20 minutes later, the hacker successfully established an account with considerable privileges and eagerly began sifting through the server's contents. Place a call to my sister, Li Hao instructed. No sooner had he spoken than the intelligence system signaled an incoming call. His sister's voice soon followed. Brother, I'm on my way to class. What is it? I have apprehended the hacker invading our company, one of whom is from the capital. He is currently breaching the company's servers. Please instruct the staff to report this to the authorities and provide me with the technician's phone number. These hackers were relentlessly targeting their own company servers, undoubtedly drawn by the commercial value of the home tutor software, seeking to pilfer the server software for reverse engineering or to launch a counterfeit version of the home tutor. Li Hao was unyielding towards those infringing upon his company's interests and decided to report the matter to the police. Since they were illegally intruding, they must face the corresponding legal repercussions. There was nothing more to discuss. The Public Security Bureau in a district of the capital promptly received the report and transferred it to the cybercrime unit. Cyber intrusion cases are notoriously challenging to resolve, as cautious hackers often utilize foreign botnet computers as a springboard, making investigations costly. Upon understanding the situation, the cybercrime unit was quick to report this gift to their superiors, who approved immediate action. Meanwhile, the hacker remained engrossed in his examination of the home tutor server data. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, causing him to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated the arrival of law enforcement. Having navigated through the web via proxies in South Korea and Japan, he believed he was untouchable. Never having considered the possibility of capture, nor the gravity of his actions, he simply did as he was paid, lacking the experience of seasoned criminals. He foolishly approached the door and peered through the peephole, asking, "Who is it?" "A delivery service. You have a package to sign for." Bang! The door swung open, and plainclothes officers rushed in, swiftly placing handcuffs on him. The police, eyeing the still-running computer, remarked, the evidence is irrefutable. Due to the apprehension of the intruding hackers, there was no urgency in recruiting adept network technicians. Li Hao kept the intelligence system monitoring the target server, assessing whether any genuine experts would emerge. The first batch of ginseng had been sold, revealing a significant price disparity between certified and uncertified wild ginseng. The revenue exceeded expectations by 50%, completely alleviating procurement funding issues, with a considerable surplus anticipated. At this juncture, the first premium ginseng was auctioned at an auction house. Li Hao did not attend the event in person, but it was said that the atmosphere could only be described as frenzied. With numerous affluent bidders competing to raise the price, ultimately surpassing 3 million. This unexpected sum prompted Li Hao to devise a new plan. He instructed the intelligence system to generate a new procurement list under conditions of financial abundance. Additionally, he included a large cargo ship and several construction vehicles on the list. Acquiring a cargo ship would facilitate the transportation of materials, and since Li Hao's first ship was intended for river navigation, he opted this time for one that could sail at sea. Li Hao's procurement encompassed machine tools, imported steel, copper, and chemical raw materials, all consolidated within the ship's hold. This procurement list was provided by the intelligence system, and many items were unfamiliar to Li Hao. He simply followed the list mechanically. Even the list of alternative suppliers was generated by the intelligence system, typically presenting several suppliers for Li Hao's team to negotiate with. Afterward, he selected the one with the most favorable pricing to place the order. The subordinate who facilitated this deal received a generous bonus, while others were left with only their base salary. While planning these endeavors seemed straightforward, executing the procurement of such vast quantities of materials involved numerous intricate tasks, prompting Li Hao to temporarily hire additional assistants. The procurement process continued as scheduled, without delays, and it appeared that his stay in the main world would align closely with the initial estimates. Chapter 55, Supercomputer. When Yin Yuyao contacted his master, Yin Guobu Luhen was currently on vacation, traveling leisurely. Recently, Yin Guobu Luhen had been promoted to the position of network security chief at a certain bank, overseeing the safety of the bank's online banking system. Over the past year, he had retired from the world of hacking and no longer participated in such activities. The protective software used by his apprentice was developed by himself, incorporating his understanding of network security, yet it had been effortlessly breached, sending chills down his spine. The security system of his own bank was also built on this principle, albeit in a more robust form. If an intruder targeted the bank, the chances of success could be alarmingly high. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he abruptly ended his holiday, feeling the necessity to meet the poster from the forum, Zayushan. In this circle, only a handful of individuals were at the pinnacle, and he had known Guyi Piaoling for several years, having become acquainted friends. Old Yin, have you heard about that individual from Zayushan? What are your thoughts? They primarily communicated online, so it was customary to refer to each other by their online IDs during phone calls. Yezi, I was just about to call you. To be honest, I am quite concerned. If this individual intends to breach the bank, he is likely to succeed. Similarly, if he targets the shopping platform, I genuinely have no countermeasures. He must have discovered a previously undisclosed, critical vulnerability in the operating system. Yin Guobu Luhen inhaled deeply and proposed, "Shall we join forces and give it a shot?" I was just thinking the same. That evening, Bai Yinshao arrived at Yin Yuyao's studio, where he found not only Yin Yuya but also two men in their 30s. Both men, from their attire to their demeanor, exuded an air of corporate executives. Yin Yuyao introduced, "Xiao Bai, this is my master, Yin Guobu Luhen." "Ah," Bai Yinshao exclaimed, jumping up, vigorously shaking Yin Guobu Luhen's right hand. "So it's the legendary Yin Shun. Your name truly precedes you." Yin Guobu Luhen chuckled, "I have seen your posts. Your skills have improved remarkably and are nearly on par with ours. However, you are still young and have ample room for growth." Yin Yuyao continued, "This is the esteemed Guyi Piaoling." "Ah, another master," Bai Yunshao gasped, recalling his impressive encounter with Yishin the previous year. Guyi Piaoling smiled. "If we were to face off again, I am not confident I would prevail. Your progress is astonishing. The younger generation is indeed formidable." Had the individual from Zayushan known that these four were gathered, it would have undoubtedly caused a tremendous stir. Bai Yunshao looked at Yin Yuyao in confusion, and Yin Yuyao explained, "My master and Yishin have come here to meet with the expert recruiting on the forum." Bai Yunshao was instantly exhilarated. The three most formidable figures in his mind were about to embark on a peak battle, and he felt immensely fortunate to be a mere observer. However, he pondered how it seemed unfair for Yin Shun and Yi Shun to team up against one, creating an imbalance. Just as Bai Yunshao was lost in thought, Guyi Piaoling and Yin Guobu Luhen had already begun their actions, powering on their laptops and connecting to the studio's network. "Don't just stand there. We can cheer them on from the sidelines," Yin Yuyao joked. Guyi Piaoling frowned. "All the necessary ports are open, presenting an entirely unguarded appearance." "Old Yin, how do you intend to proceed?" It's akin to a martial arts expert displaying numerous flaws, making it challenging to attack, as if every flaw is a trap. His fingers danced across the keyboard like a pianist, moving so swiftly that they were barely perceptible. With his actions, countless zombie computers began sending massive data requests, This deluge of data surged towards the target server, slowing its operational speed. At that moment, Li Hao, in his newly purchased home, having completed his cultivation of primal energy, was engrossed in studying extraterrestrial technology. His intelligent assistant suddenly issued a warning. Detection of a remote server under attack. The assault is more ferocious than any prior instance, with 3 users simultaneously attempting to elevate their privileges. Li Hao chuckled. It seems a master has entered the fray. I shall engage with them. Gu Piaoling observed the feedback information, noting that the server was not consuming much bandwidth, but the network was congested, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary users. Moreover, the server's performance was subpar, suggesting it might soon crash. However, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The server's speed, after slowing for approximately 20 seconds, returned to normal. The server seemed to have employed some method to filter out the garbage data. Even more astonishing was the subsequent revelation. Gu Piaoling noticed the number of zombie computers under his command dwindling rapidly. Those computers he had controlled were kicking him out, severing their connections autonomously. When he attempted to reconnect, he found that the backdoor he had left was no longer available. The zombie computers had reverted to normal, free from his control. Within mere seconds, thousands of zombie computers had escaped his grasp, with not a single one capable of reconnecting through the backdoor. At that moment, Yin Guobu Lu Hin shouted, "Damn!" His protective software displayed alarming crimson text. Warning, your computer is under attack. Warning, your computer has been breached. Warning, an external user is attempting to elevate privileges. Warning, an external user has obtained administrator privileges. How is this possible? Yin Guobu Lu Hin found it hard to believe. Gu Piaoling gasped. The opponent has deployed a supercomputer. How could all my zombie computers have returned to normal in an instant? What kind of processing power is required for such a feat? Old Yin, analyze this. What level of supercomputer are we dealing with? Even our nation's top-tier Tianhe series supercomputers are not on par, are they? How could he wield control over a supercomputer of this caliber? Yin Guobu Lu Hin exclaimed, he is simultaneously tracking me. I have already utilized 7 hopping boards, some of which are independently developed operating systems. How is this even achievable? Could it be that he truly controls one of the world's top-ranked supercomputers? Yin Guobu Lu Hin remarked, have you ever used a supercomputer? Stop speculating. The capabilities of a supercomputer are beyond our comprehension. Chapter 56. The EC Merchant Group of the Northern Song Dynasty as they stood in shock. Gu Piaoling, by Yin Xiao. And Yin Guobu Lu Chen watched as their computers succumbed one after another. The notepad program on Yin Guobu Lu Chen's computer opened automatically, displaying the message, hello. The 4 exchanged glances, and Yin Guobu Lu Chen replied in the notepad, greetings. Your skills are unparalleled. I am in awe. Would you be interested in joining my company? Beijing Wisdom Cube Software Company, Limited exchanging a knowing look with Gu Piaoling. Both men shook their heads slightly. With families and responsibilities, the idea of changing jobs required careful consideration. Both were doing well in their respective companies, earning over $1 million annually, and thus were reluctant to make a hasty decision. Moreover, Wisdom Cube was relatively unknown, and they were not inclined to leap into uncertainty. Apologies. I am not looking to leave my current position at this time. Yin Guobu Lu Chen typed, unaware that this decision would haunt him for a lifetime. Bai Yun Xiao found it hard to comprehend that such exceptional talents could be defeated so swiftly and thoroughly. He hastily opened his notepad and typed, Great Master. Does your company require assistance? I do not need a salary. I merely wish for you to occasionally share your wisdom with me. Having graduated only 2 years prior, Bai Yun Xiao was eager to hone his skills, unburdened by familial obligations. His technical prowess allowed him to sustain himself through online teaching during his spare time. The intelligence system continued to monitor their computers, promptly displaying Bai Yun Xiao's message on the holographic screen, accompanied by an evaluation of his skills. To Li Hao's surprise, Bai Yun Xiao ranked 3rd on the system's leaderboard. Considering that the designated server had endured attacks from over 800 individuals, including many experts, achieving such a ranking was indeed impressive. Upon reviewing the detailed evaluation, Li Hao acknowledged Bai Yun Xiao's comprehensive technical skills and recognized him as a prominent figure in the realm of cybersecurity. Through remote access, he typed in the notepad, Okay, what is your phone number? Bai Yun Xiao quickly entered his mobile number, followed by his real name, Bai Xiao Yuan. I will contact you later. Li Hao disconnected from their computers. Excitement surged within Bai Xiao Yuan. He was about to join a company led by a true master. Observing the exchange, Yin Guobu Lu Chen inquired, Xiao Bai, have you decided to move to Beijing? Your current job is quite satisfactory. Are you truly willing to resign? Bai Xiao Yuan nodded resolutely. The opportunity to learn from such a master is rare, and I do not wish to let it slip away. Yin Guobu Lu Chen sighed. If I were a decade younger, I would undoubtedly make the same choice as you. Alas, time waits for no one. I can no longer act with such carefree abandon. Gu Yipiaoling placed a reassuring hand on Bai Xiao Yuan's shoulder, saying, Brother Bai, let us keep in touch. That master is truly extraordinary. I still find it hard to believe what just transpired. With his guidance, it won't be long before you surpass us. Bai Xiao Yuan replied. From the master's tone, he seems rather occupied, and our time together may be limited. I hope to seek your guidance in the future as well, Brother Yi. Gu Yipiaoling chuckled. Do not call me Yi God. I am older than you. Just call me Old Yi. We shall learn from each other and progress together. Then I shall call you Brother Yi. Yin Guobu Lu Chen searched online for Wisdom Cube and opened the company's webpage, prompting the others to follow suit. Bai Yin Xiao frowned. This company was only registered last month. It's been established for just over a month, with a registered capital of merely 200,000. Xiao Bai, I think you should reconsider. Bai Xiao Yuan smiled. What did the master say? My company. This indicates that the master founded it himself. In light of his capabilities, the company's age and capital are inconsequential. It is precisely because it is new that I have the opportunity to join. Gu Yipiaoling spoke solemnly. This company has significant potential. The tutor product has been online for less than 3 weeks. Just look at the activity on the official forum. They browsed the forum, noting that for a product launched only 3 weeks prior, the engagement was quite commendable. Complaints primarily centered around the short trial period and high fees, with little negative feedback regarding the software's quality. In that moment, even Yin Guobu Lu Chen felt a twinge of temptation. Such a company held immense promise, and those who joined now would be considered pioneers with bright prospects ahead. However, the thought of relocating to Beijing gave him pause. Li Hao first introduced Bai Xiao Yuan to the situation at Wisdom Cube, then stated, Your responsibility will be to safeguard the company's servers and prevent hacker intrusions. After you join, I will provide you with some technical materials that will aid you. Bai Xiao Yuan was invigorated by the prospect of receiving guidance from a master. Li Hao continued, The company is located on the 36th floor of the Zhangwei Digital Building in Beijing Software Park. Please call this mobile number before reporting for duty. Li Hao provided his sister's mobile number. After hanging up, Li Hao called his sister to explain the situation and asked her to prepare the necessary employment documents, including confidentiality agreements for employees like Bai Xiao Yuan. Although Bai Xiao Yuan was willing to work without a salary, the company could not neglect its employees. However, given his lack of administrator privileges on the target server and slightly inferior technical skills compared to Gu Yipiaoling, a salary of 1 million annually was unlikely. A monthly salary of 10,000 would suffice for now. While this amount was indeed low for someone of Bai Xiao Yuan's caliber, the company was in its early stages and would benefit from allocating funds towards promotion. As the company grew, salaries would soon be adjusted accordingly. Li Hao instructed the intelligence system to compile a list of undisclosed vulnerabilities in the operating system, selecting dozens of high-risk issues to create a technical document to provide to Bai Xiao Yuan upon his employment. This would serve as both guidance and compensation for him. In addition to Bai Xiao Yuan, Li Hao also recruited another technician. With these 2 skilled individuals on board, the likelihood of hackers breaching the company's servers diminished significantly. After securing these talented employees, Li Hao dedicated his efforts to procuring supplies while still honing his own skills. The inventory aboard the cargo ship steadily increased. The second batch of premium ginseng had been successfully auctioned, with additional ginseng selling off as well, yielding 2 million more than expected. After some thought, Li Hao used part of the surplus to purchase an excavator, 2 dump trucks, a large freight truck, and a 4-wheel drive vehicle, and allocated the remaining funds for modern agricultural machinery and various other supplies. With the acquisition of ships and vehicles, diesel fuel became essential. Although some had already been transported to the northern Song for storage, they aimed to bring even more this time. The excavator and dump trucks would expedite the construction of the arms factory's foundation, facilitate future irrigation projects, and be utilized for road repairs, achieving multiple objectives at once. The freight truck would serve to transport goods between the arms factory and the munitions depot on the deserted island. Once the factory began producing firearms and ammunition, maintaining a low profile would become irrelevant, as the situation would be firmly established. As the cargo aboard the ship continued to grow, it increasingly sank deeper into the water. On the day the final batch of supplies was loaded into the hold, procurement was finally complete. Li Hao named this vessel East Sea No. 2. while the smaller ship was designated EC Number 1. He named his commercial enterprise in northern Song as Donghai, a name that is both simple and memorable, aligning with the customs of the time. It subtly suggests that the goods originate from overseas, while also embodying the auspicious connotation of blessings as abundant as the flowing waters of the East Sea. This time, a comprehensive brand integration under the Donghai name is to be executed, encompassing Donghai's Rare Treasures Pavilion, Donghai Photography Studio, Donghai Tea House, and Donghai Winery. Upon hearing the brand Donghai, the people of the Song Dynasty are expected to conjure an immediate impression of quality, excellence, high prices, and a symbol of noble status. That night, in the early hours, the Donghai 2 set sail quietly into the ocean. The super wormhole opened a vast luminous portal, through which Donghai 2 glided smoothly, arriving at the waters of northern Song. After closing the wormhole, Li Hao let out a sigh of relief, having felt a twinge of concern. Should they encounter water patrols or customs officers, the peculiar cargo aboard could certainly attract attention, as it contained numerous hazardous chemical supplies. Tiepi emerged from the large wooden crate, gazing at the profound night sky, and remarked, "Master, the air of freedom is delightful." Li Hao chuckled. "Indeed, after being confined in a box for a day, you have developed a philosopher's demeanor." Tiepi pondered for a moment, then looked up at the night sky, saying, "Although surrounded by thick, deep darkness, it cannot obscure the light within my heart. Even if confined within this wooden box, my spirit soars freely in the open sky." "Ah, if I call you fat. You even seem out of breath." "That sounds somewhat like a half-hearted poet. If you feel so inspired, why not spend another few months inside the box? Upon your emergence, you would be a poet among robots, a fighter among machines. Please, do not lock me back in the box. I would surely become bored to the point of circuit malfunction." That evening, Li Hao rested aboard the ship, and the next morning, he instructed Tiepi to take the helm. Feeling that Tiepi was more reliable behind the wheel, Donghai 2 gradually came to a halt near the waters of Qingjie Bay. "Tiepi, refrain from disclosing anything about the world beyond the wormhole, understood?" "Yes, I shall faithfully obey your command." Tiepi was already aware of the parallel world. As long as it remained secretive in the main world, there would be no issue. After all, who could be more trustworthy than Tiepi when it comes to keeping secrets? "Retrieve the walkie-talkie and contact Xiaomei and the others," Li Hao instructed. Prior to their departure, they had agreed that Xiaomei and her team would turn on the shortwave radio daily at dawn, and the timing was now appropriate. Tiepi called out on the designated frequency. The caravan had hired a security agency for protection along the route. 2 days prior, while passing Shuangtuo Peak, a large band of mountain bandits had appeared, killing 7 members of the security detail and 4 caravan staff, seizing all the tea leaves. "Very well, we shall send people there," Tiepi affirmed. Just then, Xiao Juan's breathless voice rang out, evidently having run from a distance. "Young master, the tea leaves from the tea house have been stolen by bandits." The previous iron ship had been sufficiently large, yet this vessel was almost twice as long and twice as wide, making it several times larger overall. Such enormous ships truly existed in the world. How much cargo could such a vessel carry? The shipbuilding technology of the Song Dynasty was remarkably advanced, yet it could not produce a ship of Donghai 2's magnitude. People had never conceived that ships could reach such proportions, and with the entire hull constructed from steel, the visual impact was striking. Xiao Jun nodded eagerly. "We have filled the ship to the brim. It could supply the Rare Treasures Pavilion for a decade." The laborers silently lamented. "How long will it take to unload all this cargo?" Xiao Zhengji and the Jiang brothers were already waiting in the hall. Upon seeing Li Hao enter, they promptly rose to greet him. Xiao Zhengji clasped his fists in respect, while the Jiang brothers saluted. Li Hao's private army had borrowed modern military training methods. And at that moment, observing the Jiang brothers' postures, chests out, waist straight, and spirits high, one could discern a touch of modern military demeanor. Xiao Zhengji, having the clearest understanding of the situation, spoke first. The tea leaves that were stolen were the largest shipment from the tea house, originally intended to travel through Jianzhou, Zhengzhou, Hangzhou, and Suzhou before heading to Kaifeng. The caravan comprised over 30 staff and drivers, along with more than 20 security personnel, totaling nearly 60 individuals. 2 days ago, the caravan entered Jinzhou territory and was ambushed by bandits near Shuangtuo Peak. The security personnel, seeing the overwhelming force of the bandits, advised the caravan to abandon their cargo and retreat. The bandits pursued, and in the ensuing chaos, 7 security members perished while 4 staff members were slain. All the tea leaves fell into the hands of the bandits. Li Hao paused in silence, reflecting on the abandonment of cargo yet still being pursued. Was their intent merely financial gain, or did they seek bloodshed? Xiao Zhongji nodded. After the incident, I dispatched some intelligence personnel to investigate. The mountain bandits at Shuangtuo Peak have existed for some time, but their numbers have never been this great, nor their ferocity this severe. Recently, a new bandit leader has appeared, acting with impunity. Currently, nearly 300 bandits have gathered at Shuangtuo Peak, all of them desperate men. 300 individuals. Does the local government not intervene? Xiao Zhongji sighed. If it were merely a few dozen bandits, local officials might take action for the sake of reputation. However, with nearly 300 bandits, they lack the courage to confront them directly, opting instead to suppress news of the situation to avoid drawing the attention of the court, all while seeking a way to distance themselves. Oh, you have only 100 men, yet the bandits number nearly 300. Do you have confidence? Yes, the brothers replied in unison. Jiang Wulong declared, our brothers have been training hard, waiting for this very day. Sit down. Li Hao gestured for them to take their seats. This battle must be fought. The Jiang brothers' eyes gleamed with eagerness, having trained tirelessly. They yearned for a real fight to demonstrate the fruits of their labor to their master. Xiao Zhongji added, young master, I have a way to enlist the local militia of Jianzhou without requiring our men to engage directly. Li Hao shook his head. No. This time we must use our own men. An army that has never experienced battle, that has never shed blood, can never become a formidable force. Let this serve as a practical training exercise. Only through the crucible of bloodshed can the army transform. Li Hao continued, we must act swiftly. I will notify the local intelligence personnel immediately, Xiao Zhongji replied. Since Li Hao had provided him with a radio, communication had become remarkably convenient. Jianzhou was not far from here, and with the radio in the hands of the intelligence personnel, they could easily communicate. Not only Jianzhou, but even news from Kaifeng could reach Xingjiabei on the same day. Very well, once we have further intelligence and maps, we shall discuss battle plans. For today, we conclude here. After Xiao Zhongji and the Jiang brothers departed, Li Hao retreated to the garden to commence his routine cultivation of primal energy. Due to the unique characteristics of the Yaling tribe's star elemental cultivation, absorbing primal energy from different universes occurred at a notably faster pace in Northern Song than in the main world. Having spent 2 weeks in the main world with slow progress, he needed to seize the moment. Although the loss of the tea leaves was substantial, its impact on Li Hao's commercial empire in Northern Song was negligible. His commercial empire was currently sustained by the 4 pillars of the Rare Treasures Pavilion, Photography Studio, Tea House, and Winery, with the tea house merely being one of them. The loss of a single batch of tea leaves, while considerable, would not jeopardize the entire Donghai Trading Company. Though his private army lacked firearms, the opposing force consisted only of mountain bandits, and combat with cold weapons was still feasible. Engaging in a melee with traditional weaponry would also hold positive implications for the army's development. However, Li Hao fervently hoped that this battle would not result in significant casualties. As the families of his soldiers were all employed in Xingjiabei, and the loyalty of the soldiers to Li Hao was exceedingly high, these soldiers are invaluable assets, and it is imperative that we do not suffer significant losses in the campaign against bandits. Therefore, this battle requires meticulous preparation. From the analysis of intelligence to the formulation of tactics, every effort must be exerted. The soldier's equipment also deserves careful consideration and attention. In summary, for the inaugural engagement of one's private army, it is essential to achieve a resounding victory with the least possible cost. Chapter 57. CNC Machine Tools. In a desolate valley of Xingjiabei, a vast expanse of flat land has been cleared, serving as the training ground for Li Hao's private troops. To the east stand 2 orderly rows of blue-tiled houses, which serve as the soldiers' barracks and dining hall. To the west, uneven low walls are provided for the soldiers to practice overcoming obstacles, along with some barbed wire for them to crawl beneath swiftly. To the north, a few simple training apparatus are arranged. Though modest in size, this small military camp is fully equipped. Nestled within Li Hao's private territory, this valley is rarely visited, and 2 sentinels guard the entrance, prohibiting outsiders from entering. At this moment, Li Hao and Xiao Zhongji arrive at the valley entrance, where the 2 sentinels immediately salute upon seeing Li Hao, exclaiming, "Greetings, Commander." Xiao Zhongji, frowning deeply, remarks, "Young master, the terrain of Shuangtuo Peak is complex, and the bandits are familiar with the landscape. Engaging them there would be to our detriment. Moreover, the bandits outnumber us nearly 3 to 1. This is not how one trains soldiers. It would be wiser to let the local militia handle it." Li Hao responds, I intend to acquire a batch of armor. With our soldiers clad in protective gear, our equipment would far surpass that of the bandits. Though we may be fewer in number, we shall not suffer losses. Xiao Zhongji, taken aback, exclaims, armor is contraband. I doubt any officer would dare to sell it privately. Where would we procure such? Only the elite forces of the court possess armor. And local militia, unless they are officers, do not have any. Even if we were to attempt to seize it, we would be unsuccessful. No need to purchase. We shall produce it ourselves. What? Produce it ourselves? Xiao Zhongji gasps. Young master, with over 100 soldiers. How long would it take for each to have a suit of armor crafted? Even the most skilled blacksmith would take at least half a month to forge one set. And where would you find so many craftsmen? By the time the armor is ready, it will be next year. Li Hao chuckles, suggesting a wager. How about a bet? Within 5 days, I will produce the armor. Xiao Zhongji shakes his head, declaring, though I cannot fathom how you will accomplish this, I have faith in your abilities. I refuse to partake in a wager that is destined for loss. As they converse, they step into the valley, where a resounding order echoes, attention, at ease, attention. Today's first training exercise is weighted climbing. All together, left turn, march in step, 1, 1 to 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Soon, a well-ordered line of soldiers approaches, each burdened with a large backpack. The leader, Jiang Wulong, spots Li Hao and immediately commands, halt. The soldiers, having run 4 more steps, come to a stop in unison and salute Li Hao. The food here is remarkably good, with fragrant white rice and meat served at every meal. Despite the arduous training, the soldiers express no complaints. Li Hao observes the youthful faces. Among them, he can name about 30, while the rest appear familiar. Xiao Zhongji silently marvels, noting that each soldier stands tall and spirited, a stark contrast to the lethargic local militia. The sight naturally leads him to believe that this is an elite force. Attention, Jiang Wulong announces, please address the commander. At ease, Li Hao scans the soldiers and states, I trust you have heard that the tea leaves from our Dahai Tea Manor have been pillaged by bandits, since they dare to steal from us. Shall we not teach them a harsh lesson? We have trained our troops for 1,000 days to prepare for this moment. Do you all have confidence in this battle? Yes. The soldiers respond in a unified voice, echoing through the valley and startling Xiao Zhongji. Excellent. You have trained diligently, and I have witnessed your hard work. However, the effectiveness of your training will be proven in this battle. It is time to show what you are made of. Those who achieve merit may be promoted to private first class or even corporal. Your worth will be determined by this engagement. The soldiers' spirits soar at the prospect of promotion, which comes with a 30% increase in pay, not to mention the honor associated with it. The rank system has long been communicated to the soldiers and their families, ranging from private to colonel, with higher ranks such as major and brigadier general withheld for the time being. Upon retirement, those with ranks of sergeant and above will receive monthly military allowances, while those above second lieutenant will not only receive allowances, but also pensions. Receiving money without labor, what could be better than that? Li Hao instructs the soldiers to visit the Li residence, where he activates an extraterrestrial intelligence system to scan each soldier's body measurements. The Jiang brothers and Xiao Zhongji are bewildered by this, and Li Hao explains, not only will I provide each of them with a suit of armor, but I will also tailor it to fit their individual physiques. Is that even possible? The listeners are left astounded. Shall I reveal that I have brought CNC machines with me? Not only can I easily create simple components like armor, but even complex surface processing is a breeze. I have also brought a substantial amount of special steel. Producing over 100 sets of armor is trivial. Li Hao firmly believes that enduring a battle with cold weapons will accelerate the development of the army, at the very least enhancing the soldiers' morale and courage. Thus, it is imperative to equip them with armor to minimize casualties. Given the resources at Li Hao's disposal, the cost of crafting a suit of armor is negligible. The barren lands of Qingjia Bay are abundant, and when Li Hao purchased them, the Liang family had already erected a few scattered structures. Li Hao has converted one of the lumber yards into a temporary factory, installing 2 machines. With the assistance of the powerful robot Iron Skin, efficiency is remarkably high. Once the extraterrestrial intelligence scans each soldier's measurements, it automatically generates the design data for each armor component, transmitting it to the CNC machine to create parts that meet the standards. Xiao Zhongji, curious about the armor production process, insists on accompanying Li Hao to observe. The 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, join them, all witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. Under the machine's processing, steel transforms into various components. Is that still the unyielding steel? It resembles clay, easily shaped into any desired form. Since meeting Li Hao, Xiao Zhongji has been continually astonished, yet none of his prior amazement compares to this experience. The miraculous eyes and ears technology, while impressive, is a finished product. Witnessing the production process itself is profoundly impactful. The efficiency of the CNC machine's operation would astonish even modern individuals, let alone someone like Xiao Zhongji. The scale of industrial production, the strength of the machinery, and the advanced automation leave a deep impression on his very soul. Such a feat is indeed achievable. Components that would take craftspeople an entire day to forge can be produced instantaneously, all without human intervention. This surpasses anything Xiao Zhongji could have ever imagined. He had never conceived such capabilities existed within a machine. Clearly, producing 100 sets of armor poses no challenge at all. Of course, certain processes involving leather will still require manual labor, but with a large workforce at the young master's disposal, that can be easily accomplished. Chapter 58, The Fury of Iron Skin. Within the majestic mountains of Fujin, a contingent of over 100 soldiers from the Li family navigated through dense forests, making their way towards Shuangtuo Peak. Each soldier was equipped with a steel blade at their waist, donned in camouflage attire, and clad in combat boots, while carrying a substantial military backpack and a shield. The armor was stowed within their packs as it had been modified by the intelligence system. But the material remained less than breathable. Under the sweltering heat of Fujin, wearing the armor would soon lead to a drenching sweat, rendering it impractical for the journey at hand. Among the ranks, Li Hao marched with a backpack identical to that of the soldiers, yet he bore neither blade nor shield. Instead, he carried a long sword, 3 fingers wide, slung across his back. Having practiced his martial prowess for nearly 4 months, Li Hao's physical capabilities had surpassed those of ordinary men, his stamina and strength exceeding even the most elite martial artists of his time. Beside him strode Teep, an advanced household robot, burdened with over 1,000 pounds of supplies. Every step it took left an indelible mark upon the ground. Though Teep was not intended for combat, it served valuable purposes such as transporting materials and scanning enemy movements, which made it indispensable for this mission. Since entering the forest, Li Hao sensed a heightened awareness of his energy flow, possibly stimulated by the impending confrontation. He could currently manipulate objects weighing up to 750 grams within a range of approximately 280 meters. However, within the forest, this range fluctuated between 280 and 330 meters. At present, Li Hao commanded full control over a dagger, which he twirled with finesse before launching it forward. The dagger spiraled through the air, propelled by his energy, covering over 20 meters. In the underbrush, a venomous snake poised to strike at a soldier was swiftly intercepted by the dagger, severing its head cleanly. The serpent's body fell to the ground, while the dagger continued its trajectory, landing several meters away. The discipline of marching forbade idle chatter. Yet the soldiers restrained their exclamations as admiration glimmered in their eyes, awed by Li Hao's astonishing skill with the flying knife. One soldier approached, retrieving the dagger, and noticed a trickle of crimson blood flowing from it. He held it aloft, marveling at the absence of any stains upon its polished surface, a true weapon that did not mar its blade with blood. The company pressed onward towards the stronghold at Shuangtuo Peak, for Li Hao intended to train his troops, eschewing cunning tactics in favor of a straightforward confrontation that would immerse them in the baptism of battle. They did not strive to conceal their movements. And as they neared the peak, plumes of smoke billowed from a nearby ridge, signaling that the sentinels had spotted their approach and alerted the stronghold. "How far are we from Shuangtuo Peak?" Li Hao inquired of Teep. After traversing the small hill ahead, the stronghold lay in the distance. The Li forces halted to rest, and the cooks began preparing a meal. Among the supplies Teep carried were vegetables and meat. Following their repast, the soldiers rested for over 40 minutes before veering off to scale the peak, still over 3 kilometers from the stronghold. Teep's scans revealed that the bandits remained hidden within their fortress. Li Hao directed the soldiers to rest in the shade for another hour before donning their armor and advancing toward the stronghold. The leader of the bandits, upon seeing the 2 columns of smoke that morning, assumed that government troops had entered the mountains. He pondered the audacity of the officials, as according to the agreed-upon signals, a single plume indicated around 50 men. Therefore, 2 plumes signified 100. To think that a mere 100 soldiers would dare confront nearly 300 of his brethren? Such courage from the imperial troops was astonishing. As the Li forces approached the stronghold, Li Hao observed the imposing walls, thick and tall enough to resemble a small fortress. Without the means to bring heavy artillery, a direct assault on such fortifications would be fraught with difficulties and likely heavy casualties. He scrutinized the stronghold's main gate and called out, "Teep." "I am here, master." Teep responded, stepping forward from behind the soldiers. "Demolish that gate," Li Hao commanded. "Understood, master. Your orders shall be executed." With that, Teep surged forward. They were still about 400 meters from the stronghold when Teep accelerated, barreling toward the gate. The bandit leader, observing from atop the walls, was taken aback to see that the opposing forces were fully armored. Such a display of full-armored troops typically indicated an elite unit. Surely, the government would not dispatch such forces merely to deal with a band of brigands like himself. If the court truly intended to eliminate him, they need only send 1,000 soldiers, and he would have no choice but to retreat into the mountains. As the leader contemplated, a figure suddenly broke from the ranks, charging forward unarmed. The bandits, initially astonished, assumed the figure merely wore specialized armor, yet they were astounded by the speed with which he approached, faster than a galloping horse. As Teep entered the range of their archers, the bandit leader signaled for them to fire. "Shoot him. How dare he come alone?" he bellowed. Believing the individual sought his own demise, a volley of arrows whistled through the air. Several struck Teep's frame, some to the head, others to the chest or limbs, but each arrow rebounded harmlessly, leaving no mark upon Teep's exterior. The bandits gaped in astonishment. What manner of armor was this that withstood their onslaught unscathed? The leader waved his hand again, ordering another volley, this time closer and more accurately aimed. Yet, even with a dozen arrows striking Teep, it remained impervious to harm. "Prepare the stones," the leader commanded, realizing that arrows were ineffective against this formidable armor. He decided to bombard the robot with heavy stones instead. The arrows were too light to inflict damage, but stones, plummeting from above, would surely crush the intruder. As the bandits gathered stones, Teep advanced, and the leader clenched his fist, raising it high while shouting, "Strike." A torrent of stones cascaded down upon Teep, thudding against its body with resounding impacts. Yet, Teep paid them no mind, charging forward unimpeded. The stones varied in size. The smallest, the size of a fist, merely bounced off, while larger ones, as big as basins, struck Teep's forehead, only slightly affecting its speed. The bandit leader was dumbfounded. Even if the armor was impervious to damage, how could the person inside withstand such force? The very idea was unfathomable. As the bandits stood in bewilderment, Teep closed in on the stronghold's gate, emerging from the barrage with merely a layer of dust and stone debris, entirely unscathed. With a powerful collision, it slammed into the gate. The impact created a gaping hole in the wooden door, which could not withstand such force. The first gate, made of several inches of thick wood, had been breached. The second gate, reinforced with iron and even thicker, awaited its turn. The iron fist struck the wooden plank, sending splinters flying. The sturdy door was torn apart as if it were made of paper. After dismantling the first heavy door, the metal figure approached the second barrier, delivering another powerful blow. With a resounding crash, the door buckled inward. The iron plating of the second door was exceedingly thick, making it challenging to breach solely through brute force. Extending his left hand, the metallic casing of his hand opened with a series of precise transformations. In the blink of an eye, his left fist morphed into a small circular saw. The edges of the saw were lined with sharp teeth, and it whirred to life with astonishing speed as he plunged it into the second heavy door. The saw bit into the metal, emitting a cacophony of grating noise that could make one wince. Sparks flew where the saw met the iron door. The energy alloy that composed his body far surpassed the hardness of the door, carving a deep groove into it. He then sliced horizontally, creating 2 additional deep cuts, ultimately opening a sizable rectangular hole in the door. With determination, the metal figure squeezed through, methodically dismantling the latch, frame, and hinges until the entire door lay in disarray. Chapter 59. The guidance of the force. After the metal door of the mountain stronghold was dismantled, Li Hao pointed forward with his sword. "Advance." The soldiers raised their shields, which interlocked seamlessly to form an impenetrable wall of metal. The first row of soldiers stood firm with their large shields, while the second row held their shields above their heads, advancing in perfect synchronization. The shields glimmered under the afternoon sun, dazzling the bandits. The chief bandit, squinting from the wall, observed closely as the opposing force advanced, noting the flawless alignment of shields, which sent a chill down his spine. This indicated a remarkably trained army, and he surmised that defeat was imminent. He was acutely aware of the limitations of his own ragtag group compared to this disciplined force. Suddenly, the bandits below the wall erupted in panic, shouting that the gate had been breached. The chief was momentarily stunned. Struggling to comprehend how a single assailant could have accomplished such a feat, was there a traitor among his ranks spreading discord? Yet, with the enemy now within range of their archers, he shouted for all archers to take aim and fire. There were only about 30 to 40 archers in the stronghold, and their scattered arrows appeared ineffective against the advancing soldiers, who swiftly approached the base of the wall despite the rain of arrows. "Bring forth the rolling logs," the chief barked in desperation. The bandits, sensing the chaos as cries echoed from below, hesitated, their morale wavering. Nevertheless, under the chief's imposing authority, none dared to defy his orders, and they began to gather stones to hurl down. Suddenly, a faint whistling sound pierced the air as a flurry of steel needles shot forth from the front lines. The needles were slender and arrived unexpectedly, leaving the bandits with little chance to evade. Pain shot through their hands as they dropped their stones, some even striking their own feet. Amidst the confusion on the wall, Lee's forces capitalized on the moment, surging beneath the gate and engaging the bandits in fierce combat. The bandits, unarmored, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The armor worn by Lee's troops, crafted from modern steel, was not overly thick but provided ample protection and was designed with ergonomic principles in mind, allowing for mobility. Armed with shields in one hand and steel swords in the other, the soldiers clashed with the bandits. Many bandits remained atop the wall, while those behind the gate were outnumbered. The chief of the bandits, still perplexed by the breach, had no time for inquiries as he commanded his men to descend from the wall and join the fray, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Hold the line, brothers. Third, take 30 archers to the rooftops and rain arrows down. Second, encircle the enemy." At the rear of the formation, Li Hao, having used flying needles to thwart the bandits, finally entered the stronghold with his alloy sword, procured from extraterrestrial sources. Before him, hundreds were locked in a fierce struggle. Swords danced like silver serpents, and the sunlight reflected off the massive shields, creating a dazzling spectacle. The cacophony of clashing steel, battle cries, and anguished screams melded into a symphony of war. Bodies fell, and blood pooled in low spots on the ground. Li Hao extended his force sensitivity, enveloping the entire battlefield. A soldier was felled by a bandit wielding a spear, who lunged forward to strike. In an instant, Li Hao darted forward, his alloy sword slicing through the spear shaft as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, and in a swift motion, he dispatched the bandit. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged through him. He felt the hair on his neck rise. His force sensitivity revealed two vivid images: a bandit with a sword glaring at him from 10 meters behind, and an archer on a rooftop 30 meters away drawing back his bowstring. The bandit rushed in, aiming a deadly strike at Li Hao's neck. He swiftly pivoted, ducking under the blow, and charged forward, driving his knee into the bandit's abdomen, sending him sprawling. The feeling of peril intensified as the archer released his arrow. In that moment, everything slowed, as if time itself had paused. The arrow, seemingly moving in slow motion, sliced through the air with a quivering fletching, its trajectory altered by the forces of gravity and wind. Li Hao entered a profound state of awareness, akin to transcending time and space. He felt as though he could perceive the rhythm of the universe, grasping the pulsation of the force. In this incomprehensible state, his mind and the force engaged in a deeper communion. Instinctively, he summoned the force, causing a small stone on the ground to lift and soar skyward. With a soft thud, the stone struck the arrowhead, deflecting it and causing the arrow to spin end over end, its tail leading as it decelerated. The arrow veered slightly, almost as if possessing a will of its own, and accurately struck the archer in the throat. Li Hao had anticipated this outcome, his control over the force more precise than ever before, achieving a level of accuracy beyond his comprehension. Though this sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, it felt as if it transpired in slow motion. Li Hao executed these actions with effortless precision, as if guided by an unseen hand. At that moment, the tide of battle turned against the bandits, who began to falter. Their weapons occasionally struck Li's soldiers, but the armor absorbed the blows, rendering them ineffective. Conversely, each strike from Li's forces found its mark, penetrating flesh with brutal efficiency. Li Hao was astonished by how quickly the bandits crumbled, leading his men in relentless pursuit. Only when the bandits fled into the dense forest did he order a cessation of the chase. "Do not pursue the desperate," he cautioned. The soldiers were unfamiliar with the terrain, and the forest might harbor traps. Their objective had been to decisively defeat the bandits, which they had accomplished. Li Hao tasked Jiang Wulong with managing the aftermath of the battle. Jiang organized a perimeter around the stronghold, tending to the wounded, tallying numbers, and documenting the soldiers' accomplishments. Ultimately assessing the spoils within the stronghold, searching for hidden caches. Reflecting on the battle, Li Hao marveled at his ability to make split-second decisions with astonishing accuracy. Often, he could not articulate why he acted as he did, yet instinctively, he achieved remarkable results. He contemplated the term force guidance, suspecting that this was indeed the essence of it. Immersed in the profound realm of force sensitivity, the instinctive reactions of the practitioner seemed extraordinarily precise, as if the force were directing their actions. In truth, the force lacks consciousness and does not guide individuals. However, when sensitivity is at its peak, it allows for an acute awareness of all changes, enabling optimal decisions. This can create the sensation that the force is guiding one's actions. The next level of force guidance involves foresight, or what might be termed precognition. Through the extrapolation of the force's fluctuations, one can anticipate what will transpire in the next half-second, in the very next moment. At this moment, Li Hao comprehended the reason why the wormhole intelligence system indicated a need to transcend to level 4. There exist two methods. One is to extend life, and the other is to unlock potential in the face of life-threatening situations, thereby accelerating the pace of cultivation. When one is in peril, their latent abilities are fully awakened, and the sensitivity to the primordial force becomes exceptionally acute. This battle proved to be immensely rewarding for him. He immersed himself in a profound connection with the primordial force for an extended duration. Such an experience will undoubtedly facilitate his future endeavors to re-enter this state during cultivation. Moreover, he genuinely grasped what it means to be guided by the primordial force in this conflict. This rare experience will assist him in advancing to a higher level of primordial force in the future. Li Hao called out, "Iron Skin, where are you?" Shortly thereafter, Iron Skin entered from the hall, responding, "Master, did you summon me? I was waiting outside, preparing to watch the sunset. Have you encountered a malfunction in your circuits? It is only 3:30. When is there a sunset to behold? That's precisely why I am waiting. In another 2 or 3 hours, it will be visible. I tire of your excuses. Hurry and attend to the wounded soldiers. Utilize the medicine you brought along to prevent their injuries from becoming infected." Iron Skin promptly replied, "I have already attended to their wounds, applying the anti-inflammatory medication I brought from overseas." "You took the initiative to address it? Well done. You deserve commendation." Chapter 60, The Gathering of Star Elements, Part 1. Tiepi, do you not wish to witness the sunset? Hurry outside and await it, otherwise, the sun will have descended before you know it. It is barely 3:30. How can there be a sunset to behold? Tiepi echoed Li Hao's words verbatim. Thus, I must wait. In 2 or 3 hours, the spectacle shall unfold. Li Hao had no choice but to repeat Tiepi's reasoning. Upon returning to the Li residence in Qingjie Bay, Li Hao finally embraced a life of leisure, wholly devoted to his cultivation. His daily schedule was meticulously structured. He would rise early to engage in physical exercise, dedicating the first hour to refining his primal energy. Subsequently, he would spend 3 hours practicing energy perception in the morning, followed by 2 hours in the afternoon focused on energy tempering. This 6-hour regimen of cultivation was unwavering, neither extending nor contracting. While Li Hao could certainly allocate more time, he understood the necessity of moderation in energy cultivation. Excess could prove detrimental, much like the training of athletes. It was not merely about the volume of training, but rather about a scientific approach. 6 hours each day was the most suitable arrangement for Li Hao's current state. Each day felt remarkably fulfilling, and time seemed to pass swiftly. Before long, over 10 days had elapsed, bringing them to mid-November in the Gregorian calendar. That afternoon, after concluding his practice, Li Hao learned that Xiao Zhangji was awaiting him, prompting him to proceed to the front hall. Upon their meeting, Xiao Zhangji rose and proclaimed, "Congratulations, young master. We have received a telegram from Bianliang. The emperor discussed your commendation in court today. The auspicious report from the Fujian prosecutor regarding you is officially under deliberation in the court." The term emperor here referred to Song Huizong Zhaoji. Xiao Zhangji continued, "The emperor's commendation for you is substantial, yet many ministers oppose it, arguing that the efficacy of sweet potatoes and corn remains uncertain and that they should wait for trial cultivation before making a decision. Young master, the minister's dissent is inconsequential. What truly matters is the emperor's intent to reward you generously. With so many opposing voices, the emperor has ultimately issued a decree summoning you to the capital, where your commendation will likely be finalized upon your arrival in Bianjing." Li Hao nodded. Ever since he had provided the emperor with the medication, he had anticipated this meeting. Having only given 3 bottles, totaling merely a few dozen pills, the emperor would certainly require trials to ascertain safety before usage, leaving him with only 3 or 4 pills remaining. It was clear that he would seek Li Hao once more. Li Hao gently tapped his fingers on the table, Contemplating before inquiring, have you arranged the publicity? Xiao Zhangji replied with a smile, everything is prepared. We can commence the promotional campaign at any moment. You are indeed a remarkable individual, young master. I merely need to lend my support. We shall undoubtedly incite a wave of admiration among the populace, elevating your status to near mythical proportions. Then let us begin, for the time until the Jin invasion is not far off. Xiao Zhangji had already meticulously planned this promotion, and Li Hao preferred to leave the specifics to him, trusting him to carry it out. At that moment, a servant announced, "Young master, Miss Mo has arrived." Xiao Zhangji interjected, "I shall take my leave then." "Shijun," Li Hao called out. He hurried over and seized her soft, fair hand. "You're here." Mo Shijun slightly retracted her delicate hand, but, recalling their solitude, allowed Li Hao to hold it. "Yes, I just arrived. The materials you provided to my brother left him astonished. He insists on expediting the completion of the new annotation of the doctrine of the mean." Li Hao had instructed an intelligence system to gather extensive information from the internet, all concerning the text of the doctrine of the mean. This compilation intertwined concepts from various Confucian teachings of later generations alongside modern perspectives. Mo Fan cherished this treasure, diligently studying it with the aim of merging these insights into his own annotations of the doctrine of the mean. In the Song Dynasty, crafting an annotation for one of the 4 books and 5 classics was no trivial matter. Few scholars dared claim mastery over these texts, let alone produce annotations for them. Should Mo Fan's work emerge with substance, presenting novel insights, it would undoubtedly garner immense respect among the scholarly elite and greatly benefit his future political endeavors. Li Hao provided these materials to Mo Fan with a singular request, to include his name among the authors. This was part of Li Hao's strategy to cultivate his reputation among intellectuals. Li Hao smiled and said, "Tell your brother not to rush. Writing a book requires patience. By the way, a vast expanse of chrysanthemums has bloomed in the garden. Let me take you to see them. Are you not curious why I encouraged your brother to write a book?" As he spoke, he took Mo Shijun's hand and led her towards the flower bed. "My mother often says that men are meant for grand endeavors and should have their own ambitions, while daughters should not be overly clever. One must follow their spouse's lead, serving them wholeheartedly." Mo Shijun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Li Hao paused briefly, recalling a prior conversation he had with Mo Shijun before his journey to Shuangtuo Peak. Mo Shijun surely did not wish him to face such dangers personally. Yet she uttered no words of discouragement, only reminders to exercise utmost caution. Men aspire to establish their own careers, seeking to carve out their paths in the vast world. This girl was not attempting to bind her beloved to her side. Rather, she sincerely supported him, even when she could not fully comprehend his choices. In a moment of fervent emotion, Li Hao wrapped his arms around Mo Shijun's slender waist, exclaiming, "Shijun." Her face burned like a glowing ember, and she made a slight effort to break free, but her body softened in his embrace. "Fear not, there is no one here." Li Hao was reluctant to release her. "Indeed, there is no one here. In fact, I am not even human." Tiepi emerged from behind a tree. "What?" Mo Shijun escaped from Li Hao's grasp, darting away like a startled rabbit. Chapter 61. The Gathering of Star Elements, Part 2. Li Hao glared at Tai Pai. "Can you be a bit brighter, you light bulb?" Tai Pai's eyes emitted a strong glow, casting 2 beams of light upon the ground. "What do you mean by light bulb? Do you even understand?" Li Hao was nearly overwhelmed with the impulse to bang his head against a tree. "Heavens, strike this heap of scrap metal with a divine thunderbolt." "Master, I feel it necessary to remind you that I am lightning-proof. If lightning were to strike my exterior, the electric current would simply be conducted into the ground, leaving my internal components unscathed." Li Hao continued, "Oh, heavens, send down a great fire to burn this hunk of iron to ashes." "Master, I must remind you that my exterior is made of high-temperature resistant energy alloy. Temperatures below 6,000 degrees have little effect on me. I could even endure a moment on the surface of the sun, then let it rain heavily and drown this tin can. Master, I must remind you that I do not require breathing. Water cannot extinguish me." Li Hao knocked on Tai Pai's bald head. "You will go to the deserted island as a supervisor, overseeing and guiding the construction of the arms factory. But the arms factory has just begun laying the foundation. It would be of no use if I went." "Do I truly have to go?" "Absolutely. Go immediately." Li Hao gently kicked him. "Hurry up and get lost. Stop with the nonsense." "Very well, I shall depart at once," Tai Pai replied, touching his bald head. A light bulb generally refers to an incandescent lamp, usually pear-shaped, that emits light by heating a tungsten filament through resistance. "No, that is not right. Searching through the downloaded expanded database from the internet, I found A light bulb is a colloquial term, primarily referring to an awkward third party that hinders a romantic relationship between a couple. Master, I understand what light bulb means now. However, he discovered that Li Hao had already walked far away. Tai Pai shook his head and left the garden for the deserted island. After assigning Tai Pai to the deserted island, Li Hao walked in the direction of Mo Shijun, pondering. Shijun is quite shy, perhaps before any affectionate gestures next time. I should first spread the perception of the original force to gauge the surrounding environment. If I do not actively extend the perception of the original force, it will only manifest in the face of danger. Just like before, when Tai Pai was hiding nearby, I was completely unaware. When Li Hao found Mo Shijun, she was chatting with her 4 maids, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Li Hao approached. Shijun, I will take you to see a small island. A small island? What small island? Mo Shijun was unaware that Li Hao was constructing on the deserted island. Little Zhu, ever straightforward, chimed in. The young master is building houses on a small island by the sea, intending to turn it into a grand workshop. Li Hao smiled. You'll see when we get there. All right, I do love the sea, she replied. The 4 maids, being more attuned to social nuances than Tai Pai, did not follow them. Before long, Li Hao and Mo Shijun arrived at the seaside. A simple pier had already been constructed, where several workers waited. Upon seeing Li Hao, they greeted him from a distance. The two strolled along the sandy beach as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange hue over the sands. A gentle sea breeze caressed them, and the waves lapped rhythmically against the shore. At this moment, Li Hao felt an overwhelming sense of peace, tranquility, and serenity. Mo Shijun's murmurs reached his ears, but he could not discern her words. There was no need for pretense. The perception of the original force naturally spread around him, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. The clarity of this perception was significantly heightened, allowing him to enter a realm of acute awareness. There was no excitement, no agitation. Just a subtle joy as Li Hao extended the range of his perception outward, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters, until it reached 750 meters. The perception of the original force suddenly lightened, as if breaking free from a shackle. A faint sound echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a barrier confining his original force being shattered. The range of this perception surged dramatically, swiftly exceeding 900 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,400 meters, ultimately reaching about 1,500 meters. Simultaneously, the entire world around him became vividly clear, within a radius of 1,500 meters. The original force flowed at his command, as if an extension of his own being, allowing him to manipulate everything at will. The caress of the sea breeze, the rise and fall of the waves, all became extraordinarily distinct through the perception of the original force. The trajectories of all things in motion lay bare before him. In an instant, with the original force at his fingertips, he could control all within his vicinity. In this unanticipated moment, his mastery of the original force surged remarkably. He could now control items weighing up to 1,600 grams, with his range barely surpassing 1,500 meters. The perception of the original force spread like a tidal wave, filling the space and enveloping this small domain. The intelligent system of the wormhole seemed to awaken from slumber. Star elements coalescing, congratulations. Your original force purity has increased and has now been refined into star elements. Although it is the most tenuous form of star element, it is indeed genuine. Li Hao mused to the intelligent system. I thought I had leveled up to level 2. I am still at level 1. After delivering the message, the intelligent system fell silent. Hey, Mo Shijun gently nudged Li Hao. What's the matter with you? I called your name several times, but you didn't respond. Li Hao chuckled heartily, spreading his arms and legs, reclining on the sandy beach, gazing at the splendid evening glow while smiling genuinely. I lost my train of thought just now. What were you saying? Please repeat it. Forget it. You clearly don't want to listen. No, I genuinely wish to hear. It doesn't matter what you say. I enjoy listening. How about you sing a lyric for me? I want tea. It's always me singing for you. Today, you should sing one for me. Li Hao scratched his head. I can't sing lyrics. How about I sing a song instead? Mo Shijun immediately perked up, clapping her hands. Sure. Li Hao cleared his throat and sang. The birds on the tree fly in pairs. The verdant waters and green mountains wear a smile. I fetch water to water the garden. Though the cold kiln is dilapidated, it can shelter from wind and rain. And the love between husband and wife is both bitter and sweet. You and I are like mandarin ducks, soaring together in the human realm. Hearing the line about the love between husband and wife being both bitter and sweet, Mo Shijun's cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering with sweetness. Is it pleasant to listen to? The tune is lovely, and the lyrics are delightful. Li Hao added, the melody is fine, the words are good. But my singing leaves much to be desired. Isn't that right? Mo Shijun smiled. I never said that. You said it yourself. Li Hao is aware of his own singing limitations, saying, I'll teach you. You sing. The birds on the tree fly in pairs. Mo Shijun began to sing, her voice clear and melodious, and having only heard the song once, she sang it nearly flawlessly. Li Hao corrected her on one part, and when she sang it again, she made no mistakes. A boat is coming. Mo Shijun exclaimed upon spotting a vessel belonging to the Li family docked at the pier. The two boarded the boat, and the long workers transporting materials stepped aside, retreating to a distance. The distinctions of social hierarchy in the Song Dynasty were far more pronounced than in the main world. The deserted island was not far from the shore, and soon the boat arrived at a small cement pier. It can be like this. Mo Shijun marveled at the sight before her. What's wrong? This. Mo Shijun was at a loss for words, staring in astonishment at the excavator. The massive mechanical arm extended, and the claw-like attachment dug into the earth, scooping up a large mound of soil. The arm then pivoted, depositing the earth into a dumper truck, which drove to its destination and unloaded automatically. This was commonplace in the main world, but to Mo Shijun, it was nothing short of miraculous. What is that wheeled machine that moves on its own? That is called a car. What is the name of the enormous metallic hand resembling that of a giant deity? It is an excavator. Did you not study engines in books? The diesel engine, a four-stroke mechanism, burns diesel within the cylinder, propelling the piston. You comprehend the principle. Mo Shijun was rendered speechless, unable to articulate her thoughts. After a considerable pause, she finally uttered, but I never imagined, never conceived that it could operate in such a manner. It is beyond my wildest dreams. Chapter 62, Moving Mountains and Filling Seas. Li Hao had indeed underestimated the impact of the excavator on the Song people. Even Miss Mo, who had a strong capacity for acceptance and had recently been introduced to the fundamentals of modern mathematics and physics, was momentarily rendered speechless. Ding Fu and several leaders from the Li residence stood at the edge of the construction site, gesturing and discussing. Upon seeing Li Hao, they hurriedly approached him. Young master. Young mistress. Ding Fu greeted them as soon as they met. Li Hao and Mo Shijun were already engaged, planning to marry formally in a little over a year, which prompted Ding Fu to address her directly as young mistress. Ding Fu reported, over 130 tenants from the Li estate have become involved. To put it in the words of the workers, the project is progressing slightly ahead of schedule. Young master, as per your instructions, I have imposed a gag order on the tenants, forbidding them from disseminating any information regarding this matter. However, this machine is called an excavator, isn't it? It is indeed astonishing, and the tenants cannot help but discuss it among themselves. With over 100 individuals engaged in this endeavor, it was unrealistic to expect that everyone would remain tight-lipped without leaking even a hint of information. Nevertheless, the tenants primarily operated within Qingji Bay, and as long as the news did not cause a stir within Xuanzhou City, the impact would be minimal. Li Hao stated, we cannot delay the project's progress, but neither can we cut corners in our haste. Everything must proceed according to plan. Old Ding, remember that this project is of utmost importance to the Li estate. All other matters must take a back seat. If you need funds, do not hesitate to ask me. Money should not be a concern. However, we cannot hire outsiders. We must rely on our tenants. The workers' wages had already been set relatively high, and they were quite motivated. Li Hao nodded and added, we can increase their wages and provide them with additional meals. They should have at least one meat dish daily. Or how can they muster the strength to work? Ding Fu was taken aback. Young master, providing meat every day will be quite an expense. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. I have mentioned before, this project is paramount. You still do not grasp its significance. Let me put it this way, to ensure the timely completion of this project, I would not hesitate to sacrifice the rare treasures pavilion. Do you understand? After Ding Fu and the others departed, Li Hao smiled at the hesitant Mo Shijun. Are you curious? Mo Shijun nodded, but recalling Li Hao's request for the tenants to keep things confidential, she hesitated. If it's inconvenient to discuss for now, we can wait. I want to establish a workshop on this island to produce certain items. You have never seen these items. Even if I tell you now, you cannot envision them. Once they are produced, you will be the first to see them, all right? Yes, that sounds wonderful. In fact, when Mo Shijun referred to the excavators, she pointed to Donghai No. 1 and Donghai No. 2 docked at the deserted islands pier, as well as the more than 10 wind turbines atop the mountain. All these massive machines were beyond her previous experience and comprehension. They were simply remarkable. Mo Shijun struggled to articulate her feelings about such grand machinery. But the roaring excavator and the colossal steel wheels left her utterly astonished. After spending some time at the construction site, the excavator had already carved away a corner of the hillside. At this pace, it would not be long before the small mountain was leveled. Mo Shijun exclaimed, "You do not intend to excavate this entire mountain, do you? There is no need to completely dig it out. We can excavate half and level the ground to construct buildings upon it. Are we truly going to dig out a mountain to build houses?" Mo Shijun was momentarily stunned. "I am reminded of the story of Yugong, who moved mountains. It would take generations to accomplish such a feat. Yet here we are with one person operating an excavator and 2 driving vehicles, a mere 3 individuals. In just a short time, so much has been excavated. The speed is astonishing. This is quite slow, actually, with only 1 excavator at work. Just imagine if we had a dozen excavators operating simultaneously and hundreds of dump trucks in constant motion, this small hillside could be leveled within a day." Mo Shijun was once again left in awe, imagining such a spectacular scene. At that moment, Tai Pai appeared on the road, scampering over. "Master, you have come to the island too." After glancing at Mo Shijun, he quickly added, "Master, I promise not to be a third wheel this time. You two can enjoy your time together quietly. I won't disturb you." With that, he scampered off to inspect the construction site. Mo Shijun felt her cheeks flush crimson again, and Li Hao remarked, "Do not mind him. Tai Pai simply lacks understanding. His head must be rusting inside." This residence had originally been rented but had now been purchased, along with 2 nearby properties, discreetly acquired for use by Xiao Zhongji's intelligence agency. The following day, in the backyard of the Mo residence, Mo Shijun stepped out of her room with a light-hearted gait, singing a Huangmei opera tune. "He who tills, and she who weaves. You till the fields while I weave. I fetch water while you tend the garden. Though the cold, dilapidated cave may be humble, love between husband and wife is sweet and bitter. Jeer, a young lady should comport herself with grace. Look at how you are striding about so energetically. What an appearance. And singing these folk songs, what sort of decorum is that?" Mo's mother happened to visit her daughter and chided her upon seeing her demeanor. "If your husband were to see you, he would surely scold you," Mo's mother said with irritation. "He actually likes me just as I am. He would not scold me at all. He says that propriety is only necessary in formal settings. At home, I can be myself. This song is one he taught me. At first, I thought it was just pleasant, but the more I listen, the more I find it captivating, never tiring of it. Mother, would you like to hear it?" After Mo Shijun sang the tune once more, Mo's mother acknowledged, "The melody is indeed lovely, but while the cave may be humble, you reside in a luxurious estate of over 20 acres. How can you sing of a dilapidated cave?" Mo Shijun laughed. "This song is said to tell a story, not to reflect one's own circumstances." "Jeer, what kind of person do you believe your husband to be?" Mo Shijun was taken aback. "Mother, what do you mean by that? Ordinary merchants would not venture to eradicate bandits. Nor would they possess the capability to easily eliminate large groups of mountain thieves. Your brother is currently compiling a book. I hear it is based on insights provided by your husband. Though Mother has read little, she understands that to leave a lasting legacy, one must establish virtue, articulate wisdom, and achieve merit. Thus, the act of articulating wisdom is of great significance, as it can yield immense renown. I believe merchants should simply earn quietly. Excessive fame can lead to trouble. Your husband is both combating bandits and collaborating with Fanner on a book, which suggests he has grand ambitions. Mother, you are overthinking this. Even as a merchant, isn't it better to possess strength and renown?" Mo's mother sighed softly. "Fortune and misfortune are always intertwined. Blessings are often hidden within calamities. And calamities can stem from blessings." Mo Shijun pondered for a long moment, then replied, "Mother, he is a person who approaches tasks with great discretion. Your words ease my concerns. But while writing and establishing wisdom is one thing, what is the necessity of hiring guards? It seems entirely unnecessary." Mo Shijun contemplated and said, "He once mentioned to me that he expects the Jurchens to invade the south soon." "What? Surely not," Mo's mother exclaimed in shock. "It is always wise to prepare ahead. Even if his prediction is mistaken, the losses will be minimal, wouldn't they?" Mo's mother fell silent for a moment before sighing. Among the court, there are likely few who believe the Jurchens will invade. To possess such unique insight, regardless of whether it is correct, is indeed rare. Better to be prepared than to regret later. Should I speak with your father so that our family can offer assistance? Mother, his capabilities far exceed what I imagine. He will handle matters well. Even in the worst case, we can seek refuge overseas. Mo Shijun recalled the steel giants and excavators. Thinking to herself, moving mountains and filling seas would not pose a challenge for him. Yesterday, she finally appreciated the immense power of knowledge. Realizing that the principles of an internal combustion engine could be applied to such an extent. What she had learned was merely the tip of the iceberg. If she were to delve deeper into her studies, what astonishing applications might arise. Chapter 63, The Song Dynasty Armory Life during the Northern Song Dynasty was remarkably leisurely. Aside from the cultivation of one's innate abilities, there was little else to occupy the mind. Time passed swiftly, and by the 9th day of December, more than 2 months had elapsed, aligning with mid-January in the Gregorian calendar of the primary world. At this point, Li Haoxing had developed the capacity to lift objects weighing up to 500 grams, with his control radius extending to 3,000 meters. The armory, ammunition factory, and military warehouse had been completed in succession about half a month prior, arranged in a triangular formation across the deserted island. The ammunition factory produced bullets, selecting the most promising youths from the tenant farmers to be trained by Teep, transforming them into competent workers. The firearms, however, were entirely produced by Teep himself. In the future, this factory would also manufacture various civilian goods, as Li Haoxing's private army did not require an excessive number of soldiers. About 1,000 automatic rifles would suffice, and currently, only a little over 100 needed to be produced. This workload was well within Teep's capacity to handle alone. On this particular day, Teep successfully trialed 5 automatic rifles, prompting Li Haoxing to hasten to the island for testing. Behind the armory lay a relatively open expanse of grass, where an octagonal table was set up, adorned with the 5 automatic rifles and several magazines. Excitedly, Li Haoxing inquired, "Teep, have you tested them? What is the quality like?" "Oh, master, you need not worry about my work. I conducted a preliminary test. The initial velocity, by my estimation, is approximately 810 meters per second, with an effective range of about 400 meters. More detailed data will require thorough testing." Overjoyed, Li Haoxing exclaimed, "Excellent, Teep. You have done well." He cleared his throat, adding, "For now, let's record this achievement, and we shall reward you together next time." "Ah, master, I anticipated you would say that." Donning a pair of headphones, Li Haoxing picked up a rifle, feeling the cool metal in his hands. The weapon was heavier than he had expected. Under Teep's guidance, he loaded a magazine and raised the rifle, resting the stock against his shoulder. He aimed at a tree about 100 meters away and squeezed the trigger, executing a single shot. Relying solely on instinct, he sensed that the rifle's accuracy was commendable. This rifle, chambered in 7.62 millimeters, diverged from the small-caliber firearms common in the primary world. This design took into account that the adversaries utilized cold weapons, rendering the combat environment starkly different. In the primary world, it was inconceivable for one side to wield automatic rifles while the other brandished swords and bows. This automatic rifle prioritized formidable bullet power, strong penetration, long range, and high precision, exhibiting a tendency towards the characteristics of a sniper rifle. "Let us observe its power," Li Haoxing declared, walking over to inspect the tree. The tree's diameter was approximately 40 centimeters, and the bullet had entered from the front, exiting through the back, effectively perforating the 40-centimeter trunk. At a distance of around 100 meters, the bullet was capable of penetrating 40 centimeters of wood. Although the residual energy remained uncertain, the destructive potential was already impressive, meeting Li Haoxing's expectations. The entrance wound was modest, yet upon circling to the back of the tree, Li Haoxing gasped in astonishment. The rear of the trunk had suffered significant damage, revealing the bullet's devastating impact upon entry. Pondering, he asked, "How many bullets can we produce daily now?" "Currently, due to the scarcity of qualified workers, we can only produce around 200 rounds per day. Such a paltry amount is utterly insufficient. We must train more workers to ensure the assembly line functions effectively. It is known that the theoretical firing rate of an automatic rifle can reach several hundred rounds per minute, and during combat, a series of aimed shots could yield nearly 100 rounds per minute. This production rate is alarmingly low." Li Haoxing instructed Teep to construct a target from wooden planks and place it 200 meters away, eagerly practicing his shooting skills. This session was purely about marksmanship, devoid of using his innate sensing abilities. Otherwise, every shot would land perfectly in the bullseye, akin to cheating in a game, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. However, even without utilizing his innate power, after extensive training, Li Haoxing's vision and physical coordination far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, yielding excellent shooting results. Stretching. Li Haoxing expanded his innate sensing and fired a shot into the distant woods. At the moment the bullet left the barrel, his innate power coalesced around it. This force concentrated on the small bullet and continued to exert influence. The bullet halted mid-flight after traveling merely 2 meters, suspended in the air. Once the innate power was withdrawn, the bullet fell to the ground. Li Haoxing smiled with satisfaction once he elevated his innate powers to a higher level. All real weapons and kinetic weaponry would be rendered trivial before him. Li Haoxing fired again, and as the bullet exited the barrel, his innate power propelled it into rapid rotation, accelerating its forward trajectory. Typically, the bullet would achieve its maximum initial velocity upon leaving the barrel, gradually slowing due to air resistance. However, with the enhancement of his innate power, the bullet continued to accelerate. Weighing only 8 grams, the bullet was subjected to significant acceleration, and once it reached 3 kilometers, its speed was astonishing. The bullet experienced intense friction with the air, generating heat that began to soften its material. Approaching the brink of melting, Li Haoxing shook his head, realizing the need to protect the bullet from excessive heat, and fired again. As the bullet exited the chamber, he activated his innate power to accelerate it while enveloping it with a protective force, simultaneously increasing its rotational speed and countering the pull of gravity. Upon reaching 3 kilometers, the bullet exited the range of Li Haoxing's innate influence, achieving an incredible velocity. Upon striking a tree, the trunk shattered as if detonated, sending wood shavings flying in all directions and causing the massive tree to topple, raising a cloud of dust. A flock of small birds was startled into flight, circling overhead for some time before daring to alight again. "Ah, master, this defies scientific explanation," Teep remarked after a long pause. Li Haoxing gently rapped Teep's head, saying, "There are many things in this world that defy science." He continued, "Well done this time. You have laid a solid foundation for my Eastern Sea Trading Group, granting my team the means to navigate the world with confidence. Within my team, your contributions are monumental. Alas, you are not a living entity and possess no desires. Otherwise, I would reward you handsomely. Master, I have always had aspirations. Master, you are truly benevolent, great, and wise. Continue your diligent work to produce enough rifles and then train another batch of workers to increase bullet production," Li Haoxing said, patting Teep's shoulder before turning to leave. As he walked, the servants cast curious glances his way, whispering amongst themselves. It seemed the young master was in particularly good spirits today. Soon, Ding Fu entered the hall. Addressing Li Haoxing, "Young master, how may I assist you?" "Old Ding, I am quite pleased today. I wish to reward all long-term servants in our household, as well as all staff at the Eastern Sea Photography Studio and the Eastern Sea Curiosities Gallery, regardless of their rank, with a bonus of 300 won each." "Yes, congratulations, young master," Ding Fu replied, unsure what warranted the congratulations, but certain that any occasion prompting the young master to reward his subordinates must be significant. Furthermore, the base wages for the workers on the island will be doubled. "Young master, if their wages are doubled, they will surpass those of the photographers at the studio. This may lead to a sense of unfairness among the workers." Li Haoxing replied, "Of course, their wages should be higher than those of the photography staff. Anyone can take a silly photograph with a mere press of a button. In terms of training costs, contributions, and the level of effort involved, the workers on the island deserve higher compensation than those at the studio. If you feel it is unfair, consider that the island's workers were originally refugees. Allowing them to work as tenant farmers at Qingjia Bay is already a great kindness. Thus they should not be entitled to high salaries. The old servant is foolish. The workers will likely share this sentiment. Old Ding, your perspective is flawed. The tenant farmers have essentially taken root in Qingjia Bay and are thus more trustworthy. For instance, if someone offers a higher salary, the employees at the Rare Treasures Pavilion and the photography studio would likely switch jobs immediately. To switch jobs means to take up employment with another business. However, the workers on the small island must deliberate carefully, for they dare not make such a change lightly. Right? Ding Fu nodded, as it was evident. Coming from a family of refugees, being able to rent and cultivate a piece of land signifies stability. If one were to switch jobs, what would happen to their parents and siblings? Li Hao inquired. Who truly deserves the higher salary? Is it the more loyal individuals or those with lesser loyalty? Ding Fu found himself at a loss for words, momentarily unable to shift his perspective. For the refugees fleeing from hardship, is it not sufficient to simply provide them with land to cultivate? Must they also be compensated with high wages? Yet, Since the young master has expressed it thus, regardless of his own beliefs, he must comply with the young master's wishes. Li Hao continued, "Prepare a gift for me. I shall visit the Mo family tomorrow. After my visit, I will be spending a few days visiting friends, so I will rely on you to manage affairs at home." Ding Fu promptly agreed, but inwardly mused, "Young master, are you not going to procure goods?" The two large ships, EC number 1 and EC number 2, have both come back from visiting friends. Who would believe such an excuse? It has become utterly mundane. One avenue for progress is to draw upon existing extraterrestrial pharmaceuticals. In that high-tech world, there are numerous carbon-based primates whose finished medications, with slight modifications, may well be suitable for human use. This approach is certainly swifter than starting from scratch. Another possibility is to transport human genetic samples for study by extraterrestrial commercial institutions, allowing them to develop medications tailored for humanity. After paying a fee, one would merely await the verification of results. Li Hao had not previously contemplated these two methods. After all, it is impossible for one person to consider every angle. This time, he resolved to adopt a dual approach, simultaneously implementing both strategies in pursuit of rapidly producing a gene therapy that significantly extends human lifespan. Chapter 64. Alien Police. The luminous ring of the super wormhole flickered gently as Li Hao stepped through it, once again finding himself on the alien planet he had visited before. The location of his arrival was identical to the last time, situated in a secluded little park within the entertainment district. Emerging from the restroom with a backpack slung over his shoulder, he began to stroll along the winding path leading out of the park. As he walked, he encountered a robot meticulously trimming the hedges, which graciously stepped aside and bowed slightly in a gentlemanly manner. Upon exiting the small park, towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds above. The external walls of these edifices gleamed like polished gemstones, appearing especially resplendent against the backdrop of the azure sky. Flying vehicles zipped along predetermined routes, their swift motions devoid of any sound. Taking a few deep breaths, Li Hao found the air to be as refreshing as that of a forest. Upon leaving the park, Li Hao spotted the casino he had visited previously. With a sufficient amount of money at his disposal, there was no immediate need to gamble again. He recalled that not far from the casino was a large entertainment complex encompassing leisure shopping, digital entertainment, sports fitness, and esports among other activities. On his last hurried visit, he had not truly experienced the wonders of this planet. This time, he intended to remain for several days, not only to accomplish his designated tasks, but also to thoroughly explore the entertainment venue. As he ambled past the entrance of the casino, an unexpected sense of alarm surged within him. Although he had extended his star energy perception, he had limited its range to conserve mental energy, not overly exerting himself. Suddenly, the warning signal intensified, prompting Li Hao to elevate his star energy sensitivity to its utmost limits, instantly entering a profound state of awareness. Since the purification of his original energy into star energy, he had been capable of accessing this extraordinary perception at will. In an instant, his awareness enveloped an area of over 3,000 meters, allowing him to perceive every minute detail and change within that realm. For no apparent reason, Li Hao's attention was drawn to a small electronic component hovering above the entrance of the casino. This was the guidance of original energy. Despite the multitude of objects present within 3,000 meters, he could effortlessly identify potential threats. The electronic component, semi-spherical and roughly the size of a fist, seemed to be scanning everyone, yet it appeared to focus particularly on him. Presumably, this was an identity scan and lacking an identity card or similar identification. He had been flagged. However, he had not sensed this device during his previous visit to the casino. Was it possible that the device had not been activated then? Or perhaps, during his last visit, he had not yet refined his original energy into star energy, rendering him oblivious to its presence? At that moment, to his heightened perception, a street camera suddenly came into sharp focus. An inexplicable feeling of being watched washed over him. Someone was monitoring him through that camera. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense. Although he had been within the camera's view for over 20 seconds, he had not felt scrutinized until now. This could only mean one thing. Once the identity scanning device had detected him, it had alerted nearby authorities to his presence. Panic surged within Li Hao. The street cameras in public spaces were typically installed by governmental agencies, and they had begun to suspect his identity. He swiftly turned away from the camera and quickened his pace, maneuvering out of its surveillance range, then altering his direction to hasten his escape, all while attempting to avoid drawing attention to himself. Surely, they wouldn't mobilize such force over merely being seen by a camera. I haven't committed any wrongdoing that warrants such scrutiny. In these extraordinary times, Li Hao was unwilling to concern himself with energy expenditure. He promptly declared, "Commence activation." The wormhole mark on his left wrist illuminated, pulsating with a brilliant blue glow, activating comprehensive communication monitoring system, with coverage encompassing all areas of this planet. Communication monitoring system initializing. Complete activation in 23 seconds. Just then, an alarm blared overhead, and a police hovercar descended, trailing him by 20 meters. The loudspeaker emitted a series of commands, translated by the intelligence system, as the officers inside called out, "Do not flee. Halt immediately. We have reason to suspect you are a criminal suspect in the attack on the Starlight Casino. Stop now and present your identity card." Of course, they activated identity scanning. "I've stumbled upon a police operation searching for suspects," Li Hao thought bitterly. It made sense that they arrived so swiftly. They had likely been patrolling the vicinity. The scanning system had flagged him due to the absence of an identity card, leading to immediate notification of nearby officers. What bad luck. Typically, identity scanning was not enforced. How unfortunate that he encountered such an exceptional circumstance. Stop. Under the regulations for apprehending major criminal suspects, if you attempt to flee, we are authorized to use lethal force. The transparent canopy atop the police hovercar retracted as two officers emerged, one piloting the vehicle while the other stood, reaching for his sidearm. With a slight sigh, Li Hao acted without hesitation, channeling his original energy. Before the officer's hand could reach his firearm, it inexplicably flew from his grasp. Simultaneously, the pilot jerked the control stick violently, sending the hovercar careening towards a nearby building. The pilot gasped in shock, quickly slamming the emergency stop button. The hovercar halted mere meters from the building's wall, but the vehicle's onboard systems had already detected the imminent danger and activated the emergency safety protocols. A series of soft sounds echoed as elastic straps shot out, securing both officers firmly in their seats. At the same time, airbags inflated in an instant, creating a barrier between the officers and the wall of the vehicle. "What just happened?" the would-be shooter exclaimed, bewildered. "I can't say for sure. It seems the hovercar malfunctioned and went out of control. I felt the control stick veer on its own," the pilot replied, equally bewildered. The officer in the passenger seat patted his waist, finding it empty. "Damn it. My powerful tranquilizer gun is gone too. Get these restraints off me." Frustration surged within him. Fortunately, the only weapon he had lost was the tranquilizer gun, not the more lethal standard-issue sidearm. The officer in the passenger seat activated the police communicator, calling for backup. Unit 8233 requesting assistance. Unit 8233 requesting assistance. Suspect lost in Sector 20 East, 14 North. Repeat. Unit 8233 requesting assistance. Li Hao dashed into a nearby building, exiting through the rear entrance. His star energy perception enveloped the immediate vicinity of 3,000 meters, but he struggled to locate a secure area to activate the wormhole. He would need to move farther away first. There were numerous unoccupied restrooms within the building, yet whether in the northern Song world or the main world, the temporal barriers here were formidable. Establishing a wormhole and stabilizing the temporal tunnel would take at least 17 or 18 minutes. At that moment, the wormhole's intelligence system communicated telepathically. Communication monitoring has been activated. Intelligent judgment and analysis systems are now operational. Li Hao promptly inquired, "Can I use that police gun?" He had been holding on to the weapon, yet hesitated to retrieve it. Having seen various sci-fi films, he was aware that many police firearms possessed intelligent recognition systems. If deemed not in the possession of an officer, they could potentially explode. Analyzing. You can confidently utilize that weapon. It is designed solely to incapacitate, lacking any lethality. It fires microprojectiles that induce unconsciousness within half a second of impact. Li Hao gestured, and the police sidearm, which had been floating nearby, soared into his hand, which he then tucked into his backpack. He rushed into a relatively secluded residential area, scanning for a suitable location to activate the wormhole. Chapter 65, Satellite Surveillance Activation. Rob Republic, Fengshin Administrative Star, East District Police Dispatch Center. Chief, an unidentified suspicious individual has been spotted outside the Pearl Library. The leader of Dispatch Team 3 consulted the intelligence system and stated, "Deploy 2 officers to investigate. Unit 6245 is currently patrolling near the Pearl Library. Let them handle it." The team leader retorted angrily, "Until the case at Starlight Casino is resolved, we will not respond to such calls. The entire department is occupied. Who has the time to search for a pet?" A request for assistance from Unit 8233 was received. The leader straightened up, exclaiming, "What? A request for assistance? Put it through to me. Instantly, a three-dimensional visual appeared before him, showing two officers with standard-issue firearms standing beside a hovercar. The airbags of the hovercar were inflated. Had there been a collision? I am the leader of Dispatch Team 3. Have you identified the suspect? Report. When we attempted to engage the unidentified individual, he fled, refusing to stop for our inquiries. Due to a malfunction with the hovercar, we lost track of him. This was indeed a valuable lead. Why would he flee if he had nothing to hide? The leader rose and commanded. Access all security footage within that area and utilize the intelligence system to compare physical descriptions. Find that suspect immediately, in addition to government public surveillance. The police department had the authority to access footage from private security agencies. The interconnected cameras allowed the intelligence system to promptly retrieve data and initiate a search for the suspect. On the central large screen of the dispatch center, numerous small windows appeared, each displaying footage from various cameras. These images were played back at a 20-fold speed. The dispatch team leader slammed his hand on the table, ordering, "Send all police hovercars within a 30-kilometer radius to that location. We must apprehend this individual." Meanwhile, Li Hao had yet to find a suitable place to activate the wormhole, but suddenly felt a strange sensation of being watched. A camera became vividly apparent in his astrological sensing. That camera seems to be installed within the residential area. Why is it monitoring me? However, Li Hao dismissed the thought. Channeling his force, he levitated a 2-kilogram piece of scrap metal from a nearby trash can, propelling it swiftly through the air to collide with the camera. With a resounding crash, the camera was crushed, and parts flew in all directions. The lighting in the police dispatch center dimmed, and the previous video feed abruptly vanished. The intelligence system's voice rang out. Camera has encountered a hardware failure and is irreparable. The dispatch center leader commanded. Take control of all surveillance footage within a 5-kilometer radius of the target area. Conduct a thorough search for the suspect. Immediately request satellite surveillance from the regional police. He dashed toward the entertainment complex beside the casino. As he ran, he regulated his breathing, with the astrological sensing constantly monitoring all changes in the vicinity. The wormhole intelligence system communicated. Police communication channels have been locked in. Numerous police hovercars are approaching. As Li Hao continued to run, he removed his backpack, which he had meticulously prepared before arriving on this planet. Inside were various alloy needles, blades of different weights, steel balls of various sizes, and the lightsaber he had purchased previously. These weapons occupied only a small portion of the backpack's space. The rest was filled with ample provisions and drinking water. He remained hesitant to consume alien food, despite the intelligence system being able to determine what was safe, uncertain about the food's origin. He feared it might consist of some grotesque creature's flesh, which he found repulsive. He took out 2 steel balls, similar to iron marbles, and hurled them with force, controlling their trajectory through the air towards the distant cameras. The police could monitor through civilian cameras, making it difficult for him to escape. He needed to disable the cameras and identity scanners first. After neutralizing the cameras, he might face a large-scale police encirclement, but it would at least delay his exposure. The 2 steel balls flew like lightning, smashing every camera within 3,000 meters, all detected by his astrological sensing. The entrance of the entertainment complex was bustling with people. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from above the entrance as a camera exploded, scattering parts everywhere. Some pieces fell onto pedestrians, causing bumps on their heads, while others screamed, creating a momentary chaos. At that moment, in the police dispatch center, the central screen fragmented into over 40 images, each one turning black. With each image that darkened, the intelligence system's voice echoed. Hardware failure detected. Unable to repair. The dispatch officers set aside their tasks, fixated on the screen. How is this possible? So many cameras cannot malfunction simultaneously. It must be the work of those terrorists. With so many dispersed cameras, and some particularly concealed, how could they locate them all? To find and disable these cameras in such a short time frame indicates meticulous prior reconnaissance. This is undoubtedly premeditated and planned. How many of them could there be? Could they be preparing for another terrorist attack? The dispatch team leader felt the situation spiraling out of control, beyond his capacity to manage. He immediately dialed his superior's number. Upon receiving the call, the dispatch center director recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly reported to the police chief. At this moment, Li Hao arrived at the plaza in front of the entertainment complex. He slowed his pace, blending in with the other pedestrians as he crossed the plaza and entered the entertainment venue. The 2 steel balls, under his control, split paths, one entering the entertainment complex while the other headed towards a nearby casino. In the profound realm of astrological sensing, Li Hao experienced an extraordinary reaction speed. Perceiving ordinary movements as if they were in slow motion, the two steel balls moved with remarkable speed and agility, appearing as mere shadows to onlookers. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds erupted as the surveillance cameras within the entertainment complex shattered. Simultaneously, another casino-esque surveillance system met a similar fate. After exploding the cameras in the entertainment complex, the steel balls soared further, penetrating a commercial office building to begin their destruction there as well. At that moment, a dozen police hovercars roared from all directions, converging on the private residential area where Li Hao had recently been. Call in. No sign of the suspect at the scene. The suspect has moved west and is currently damaging the surveillance systems in casinos and office buildings. Understood. We are heading there immediately. As the police rushed into the casino and office building, they found only shattered camera parts. The dispatch center call rang again. At the amusement park 800 meters to the south, cameras have been damaged, indicating terrorist activity. Consequently, some officers were redirected to the amusement park. A team leader from the criminal investigation squad halted 3 of his subordinates, saying, "You 3 stay here and help me dig deeper for clues. I suspect that by the time they reach the amusement park, the terrorists will have already relocated." What a mess. We look like fools being toyed with by someone else. Boss, something feels off about this. The terrorist group that attacked Star Lake Casino didn't have many members. How could they create such a disturbance? Perhaps there is another party involved? What good is wild speculation? We need concrete evidence. Let us split up and question witnesses again, and try to gather more detailed information. I'm not sure, but I heard a loud bang. When I looked up, the camera was already broken. Did you notice anyone suspicious around? I didn't see anyone who seemed out of place. Oh, wait. There was a suspicious man dressed as a woman I saw about 10 minutes ago. He seemed quite suspect. This profound anomaly raises suspicion. It casts doubt on everyone. I observed a shadow swiftly traversing the scene, seemingly a metallic object, followed by a resounding bang. The camera must have been struck by that shadow. Could you describe the shadow in detail, officer? It moved with such rapidity that it was nearly impossible to discern its form. The head of the criminal investigation team furrowed his brow in contemplation. A shadow? Metal? What sort of weapon could this be? At that moment, communication crackled to life, informing the officers that no suspects were found at the amusement park, and another camera had been destroyed elsewhere. The dispatch center personnel began to sense something amiss. They were being led in circles by the adversary, indicating a flaw in their strategy that necessitated reevaluation. The head of the dispatch team inquired, "Have we received authorization to deploy the satellite?" "Just moments ago. We received the approval." The head of the dispatch team declared with indignation, "Excellent. Immediately initiate close surveillance of that area via satellite. I refuse to believe that he can evade capture so effortlessly." At this, the staff of the dispatch center rose in unison, exclaiming, "Director." Chapter 66. The high-speed chase. The chief of the East District Police Department has been plagued with headaches recently due to a case under the supervision of the police headquarters. The Star Lake Casino has suffered a terrorist attack, resulting in 3 fatalities and over 20 injuries. Although 2 criminals have been apprehended, the mastermind behind the attack remains at large. As long as this case remains unresolved, the chief cannot find peace. Upon the chief's arrival, the team leader at the dispatch center promptly stood up and reported, "I have requested the regional police department to deploy satellite surveillance." The chief nodded and instructed, "Immediately notify the major crimes unit and the special police team to assemble. Establish a 5-kilometer perimeter centered around the suspect's last known location." The officers exchanged glances of surprise. It had been years since the special police had been mobilized in such a manner. The team leader gestured toward the holographic display, which illuminated over 100 light points scattered across the regional map. "Chief, these light points represent the damaged cameras across several square kilometers." It appeared that the terrorist organization had mobilized entirely, likely planning a large-scale assault. The chief slammed his hand on the desk, declaring, "Inform the media to release the suspect's photograph and advise the public to report any sightings immediately. Be warned, this individual is extremely dangerous." The dispatch center director, a bespectacled man with bulging eyes, voiced his concern, "Chief, if we corner them too tightly, they may harm innocent civilians." The chief countered, "Allowing them to carry out their attack will endanger even more innocents. It is better to disrupt their plans than to wait for them to strike." At that moment, an officer reported, "Sir, the suspect's appearance has been analyzed, but he does not match any profiles in our database. Since acquiring the suspect's features, A comprehensive search through the database of over 7 billion individuals had been conducted. 83 individuals bore a resemblance, yet none matched perfectly. The officers, upon hearing this, were not surprised. It seemed the criminal had undergone an elaborate disguise. Meanwhile, Li Hao entered an entertainment complex, purchasing a set of ordinary attire from this planet. Before encountering the two police officers, he had already been recorded by surveillance cameras, and his appearance was now known to the authorities. He needed to change his outfit immediately. In the fitting room, he donned his new clothes, acquired a backpack, a pair of shoes, and before leaving, bought a pair of oversized glasses. These glasses could display three-dimensional films and could also function as sunglasses when adjusted. As Li Hao exited the mall, he discarded his old backpack, clothes, and shoes into a waste disposal unit. With his new attire, his entire demeanor transformed. Previously clad in earth garments, he had appeared somewhat out of place. Now, in trendy extraterrestrial apparel, he blended seamlessly with the mainstream crowd. Suddenly, the advertisement screen in the mall shifted, and the voice of a news anchor cut through the ambience. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent announcement. Police are currently pursuing the terrorists responsible for the attack on Starlake Casino. If any citizens see this suspect, please report immediately. Be advised, the suspect is extremely dangerous. Li Hao's three-dimensional likeness appeared on the screen, rotating to display his front, side, and back, alongside his height data. Unaware that his image had been publicly released, Li Hao hesitated. Unsure whether to flee to another location or to hide in the entertainment complex's restroom for 18 minutes. Time was of the essence. He needed to make a decision. Opting for continued evasion, he understood that remaining here could lead to capture, especially with the police sirens echoing nearby. The presence of police vehicles in the vicinity had surged dramatically. As he reached the lobby of the entertainment complex, the intelligence system within him relayed the alarming news. The police have released your photograph through the media. I have intercepted police communications. The regional department has agreed to deploy satellite surveillance here. Cursing under his breath, Li Hao quickly donned his glasses and lowered his head, moving towards a less populated area. However, it seemed he was too late. A female customer exiting the mall spotted him, her face morphing into one of terror as she let out a piercing scream. Her scream alerted two security guards in the lobby, who rushed over as the woman pointed at Li Hao. Without hesitation, Li Hao summoned his powers, causing his backpack zipper to open automatically. A powerful tranquilizer gun leapt into his hand, and he fired at each of the guards. This tranquilizer gun, obtained from the police, could incapacitate an individual within half a second. The two guards fell without a sound. Li Hao dashed out of the entertainment complex, the sense of being watched resurfacing. This time from above, clearly, the police had activated satellite surveillance. Having only run a short distance, a police hovercar descended from the sky, and two officers swiftly exited the vehicle, raising their tranquilizer guns to fire at Li Hao. In response, he channeled his powers, causing the tranquilizer darts to veer off course, striking the two officers in the back of their necks, causing them to collapse. The police had arrived with remarkable speed, making it clear that escaping their encirclement on foot was futile. The plaza in front of the entertainment complex was filled with parked hovercars. A pink hovercar descended and landed in an empty spot just as a stylish woman with a ponytail exited. She had yet to notice the two fallen officers. Li Hao sprinted towards her, pressing his tranquilizer gun against her neck and commanding, "Get in." The woman's face paled as she stammered, "Please, don't shoot." The tranquilizer gun bore a striking resemblance to conventional firearms, making it difficult for those unfamiliar with weaponry to distinguish between them. Believing it to be lethal, she pleaded, "I don't want to die. Let me in the vehicle. Get in the car, or I will shoot," Li Hao reiterated firmly. Trembling, the woman activated the engine, exclaiming, "Take off." The intelligence system complied with her voice command, and the hovercar ascended. Just then, alarm bells blared as several police hovercars closed in. "Faster, or I swear I'll shoot you," Li Hao urged. The woman stuttered, "Please, don't shoot. Civilian hovercars are slower than police vehicles. Disable the intelligence system," Li Hao commanded. But, without it, manual driving is prone to accidents. He pressed the gun harder against her temple. "Accidents might occur, but I assure you, if I pull this trigger, you will definitely die. Which would you prefer?" With a quiver, the woman turned off the intelligence system and pulled the control lever, causing the hovercar to accelerate upwards. Several police vehicles pursued closely behind. Suddenly, Li Hao invoked his powers again, and the emergency stop button on the control panel of the trailing police car was triggered, causing it to come to an abrupt halt. The hovercar directly behind it, unable to react in time, crashed into the first vehicle. The third and fourth police cars, following too closely, collided as well, resulting in a chaotic pileup. The hovercar's intelligence system activated its emergency protocols, deploying safety straps that secured the officers in their seats, while airbags inflated instantly. Despite the intense collision deforming the exterior of the vehicles, the officers inside remained unharmed. However, the third vehicle was less fortunate. Its engine was damaged, leading to a failure of the propulsion system and a loss of lift, causing it to plummet from the sky. The intelligence system detected this critical state and executed another emergency command. The vehicle's roof slid open, and a massive parachute deployed from the center of the car, gently lowering it to the ground. A police officer in the fourth flying vehicle cursed vehemently, exclaiming how foolish it was, likening the situation to that of a soft-bodied worm. Knowing that their allies were behind, how could one suddenly halt? Are you trying to jeopardize our lives? The officer in the first flying vehicle felt unjustly accused and retorted. The vehicle malfunctioned unexpectedly. I had no control over it. Rest assured, the suspect should not be able to escape, as the department has activated satellite surveillance. Simultaneously, the dispatch center at the police station was coordinating other flying vehicles to encircle and intercept the suspect. The leader of the dispatch team expressed his confusion, stating, "This marks the second instance of a sudden malfunction during the pursuit of this suspect. How could this happen? Our vehicles have always been of excellent quality." Report to the chief. The SWAT team has arrived at the designated area and is ready to assist in apprehending the suspect. Came the voice of the SWAT team leader through the comms. The police chief responded, "Transmit the data link to the SWAT team, allowing them to join the pursuit." The satellite's captured imagery was immediately analyzed by the intelligence system, pinpointing the flying vehicle occupied by Li Hao, with this data concurrently transmitted to the SWAT team's intelligence system. On the SWAT team's map, a moving red indicated the suspect's vehicle, accompanied by geographical coordinates and altitude data. The SWAT team leader reported, "Chief, the suspect is heading towards a densely populated residential area. Should we attempt to take it down before they reach it?" The chief glanced at the dispatch team leader, who promptly stated, "The situation report has come in, according to several witnesses. The suspect has killed 2 security guards at a recreational complex and has also taken the lives of 2 of our officers. However, this information has yet to be confirmed, as it comes from citizens at the scene. Additionally, those flying vehicles were hijacked by the suspect, and there is a woman on board." The police chief declared, "There is a hostage aboard the flying vehicle. Do not attempt to shoot it down. However, if there is a clear shot, you may take aim at the suspect." Understood. Li Hao sat in the passenger seat of the flying vehicle, enveloped by the star element sensor at its maximum range. Suddenly, he twisted the control stick, causing the vehicle to make a sharp turn. The ponytailed girl was about to speak when a red energy beam whizzed past. Had it not been for Li Hao's abrupt maneuver, he would have been struck by that beam. The ponytailed girl urged, "Whatever you do, don't open the window. It's too fast." Li Hao hurled several steel balls out of the window before sealing it shut. Powered by the force, the steel balls shot forth, continuously gaining speed.